And then at 10 a.m. Eastern, potentially another risk for the market. This court is going to be hearing this potential injunction when it comes to Lisa Cook. 10-year yield, not really caring about that
Yeah,
drama.
I was going to say, that's not a risk because this market has shown it does not care about Fed independence for now. And I think everyone expects Lisa Cook to get an injunction and then the Supreme Court later to allow the president to fire her. But to me, the interesting thing is that NVIDIA was down yesterday, and still we climbed to a new record high. So for one thing, you're seeing continued rotation, right? If you do RRG on the S&P on the Bloomberg, you can see that rotation. The other thing that's interesting is Jonathan Levin wrote a Bloomberg opinion piece yesterday pointing out that stocks like Walmart and Costco have incredibly high valuations, and they may be a bigger risk than NVIDIA. If you look at Costco's forward PE, it's more than 50, and NVIDIA's forward PE is only 40. So it's really interesting that the market's willing to give these premiums to some of these traditional businesses.
Yep, certainly a lot of premiums all baked in at the moment, and we haven't even gotten that Fed rate cut, which the market continuously just bakes in. Chris Waller, overnight, once again, calling for the Fed to cut 25 basis points, Matt, and then saying basically if the labor report is so bad, he even consider a jumbo rate cut.
Yeah, he said to him, inflation is right around 2%, even though it's at 3%, right, which is 50% higher, and that he is back on team transitory. That's a direct quote, right, which was so widely mocked during the pandemic.
Air quotes.
Right.
Team transitory. Well, basically he's just saying is you don't consider sales tax. We don't consider sales tax at the Fed to be inflationary. We're not going to consider this, what he believes is a one-time price adjustment when it comes to tariffs, to be an inflationary spiral.
Right, but if sales tax had previously been 2% and then we quadrupled it or quintupled it, that might be, or sextupled it, right? From 2% to 15, like that's a big jump for the American consumer to handle.
Right, and we're seeing that in some of the individual movers today, like Caterpillar. Let's get more on those individual morning movers before the market open. Lizzie Burton has those for you. Hey, Lizzie.
Hey, Anne-Marie. Let's start with the winners, shall we? We kick off in San Diego with Petco, and those shares are currently up 15% in the pre-market, more than that, after it issued third quarter guidance that beat expectations and it nudged up its 2026 outlook. The company, of course, as you know, in the middle of a turnaround under the CEO, Joel Anderson. The efforts focused on revamping stores and closing underperforming locations, and you got the shares down around 15% so far this year. Compare that with the 24% rise for its rival Chewy, so nice to get a bit of upside for the stock this morning. Next up, we turn to Ulta Beauty, the beauty store chain, of course, up almost 4% in the pre-market. It's also issued a raise and a beat, even as it's warned about a potential pullback from consumers. Interesting, given the demand for cosmetics has held up so far this year, despite the economic uncertainty, the lipstick effect, perhaps. And finally, to the losers, Marvell, down nearly 15% in the pre-market. Its results nothing to marvel at. Data center revenue missing estimates and the revenue outlook below expectations. Our analysts pointing out, Anne-Marie, just how disappointing that is, given the strength of AI demand, given the capex spend from the hyperscalers, and actually a downgrade now from B of A. Anne-Marie, back to you.
Thanks so much, Lizzie Burden. On our radar this morning, a federal judge in Washington is set to hear Fed Governor Lisa Cook's lawsuit against President Trump later this morning. The suit would block Trump from firing her. The legal battle is seen as likely to end up being decided by the Supreme Court. And Matt, this is where I think things will get interesting. First off, unprecedented. So the Supreme Court decision is going to be incredibly important. They're going to be the ones that have to really define what for cause means. I keep going back to what the Supreme Court said in May in one opinion, which is the fact that, like the Fed, institutions like the Fed are quasi-private entities. Will they do that this time around, or are they going to give the president more leeway in really defining what for cause means?
I thought yesterday you had a great guest on from Wolf Research who pointed out that this Supreme Court is going to be loath to try and tell the president what they think for cause means because they want him to be able to interpret that. They've given him at least 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the cases that have come before them so far this year, and they're likely to give him this as well. But it does look like Lisa Cook is going to get an injunction because this judge seems to be more friendly to her.
And you brought up a great point. That means if she gets an injunction, she will likely be able to continue her job, and she'll show up at the Fed meeting in September. And as you point out, she's a dove, and she's likely going to line up on doing something the president has been calling for since he became president in the second term.
By the way, we have a great function on the Bloomberg terminal. FDSP Go will show you, it's a Fed spectrometer, and it'll show you where each voting member and non-voting members fall on the scale of hawk to dove.
Awesome. Elsewhere this morning, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz saying a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky is unlikely to happen. This update contradicts earlier statements from the U.S. that the two leaders had agreed to meet. This story just continues to grind. I was in the cabinet meeting this week with the president and his cabinet ministers, and he was questioned about this because Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, also said there's really no plans right now. And the president's kind of just saying they'll meet. He keeps saying they'll meet, but he's giving Vladimir Putin a lot of time here. So I think you have to start thinking about if he cannot get these two to the table, is he going to double down on the things like sanctions?
It doesn't seem likely. He hasn't historically challenged Vladimir Putin too much. Now, I think he's right when he voices concern that Putin is stringing him along. It does look like that's happening, but no one knows better than you. You've spent time with Vladimir Putin. You've spent time with the president. You've spent time covering the oil market, and I think that is really what this is about more than almost anything else.
I think what's interesting is that the Europeans are considering secondary sanctions on other countries that are importing goods. We saw the president do that when it comes to India. The 50% tariff rate on India went into effect this week. Speaking of tariffs, Matt, as of today, the U.S. has closed a tariff exemption that dates back to the 1930s that allowed for duty-free imports of goods valued at $800 or less. The change is expected to result in more than $23 billion in additional customs revenues and fees over a decade. So this is the so-called de minimis. And basically, they're closing this loophole. So you can no longer just accept a $100 T-shirt, a $15 T-shirt from Shein or Temu. And you're going to have to pay the tariffs on this.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to participate in the fast fashion industry because, I mean, it's horrible for the labor that makes those things. But I've ordered a couple of Arai helmets, one from Japan and one from the UK, that are $600 or $700 a piece, and I'm afraid I'm going to get hit with that tax when they come in.
I believe it depends on when they were shipped. So you potentially might not get hit with that tax. But when it comes to those fast fashion retailers, this is why when it comes to closing the de minimis loophole, there's actually bipartisan support. We actually saw work happening towards this during the Biden administration because this is really this gateway for some of these Chinese companies to just inject cheap goods into the U.S. market.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
All right, we're going to turn to tech now. Heath Terry, head of technology and communications at Citi Research, says, quote, first, AI analyst on Wall Street believes AI revenue will surge to $780 billion in 2030 from $43 billion this year. Heath joins us now for more. Heath, that's a massive jump. And if you think that's where it's going to go, is this market underpriced?
Look, that's the way we look at it. I mean, we are in the very early stages of this AI cycle, and really we think sort of posed for an inflection ahead of us. A lot of things that sort of matter to driving growth are about to clear in growth's favor. The bottlenecks that we've seen in capacity constraints, the model development advances that we're seeing, particularly around agentic AI. And then, of course, the biggest of those being what we think could be called AI squared, the idea that AI on its own can start programming AI.
So, I wonder, Heath, your take on what happens in China, because NVIDIA at first didn't give us a forecast for the third quarter. They had nothing in the second quarter. And then the CFO came out and said maybe 2 to 5 billion, but she's not really sure about the president's deal to get a 15% take of everything they sell there. And to me, it just seems like the Chinese Communist Party is willing to do a whole lot to make sure its companies don't buy our chips anyway. So what's your take on that whole story?
Look, I think you're seeing that kind of mindset from every country. China, certainly the countries in the Middle East, major countries in Europe and the US, of course. Everyone feels like AI is an important enough technology that you cannot just secede it to sort of the global winners, which in other cycles have always been American. And I think, the mistakes of the internet era for a lot of companies on a country basis, or a lot of countries on a company basis, of allowing the U.S. companies to come in and sort of be their own local champions is something that no one really wants to make in AI. Now, that's a really hard thing to actually enforce for most countries. China can obviously do it. They actually did it very successfully in the internet era. I mean, there are no bigger internet companies outside of the U.S. than those that are in China, and I think they want to make sure that they do the same thing when it comes to AI.
I noticed also yesterday that an analyst from eMarketer said, we have to see returns on these investments, and soon. And the threat is that these big hyperscalers who are spending 40% of NVIDIA's revenue, and forgive me that I'm heavy on NVIDIA, but they just came out with earnings, so it's occupying my mind, that these big hyperscalers may pull back on the margin in terms of CapEx if they don't start to see returns soon on the applications, on the AI applications that they're powering. What do you think about that?
Look, I don't think there's any chance of that, right? I mean, we go back a year ago, and you had the CEOs of Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft all get on their earnings calls and say some version of the risk of overinvesting is far less than the risk of underinvesting in this space. And then we fast forward a year later, and they've all said, you know what? Even though we believed that, we actually underinvested, and capacity constraints are still there. Microsoft in particular called that out on their most recent earnings. And so you don't see that kind of demand outstripping supply if the returns aren't there. And there have been a range of studies. MIT had theirs, which I think most people sort of misunderstood or didn't get past the headline. IDC has had one that said that CFO or CIOs are getting 3.7x for every dollar they put into AI. So there's a lot of work being done around this. We obviously did a lot of work around this in the 120-page report that we published earlier this week. And the returns, and admittedly, they're early returns, but the early returns show that this stuff is working at the enterprise level.
Heath, something that Jonathan has been bringing up a lot when it comes to the AI story, I'd love to get your take on is, do we have the power, the electricity needed to run this industry, and especially given the outlook you have in your research?
Yeah, look, this is something we cover a lot. The team at Citi that covers the industrial space and the energy space has spent a lot of time on this. And look, there are going to be bottlenecks. But here's the, for lack of a better term, kind of the sad reality of this is that when there are shortages, when there are bottlenecks, capacity and supply moves to the highest value usage. They move to the highest bidder, for lack of a better term, and that's going to be AI. And so, yeah, there are going to be shortages, there are going to be bottlenecks. But if you're in AI and you're building a $20 billion data center, you're far more likely to get the equipment you need, the power you need, than the person who's next further down that line on that list. And so, there will be bottlenecks, but I don't think you're going to see them in AI, and I don't think that they're going to be the things that sort of slow development here.
Heath, thanks so much for your time this morning. Heath Terry of Citi Research. I want to get you an update now on stories we're watching elsewhere. Here's your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Burden. Hey, Lizzie.
Hey, Anne-Marie. European leaders have referred Iran to the UN to re-up sanctions against the country after Iran failed to comply with demands over international inspections of its nuclear program. Iran has threatened to leave the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty if UN sanctions are resumed. Elsewhere, Caterpillar shares are trading lower in the pre-market after the firm warned that the US tariffs will squeeze margins more than expected. The company now sees a hit of up to $600 million this quarter and as much as $1.8 billion next year. Caterpillar said that its full-year profit margin will land near the bottom of its target range. And the CDC has a new acting director after President Trump fired longtime government scientist Susan Manares. She'll be replaced by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s current deputy, Jim O'Neill. The move comes as a key advisory committee is expected to issue new recommendations on immunizations. Kennedy recently reshaped that committee, adding several vaccine skeptics. And that should be my brief. Anne-Marie.
Lizzie, thanks so much. Up next, new duties taking effect.
The de minimis rules, just as a bit of a reminder, $800 is what the U.S. has said you don't have to previously have to go through customs duties, but that accounts for about 4 million packages each day.
Former NEC Deputy Director Everett Eisenstadt joins us next. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
in case you missed it on the close.
Sweet Green, which has a kind of a similar business model to Kava, they're having some issues, and it's more about just the foot traffic. Maybe the price points are too high, or people have just moved on to other types of ways to feed themselves. What are you seeing?
We're not seeing anything underneath structurally in the business. If anything, we're seeing greater structural strength. In recent years, we've now underpriced CPI by 900 basis points. So again, our value scores continue to improve. We continue to make our food more accessible and really try and mitigate any of the impacts of, say, tariffs and not have to pass along to our guests.
There's been a lot of talk about how do you reimagine stores like this. What do you want your customer to do?
If you're in a hurry, we've got great digital channels. We've got 60 drive-through pickup windows. But if you want a great physical experience, you can have that walk the line experience, see the food, smell the food, interact with our team members. Our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food. So we want to deliver that humanity in the four walls of our restaurants and have a great environment for you to enjoy your Mediterranean meal.
Don't miss the close, live every weekday.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Good morning. Equity futures this Friday morning, a little bit softer as we head into the all-important PCE inflation data coming out at 8:30 Eastern Time. We'll have full coverage of that right here on Bloomberg Surveillance. But of course, all of this with a grain of salt because yesterday the S&P 500 had a fresh all-time high. Under surveillance this morning, new duties taking effect today.
The de minimis rules, just as a bit of a reminder, $800 is what the U.S. has said. You don't have to previously have to go through customs duties, but that accounts for about 4 million packages each day. So a lot of these businesses will never have had to go through a customs process. So it is likely to introduce quite a bit of friction. Any sort of change in both the friction in terms of the time of processing, but also the additional cost can really mean the success or really pivoting of those businesses going forward.
Here's the latest. President Trump is bringing an end to the de minimis exemption, which allowed merchandise shipped to the United States valued at $800 or less to be tariff-free. Everett Eisenstadt, the former NEC deputy director, writing, a number of countries, including Mexico and the European Union, are suspending postal package shipments to the United States. This is a significant change for online shoppers and retailers. Everett joins us now. Everett, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I feel like politically this was a long time coming, having covered the Biden administration and the Trump administration. But how big of a deal is this going to be when it comes to trade with the United States?
Well, this is going to be a big deal. As you noted, this has been coming for a long time. There's been some concern over the use of de minimis and that it had been used to circumvent U.S. customs laws and to bring in illicit products. There's all kinds of debate around this. There was all kinds of debate about how to manage the program. Ultimately, President Trump said, look, we're not going to do that. We're just going to stop this program, and we're going to put in place to collect these duties. A lot of companies and consumers have become reliant upon this process, have been able to order products from overseas, bring them in with very little duties and fairly rapidly. And that's going to end today. And I think you're going to see a lot of households are going to be surprised at both the costs and the complexity involved in getting their products from overseas.
Well, we have one of those individuals sitting around the table this morning. Matt was just telling us how he has 2 helmets coming from Japan, I think one from the European Union, that he might get hit with this tax because they were just under $800. Given that's the case, do you think there's going to be a lot of pushback and potentially we could see this administration, I'm not trying to be cute here, but taco?
No, I don't think so. Not on this one. This one, there was bipartisan support for revising de minimis for many, many years. And I actually had the honor of working on this statute when I was on Capitol Hill as the chief trade counsel. So I recall why we made the modifications at that time. The idea was to relieve, the customs service of the burden of enforcing small packages, bringing them up to do some more complex enforcement mechanisms. And there was a trade-off, right? And to do that, the shippers had to meet certain criteria. The packages had to meet certain criteria. It was doing very, very well. As you noted, many, many packages have come in, but the frustration over the program has been long brewing and bipartisan, particularly as it related to China, which has been terminated quite some time ago, but now it is global. And there's a lot of companies and customers and even foreign postal services out there struggling with, well, how are we going to implement this? What does this mean? Who's going to collect the duties? What is the duty going to be? And the helmet analogy you made is just one example of many, many stories I suspect we're going to be hearing over the next several weeks.
Well, we've been talking about the fast fashion industry, which is notoriously bad for the environment and horrible for the labor, that creates those products. That's why this has, I think, bipartisan support, as Anne-Marie was saying earlier. But are you worried that postal systems are going to be experiencing real disruption here? Are we going to see some trade issues in terms of shipping because of this?
No doubt. I'm quite confident of that. I mean, when you make a change of this magnitude, it's global. It's going to take some time to sift it out. It's going to take shifting resources around the world to come into compliance with these new requirements. So, yeah, it's going to be burdensome. It's going to take some time. That doesn't mean it won't work, but it's going to take time. You can't make a change like this overnight and expect everything to continue to move just as smoothly as it is. And your example on these fashion shipments is exactly one of the cases in point, where you have an industry that was built up around this concept that really I'm not even sure will be able to resolve itself and survive as it did in this new environment. So it's a pretty important change, and one that's going to filter through pocketbooks and companies for quite some time.
Everett, I want to transition to autos here because you have a fantastic resume for that. You worked for President Trump at the NEC, and then you worked for General Motors, which makes some of my favorite gas engines, a 6.2-liter naturally aspirated V8, as well as some of the best EVs out there. The EV Sierra is an incredible truck. What do you think about the cancellation of EV tax credits from the big, beautiful bill? Because clearly these automakers have had to invest billions in making EVs, and electric is going to be the powertrain of the future. So what happens when we turn off that incentive?
It's so huge. And, that's just one part of that greater complexity when it comes to electric vehicles. It's not just a tax incentive. It's what are the emission standards? What are the fleet requirements? There's all kinds of different reasons that a company will choose to produce an EV over, say, an ICE or an internal combustible engine. So the tax credit's meaningful. It's important. It's not determinative, but some of the other elements are. And so the president's also modifying the mile per gallon emission rates. He's looking at changing some other things. So it's really giving mixed signals to the industry. And for industries that thrive on long-term predictability, massive capital investments, looking at timeframes, 3, 5, 6, 7 years out, this is really, really difficult to plan in this environment. And you made a really good point. The EVs around the world are surging. They're primarily because China is subsidizing the industry and pushing out a lot of product that they cannot get into the United States. But the EV is going to become the dominant vehicle in the future, and the United States has got some work to do to catch up to that.
We also have Everett, problems when it comes to tariffs because we're giving a 15% flat rate to Toyota and Honda out of Japan and General Motors and Hyundai in South Korea, but Ford has to pay big taxes on aluminum, big taxes on imported parts, big taxes on Chinese magnets, to the point where it costs more to produce those vehicles in Dearborn than it does in Seoul. Does that make sense to you? How do they solve that?
That's an anomaly. We're going to have to see how that's resolved. But I doubt there was anybody who planned that out and said that's exactly how we want this to land. I think some of these pieces are moving at different paces at different times, and sometimes bring them all together into kind of a coherent package is very, very difficult. it is going to be tough to produce in the United States. But at the same time, the U.S. market is really the only market around the world where car companies can sell their vehicles profitably. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can do to make the system here more efficient. There's a lot of things we can do to help our domestic manufacturers, but we need to take those into account.
Former NEC Deputy Director Everett Eisenstadt. Matt, I was waiting for you to bring up cars. Took you 50 minutes into the 6 a.m. We're back with another Bloomberg Surveillance next.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for BBVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates, it complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
The president wants lower interest rates from Chairman Powell.
What's the timing of tariffs showing up in some of the inflation data?
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
U.S. stocks had their best day since 2008.
And Michael Barr with news.
China and the U.S. are at odds on a number of issues.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Michael Barr, Lisa Mateo. End of the summer, into the autumnal. No one I'd rather spend it with than Damien Sassauer in for Paul Sweeney today. Which quantitative finance book are you going to read over the weekend?
Oh, my God. Well, I'm going to be reading the Quantitative Finance of Fantasy Football, Tom, because this is fantasy football draft time. I'm going to be doing a lot of mock drafts. This is the weekend. Yeah.
When does the season start? Like Tuesday?
On the 4th, Thursday, a week from yesterday. Actually.
Thursday.
Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday. It's Green Bay, Dallas. Big trade out of Dallas. They got rid of their star defensive end. It's a big deal. Went to Green Bay, kind of like Reggie White used to, when he went from Philadelphia. So a lot going on in the NFL here, Tom. That's what
any Giants or Jets in your fantasy selection?
Cam Skeetaboo. No, not really, but no Jets certainly on my radar because they're New York Jets.
You ready to do this on a Friday, Labor Day? It's a really interesting, twisted day. Like people are working, but they're not.
Well, people are looking ahead. We've got a busy week coming up. I mean, we've got PMI data, we got CPI, we got payrolls coming in next week. I got some rate meetings. Poland's going to meet next week, probably going to cut rates, and the Polish president's going to be meeting President Trump at the White House Wednesday
Plus just the week. Politics to drive the story forward. We'll have some politics scheduled to be with us. Tyler will be at the federal court building in Washington today as the Cook-Trump process begins. I do want to draw to your attention at 7:02 a.m. Global Wall Street time. There's a plethora of economic data today, like 19 lines on the Bloomberg terminal. Important for me is personal income, personal spending, inflation-adjusted personal spending, which is real personal spending, and then the PCE price index, which is modeled off of CPI and PPI. That's what the Fed really looks at.
Well, we also saw some very weak, slightly weak inflation prints out of France and
did we? I missed
overnight.
This.
Yes,
Discuss.
Well, basically, if France, Italy, and Spain, this is good for European-U.S. rate differentials. We're going to have Mira Chandon, who runs Global FX for J.P. Morgan, on at this right now. Actually, she's going to be talking about rate differentials between the U.S. and Europe, how they're actually going in a direction favoring the euro and actually making more of a sort of a bear case for the dollar narrative going forward.
I got another angle on that as well. We'll get to it with Mira here in a moment. From the Interactive Broker Studios of Bloomberg Business Flash, Lisa Mateo.
You got it. We have futures right now. Well, they're trending lower. This is ahead of today's inflation data, 8:30 Wall Street time, and that could give some insight as to how quickly the Fed can adjust their interest rates lower. We have the Fed's Christopher Waller again saying he would support a quarter-point rate cut next month, signaled more easing over the next 3 to 6 months. So we'll start with NASDAQ futures, down 0.5%, 128 points. Dow futures down 0.3%. Same for S&P futures. In the yield space, we have the 2-year 3.63%. That's little change. The yield on the 10-year 4.22%, and that's up 1 basis point. To the currencies, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, that's edging higher. It's up about 0.1%. That's putting the currency on course for its first weekly gain in 4. And then I have to mention the rupee plunged to a record low, higher U.S. tariffs taking effect. To earnings we go. Shares of Dell, they're down 6%. The company booked fewer sales of those AI servers. Also reported profit margins that fell short of estimates. We go to Marvell Technology, taking a hit, down 14% after its data center revenue missed. And finally, Alibaba reported a surge in revenue from China's AI boom. And what that did, it really helped offset that surprise drop in profit that was tied to a worsening battle with Meituan and also JD.com. So its ADRs are up 3%. And then the Wall Street Journal saying that Alibaba actually developed a new chip that's compatible with the NVIDIA platform. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Damien and Tom.
Thanks so much. You got to pull an audible hood. Damien Sassar with this. This is your wheelhouse as we go into Mira Chandon. Dollar Indian rupiah out to an 88
Indonesian
level.
Rupiah. Oh, Indian. Okay, yeah.
No,
Indian
I'm looking
rupee.
at India.
Okay.
India,
it's the rupee.
Rupiah, whatever.
Okay.
It's gone from 40 to 90. This is a devaluation of a major world's currency, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think when you're talking about EM currencies, and that's not Mira Chandon's wheelhouse. I want to be very clear.
That.
She controls euro, U.S. dollar, the number one cross on the planet for JP Morgan. That's her wheelhouse. And we're going to ask her about G10 effects, not EM so much.
No,
but,
I understand.
As an extension of what you're saying.
But this is like Trump economics, Trump political theory having a reaction in the market.
Absolutely right.
Mira Shannon joins us. JP Morgan here is Damian lectures me on the larger currencies. Mira, let's just get to the JP Morgan call. When you synthesize Kasman economics and look at all your work in Europe, strong euro or weak euro?
Definitely stronger. Even from here, we've been calling for a 122 euro dollar forecast on the upside.
122.
Yeah,
I think that's as strong as we've seen here. Is well. Where is the tariff dynamic now? Are we at nuances and tweaking, or do you anticipate other major announcements into September?
Look, the tariff. We've been in macro markets, been dealing with the tariff announcements and the potential for tariff announcements for almost more than a year now. So I think it's fair to say a lot of the businesses were prepared. A lot of the economists had already baked this into their forecast. What we're seeing now is because the tariff implementation has taken longer than most people had expected, it's been a longer drawn out affair. What you're actually seeing is that the growth forecast had gotten too pessimistic, and now you're actually seeing upside revisions to growth outlook. Obviously, there's more stuff in the pipeline. There's sectoral tariffs that can take a bite out of growth. But as far as we're seeing it right now, it does look like European growth is on a stronger footing. And it's certainly an improvement relative to last year, which is not the same for the U.S.
Mira, I would love nothing more than to ask you about real yield differentials, growth differentials, Fed credibility here with Cook, Euro fiscal spending. But the number one question in my mind is, why is it taking you so long to come on the show here with me and Tom? Because is it the At Any Rate podcast? Because I know it's taking up a lot of your time. By the way, Tom, it is the best. It is a must listen. I mean, every new episode is better than the next.
What's the name of this podcast?
At Any Rate, JP Morgan's podcast. It is an incredible property. Congratulations on that.
Cool.
But now that I have you here, Mira, because I am such a huge fan, I want to ask you about Eurodollar, because at the beginning of this year, it was tough to find anyone calling for a stronger euro. I mean, we were at 102 and many expected the cross to test parity. Today we're at 117. You're calling for 122. We're already up a full 13% year to date, and it's only August, or end of August, I guess. Talk to us a little bit about the call. What's going to drive, Eurodollar to 122 over the near term?
Yeah, I mean, the big game changer, to be fair, at this, in March was the German fiscal U-turn. Before that, if we spoke about the Eurodollar call, I would have said, we'll get tariffs. The Eurozone can't really do anything about it. All we're going to get is ECB rate cuts, and Eurodollar is going to plummet. And it's not really going to fix the growth problem. Now we've got the German fiscal in play. It hasn't even arguably started to hit the numbers yet,
right.
But it is supporting sentiment. So you have a lot of underlying resilience to this trade war, so to speak. Secondly, what we're seeing is that there has been a U.S. catch down story. Now, U.S. grew at 2.8% last year. This year projected to grow, just over 1.5%. Is growth falling off a cliff? No, but it is catching down. Meanwhile, Europe grew at 0.8 last year, and we're thinking closer to 1.5%. So it's about this growth convergence story in a way, and the real yields, aspect. I think it captures a lot of the things that you mentioned. Look, we're looking at 2-year. If you look at shorter tenors, real yields in the U.S., we're at almost 2.5 year lows, and that has happened in part because the market is pricing in a lower Fed terminal, but also inflation expectations have gone up in the front end of the curve. Adjusted for inflation, you are seeing a deterioration in the dollar's fundamentals, which is really the key driver here. And it is suggesting Eurodollar going further, particularly if Fed independence is an issue. The Fed is constrained on what they can do.
Well, Mira, you mentioned real yield differentials, and you really mentioned, how things changed in Germany earlier this year and how that sort of catalyzed your call. But I gotta point your direction in the post-Liberation Day FX hedge flows, right? You've written about this extensively, how dollar hedging from foreign investors into the U.S. equity market has been driving at the margin a lot of what you're seeing in Eurodollar. Is that going to continue? Can it continue? And more importantly, can it accelerate?
Look, we actually, the challenge with the hedge ratio data is that you don't get it on a timely manner. There are some countries that do release it on a timely manner. Like Denmark, for example, we do get this data. It's publicly available. And what we've seen is for the last 3 months, after that initial adjustment in the FX hedge ratio higher. For the last 3 months, they've been basically unchanged. So there is this chatter of, well, have the hedge ratios flows that dried up. I think this is really a result, a consequence of the fact that the dollar has been in a range in recent months as well. We haven't really seen this break lower, weaker in the dollar that people have been calling for. And what that means for the hedgers is that there's no real urgency or catalyst to get them to chase price action if you think the dollar is going to be range.
Mira Chandon with us with JP Morgan this morning. We welcome all of you across the nation. Yeah, we're sliding into the Labor Day weekend, but Mira Chandon's working, no doubt, at the spanking new JP Morgan building. Damian Sassar and I are here with Lisa Mateo and Michael Barr. Good morning on YouTube. We're really pushing this into the autumnal season. From your office, from home, consider YouTube a new digital
2025년 8월 29일 금요일 장마감 AI 모닝 브리핑입니다. 간밤 미국 시장은 견조한 경제 지표와 기업들의 엇갈린 실적이 혼재된 하루였습니다. 특히 시장의 관심이 집중됐던 엔비디아의 실적 발표를 두고 해석이 분분했는데요. 오늘 가장 중요한 이슈부터 짚어주시죠.
네, 오늘의 핵심은 거시 경제의 힘과 개별 기업의 지정학적 리스크 간의 줄다리기였습니다. 먼저 미국의 2분기 GDP 성장률 수정치가 예상치 3.1%를 웃도는 3.3%로 발표됐고 주간 신규 실업수당 청구 건수도 예상보다 낮은 22만 9천 건을 기록하며 미국 경제의 견조함을 다시 한번 확인시켜줬습니다.
경제가 예상보다 강하다는 신호군요. 시장에는 긍정적인 소식 아닙니까?
맞습니다. 경제가 탄탄하다는 건 기업 실적에는 분명 청신호입니다. 하지만 동시에 연준의 금리 인하 기대감을 낮출 수 있는 요인이기도 하죠. 이런 상황에서 시장의 대장주인 엔비디아가 실적을 발표했는데 여기서 지정학적 리스크가 수면 위로 떠올랐습니다.
엔비디아 실적 자세히 들여다보죠. 숫자는 좋았지만 주가는 시간 외 거래에서 하락하는 등 반응이 미온적이었습니다. 핵심적인 이유가 무엇이었나요?
매출과 주당순이익 모두 시장 예상치를 상회하는 좋은 실적을 냈습니다. 600억 달러 규모의 자사주 매입 계획도 발표했고요. 하지만 문제는 가이던스였습니다. 3분기 매출 전망치를 540억 달러로 제시했는데 월가의 일부 높은 기대치에는 미치지 못했습니다. 특히 가이던스에서 중국향 H20 칩 판매 전망을 제외한 것이 결정적이었습니다.
중국 판매를 제외했다는 것, 이게 왜 그렇게 중요한가요?
AI 칩에 대한 폭발적인 수요 자체는 의심의 여지가 없다는 것을 보여주지만 동시에 가장 큰 잠재 시장 중 하나인 중국으로의 수출길이 막힐 수 있다는 지정학적 리스크를 시장이 정면으로 마주하게 된 겁니다. 젠슨 황 최고 경영자가 백악관과 차세대 칩인 블랙웰의 중국 판매 허용을 논의 중이라고 밝혔지만 시간이 걸릴 것이라고 언급하면서 불확실성을 더했습니다. 결국 AI라는 거대한 성장 스토리 안에서도 누가 어디에 팔 수 있는가라는 현실적인 문제가 부각된 셈입니다.
엔비디아의 개별적인 이슈가 AI 섹터 전반에 대한 우려로 번지지는 않았습니까?
그렇지는 않았습니다. 오히려 AI 데이터 플랫폼 기업인 스노우플레이크는 AI 제품 수요가 폭발하며 연간 실적 전망을 상향 조정했고 주가는 14%나 급등했습니다. AI 인프라 투자가 계속될 것이라는 점을 명확히 보여준 거죠. 시장은 엔비디아의 중국 리스크와 다른 AI 기업들의 성장성을 분리해서 판단하는 모습을 보였습니다.
거시 경제와 지정학 이슈 외에 연준과 관련된 정치적 잡음도 계속되고 있습니다. 이 부분도 짚어주시죠.
네, 트럼프 대통령의 연준 이사 해임 시도에 맞서 리사 쿡 이사가 소송을 제기하는 초유의 사태가 벌어졌습니다. 중앙은행의 독립성이 흔들릴 수 있다는 우려가 커지는 대목입니다. 유럽중앙은행 22의 올리 렌 정책위원은 트럼프의 연준 독립성 도전이 글로벌 금융시장과 실물 경제에 상당한 파급 효과를 미칠 수 있다라고 직접적으로 경고하기도 했습니다. 시장 참여자들이 반드시 주시해야 할 리스크 요인입니다.
주요 기업들의 실적 발표도 많았습니다. AI 관련 기업들의 성적표가 특히 궁금합니다.
엔비디아의 불확실성과는 대조적으로 AI 인프라 구축의 다른 수혜주들은 환호했습니다. 델 테크놀로지스가 대표적인데요. AI 서버 판매 호조에 힘입어 연간 매출 및 이익 전망을 상향 조정했습니다. 2분기 인프라 솔루션 부문 매출이 무려 44%나 증가했습니다. 주가는 시간 외에서 10% 넘게 급등했습니다. 소프트웨어 기업인 오토데스크 역시 강력한 실적을 내놨습니다. 2분기 주당 순이익이 2.62달러로 예상치 2.16달러를 크게 웃돌았고 설계 및 엔지니어링 소프트웨어 수요 증가로 연간 전망치를 상향 조정하며 주가도 12% 급등했습니다. 반면 칩 제조업체 마벨 테크놀로지는 경제 불확실성과 관세 우려를 이유로 3분기 매출 전망을 시장 기대치보다 낮게 제시하며 주가가 8% 하락해 반도체 sek터 내에서도 희비가 엇갈렸습니다.
사이버 보안 분야와 핀테크 기업 실적은 어땠습니까?
사이버 보안 수요는 여전히 강력했습니다. 센티넬1은 주당 순이익이 0.04달러로 흑자 전환에 성공했고 강력한 수요에 힘입어 연간 수익 전망을 상향 조정하며 주가도 시간 외에서 9% 급등했습니다. 성구매 후결제 서비스 업체인 어펌 홀딩스는 매출은 예상을 웃돌았지만 주당 순이익이 0.20달러로 예상치 0.30달러를 하회하며 혼재된 결과를 보였습니다.
캐나다 은행들 실적도 있었죠?
네, 캐나디언 임페리얼 뱅크 오브 커머스와 토론토 도미니언 뱅크 모두 예상보다 낮은 대출 손실 충당금 덕분에 시장 예상치를 뛰어넘는 분기 이익을 발표했습니다. 두 은행 모두 주당 순이익과 매출에서 예상을 상회하는 견조한 실적을 보여줬습니다.
그 외에 주목할 만한 개별 기업 뉴스를 정리해 주시죠.
소매 유통기업들의 선전이 눈에 띄었습니다. 저가 소매점 달러 제너럴과 전자제품 유통업체 베스트바이, 스포츠용품점 딕스 스포츠팀 굿즈 모두 예상을 뛰어넘는 실적과 함께 연간 전망을 상향 조정하며 소비 경기가 아직 살아있음을 보여줬습니다. 반면 포드는 브레이크액 누수 문제로 약 50만 대의 차량을 리콜한다고 밝혔고 나이키는 구조조정의 일환으로 본사 인력의 약 1%를 감원할 계획이라고 발표했습니다.
정리해보면 미국 경제 자체는 튼튼한데 엔비디아라는 거목이 지정학적 바람에 흔들리는 모습이군요. 기자님, 오늘 여러 기업들의 실적이 엇갈렸는데요. 만약 투자자라면 엔비디아의 지정학적 리스크를 감수하고 저가 매수의 기회로 보시겠습니까? 아니면 델처럼 확실한 수혜가 보이는 쪽으로 눈을 돌리시겠습니까?
어려운 질문입니다만 현재로서는 불확실성을 안고 가기보다 AI 생태계 내에서 확실한 숫자를 보여주는 기업에 더 주목할 것 같습니다. 엔비디아의 기술력은 의심할 여지가 없지만 미중 갈등이라는 변수는 개별 기업이 통제하기 어려운 영역이니까요. 반면 대래 AI 서버 판매 증가는 현재 진행형으로 실적에 반영되고 있죠. 물론 이는 투자 성향에 따라 다른 판단이 가능합니다.
오늘 시장의 핵심과 다음 관전 포인트를 짚어주시죠.
오늘의 핵심은 시장이 이제 개별 기업의 펀더멘털을 넘어 지정학적 변수, 특히 트럼프 행정부의 무역 정책과 연준 독립성 문제를 가격에 반영하기 시작했다는 점입니다. AI라는 거대한 성장 스토리 속에서도 누가 어디에 팔 수 있는가라는 질문이 핵심이 된 것이죠. 다음 관전 포인트는 명확합니다. 바로 오늘 밤 발표될 7월 개인 소비 지출, PCE 물가 지표입니다.
연준이 가장 중요하게 생각하는 인플레이션 지표군요.
그렇습니다. 오늘 확인된 견조한 경제 성장세 속에서 인플레이션마저 예상보다 높게 나온다면은 9월 금리 인에 대한 기대감은 크게 후퇴할 수 있습니다. 반대로 인플레이션이 둔화되는 모습을 보인다면 시장은 안도 랠리를 보일 수 있겠죠. 단기적인 시장 방향성을 결정할 가장 중요한 변수인 만큼 투자자들의 모든 시선이 PC 데이터로 향할 겁니다.
장마감 AI 모닝 브리핑 오늘 순서 여기서 마칩니다. 내일 뵙겠습니다.
자, 여기서 개장 브리핑 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 장전 나우 기사 그리고 금일 중요 일정 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 좀 더 기사 체크 후에 잠시 후 20분부터 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 약 10분 뒤 장전 속보 전달 금일 중요 일정 확인 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Molly Smith has the best job in Bloomberg. She got to go to the U.S. Open and taste the food. I don't think it's food trucks this year. I think it's caviar and
Aperol, but Michael Barr, help me here. They got the Aperol Spritz going with Bowen Yang of SNL. I can see Michael Barr in chic tennis themed apparel, and it's a taste of Italy. Stop by the idyllic indoor-outdoor patio bar below Arthur Ashe Stadium. No wonder Molly Smith's going.
I mean, chicken nuggets with caviar and truffle. That's what it's all about there. Jumbo lump crab.
Have you ever been?
Baby iceberg wedge for $75.
Have you been?
I'm kidding. Yes, I have actually. I have. as a guest of somebody very important. Yeah.
I enjoyed it immensely, except the crowds were just too many people.
I had great seats. I saw Federer play there. It was the best, most incredible experience. I mean, they are so good.
I would have to see Emma play. I guess she's playing okay this year. You know, she's like, in the game.
I did see some highlights of Coco Gauff yesterday. Did you see that? That was
how's she doing?
She had like 8 double faults. But she won. She grinded.
She won, and she was crying through some of her sets because she also got a new trainer.
Errors,
and so this.
But the Giants quarterback's going to do the same thing. Crying through this first and second quarter. We'll have to see. Molly Smith and Tim Stenovic will be out at the Open this afternoon. It's a wonderful Bloomberg Radio tradition. They're going to be giving out the radio with the one station on it.
I remember that.
It's like
Wait, Tim Stenovic gets to go too. What is that?
I know.
Why don't
we're nothing.
It's crazy.
They're having honey deuces courtside.
A what?
A honey deuce.
Oh, that is that drink, right? I know what that is.
I got a photograph of them, and they have 3 melon balls that look like Slazenger tennis balls. From New York City, Bloomberg surveillance.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Will we have the first rate cut of the year next month? Well, today's PCE data could offer some insight. Today's report expected to show core PCE rising 2.9% in July. That's the fastest pace in 5 months. Let's Let's start with S&P futures right now. They're down about 0.3%. That's after the benchmark closed at a fresh all-time high yesterday. Dow futures down 0.3%. Nasdaq futures off about 0.5%. The 2-year yield 3.63%. That's little change. The yield on the 10-year 4.22%, and that's up 1 basis point. Oil and gold are lower. We have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index. That's up about 0.1%. Shares of Ulta Beauty, they're up 3%. The company raised its full-year outlook, reported second quarter results that topped expectations. And Gap, they expect their margins will shrink this year. Shares were down more than 1%. Now they're starting to take back up about 0.3%. And two stocks on the move, that would be fintech company Affirm. Shares are up about 15%. Strong guidance for its 2026 financial year after an earnings beat. And finally, Petco up 21%. Raised earnings targets for the year. Looks like it's turned around, starting to gain some steam. You know about Petco, Tom. We're on demand news 24 hours a day.
자, 금일 주요 일정 살펴보면서 장전 기사들 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우선적으로 경제지표부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 2025년 8월 29일 금일 주요 일정입니다. 자, 9시 반 중요한 7월 PCE 가격지수가 발표되고요. 9시 반 7월 도매재고 발표 예정입니다. 자, 그리고 10시 45분 8월 시카고연은 PMI 발표되고요. 11시 8월 미시간대 소비자 심리지수 발표됩니다. 자, 동일하게 11시에 이제 8월 미시간대 기대 인플레이션 지수, 기대 인플레이션 발표되고요. 그리고 02시 새벽 2시 베이커 휴즈 총 시추기수 발표됩니다. 금일 확인되는 백악관 일정은 따로 확인되지 않습니다. 자, 그리고 장 종료 전 알리바바의 실적 발표가 되었고요. 자, 기사 브리핑 이후 어떻게 발표되었는지 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 기사부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
We're thrilled to have you. Congratulations on this new effort at Bank of NASA. We're seeing a global disinflation. We have a story this morning on the Bloomberg. Did you know it's not?
자, 핀테크 앱들 JP모건 데이터 적금료에 맞서 가격 인상을 검토 중이라고 합니다. 자, JP모건이 이전까지 무료였던 고객은행 데이터 접근에 대해서 플레이드와 같은 핀테크 데이터의 중개업에 새로운 수수료를 부과할 계획이라고 합니다. 자, 이로 인해 이제 핀테크 기업들의 비용이 상승하고 결국 서비스 가격이 인상이나 무료 기능 폐지 등 최종 부담이 소비자에게 전가될 가능성이 높다고 판단이 되고 있습니다. 자, JP모건 측은 데이터 남용, 사기, 운영비 증가 등을 이유로 정당성을 주장했고, 플레이드와 핀테크 업계는 소비자 금융 데이터 접근은 권리이며 수수료 부과는 퇴보하라고 반박했습니다. 자, 로이터발 기사입니다. 자, 미국 800달러 이하 소포 관세 면제 폐지라는 내용의 기사이고요. 자, 미국은 금요일부터 800달러 이하 해외 소포에 대한 관세 면제 제도를 종료하고 모든 글로벌 소포에 정상 관세를 부과하기로 시작했다고 합니다. 자, 6개월간 가도기 동안 우편 배송 소포에는 국가별 구간에 따라 건당 80에서 200달러의 정액 관세가 적용될 예정입니다. 자, 2026년 2월부터 완전한 종가 관세로 전환할 예정입니다. 자, 엔비디아 관련 기사이고요. 출처는 블룸버그발 기사입니다. 자, 엔비디아 전직 엔지니어 영업비밀 유출 의혹 재판 직면. 자, 엔비디아 전직 발레오 엔지니어의 영업비밀 유출 사건으로 미국 법원에서 재판을 받게 되었습니다. 자, 이 사건은 2021년 발레오 독일 법인 소속 엔지니어가 엔비디아로 이직 후 화상회의 중 발레오 소스 코드가 그대로 화면에 노출되면서 시작됐습니다. 자, 이 사건으로 해당 엔지니어는 이미 독일에서 영업비밀 침해 유죄 판결을 받았고요. 자, 엔비디아는 혐의를 부인하며 해당 엔지니어를 해고하고 그의 작업을 모두 처리했다고 주장했지만 법원은 이를 받아들이지 않았습니다. 자, 법원은 엔비디아의 기술 개발 속도가 이례적으로 빨라지는과 코드의 유사성 등등 정확한 증거가 충분하다고 보고 엔비디아의 소송 기각 요청을 기각했습니다. 재판은 오는 11월에 열릴 예정입니다. 다시 엔비디아 관련 기사이고요. 기사의 출처는 CNBC입니다. 자, 엔비디아 상위 2 고객사가 2분기 매출의 39%를 차지했다는 기사가 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 엔비디아가 증권거래위원회 SEC에서 제출한 2분기 서류에 따르면 상위 2 고객사가 전체 매출의 39%를 차지했다고 밝혔고요. 이 두 고객사의 정체는 밝혀지지 않았지만 쪽 고객으로 분류가 되고 있습니다. 자, 애널리스트들은 이제 클라우드 업체 향후 투자 계획이 엔비디아의 성장의 핵심 변수라고 지적을 하고 있고요. 한편 엔비디아는 이러한 우려에 대해 고객층이 다변화되고 있다고 강조했습니다. 자, 대형 클라우드 기업 외에도 일반 기업, 신생 클라우드 서비스, 그리고 주권형 AI 등 구축하는 각국의 정부 등 다양한 분야에서 나오는 수요가 높다고 밝히고 있습니다.
maintain its dominance over the explanatory impact of across the major FX crosses globally.
자, 그리고 연준의 독립성 위기, 트럼프의 공세로 신뢰 흔들리나 라는 블룸버그 기사고요. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 연준과 갈등해서 리사 쿡 연준 이사 해임 시도라는 전례 없는 사태로 격화되면서 연준의 독립성이 심각한 위험에 직면하고 있다고 합니다. 자, 트럼프 대통령은 금리 인하 등 통화 정책을 자신의 뜻대로 통제하기 위해 이사회 과반 확보를 전략적으로 공개하며 측근의 인사를 연준에 임명하려는 움직임을 보이고 있습니다. 자, 이는 인플레이션 억제와 경제 안정성을 지탱해온 중앙은행의 독립성 원칙을 정면으로 위협하는 행위로 평가가 되고 있습니다. 자, 전문가들은 이러한 시도가 장기적으로는 미국 경제와 달러, 글로벌 신뢰도를 무너뜨려 인플레이션과 금융 불안을 초래할 수 있다고 강력하게 경고하고 있습니다. 자, 하지만 이런 심각한 우려 속에도 불구하고 금융시장은 아직까지도 놀라울 정도로 차분한 반응을 보이고 있어 전문가들이 안일함을 지적하고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 이제 연준의 쿠기사 관련 기사고요. 주택담보 사기 논란은 서류상 실수라고 주장하고 있고요. 자, 연준의 쿠기사가 자신을 해임하려는 트럼프 대통령의 시도를 불법으로 규정하고 이를 막기 위해 법원에 소송을 제기했습니다. 자, 쿠기사 측은 해임 사례로 제시된 모기지 문제가 고의성이 없는 서류상 실수에 불과하다며 실질적인 피해나 사기 의도가 없어서 법적 해임 사유가 될 수 없다고 반박을 하고 있습니다. 자, 나아가 이번 사태는 쿡 이사 자신과 파월 의장을 겨냥한 트럼프 대통령의 연준 장악의 시도의 일환이며 해임 시도는 그 명분에 불과하다고 주장을 하고 있습니다. 자, 이번 소송은 트럼프 행정부가 애덤 시프 상원의원 등 다른 비판적인 정치가들에게도 유사한 혐의를 제기하는 가운데 진행이 됐다고 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 법원은 쿡 이사가 요청한 임시행 금지 명령에 대한 심리를 금요일 현지 시간 금요일에 진행할 예정이라고 밝혔습니다. 자, 그리고 관세 관련 기사이고요. 자, 미중 경기 회복 신호 4주 연속 상승 전망. 상승 전망에 따라 구리 가격이 미국과 중국의 긍정적인 경제 지표에 힘입어 4주 연속 상승세를 보이고 있습니다. 자, 미국은 예상보다 빠른 경제세를 보이고 있고 중국은 산업이 감소폭이 줄어들며 과잉 생산 문제가 완화될 조짐을 보이고 있습니다. 자, 여기서 달러 약세 현상 또한 금속 가격 상승을 뒷받침하고 있다고 확인이 되고 있습니다.
We say good morning across your Labor Day weekend nation. It is Bloomberg surveillance on YouTube.
자, 알리바바 관련 기사고요. 자, 알리바바가 엔비디아 H20 칩을 대체할 AI 칩을 개발 중이라고 합니다. 자, 미국의 AI 칩 수출 제재에 맞서 중국이 자국산 칩 개발을 가속화하는 가운데 알리바바가 엔비디아 H20 칩을 대체할 새로운 AI 칩을 개발했다고 합니다. 특히 이 칩은 엔비디아 소프트웨어가 호환되는 범위용 칩으로 설계가 되었다고 합니다. 자, 하지만 전문가들은 이제 중국산 칩의 한계를 지적하고 있고요. AI 모델을 활용하는 추론 분야에서는 유용하지만 모델을 처음부터 만드는 핵심 단계인 훈련 과정에서 발열과 내구성 문제로 인하여 성능이 부족하다고 평가하고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 중국의 SCO 정상회의 개최 관련 기사고요. 자, 중국이 이번 주말부터 러시아, 인도, 이란 정상이 참여하는 역대 최대 규모의 상하이 협력기구 SCO의 정상회의를 개최한다고 합니다. 자, 시진핑 주석은 이번 회의를 통해 향후 10년 발전의 전략을 승인하고 미국을 견제하기 위한 공동성명을 추진할 것으로 예상이 되고 있습니다. 자, 특히 회의 기간 중 열릴 수도 있는 중국 인도 회담에서는 양국 관계 정상화에 국경 긴장 완화 문제가 논의될 전망입니다. 자, 하지만 SCO는 과거 이란 피습, 인도, 파키스탄 분쟁 등 회의국의 안보 위기 상황에서 제 역할을 하지 못하며 실질적인 동맹으로서의 한계를 명확히 보여왔다는 비판이 지배적입니다. 자, 그리고 유가 관련 기사도 하나 확인되는 게 있는데요. 유가 이제 수요 감소되면서 수요 감소 우려에 하락했다는 기사가 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 유가가 금요일 하락했지만 주간 기준으로는 상승 마감할 것으로 전망이 되고 있습니다. 자, 우크라이나의 러시아 원유 수출 터미널 공격으로 인한 공급 불확실성과 미국 여름철 운전 시즌 종료에 따른 수요 둔화가 맞물리며 등락을 보여주고 있는 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 이외에는 개인 기업 뉴스 확인이 되고 있고요. 펩시 관련해서는 펩시 이제 셀시어스에 5.85억 달러 추가 투자 한 내용이 확인이 되고 있네요. 자, 보유지분 8.5%에서 11%까지 증가한 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 전일 발표된 엔비디아 실적 발표 관련해서 몇 가지 말씀드리고 알리바바 실적 발표 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 어제 새벽 장 종료 후에 엔비디아의 실적이 발표가 되었는데요. 2분기 실적 요약 도와드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 총 매출 467억 달러로 전년 동기 대비 56%, 전분기 대비 6% 증가가 확인이 되고요. 자, 데이터 센터 매출은 411억 달러, 전년 대비 56%, 전분기 대비 5% 증가한 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 게임 부분 매출이 43억 달러, 전년 대비 49%, 전분기 대비 14% 증가가 확인이 되고 있고요. GAP, non-GAP 영업이익률은 72.4% 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 최근에 말이 많은 H2O, H20, H20 칩 관련 항목을 제외 시에는 72.3%로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, EPS 주당 순이익을 보게 되면은 GAP는 1.8달러, non-GAP는 1.5달러, H2N10 제외 시에는 1.4달러로 확인되고 있고요. 자, H2N10 관련사항, 이번 분기에는 중국 고객에 대한 H2N10 판매는 전무하다고 확인이 되며, 다만 약 1.8억 달러의 상당한 재고가 해제되었다는 점도 언급이 되었습니다. 자, 가이던스 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 향후 전망 가이던스 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매출 예상은 540억 달러에서 이제 소폭 상승 조정한 걸로 확인이 되고 있고요. 영업이익률은 동결 기존과 동일하게 70%대 유지를 하는 것 같습니다. 자, 실적은 좋지만 현재 확인되는 게 데이터 센터 성장 둔화 우려로 중국, 그리고 중국 리스크로 애프터마켓에서 주가가 2에서 5% 하락한 점도 확인할 수 있습니다. 자, 그리고 일부 애널리스트들의 이제 의견을 보면은 AI 붐이 지속될 것으로 낙관하고 있고요. 다른 쪽은 과열과 경쟁 심화로 이익이 하락할 가능성을 지적했습니다. 짧게 요약을 해보면은 기본 실적은 매우 강하게 나왔고요. 현재 변수로는 중국 시장이 변수로 자리 잡고 있습니다. 그리고 일부 애널리스트들의 엇갈린 반응, 그리고 그에 대해서 젠슨왕 경영진은 자신감 있는 표명을 발표하였습니다. 자, 장전 발표된 알리바바 실적 확인 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Are we in a bout of global disinflation and potential Chinese deflation?
Thanks very much, Tom. I'm not sure about the movie rights. Netflix haven't been knocking just yet. Look, I think that this is part of the issue, isn't it, when it comes to the fracturing of the global economy? The idea that actually there's a pullback from globalization, we'll get higher inflation. Actually, I think rather the opposite is true, that we won't get so much of a pullback from trade and globalization, but a bifurcation.
자, 2025년 6월 30일 기준 분기 실적 발표이고요. 기준 매출 2,476억 5,200만 위안, 345억 7,100만 달러, 전년 동기 대비 약 2% 증가한 걸 확인할 수 있고요. 그리고 기준 희석 주당 순이익 14.75위안 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 전년 동기 대비 약 10% 감소한 걸 확인할 수 있는데요. 자, 매출이 하락하더라도 현재 클라우드 및 AI 관련 매출 호조, 그리고 중국의 이커머스의 강한 상장세로 예상치보다 긍정적으로 발표된 것 같습니다.
$7 trillion since February of 2022. Why hasn't that had any impact whatsoever on credit spreads and by an extension of that, high beta asset classes?
자, 클라우드 및 AI 분야가 고성장을 했고요. 약 26% 고성장을 한 게 확인이 되고, AI 제품 매출이 연속적으로 세 자릿수가 증가한 게 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 알리바바 중국 이커머스, 특히 그 중에서 노키커머스 고객 관리 매출 등등이 88VIP 회원 성장,
then I think spreads remain pretty tight, and risky assets remain pretty supported.
Neil, in your book, you've got the
해당 부분이 좀 긍정적으로 적용한 것 같고요. 그리고 국제 디지털 커머스 AIDC 부분의 적자급 적자폭 급격한 축소, 영업 효율성 개선이 실적에 좀 긍정적으로 작용한 것 같습니다.
I think we should be worried, right? I mean, it's chapter 8. There's a chapter 9. It's not.
자, 엔비디아 관련해서 나온 이제 실적 발표는 남겨드리도록 하겠습니다.
It's Labor Day. You can go to the beach.
Are we back to the warring blocks?
I think that at one extreme you have the prospects of China invading Taiwan and the US getting pulled into a conflict in Asia Pacific. And clearly that is something, at that juncture, I say this in the book, the impact on global GDP is the least of our worries at that point, disastrous though it could be. But there's lots of events that could happen up to that point that would still have substantial effects both in markets and also for the global economy. We tend to think of China invaded Taiwan as this almost like a D-Day amphibious landing on the island of Taiwan. There's lots of things that China could do that would both disrupt shipping flows to and from Taiwan, which would in turn disrupt the flow of semiconductors to the rest of the global economy, for example, would have enormously disruptive effects. So you don't need to have the kind of doomsday war in order to have really substantial economic effects.
Neil Shearing, Capital Economics, thank you so much. We celebrate his new book, The Fractured Age, How the Return of Geopolitics Will Splinter the Global Economy. Futures negative 22, a real slow feeling. We're open all day. I mean, there's not like, we're not closing trading at 11 a.m.
No, yeah, but these markets are going to be stale today, it looks like, unfortunately. I mean, but look, everybody's going to be looking ahead to after Labor Day. I mean, when the doors open on Tuesday morning, it's going to be green light go.
We need a briefing on that. We'll have good conversations through the morning. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Damian, Lisa. Israel has declared Gaza's largest city a dangerous combat zone and says it is in the initial stages of a planned offensive that has drawn international condemnation. Israel's military says it suspended midday pauses to fighting, which had allowed food and aid supplies to enter from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Israel also says it has recovered the bodies of 2 hostages and vowed its military offensive would return more. The suspension comes weeks after Israel first announced plans to widen its offensive in Gaza City. Police in Minneapolis say they are still looking for a clear motive in Wednesday's shooting at a Minneapolis Catholic church that left 2 children dead and 17 others injured. The shooter, 23-year-old Robin Westman, died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound at the scene. Police characterized Westman as full of hate. Authorities say they recovered 116 rifle rounds at the scene, along with 3 shotgun shells. Meanwhile, the father of one of the 2 children killed is asking for his son to be remembered for who he was and not as the victim of a mass shooting. Jesse Merkel's son, 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, was killed inside Annunciation Catholic Church.
While the hole in our hearts and lives will never be filled, I hope that in time our family can find healing. I pray that the other victim's family can find some semblance of the same.
Also killed 10-year-old Harper Moisky. In Washington State, Border
자, 금일 시효 일정까지 올려드렸습니다. 잠시 후 9시부터 시장 지켜보고 트레이딩 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 개장 브리핑 및 소식 전달 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
All the hard work that they're doing, you know, a lot of them aren't from here. And for them to come and leave their families and to come and protect ours is just an amazing and blessed event.
However, Border Patrol says it steadfastly enforces the laws of the U.S. and unapologetically addresses violations of immigration law wherever they are encountered. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Damian, Lisa.
Michael Barr, Tom Seaver. And so much of his giantness was how weak the teams were he played for.
Yeah.
He never played for, the easy over 500 all the time.
He reminds me of the Dick Butkus of baseball.
Yeah, exactly. Pittsburgh, 59-76, 437 ball. His record's lousy. I mean, there's no other way to put it here. His name is Paul Skeens. He pitches at Fenway Park tonight.
Yes, he does.
It'll be packed. Ready? Red Sox probability 51.3%. Pittsburgh Pirates 48.7%. Just because of Paul Skeens. That's the game of the day.
Now a look at the front pages.
What's making news around the world?
Your daily roundup of today's headlines on Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, and Lisa Mateo.
Okay, thank you, People Magazine, for this brief. I read People daily. At the Coffee Tail Bar at the U.S. Open, it's time. You can order an espresso martini in the morning or the new iced tiramisu. Iced tiramisu. It's made with cold brew, chocolate syrup. How do you pronounce this?
Tiramisu?
Mascarpone?
Tiramisu, right?
Tiramisu, whatever. Mascarpone?
My goodness.
Yes, mascarpone.
Mascarpone mousse.
Ooh.
Okay.
At this time of the morning, sure.
It's never too late. Okay, the newspapers with Lisa Mateo.
Okay.
Sip of coffee.
This one, okay, while you do that, okay, so this article actually stood out to me. It's from the Wall Street Journal, but it was a really good look into higher prices and how that's affecting because of the cost of tariffs, how they're passing on to consumers. So this was a big thing. They pointed out a few things, right? We saw companies like Hormel Foods, J.M. Smucker, Ace Hardware. They all said they're going to raise their prices. You had retailers like Walmart, Target, Best Buy. They said some of their tariff-related price increases already in place. My daughter came home from a Target run, gave me the receipt. I was surprised. It was a lot larger.
It's all micro. It's a microcosm stuff.
Yeah. And it starts to add up, though. That's the problem. But here's the thing. You have retailers like Dick's Sporting Goods, Victoria's Secret, Dollar General. They're saying that even though the prices are higher, consumers are still buying. And so far. So far. Exactly.
I think there's a big
But they're
here.
warning how soon you can take
well,
that.
I'm looking at the article, as well, and it's all food prices. I mean, are we really seeing price increases at Dick's Sporting Goods and Victoria's Secret? I mean, are we seeing it hit at retail, like real retail, or is it more just, that's where I think they're going to have trouble passing on price increases. In some
I know
of these
we got to
sectors.
go on to the next story, but Liam Denning, folks, I'll retweet it out without question. The essay of the week on Across America, your electric and gas utility bill.
Yep.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. The next one, please.
Definitely.
That was great.
Okay, so this one, my husband will like this because I wake up right at the wee hours of the morning, and sometimes he gets up, mad dash outside, forgets to put out the recycling and the garbage, right? So he rushes out. Yep. But now there is some new technology that could help him and others who have to do that mad dash, self-driving trash receptacles. It is in the works. I'm just letting you know that you could order it on demand like an Uber. It just takes it out to the curb for you, okay? So this is
No. Lisa, I have to chime in here. This is not only real. This is also something that at the golf course at Tamarack Country Club, they have the lawnmowers along the fairway. So they basically have saved so much money by basically getting these AI programmed lawnmowers to just go back and forth. They know how to charge themselves up, come out of the charger, and just kind of
so it's like the vacuum
cut
that
the
does
lawn
it by
and
itself,
mow the lawn.
cut the lawn.
So it's the same thing here. And this is even simpler to do. I mean, all you're asking is to take for a trash can to leave your garage, and go to the end of the curb.
It's a huge problem because we have a growing garbage
Tom
crisis.
knows a thing or two about taking the garbage out, right, Tom?
No. Silence.
Take it down the hall.
But that's just one of the things that they're doing. And also electric powered garbage trucks, because they're so loud. Sometimes people complain about the noise. So could be on the way. Electric powered garbage trucks too.
Okay.
All right. I want to go to the U.S. Open. Okay.
Please.
Yes, because Naomi Osaka, she advanced, right? But what was actually the star of the U.S. Open are her Labubus. Okay.
Labubus.
She had two of them. They were blinged out, okay? They were very, very, and she named them after famous tennis players, okay? The first one is named Billie Jean Bling, okay? After Billie Jean King. Red rhinestones all over it. Another Arthur Flash, named after Arthur Ashe, yes.
Nailed it.
Yes, there you go. Encrusted blue and white rhinestones, okay? But she is just another one. All the celebrities are having them.
On the court?
They're attached to her bag, and each little Labubu has their own little tiny tennis racket. It's the cutest thing ever.
Okay. And this, she's like making these, endorsing these. It's like her.
They're like customized for her. But what it's doing, it's sparking, again, the whole Labubu craze. I mean...
We've gone so far from Stan Smith, Roscoe Tanner.
Well, I mean, all the women
Jay
are wearing them
Connors.
around their bags, and it's just really...
The new mini ones sold out. They just came out. They're sold out, the mini ones. I'm telling you, it's a craze.
Thank you. Lisa Mateo on the newspapers.
On the
Thank
Labubus.
you so much. We've got some dollar strength. Damien Sessa and I will talk about that. Have a good Labor Day. Travel safely and patiently. Good morning.
자, 2025년 8월 3차 마지막 거래일 트레이딩 진입하도록 하겠습니다.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
The president wants lower interest rates from Chairman Powell.
What's the timing of tariffs showing up in some of the inflation data?
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
U.S. stocks had their best day since 2008.
And Michael Barr with news.
China and the U.S. are at odds on a number of issues.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Michael Barr, Lisa Mateo. Mr. Sweeney on assignment. Damian Sassower here before he dashes to the golf course. It is that final day of summer. It is Labor Day weekend. We are distracted here for Bloomberg 1130 by the United States Open Tennis Tournament. Winston was just with us with Bank of Nassau.
He's going to be there, yeah.
He's going not once, but twice.
Yeah, he works in the
a
Bahamas.
hitter,
Takes the private jet.
It's a quiet tape, but I'm sorry. I got strength in the dollar. Why is the dollar stronger this morning?
Well, I think you've got the inflationary data coming out of Europe, which is obviously, kind of flat to weak. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just really been light trading. I mean, repositioning, people it's been a range-bound dollar for the better part of the last month. We need to see some sort of a catalyst for it to break out, lower here.
Catherine Kaminsky to be with us in a moment. She's with Alpha Simplex on the market. Hugely influential guest for us. And the Tyler Kendall, short duty, she's outside the courthouse in Washington for the Trump Cook legal festivities today. We'll go to her here in a bit. Lisa, you got to help me here before we go to the market. I just found, if I was to go to the Open, Josh Capon to the rescue, celebrity chef. He's doing Fly Fish by Josh Capon, and it's a fresh Maine lobster tucked into a toasted potato roll and topped with tarragon and celery. I don't even want to know what the price of that is.
What's the price on that?
We'll have to try.
It's got to be a hot lobster roll, though. It's got to be Connecticut, right?
Yeah, it has to.
It has to be.
You got it. And I'll even cut him some slack there. Although they say Maine lobster, so maybe. But that's a good. We'll do some research on
Yeah, we got to do a little more research there.
A little bit. Josh, thank you for that fly lobster roll at the U.S. Open. From the Interactive Broker Studios, the Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa Mateo.
You got it. We have futures trending lower this morning. This is ahead of today's inflation data due out about a half hour from now. We will bring that to you live. That's going to bring some insight on how quickly the Fed can adjust interest rates lower. We had the Fed's Christopher Waller again said he would support a quarter-point rate cut next month and also signal more easing over the next 3 to 6 months. But we'll start with NASDAQ futures down 0.5%. Dow and S&P futures both down 0.3%. The two-year yield 3.64%. That's up 1 basis point. The yield on the 10-year 4.22%, and that's up 2 basis points. The currencies, the dollar edging higher. This is putting the currency on course for its first weekly gain in 4. We have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.2%. To earnings we go. We have shares of Dell. They're down this morning about 6%. The company booked fewer sales on AI servers. Also reported profit margins that fell short of estimates. Then you have Marvell Technology. Their shares are down about 14%. Its data center revenue missed. That's the reason for that. And then Alibaba, a surge in revenue from China's AI boom, and what that did, it helped offset because it had a surprise drop in profit that was tied to a worsening battle with Meituan and also JD.com. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Damien and Tom.
Lisa, thanks so much. Key economic data coming up here in 26 minutes. We'll have that for you. A headline, the PCE inflation, but much, much more. I'm really focused on inflation-adjusted spending, the strength, 70% of the economy, the strength of the consumer. For the equity markets, our interview of the day, this is Catherine Kaminsky, Chief Research Strategist, Alpha Simplex. Forget about the back and forth, the up, the down, and that. It's the trend that matters. Katie, where is the most identifiable trend in your research right now?
Well, I think the biggest trends have been the weak dollar, which has moved a little against that this week, but also equities have been doing well. And you also see broadening in the equity universe, which I think has been interesting this month.
What's a character of the stock market trend?
Well, I think, you're seeing, instead of it being less concentrated, you're also seeing continued U.S. Trend signals strengthening more than outside the U.S. So that has been kind of progressing over the last few months, especially over the summer. So we're still not seeing really high conviction yet, but we've definitely seen strengthening in those signals. So I think that sets us up for, a positive view going into the fall, I'd say.
Katie, I'd love to get your thoughts on some of the tick data we saw coming out of the U.S. here in May, June, in the period when the U.S. dollar actually declined, but it seemed like we had foreign buying of U.S. equities, and we know what happened post-Liberation Day. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts. I mean, is that what's fueling your bearish dollar narrative, or is it something deeper?
So the U.S. dollar narrative has been very strong, and I think the biggest strength of that has been and it's been puzzling a lot of investors as well. A lot of people are highlighting hedging flow, hedging against the dollar. But I also think, the fact that the dollar has fallen so much and we're expecting rate cuts, that's actually quite a catalyst for continued, weakness in the dollar over the next few months. So I think that signal has remained pretty persistent. And, we still don't really know the ramifications of the trade policy changes on the dollar yet. So, more to come.
And what do you think about commodities here? I mean, we've been looking at some of the inflation divergence, I guess, across different sectors, across different products here. We were discussing that just a minute ago, and I'm curious, I look at like agriculture, I look at grains and I see them off this year, but then I look at livestock, meat prices, cattle, poultry, double digits plus, 20% plus. So, where is the inflationary impact going to hit deepest within the commodity complex?
Well, this is a good question. We have seen a lot of positive movements upwards in metals recently, but I think the biggest outlier this month has been coffee, which is a very clear story related to tariffs on Brazil. So I think, you're going to see a lot of movements in ags. We've actually seen short signals in some of them, as you highlighted, but, really sort of energy hasn't been in the game much, so that's something that could actually be interesting.
That's why your coffee wasn't so good this morning, Tom. I mean,
the coffee
Tom's been through 3 cups of coffee already. He's having a real problem.
Kona Hake was on with E.F. Mann and was just brilliant. There's some real challenges in coffee. Tell me about oil. I skimmed out of London oil report by Goldman Sachs. Katie Kaminsky modeling out oil south. I look at the chart and I got a set of lower highs. Is there a trend oil south?
Well, you definitely tend to see a little bit of trend strength weakness right now at this time of the year as we move into the fall season outside of the U.S. driving season. We have slightly long signals in energies, but that has been just a roller coaster, to be honest. So energies haven't been one of the bigger movers so far, but if we do see an inflation push, I could imagine that could change, especially over the next few months. But we haven't seen energies do much. They've been very range bound.
Katie, let me get one more question in here as well. On yield, are we seeing, to me, the 10-year real yield's within range. 30-year bond, I got international bonds breaking out with a second derivative. It's ugly. I do not have that in the United States. What does the 30-year or the 10-30 spread look like in long-duration U.S. paper?
Yes, that has been interesting this month. You've seen short signals in long-term international bonds, things like the OAT, for example, German bonds. But when you look at the U.S. complex, it has been petering around with some long signals, especially as we started to see, indications of cuts. But the long-term rates still are sitting with some negative signals, although they're weak. To me, that is just an indication that people are concerned about inflation hitting the long end of the curve over the next few months and the potential impact of higher inflation should we see that finally pass through.
Right.
So to me, it's very mixed, confusing. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, we'll go with that. Katie Kaminsky, thank you so much with Alpha Simplex. Too short a visit this morning. It is too short a visit because there is theater in Washington today. I want to explain this on the Constitution on the Avenue and on the lawn. You know, there's the famous buildings, including the Fed, the Eccles building, the archives, and all. And then there's other white marble buildings that you just sort of wander by and don't ignore that are the actual backbone of our government. Prettyman is the building of our court systems there, the U.S. courthouse, including, you know, all sorts of public duties, the Court of Appeals, the District Court of Columbia, where there will be an important hearing today, and the United States Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Tyler Kendall is there this morning. Tyler, when and what will we see this morning with Ms. Cook in the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, hey Tom, good morning. Well, I'm expecting it to get a lot busier where I am around 10 a.m. Eastern, because that is when this federal judge is going to start to look into this court case brought by Fed Governor Lisa Cook against President Trump over his attempts to oust her. Now, the first matter of business is that Cook is seeking what's known as a temporary restraining order. This would only be temporary. We are expecting her to file something known as a preliminary injunction, which would be longer lasting. But the gist of both of these actions would be to reinstate Cook for the time being, potentially let her be there and vote at that September meeting while the broader legal case works its way through the system.
The judge is a Biden appointee. There's obviously a political nature to this. If we have this court today at the district court, what is the next step for President Trump and for Dr. Cook?
Well, the next step would likely be, however this TRO ruling goes, there will be an immediate appeal to that. This is going to take a long time to work its way through the system. Let's say that this temporary restraining order is approved, then Cook would be reinstated and business can basically assume as normal, Tom, as the broader legal case over the firing makes its way through the court system. We are expecting this to go as far up to the Supreme Court. Now, we could get into some of the legal angles here, but as you well know, really the crux of the issue at hand is whether or not President Trump has sufficient cause to fire Lisa Cook. Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 says that a president can only remove a Fed official if there is this sufficient cause. And there's really questions here about whether or not these mortgage allegations reach that very high legal bar.
Well, Tyler, that's such a qualitative assessment, right? I mean, how can that really be enforced at the court level? But look, you know, I need to ask you while I have you about FHA Director Bill Pulte saying there's some third mortgage now that that Lisa Cook had taken out or something. I mean, what's the news on that?
Right, so this came yesterday in a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now the FHFA Director Bill Pulte, who's really emerged as sort of the champion of the pressure campaign on the central bank by this Trump administration. Of course, he was the first one to really raise those concerns about the cost overruns when it came to the renovations of the Fed building. He has now had this second criminal referral to the Department of Justice saying that there is now a third mortgage related to a property in Massachusetts. A similar allegation here that Cook had listed this as a second home, but instead ended up using it as an investment property where she made somewhere between $15,000 to $50,000 off of it. We should just say, important, that of course these are just allegations. The DOJ says that it will investigate, but there have been no criminal charges filed.
Taylor, thank you so much. Taylor Kendall at the courthouse in Washington for the court affairs of Ms. Cook against Mr. Trump. We'll look for that this morning. And of course, we'll have complete coverage on Bloomberg Intelligence worldwide and on YouTube. Futures negative 23. A little time here with Damian Sassauer here. And I really want to sort of synthesize back to Wall Street. We haven't talked about this, Damian, but I think you and I know from a distance, there is, can I use this word? A frenzy of mergers and acquisitions tone to this autumnal Wall Street. Frenzy is the only word.
Well, I mean, if you just look at the bank earnings, right, and you look at some of the revenues that are coming off the investment banking arm and all the underwriting, all the M&A that's going hand in hand, it seems like it's been pretty active. In fact, there was a great article yesterday, Tom, about merger arbitrage, which is an old hedge fund strategy that's gotten kind of rolled up into these multi-strats. And basically, a lot of these fund managers are making so much money for their, for their bosses. They're rolling out and launching their own funds, and they're raising money from institutional investors to do it. So it just speaks to the overall vibrancy vibrancy of the M&A market.
Who initiates the M&A? Are the CEOs and the leadership of these companies saying, let's go, or is Wall Street selling it to the companies to say this is the advantage now?
Well, you know, somebody made a very interesting point to me the other day, a man by the name of Eric Balchunas, when he argued that the Mag 7 isn't just 7 companies, it's really like 700 companies if you include all of the companies they've acquired, and not small ones either. We're talking YouTube, et cetera, right? So, you know, if you just look at all the companies that are rolled up into the 7 largest by market cap, yeah, it's not any one company. And I think that really speaks to, and their success speaks to the success of M&A in general, really.
I mean, we'll have to see on that. All I could say, folks, is it's been, am I right? It's been so quiet for like quarters and quarters and quarters.
Well, that's why Michael Barr's in here now, so he can liven things up a bit, right?
No, but it's been quiet. I mean, the investment banking business has been quiet.
It has, you know, I think it has.
And all of a sudden, boom.
I think people are waiting for interest rates. You know, I think if you look at where it really comes from, for me, it's about rate-sensitive sectors such as real estate. And you want to talk about activity picking up.
You
if
think
rates come down.
The bet is rates come down?
Well, yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. I think a lot of people are on the sidelines.
2-10 spread, the vanilla spread, the difference between the 2-year and the 10-year yield has come in a little bit. It's a little flatter over the last 2-3 days, 58 basis points, 0.58 percentage point difference between those two yields. I look out right now, broader economics at the 10s, 30s yield, and that's really something to see in the United States and, of course, internationally. As we've talked about this morning, it's been sport, to say the least. Futures, -22, key economic data in 14 minutes. With our news in New York City is Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Damian, Lisa. Authorities continue to comb through piles of evidence to try and figure out what pushed a person to go to a Minneapolis Catholic school and open fire, killing 2 children and wounding 17 others. Police say the suspected shooter, Robin Westman, left behind hundreds of pages of writings of pure, indiscriminate hate. Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
This is an individual who, unfortunately, like so many other mass shooters that we have seen in this country too often and around the world, had some deranged fascination with previous mass shootings.
Chief O'Hara says the writings of Westman, who died by suicide at the scene, show an obsession with the idea of killing children. Jim O'Neill, a deputy to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., will serve as acting director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The Trump administration wants O'Neill to replace Susan Menares, who is fighting for her removal just a month after starting the job. Former CDC director under President Obama, Dr. Thomas Frieden.
60 years of vaccine policy are being reversed in 6 months. And although there's been discussion of transparency, we've seen just the opposite, with decisions being announced on social media as opposed to being rigorously debated in the open with open recommendations for what doctors should give their patients.
Meanwhile, Secretary Kennedy briefly touched on the turmoil at the CDC during an event in Texas. The White House says CDC Director Menares was fired for not aligning with President Trump.
There's a lot of trouble at CDC, and it's going to require getting rid of some people over the long term.
Several other CDC leaders resigned this week. There's word President Trump revoked former Vice President Kamala Harris's Secret Service protection on Thursday. That's according to a copy of a letter reviewed by CNN. Former president received Secret Service protection for life, all of them. Harris, as a former vice president, received 6 months of protection after leaving office, according to federal law, and that period ended on July 21st, but was extended briefly. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Damian, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. I think I got a cold lobster roll from Josh Capon at the U.S. Open.
Oh, it's cold lobster rolls.
But what's interesting is you look out over the internet and all, nobody has the prices. I got a Red Hook lobster roll there for $40, which seems almost reasonable.
Yeah, no, 40 seems reasonable
compared to the beverages and all that. But
does how much
watch
lobster?
Tennis? That's what
Well, yeah, I got to say now, this, especially with all this that's going on at the U.S. Open, it's like, my goodness. I mean,
remember when you go to the game and your father would be on his third Narragansett lager beer, and the options were, they wouldn't let you have the Pabst
Blue Ribbon.
your father give you a bag of peanuts and say, "Here, eat
a
this."
bag of peanuts. Yeah,
that was it.
At the baseball game.
That was the food option, a bag of peanuts.
Now you can get a lobster roll.
I was just in Cape Cod about it earlier this month. The lobster roll, it's about $40.
Yeah. I mean, that's where they are. I enjoyed Yankees Red Sox here recently. Great seats, great. Thank you, New York Yankees, for that. Ooh. The lady cut me off for the hot dogs.
Yeah.
I was in Rockstar seats where it's free food, so you're not looking at the $10 hot dog.
And they deliver it to you too in your seat.
She said it's not like you can't have 9 hot dogs across the innings. You can't, Mr. King. You got to stop somewhere this side of the seventh.
So you were at Yankee Stadium. You didn't watch him at Fenway.
No, I went to Yankee Stadium.
Fen dogs. Fen dogs are better than Yankee dogs. I think. Fen dogs.
What kind of King eats Hummer hot dog?
You know what Yankee Stadium is known for is their LaBelle steak sandwich, though. That is the best. It's so good. Extra gravy, a little bit of horseradish.
We welcome you across the nation. It is Bloomberg Surveillance. It's been a wonderful summer for us, far more active than we ever thought, and all the politics going on. Thank you especially to Michael McKee for his leadership in our economic coverage. I saw a Michael McKee sighting today. I think maybe he'll be
in the building.
Is he scheduled to be with us? I don't even. I'm lost without the interns. It was easy with the interns. Mr. King, can I get your coffee? Mr. King, do you need some sanctity?
Now I'm getting you coffee.
No, it's like without the interns, folks, it's not the same.
It isn't, I know.
We are steeled for an eventful fall, to say the least. We're already into planning on that. Please stay with us through the fall. Please do that on YouTube. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. It's growing each and every day. It's Bloomberg Surveillance.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, futures still falling. Investors awaiting the Fed's favored price gauge. Clues on the path to interest rates. Today's report about 5 minutes from now expected to show core PCE rising 2.9% in July. That would be the fastest pace in 5 months. We shall see. Let's start with S&P futures. They're down about 0.3%. That's after the benchmark closed at a fresh all-time high yesterday. Dow futures down 0.3%. NASDAQ futures down about 0.5%. Two-year yield 3.64%. That's up 1 basis point. The yield on the 10-year 4.23%, and that's up 2 basis points. Oil and gold are lower. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.2%. Few stocks on the move this morning. We have shares of fintech company Affirm up about 16%. Strong guidance for fiscal 2026. Earnings beat as well. Petco, ticker WOOF, WOOF. Love that. Up 19%. Raise its earnings targets for the year. Looks like that turnaround starting to gain some steam for the company. And then we go from WOOF to CAT. Yes, Caterpillar down more than 2%. It warned that it faces a larger than expected tariff headwind. Listen to this, as much as $1.8 billion this year. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Damien and Tom.
Fish is the old symbol for Azure Midstream Partners LP. You could have gone from wolf to fish. Thank you. We begin, and we are commercial free to the top of the hour with this key set of economic data. Michael McKee with us later. Yelena Shulteva with us later. We begin strong with Sarah Wolf. Thrilled that she could join us this morning for a briefing into this economic data in PCE. Sarah, I want to get back to first principles. CPI inflation, core CPI, there's business inflation. What is PCE? Why do I need a PCE index if I already have a CPI index?
I love that question. You're really getting down to the basics. So CPI, if we remember from Econ 101, is everything that you pay out of your own pocket. It's your basket of goods that comes out of your wallet. PCE is a more encompassing measure, so it incorporates everything you pay out of pocket and then things that get paid on behalf of you. So think about healthcare insurance. So PCE would capture a larger weight for healthcare insurance. Or think about if you're in the military, the clothing that's purchased for you. And so the Fed does like to look at PCE as the preferred measure because it is a broader measure of inflation.
Is the disinflationary vector broken? Has it snapped to where we're leveling? Or can you dare say, give me an inflationary vector before this report?
I mean, we're just at the early days of getting the re-acceleration in inflation. I think that we could agree that, you know, when we thought back to April, when we thought inflation data would start to accelerate off tariffs, we all thought, oh, the summer and then it'll be over. The reality is that what we've heard from earnings from companies is that inventory building was actually a lot stronger in the second quarter, and that's helped keep prices lower through the summer, and that the price pressures are just starting to trickle through right now. We're really going to be getting more of that pressure in the coming months. So we're looking for a 0.3%, which is an acceleration relative to the recent trend, but it's fairly mild. We're going to see that pickup in trend in that 3-month annualized pace, which is going to start to accelerate higher.
Sarah, all morning we've been talking to Mira Chandan at JP Morgan, Winthin. We've been talking to Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex. We've all been talking about the potential for inflation in the U.S. to diverge between Europe, or let's just call it the rest of the world. You know, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. I mean, should I be buying should I be buying oats, basically French oats, on, you know, some of the things we're seeing between Germany and France here?
Obligaciones. Yeah. What are you saying? Sarah, excuse me here. He's out of control.
Well, somebody's talking in my ear while I'm trying to pronounce things.
Sarah, say
I think you bring up a good point that what's happening with tariffs is twofold. First of all, businesses in the U.S. are having to pay for a lot of these tariffs. So instead of businesses overseas that are exporting to the U.S. taking the burden of the cost, a lot of that is hitting U.S. businesses and in turn getting passed through to consumers. So more of that price effect showing up in the U.S. Add on top of that we've seen a devaluation in the dollar, depreciation. And so that's not helping with the inflation story in the U.S. And actually, that depreciation in the dollar is keeping prices lower among our trading partners relative to the U.S.
What's your 12-month forward inflation number, CPI, before we do PCE? What's your statistic 12 months forward?
So 12 months forward, we're looking at inflation that's probably still somewhere around 2.5% to 3%. So we're getting that reacceleration, but it's going to be sticky, I think, coming back down. It's really also going to depend on how much weakening we see in the economy. If we see persistent weakening through 2026, we could get that downward drag coming through the services channel. But I would say more likely than not, we're actually going to be getting some reacceleration in growth going into 2026, just as these prices are picking up because you're getting the one big beautiful bill stimulus, you're getting the AI CapEx story. And so we just put out in the NABE policy survey for August 2025, economists think that inflation is not going to rise as much from
Sarah, we got to
tariffs.
go, Sarah, right to the 8:30 statistic.
This is breaking news from Bloomberg.
All right, let's get right to it. We're going to go to the PCE price index. There was a month over month. There was a year over year as well. We also have personal income and personal spending. So let's get to core PCE price index month over month. So for July, okay, the expectation was for 0.3%, came in right on target there. Core PCE price index year over year, 2.9% was the expectation, came in right on target right there as well. We go to regular PCE price index for July, expectation 0.2%, came in on target as well. PCE price index year over year, nailed it, 2.6%, right on target. Personal income and spending, that also is right on target. Personal income, 0.4% was the expectation, came in at 0.4%. Personal spending, up 0.5%. That's where it came in on. So it looks like things are pretty much on target. As far as the markets right now, still futures lower. We have S&P futures down 0.2%. Same for Dow futures, NASDAQ futures down about 0.4%. And in the yield space, 3.6%. 2%. That's the 2-year, little change. The yield on the 10-year, 4.21%, and that is little change. Damien and Tom.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Greatly appreciate that. Our target report. I don't think I've ever seen a survey that matches the. A study that matches a survey like we've just seen. Sarah Wolf with us here. Sarah, I don't know if you saw this. Thank you to Bloomberg Television for alerting me on it. But folks, Canada
GDP
came in with stunning statistics. There's no other way to put it. Second quarter Canadian GDP, the forecast was a negative 0.7. And they came in at negative 1.6. They came in with a lesser inflation. Sarah Wolf, this is a global U.S. inflation report. How does Morgan Stanley see this mixing out in the next 2 or 3 quarters? Is it going to be a global slowdown combined with an America that's resilient?
I mean, the reality is that there's going to be certain economies that are way more affected by U.S. tariffs and the spillover from the slowdown we're seeing in the U.S. Canada being one of the number one countries that are going to be affected as one of our closest trading partners. Over 20% of our exports go to Canada, and way more of Canadian exports go to the U.S. I think somewhere around 80%. And so we're seeing that spillover is going to slow global growth, but I think largely a big hit of it is going to be felt within the U.S., that we are going to bear the brunt of the tariff slowdown because, as I mentioned earlier, businesses in the U.S. are pushing that price through to U.S. consumers and other consumers. So think about in Europe, they're actually getting a deflationary impulse from the slowdown. And so I do think that that's worth noting, that the U.S. is going to slow down, and it's going to take Canada and Mexico probably with it in this economic deceleration.
Well, Sarah, I think you hit the nail on the head here. Listen to this one. Exports on annualized from the U.S. into Canada fell 27% on the quarter. That is a huge, huge miss. And you're seeing dollar CAD rise off the back of this, although not so much, a little bit of spike here. But, talk to us about what this means for the dollar narrative. If you start seeing GDP in some of the U.S.'s largest trading partners coming off to that extent, do you expect the dollar to rally or fall on that news?
I mean, it's all about how we are relative to certain economies. So the U.S. CAD might appreciate, but if we think about the trade that investors are going to be putting on the U.S. euro, for example, that we're still seeing a relatively better situation in Europe. And so there's going to be a little bit more of a diversified trade. There's still room for the dollar to depreciate further as the tariff story starts to materialize. So I wouldn't discount the fact that just because we're getting a bit of a rally in the dollar off of this weaker news in Canada, that that's going to be the new uptrend. I think as we start to get the slower numbers, the weaker numbers coming in from the US paired with a better situation coming in from Europe, so they're going to be able to cut interest rates more, we could get further dollar depreciation.
Sarah, you guys do brilliant work. I mean, the legacy here of Stephen Roach and Richard Berner has been identified, and the Morgan Stanley excellence of Seth Carpenter and all. Great. Do you guys care what the price of beef is at the grocery store?
It matters to the extent that it's hitting consumer wallets. Of course, we like to strip out food and energy and core inflation.
Which drives me nuts. Lisa, can you strip out food and energy over the next months? Come on, Sarah. Nobody except fancy people like you strip out food and energy.
As a consumer economist, I agree with you that food and energy are the most important components that go into the basket when you think about the everyday consumer and how they view prices, right? So if you actually look at what drives inflation expectations, which seems to be the only thing that the Fed really is focused on right now, the number one driver of inflation expectations is retail gas prices and the price of a carton of eggs and a box of milk. Because those are the most salient prices. And so you could add on to that other things, other staples people like to buy, like the price of beef. And so if we see an acceleration in these other components, that does start to feed through into inflation expectations and become a real concern for the Fed.
We're commercial free for you. If you do the top of the hour, Michael McKee will join us here in a bit. Elena Shulateva will join us as well. But right now, we're looking at, it's not a carton of milk. It's like, give me some 1%. I mean, come on. Damian, Larry Kudlow became famous.
Tom, Sarah and I both strip out tomatoes, onions, and potatoes when we're looking at inflation in India. You have to do it. Yeah, they call them top. It's often referred to as top. Tomatoes, onions, and potatoes.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
Sarah, I have to ask. Yeah, absolutely.
You're a font of wisdom. Oh, we have Sarah's gone.
Sarah's gone. I would ask her about. We can ask Yelena.
Why don't you bring in Yelena Shulateva here?
Yelena Shulateva, former Bloomberg colleague of mine. Yelena, welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. Let's talk a little bit about the inflationary pressures that are emanating from China into the rest of the world. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I think that we can just quickly cover it and all go home because that was largely as expected, right, this report. But seriously speaking, I think that today's report doesn't add much in terms of the new information. We already knew that consumers are still holding up. They are spending on goods. So goods spending increased by 0.9% in July. And we spend less on services. So that is telling me that consumers are becoming more choosy in what they have to spend on. They are stocking up again. Look at the advanced trade report that also came out along with the data on inflation. We saw a huge increase in imports. So I think we have some kind of a deja vu here because, we're stocking up again ahead of the new set of
Yelena Shulateva with us with the Conference Board, the senior economist there. Yelena, let me ask a dumb. It's not like Damien would ask this. I'll ask a dumb question. On a scale of 0 to 100, where we say the tariffs have been passed on to the consumer in America, where are we on that continuum? From 0 to 100, are we like at 10? Where it's barely in effect, or 50 midpoint, or is there now becoming a huge effect of tariffs on our listeners and viewers?
I think we're in the early stages of that. And Sarah was referring to that as well earlier. I think we're in kind of like a 20 to 30% on that scale probably. Look at what is happening. So today we get an expiration of the de minimis tariff exemption. So that alone, according to the Conference Board research we published earlier this year, will add a few tenths of a percent to PCE inflation later on this year. I think that is an important thing as well. So I think that, we stocked up inventory with cheaper inventories earlier this year. And now it's just the time when we're going to start seeing inflationary pressures. So I think they will continue to build into the end of the year and going into the next.
Sorry about that. Elena, I know we could stick to the U.S. here, but I'm going to talk about Canada here because this GDP print was pretty surprising to the downside that we just got at 8:30 this morning. And, we're seeing growth kind of, coming in a little bit across the board. And I'm seeing central banks literally across the board from Mexico to the U.K., Poland perhaps next week, the Philippines this week. They're cutting rates. Are we missing something that other countries are seeing? Is growth slowing more quickly in some of these other nations? And is that why the central banks are acting so aggressively?
Well, you have to, when you disrupt the system, and that's what we see, right, with all the new policies and policy actions, something will break somewhere, right? So, and you have to react to that. I just don't think that in terms of the U.S., we are, heading into some kind of a downturn at this point. I think growth in the U.S. is still solid. Despite all the disruptions, and it's a very tough choice for the Fed what to do the next meeting and going forward.
We continue with Yelena Shulateva, the conference board. Bond market showing higher yields, 10-year up a solid 3 basis points, 4.23%. 30-year bond not at 5%, 4.91%. Equities do better than before the 8:30 report, moving from negative 25 futures about now negative 18 futures. The VIX 14.56. With Yelena Shulateva, Damian Sassar. Damian?
Yeah, so Elena, look, we've been talking all morning about the impact of inflation on growth, the impact of inflation on pretty much, some of these local economies, not just in the U.S. but abroad. But what I really want to get a sense of, what are you seeing on the ground here? Just real economies, the real purses and the pocketbooks that are being, do you see consumer discretionary spend coming down here in the U.S., or is there potential for it to surprise to the upside still?
I think we see a slowdown, and based on our conference board consumer confidence data, you do hear a lot of concerns about inflation and how that will impact consumers going forward. So look at this report again this morning. So services were pretty weak, even though goods spending rebounded from its tepid pace based in the second quarter of this year. So that tells me that, consumers are really facing tough choices. They have to spend more on food and things like that are necessities, and they have to forego what could be a discretionary spending, like going to Disney World or other things.
Yelena, thank you so much. Yelena Shulateva, the conference board with us off this key economic data. I do want to review her. We really focused on PCE. Lisa Mateo with that great effort at 8:30. Personal income came out on plan. I don't have a revised number. Personal spending, I do have a revision. It came in on plan 0.5%, but a more buoyant prior reading of 0.3 moves to 0.4. So again, it's that tendency to that word solid economy. Dealing, I was on the horse out with Joe and Tracy at Jackson Hole. They got me one of the Clydesdales. Trigger was great. I didn't fall off, which was half the battle. Somebody who actually rides a horse at Jackson Hole and is gifted. Michael McKee. Head of all of our economics. Before we dance into what we're doing right now, your single vision, your summary of your effort out west this summer.
It was quite interesting and also somewhat unnerving, because there was this palpable sense of worry about what's going on with Fed independence. And then, of course, Tom, as you saw, there was a massive security presence there.
Massive security presence, but the unnerving part into September, October, November, what are you watching in the data that leads to a study of that unnerving?
Well, if we're talking about it in that sense, we're talking about what the Fed is going to do at their September, November, December meetings. And in this case, we're looking at the inflation numbers and the jobs numbers. And it was interesting to hear Chris Waller last night suggest in a footnote that they're also following the ADP numbers, and they have shown deterioration. They get the ADP numbers on a weekly basis and use them to form their own index. And they have been deteriorating since the last jobs report.
And this is Waller's wheelhouse. When it started, Damien, with this was a question about Mr. Waller. Now he's popping 50 beeps talk back down to 25 basis point. With this economic study this morning, it screams moderation by the Fed, doesn't it?
Not necessarily.
I got that wrong. Damien, please.
Well, I mean,
what we do see is some spending increase on automobiles drove much of the increase overall, and automobile spending is expected to drop off some because the tariffs are going into effect, and the auto companies have said they're going to be raising prices once we get to the 2026 model year. Now, I don't know exactly what that means, but you two are old enough like me to know that it was always when the football season started, they started the new car ads for the new year. So somewhere around this time.
Well, you know what, Mike, here's the thing. I'm looking at the PC data. I'm looking at yesterday's GDP data, and it's all on the screws. There's no news here. There's nothing really here. What I want to ask you is, let's look forward 1 week from today when NFP comes out. And I want to ask your humble opinion here, your gut check here. You know, just a few months back, we were looking at payroll prints of the 150, 170 ilk. Now we're looking at a consensus estimate of what, 74,000 added last month? Talk to us about that shift, that change, and are the markets digesting that properly? Is that a precursor to something more notorious here in these markets?
Well, there's two numbers that the Fed has got to watch. One is the number of jobs created, and that has slowed tremendously, and the expectation is that it will continue to do so. But they are also following the unemployment rate, and that is the sign they have for what's happening to the overall economy. If people start losing jobs, they're much more worried. And at this point, it hasn't moved very much or very quickly. The issue is, and Waller brought this up last night, is what is causing this? Is it because we're seeing no entrance into the labor force because immigration's been cut off, or is it because companies are holding on to workers, which is sort of it's kind of a combination of two, is the general consensus, but Waller thinks it's not so much immigration.
Okay, I got two questions. First one's important. The unemployment rate right now, the zeitgeist on global Wall Street and particularly Manhattan Wall Street, is anybody modeling out over 5% out there somewhere?
I have not seen over 5%. I have seen 4.5 to 4.6, and that would be considered.
And this is because it's all immigration influenced.
Well, yeah, your denominator would change, and that would make the unemployment rate hold steady if there's nobody entering the labor force. So that's the question: is what's going to happen with the labor force size there? But the Fed is less concerned, Tom, with the overall level than they are with how fast it goes up. Because it's when unemployment starts to rise, it starts to rise much more quickly because lots of companies are going to be laying off people because they see a problem in the economy. And that's what we have to keep an eye on.
Okay, nobody cares. All they care about is the money. This is like making a movie. Like we need like Kevin Costner tonight at Fenway. We need James Earl Jones in the stands.
Right.
You know, with the if you build it, they'll come or whatever. Field of Dreams. I mean, are you kidding me, Mike? We got the #1 pitcher in baseball showing up, and the Red Sox have joined the Hollywood trade. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Peyton Coyle? Am I close? The pitcher?
I think you're close. Yeah.
I'm somewhat close. He's second round pick out of TCU. It's like he was playing rookie league earlier in the season. A ball, double A ball, triple A. The kid comes in tonight. It's got to be sold out. He's going up against a stud. I mean, it's like the movies, Mike.
I suppose it is, but this is one of the most interesting times of the year for stuff like this. He's actually coming up a little early because it's September 1st when they can expand their rosters. So they're going to see what they got here.
Damien, here's a quote from Ken Rosen. The last pitcher to see such almost as quick a rise is the man he's facing, Paul Skeens.
Skeens
this is like theater.
Well, I think the Red Sox are 2.5 games up on the wild card. I think the Yanks are 2 games up on the wild card. Is that right?
We're chasing the Blue Jays.
But we're not going to catch them. We're looking for one. We're just trying to get a wild card bid here. But I think it's just going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting postseason if you have the Blue Jays, the Red Sox, and the Yankees all dueling it out with who the Astros, the Tigers.
You know how you can tell? You look at like StubHub and you see what the resale prices are.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
They're going up for all of those teams.
That's exactly right.
At Fedway. The interesting thing about Peyton Tull is that he's 6'6", so he would look Tom right in the eye.
Wow. Yeah, for our audience, Tom is not a small person.
I went to a Dwight Yoakam concert, and I sat directly behind Roger Clemens, and he could barely get in the chair. He's so big. These guys are huge. I did a thing with Derek Jeter and Alec Rodriguez once at the Marriott. They're like, my height, but they're twice the size.
Yeah, no, I know.
They're like ginormous.
They're Giancarlo Stanton.
We got 30 seconds. Arnoldus Chapman, best signing ever?
Oh, no. Not the best signing ever, but a good signing. I would
say Babe Ruth was the best signing ever.
Well, you could argue that.
Thank you for that. Okay.
And the worst trade ever.
Okay. Lisa, has this been enough baseball talk?
Please.
Okay. Thank you. Michael McKee with the economic.
Michael passed out behind the wall there.
What's important here is Damien asked the right question as it moves us on to non-farm payrolls and inflation. We'll be bringing you that data if we survive Labor Day weekend. Futures at negative 26. Good morning.
매도진이 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. It's Stock Movers. Damien Sassauer with us. We're all fired up
Getting loony here.
Of course, you know, Petco, Chewy, and all of them. Might as well give your heart and soul to it. Joining us now on Woof, Lisa Mateo.
I love it. Ticker WOOF. Yeah, Petco shares have been up more than 20% before the bell, so a big surge. It raised its earnings targets for the year, but the company has been under this turnaround, so it's starting to work. I mean, it brought in CEO Joel Anderson, reported its first annual net loss as a public company, so they brought him in to kind of shake things up. So he's focused on like revamping the stores, closing underperforming locations. He's reworking all the inventory. He's adding investment in high growth areas like animal pharmacies and also grooming. Yes, Tom knows about the grooming costs. And then when you compare it to Chewy, Petco has fallen about 15% this year through the market close yesterday compared to a 24% rise for Chewy. So the two completely different.
Where's Amazon in all this? I mean, just extremes Amazon.
Do you put Topper on VetBill's food? Does VetBill get Topper?
What is Topper?
Like a little something that makes, you know, since it's not just like your typical run-of-the-mill like dog food.
My brother called up and said they'd switched to some fancy overpriced live like real food thing.
Yeah, that's that.
So unfortunately we tried it because of him, and the dogs instantly were better. They liked it. They looked better.
That's right.
So we do this
high end.
They don't. Mrs. Keene won't let me know what it costs.
Right.
It's just.
It has to be in the fridge, doesn't it?
It has to be in the fridge, and it comes in a big fridgy box.
Yep.
Good morning, Nashville, Tennessee. I think that's where it comes from. But it's dogs. The kennel fee went to the dentist. $1,202.
Wait, what?
$1,202.
You don't brush your dog's teeth?
No, the kennel fee is really high. Like she's doing something like with Ogilvy or something, ads.
Okay.
And they said you got to get the teeth done. So we had the doggy teeth done for $1,200. Next.
My goodness, that's why I have no pets. Dell, that's where we're going next. Ticker DELL. Their shares have been down about 6%. So they booked fewer sales of AI servers than in the previous 3 months. Reported profit margins that fell short, but there's been this sales boom for makers of high-powered servers like Dell because of the need for computing to run
so
the AI tools.
Michael Dell is AIE?
Yes, the servers. So because they depend on these expensive processors from companies like NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, investors are worried about the profitability of the AI servers. So that's a big worry for them. Despite all that, though, Dell did boost its annual outlook. They posted quarterly sales and profit, topped estimates. Its rival HP, we talked about them the other day, they had better PC numbers Wednesday, sales rising about 6%.
Right.
But when you compare the two, I mean, overall HP shares have performed worse than Dell.
The pandemic, Dell's up 42% per year.
Yeah.
Bottom of the pandemic.
I mean, yeah, of course. No, I mean, well, it depends on where you got in. But, I mean, Dell's actually made some progress in recent years, I think, on a number of different fronts. Their top line, their bottom line, they've improved margins. Yeah, I mean,
okay. Yeah, one more?
We got to go to Caterpillar, CAT, yes, the world's
Caterpillar.
biggest maker machinery, right? Mining construction. It warned that it faces a larger than expected tariff headwind, and they gave a price as much of $1.8 billion this year. Now, you compare that, it's higher than their August 5th guidance, which put it at 1.3 to 1.5. So it's a bit higher. They say the revision, it's not expected to affect the company's sales and revenue outlook that were provided back in August. Citi's saying the main reason is because tariffs on steel, aluminum, I mean, huge for them, obviously.
I think
D4 medium dozers.
No, but this is a key question. Is tariffs, you know, I have my own opinion. Nobody cares what my opinion is. But the answer is, Damien, professionally, that's the most important analysis going into the autumnal season.
Well, the M316 wheeled excavator is just not selling off the shelves the way it used to, I guess.
Last 10 years, Caterpillar up 22% per year. It's like
really?
Almost outperforming like Apple.
Wow.
You know, they're getting it done. They're down at is Irvine's near Dallas, right? That's not near Austin.
Irvine is near Dallas. Yeah, I think
it's like Cowboys.
Yeah. Yep. Next gen mini excavators.
Is that it? Are you done?
Yeah, we could wrap it up.
Thank you for coming in on a Labor Day Friday.
Of
really
course.
Appreciate it. Lisa Mateo.
Lisa from the
in here, getting it done. We say good morning. We're going to give you all we can this morning after that key economic data. Good conversation.
Yeah.
What is it? It's a hard day's labor weekend.
To get your money This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
It's not really a Mag 7. It's an Elon 7.
How long can bull markets last? Give us a sense of where we are.
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
President Trump's tariffs really rock global markets.
And Michael Barr with news.
The Israeli army launched a special ops mission overnight.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene. I got to remember the opening. 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Michael Barr, Lisa Mateo. It's that kind of Friday, folks. We've got the economic data out, and we had futures advance. They were negative 20-something, now negative 16. It's a better tape. VIX 14.52. Yields are higher, but I got to admit, there's like a Friday, Labor Day weekend listens to it. I am watching the 30-year bond, 4.91%. Damian Sassar with us. In your world, what does it mean if these longer duration debt and EM unravel?
Well, I mean, look, when you think long duration in emerging markets, you're not really looking much past the 5-year point of the curve, right? Well,
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
to create stickiness in fixed income markets, local fixed income markets, is not an easy thing to do to convince investors to move out along the curve. And, I think in most of the major emerging markets, the 10 years really as far out as you get. There's no real 30-year that trades, with any sort of liquidity, any semblance of liquidity there. So look, what does it mean? It means that you're going to see steeper curves. It means that you're not going to see as much of a bid for some of this long-dated paper. That is until, we sort of see growth come in and inflation expectations come off.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Damian Sassar with us here. And what we're going to do now is to really devote some time to this magic thing. Damian, for you, what does a tennis event mean for New York City? I love it. It's just the city. Yeah. It's just this 2-week interlude or 3-week, whatever it is. There's just a grace to it.
And it's so easy to get there now. I mean, it used to be such a pain to go out to Flushing Meadows, but now it's gotten really easy, And look, I love it. I mean, I think it's great for the city. I think it's great for the sport. And, we have somebody in the studio who knows a thing or two about tennis.
Well, yeah, we are.
I mean, can we bring her on?
We're going to bring her in right now. I mean, here's some folks that came to me and they said, Tom, what do you know about tennis?
Player, Syracuse.
And the tennis coaches used to say to me, Tom, go play hockey. And today, Tim Stanovic, who actually played some serious tennis.
Did he?
And Molly Smith is a beast. I mean, I remember, she's too young to remember.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
Davis racket, which was this little delicate wood racket where you swat at the ball and return it. And then Arthur Ashe showed up with a head racket in 1975 and pounded Jimmy Carter with a Wilson racket. Jimmy Connors, excuse me. Jimmy Carter's the president. Jimmy Connors.
Probably could have pounded Carter,
that set up the racket wars. The racket wars were head versus Wilson.
Dunlop, Prince
Molly
Juniors.
Smith only shows up with a head racket right now. Are the racket wars still going on in tennis?
I mean, there's so much investment in the technology in tennis. It's honestly, a lot of it is beyond my comprehension. It's so much about really the strings now also, not even just not just the racket head itself. I mean, a lot of that is more considered about the surface area of the racket as well as the weight. And it's, generally a lot of players like to go lighter with the frame because you can generate more racket head speed. But then the string technology is also just constantly evolving. How the tension you're stringing it at, it's a whole science that's beyond me.
What part of the game is the distinction part? Like, I'm going to guess in golfing is putting. I'm guessing, or go to hockey or whatever. What part of the tennis game is where you say Djokovic is like that and the other guy isn't?
I think it's probably mental is really what separates the top players from the rest of the field. And this was something that, if you guys were following the tournament in Cincinnati, which was the big warm-up going into the U.S. Open, we had this French qualifier who made this amazing run to the semifinals. This guy, just broke into the top 100 for the first time in his life. And he had this really amazing observation to say, like, between the 50th ranked player in the world and the 150th ranked player in the world, there's not really a huge difference physically. Everyone can hit the ball. They're all doing that all day long. The big difference is how the top guys play the big points. And that mental toughness is really what sets them apart.
It sounds like Damian Sassar on the golf course.
For me, the big difference is the cost for 6 chicken nuggets with caviar and truffle. Yes. I mean, did you try all of that yourself?
No, I didn't do that, but I do actually have a different story out today that's on the Bloomberg. That's you guys were talking about how you think the U.S. Open is this great event, and I had a different take.
Really?
I mean, I love it. This is my actually next year for me will be 30 years at the U.S. Open.
Wow.
But for me to watch it evolve over the last 3 decades and how it's become so much more of an entertainment event, exactly,
totally
beyond
agree.
the tennis. That's what really gets me, as well as other hardcore tennis fans who miss how accessible it used to be, a much more low-key event, not all the influencers, the celebrity sightings, the crowds, how expensive it is. It's really just this whole spectacle now that it didn't used to be.
In celebration of the U.S. Open, and Molly's dead on about the entertainment folly versus what we used to know. Molly Smith with us at Bloomberg News, Legit Tennis with Tim Stenovic at 3 p.m. today. Our coverage, it's an annual right here at the U.S. Open. Damien Cesar.
Well, Molly, I mean, look, I mean, isn't that the goal? Is to get these, or get your audience there as early as possible, not let them leave until late at night. And I will say this: the one thing that Flushing Meadows still does well is they keep them there pretty late, right? The way they schedule these events, some of the matchups that come under the lights. I mean, it's just, despite what I agree with everything you're saying, but it's just so powerful and so tough to leave, you know, now with the outside.
Oh yeah, I mean, trust me, it killed me to leave Tommy Paul last night after. I mean, I was just going to stay for the first set because I knew I had to be here early this morning. So that was at 10:30 p.m. the end of the first set. I stayed up until around 1:30 to watch the end of the fourth set. They still went to, another. It went 4.5 hours and to play 5 sets. Tommy finally won. He had match points like maybe an hour and a half earlier.
We make jokes about it, but I'm going to ask a tough question. The men go 5 sets, the women go 3 sets. Molly Smith on that dilemma.
I mean, a lot of the women will tell you, hey, like, no one's ever asked us, but if they did, we'll play best of 5.
Then why? I'm lost.
I think that this is where, to Damien's point about the scheduling here, best of 5, it's magical. Look, this only happens at the slams. This is a 4-time-a-year event, but like the scheduling that it creates, these headaches, like when you have matches going, well past 2 in the morning at a lot of these slams. Can you imagine they're doing that on both sides? Like that would just be a nightmare from a logistics perspective.
Wow. You know what I was doing at 9 p.m. last night? I was playing couples canasta against Dan and Danny Weinstein. Shout out to Danny Weinstein. I crushed them. It was so good. I mean, the boys just killed the girls last night. Couples canasta. It's a great thing. You should get into this. You and Ami should be playing this with us. We could do it online.
Can we talk about mixed doubles instead?
Okay, sure. Let's do that instead.
Does anybody care about doubles?
Well,
yes, they should.
They should. I mean, that's
asking,
what most clubs...
Oh, come on. Nobody cares. They just want to know if Djokovic is going to show up. And,
He did play the mixed, actually. So this was the thing that...
Really? The stars play the mixed doubles?
Well, this was what made this year's U.S. Open really different. The mixed doubles is usually... doesn't get a lot of, people in person or on TV. I don't know if they even really broadcast it in the past. And this year, instead of it being played toward the end of the main 2-week stretch, they moved it up into Fan Week, which is traditionally that free week of qualifying rounds for the singles tournament. But they also made the mixed doubles draw just a 2-day format, but really only featured the top singles players, which kind of for me and a lot of other real tennis connoisseurs was really upsetting because there is this whole contingency of players who make their living playing doubles that were not invited to play in this. Thankfully, the one team that was actually won, and they were the defending champions, so they had a lot of pressure on them and something to prove that, hey, this is different than just the singles guys coming on here for a little, show and tell for 2 days. But this was it was a really big moment for the Italians who won that.
I always thought the doubles were like 2 people from the same country, right? But that's not necessarily the case at all mixed doubles. Like you have you have Rudd and Swiatek. They're not from the, so you
correct.
have I didn't know that.
They're all over the place. I mean, in the Olympics, sure, like you'll see from the same country. Actually, I'm not sure now that I don't know that mixed doubles is actually an Olympic sport. Maybe I'll take that back. But usually, yes, same country.
We got to go to Tyler Kendall here in a moment. She was ranked years ago in tennis. What's your number one advice to the parents listening? So the kids in tennis don't
I mean, I think there's a lot to say for people taking time away from the game right now. And, Amanda Anisimova was a great example of that, made a great run to the Wimbledon final this year. She took almost a year off, though, like that the lifestyle becomes too hard. You're on the road for so long. It really did her a world of good, and I think more players are going to start to do that.
I got to ask about my love. Is Emma Raducanu, is she back?
She's still going. I think she's on at 11 a.m. today. Yeah, I think she's the first match on.
I saw her lose front row. It was great. To some wonderful woman from France who hit the ball like Ray Bork hits a slap shot. and I counted on Emma's hands 7 blisters.
Oh.
I mean, she was always hurt.
Yeah.
She's back now. She's like,
I mean, she's playing a lot more consistently better, but like for her, the next thing is to get that ranking really back up so that she's seeded going into these tournaments.
Let me ask you one question. So if there's Alcaraz and Sinner, who do you see as being the next man up after the two of them, right?
Oh, it's so tough. It really is their world, and everyone else is living in it right now.
It reminds me of like, right, when all of a sudden it was Federer and who for years, and then all of a sudden Djokovic stepped into it, you know? So, yeah.
I think, you know, that we've got like Zverev and Fritz, you know, are very consistently up there in the mix, but I think Shelton has a lot more firepower to trouble the top guys.
Man, you would have crushed Stanovic in college. You would have just like absolutely crushed him.
We're talking about Tim Stanovic here, not a professional tennis player. This is our radio.
Does Tim wear tennis goggles? Does he wear like real tennis goggles when he plays? Because you know, I could see
Tim and I haven't played together, but you know, we
intimidating.
might have to after hosting this show together. I mean, I'm trying to play with one of my ESPN friends this week who's out here to, he was the Syracuse girls tennis coach when I was there. So we're going to try to hit together later this week, or next week, rather.
체결되었습니다.
확인 바랍니다.
That would be
Oh, 100%.
Try to keep it longer than 3
taking
minutes.
money on Molly.
Molly Smith with us with the coverage today, 3 p.m. legit tennis coverage with Stanovic and Smith. Look for that on Bloomberg Worldwide. Thrilled to give you that this weekend. You know, ranked, I should say, years ago. Tyler Kendall joins us now. Awesome at tennis, but outside where the ball will go back and forth at the courthouse today in Washington. A serious moment for Lisa Cook of the Fed, of Michigan State, of Berkeley, against the President of the United States. Lisa, how will the President be represented at this court hearing? Excuse me, Tyler, how will the President be represented today at this court hearing?
And Tom, just very quickly on the tennis note, I should add that I am a Connecticut state champion in tennis.
I knew that.
Just
I was
as a
going to hope
fun
you'd
fact
bring that
as an
up.
aside, but when it comes to this court case today, actually, we just heard from President Trump and his legal team in a court filing that landed moments ago, where President Trump is again doubling down on this idea that it is up to him to establish cause. And then a really important nugget that I want to pull out of what we're learning from this filing from President Trump is that he says that he gave Lisa Cook due process. This idea of due process is going to come up a lot today. And President Trump in this filing says that he gave her 5 days between posting on Truth Social that he wanted her to resign and ultimately firing. And therefore, quote, Dr. Cook offered no defense to the charges, not in public or in private. Now, of course, we know that due process would be working its way through the legal system, but it's really interesting to see really the White House double down on this pressure campaign at this point against Fed Governor Lisa Cook, as today marks the first day in what's expected to be a pretty long legal battle ahead. But as you well know, today it's really focused on this idea that she could be temporarily reinstated into her governorship as this plays out.
Tyler, I look at all this with Lisa Cook, and I think back to just a few months ago when Adriana Kugler officially stepped down from her position as a governor at the Fed. And I'm curious, just looking backwards here, she said she was going to do it for, I don't know, she wanted to return to academia or something, but was there something deeper there, perhaps, that impacted her? Are there things going on behind the scenes, pressures that the White House are putting on some of these Fed governors that we're not even hearing about?
Well, I'm not sure if there's anything when it comes to that case, though we do know that the pressure campaign has really been ramping up by this administration on the Federal Reserve. And we have our own reporting that this could extend beyond the Board of Governors, for example, and even into the regional presidents. My colleague Saleha Mohsen had some pretty incredible reporting earlier this week that once in every 5-year reappointment process for the regional Fed presidents that's coming up in February could even be at risk of a pressure campaign from this White House if they are able to secure 4 out of the 7 seats on the Board of Governors, which helps with that reappointment process. So it's been pretty broad-ranging when you think about all of the allegations against the Federal Reserve, starting, of course, with just President Trump's pressure campaign against Jerome Powell, calling him too late, then turning into what we saw in the cost overruns with the renovations of the central bank's headquarters here in Washington, and now resulting in what is a legal battle with Fed Governor Cook over these allegations of mortgage fraud.
So again, this whole concept of alleged conduct doesn't amount to cause for dismissal. I mean, when you think of cause, is there a way that you're thinking about it? Like, is there anything structural there? I mean, what do you think of when you think of cause?
Well, if we look at the actual statute here, it's Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 says that the president is allowed to remove a Fed official when it does come to cause. And historically, cause has meant malfeasance or a neglect of duties related to the job. And that's going to be a really important part of this as well. And we've actually heard from Trump administration officials. Peter Navarro was on Bloomberg television earlier this week saying that the White House is prepared to argue that it doesn't matter when these allegations took place, even though this was before she ever was a Federal Reserve Board governor. So that's just another added interest here.
This Friday, Tyler, nobody cares. What I want to know is the total dominance of New Canaan, Connecticut tennis. I mean, Tyler, what was it like working with a tennis machine that was New Canaan tennis?
We were Class L champions, which is the largest of the school blocks. I was a doubles player, so I have to, of course, give credit. If anybody happens to be listening out there who was my teammate, it was definitely a team effort.
Very good. Tyler Kendall, Connecticut
no
champion.
idea New Canaan.
She's a rock star.
Oh, I am well known in New Canaan, in those areas, those Darien, New Canaan parts up there. Sure.
She's a rock star.
CCNC,
baby. Folks, this is the way we roll at Bloomberg. To go from Molly Smith to Tyler Kendall, I mean, this is how you do it.
I had no idea.
To get to tennis this afternoon.
I mean, their lacrosse team is unbelievable too, and their football team, I mean, is unbelievable. I'm talking, they've got it's a powerhouse school up there in
Tyler Kendall, very seriously. Lisa Cook, of course, at the courthouse today. We'll have complete coverage and monitor that. No doubt through the weekend, I would think comments from President Trump as he chooses. Futures, negative 17, the VIX 14.54. In the yield space, I'm looking at the 10-year real yield, a little bit higher yield, 1.80%, churning on a Labor Day Friday. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Damian, Lisa. The families of the children killed in Wednesday's mass shooting are speaking out. The father of the 8-year-old boy killed while celebrating Mass in a Minneapolis church wants his son remembered for the person he was and not the act that ended his life. Jesse Merkel's son, Fletcher Merkel, was killed inside Annunciation Catholic Church.
Please remember Fletcher for the person he was and not the act that ended his life. Give your kids an extra hug and kiss today. We love you, Fletcher. You'll always be with us.
Also killed 10-year-old Harper Moisky. The Trump administration's campaign to remove Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook continues. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte sent a new criminal referral against Cook to the U.S. Attorney General, saying she originally claimed a home in Massachusetts as a second home, but later listed it as an investment property. This follows an earlier complaint that she fraudulently listed homes in Michigan and Georgia as primary residences. More with Jerry Haynes, founder at Pangea Policy.
Whether or not the president can do what the president says he intends to do depends on the facts surrounding the Cook situation. So far, we don't have any of those facts, and I would urge people not to assume that they understand what's going on. It's a developing situation still, as recent headlines show.
Terry Haynes at Pangea Policy. A federal judge has set a hearing for 10 this morning, Wall Street time, on Cook's request for a restraining order to keep her job. Jim O'Neill, a deputy to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., will serve as acting director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The Trump administration wants O'Neill to replace Susan Monares, who is fighting her removal just a month after starting the job. Israel said its military had recovered the bodies of 2 hostages, including an Israeli man who was killed in the October 7th attack that sparked the war. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Damian, Lisa.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, we're brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com. That's oracle.com/Bloomberg. Oracle.com/Bloomberg. Futures negative 17. It's got a real Friday feel to it, but I do want to point out FX has a bit of a lilt to it. The dollar stronger on DXY, 98.06. right now. That's a resilient dollar, at least, to say the least. I want to talk now, Michael Barr. I think this is really, really important. If I look at Damian Sassower, like, you're going to be out there. You're going to try to get in 36 or 48 holes this weekend, whatever the number is.
Divisible by 18, Tom.
Aren't the golf courses packed on a perfect Labor Day weekend?
Maybe the public courses. I mean, even the private courses. No, yeah, it's going to be a very busy weekend.
Are you someone that plays fast, or do you play slow? Oh. Are they behind you going, what are you doing?
That is a
lining up for the Masters?
I'm a slow golfer, my friends tell. So my friends tell me I think I'm pretty fast, but I guess they don't think so. They think I take a lot of time over the ball, and I overthink things. Go figure.
Michael, are you shocked?
No, not at all.
No,
it takes me time. I'm looking for the feeling. I'm searching up there.
Good. Damian Sassower, good morning.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Damian Sassower in for Paul Sweeney today. We're having a really joyous Friday here. Thank you so much for joining us. Key economic data pretty much on target. There's an improvement to the tape. Negative 21-ish becomes negative 18. But I'm sorry, it looks like 3 minutes before a Fed meeting right now. Thank you for your attention here across the nation. Thank you, Global Wall Street, for listening today. And on YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. Somebody just emailed in and says, when's Damian going to talk talk what matters, which is college football.
That's right.
We're going to do that in about 20 minutes. Big weekend here, and the Sassar family's front and center in the front row, as Mr. Euchre would say. Right now, to get the market open, we're going to go back to economics and talk to someone who's just absolutely exquisite at this. Francis Donald is at the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC. Francis, I've got to migrate and do an audible over to your Canada this morning. Were you surprised by the Canadian economic data amid this trade war?
Well, you might have seen Canadian growth fell sharply in the second quarter, but of course it did. Most economies are still experiencing sizable distortions to the trade war.
Yeah.
Business sentiment was down. Is that a big surprise? And trade data is continuing to produce some very big dislocations globally. So no,
Right.
not a big surprise. What's more of a surprise with Canada is I think on getting into year end, we're going to see some sizable improvements in the Canada story.
Later Q3 into Q4, what part of our economy should our listeners and viewers study? Is it consumption? Is it investment? Something different?
I actually have been surprised how different my own economic presentations have been for clients as we think about where is the U.S. economy. It's been so interesting to me that almost all of the conversations I have are about these big structural trends that are hitting the U.S. and appear to be hitting them in real time. For example, I'm not often asked, what is your non-farm payrolls forecast for next Friday, but what is really happening with the supply side of labor? Are we going to see a labor shortage? I no longer get asked, what specifically, when is the U.S. debt story going to blow up? But what are the implications of high rates on the long side? What are the implications of fiscal policy now maybe dominating monetary policy? And of course, a topic we have talked about many times is, have we really internalized the idea of that K-shaped economy and the institutionalization of high-income Americans just living on a very different economic cycle than low-income Americans? And all these themes together, Tom, have effectively meant that, yes, there's a cyclical economy and we have to pay attention to it, but we're at this nexus between the cyclical economy and the structural economy. And right now in the second half of the year, I think we're going to see a lot of these themes come head to head.
Francis, we've seen this weaker dollar narrative play out, yet, we aren't seeing capital flows into foreign markets out of the U.S. here. I'm curious, if the dollar continues to weaken, or even if it recovers for that matter, what's the story for capital flows? Is there any potential for flows to, I'm talking, when I say capital flows, obviously, I'm talking FDI and portfolio flows. What's the extent to which you can see that sort of, happen?
Yeah, I think you're getting to the core of is the U.S. exceptionalism story still in play? And as Tom noted earlier, we still have some big hits to growth happening outside the United States. What I'm watching for in the U.S. is, are we going to see the productivity start to pick up in a way where American exceptionalism can be reflected in strong CapEx, strong business development, and really seeing those productivity numbers start to rise. I think underlying this whole story is this one big U.S. issue, which is the United States going to see big impacts from tariffs? And that is the outstanding elephant in the room for the American economy. And the global investors have to get over that hump and have more clarity on that before we can call one way or the other, is capital flow going to return meaningfully to the United States?
So what's your sum 12 months forward, nominal and real GDP? To me, it's a huge mystery.
So we have what we call a stagflation light type of outlook, which is growth that is uncomfortably low but not collapsing. So that's between 1% and 2%, Tom. The problem is the inflation side of this picture, which is that we continue to see above 2% inflation, and getting as high in the next 6 months as 3.4 on both the CPI and the PCI number. So you're seeing this phenomenal tension in the U.S. economy, and what worries me about it is that it's not particularly aggressive. It's not pandemic level inflation that calls for a very clear policy response. It's a very nefarious, uncomfortable, muddle through type of environment. And this, I think, is going to continue to dominate a lot of the conversations and make it difficult to say,
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
When you say it's difficult to see, what I hear is that this way of thinking about the economy as being in a business cycle is getting substantially distorted by tariffs, by inequalities, by government spending, and so reading that story is more difficult.
I can't say enough, and I'm not a fan of the language K-shaped economy, but I guess that describes the struggle you just heard in that statistical view forward for the haves and the have-nots is absolutely extraordinary. We will continue with Francis Donald of RBC, Damian Sassower, and Tom King with you this morning to get the market opening for the 12 people trading. First print into the futures at -18 on futures. The VIX up 0.12. Friday before Labor Day points 14.55. First print on the Dow is a -70 here this morning. Bitcoin south by an ample $1,400, takes it to a 110,000 level. 10-year yield up 3 basis points. 30-year bond up 3 basis points. Dollar, as Damian mentioned, resilient. Damian, quickly here before we go back to Francis Donald, are the markets correlated? Are they linked?
Well, they're linked. I think they're the transactional dominance of the dollar, as you rightly point out. But, you know, those linkages, there's a lot of noise there, right? And I think that's where we get a little bit muddled here. You get muddled signals out of the rates market, muddled signals out of FX. And, you know, I think making sense of that in real time is the challenge for investors and portfolio managers alike.
We continue with Francis Donald of RBC Capital Markets. Francis, I want you to describe how you study net exports, the exports leaving America and the imports coming into America. How do you study that back end of the GDP equation?
At this point, by sector, and that's effectively what we're doing for all elements of that GDP equals C plus I plus F. You know, the standard way of looking at the economy is very, very top down. But there's two things happening that mean we have to go much more bottom up than we would have. A is sector by sector because we're getting these substantial distortions from everything from autos to consumer imports from China. But we also have to do this by consumer segment. I know you said you don't like the K-shaped language, so let's call it instead two Americas. Maybe that's more poetic for you, Tom. We are seeing different consumer behaviors between high-income households and low-income households. And importantly, they're operating on different cycles. So I no longer find it valuable with most headline economic data to say GDP will be at 1.5%. That's not helping companies and it's not helping markets understand the granularity that's happening, because the truth is that there are sectors that are suffering very deeply in the United States right now. Housing is one of them, trade exposed sectors are another, and there are sectors that are doing phenomenally well and will continue to do so. So sector by sector breakdown, unfortunately, Tom, it's a little more work. We have to work through our lunch breaks.
It's just fascinating, to say the least. Let's leave it there. Francis Donald, thank you so much. You're a trooper to join us here on Friday. Is it Labor Day in Canada, Francis?
That would be Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, they get off.
They have Monday.
Yeah,
okay, they're like, oh, I don't know.
I mean, come on. You've never been to Canada before?
I've been to Canada, but not on Labor Day. No, I've never been on Labor Day. Francis Donald, thank you so much. Just we got to do a panel here in the fall, Francis. Thank you so much. Down -70, down -105 as well. The VIX 14.50. What we do, folks, help me here, Damien. Yes. You're better at this. The Bloomberg Launchpad is where you can customize all your data. Damien's Launchpad looks different than my Launchpad, which looks different than Tom Secunda's. And the answer is they all pulse red and green. And all of us, whatever our Launchpad looks like on the terminal, we can go, is anybody working today?
Yeah, right? You could actually check and see when people come in the door.
Damien?
Well, you know, I just went up to the 6th floor to get a cup of coffee, and
you were lonely.
It was pretty lonely up there. Yeah, no, it seems like this is already Labor Day weekend. It seems like it already started.
But let's describe this for people that aren't on Wall Street. It's a huge, to me, New Year's Day. It used to be the Wednesday after Labor Day.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's about September 15th.
Yeah.
Is like the beginning of the season.
Yeah. No, as soon as Labor Day comes and goes, I mean, that's when people get back into their seats, strap in, because I think this fourth quarter is going to be a doozy.
Do they come in with a conviction? Are they coming back now with a conviction?
I think I think a lot of people do come back and they kind of they reflect on what's happened over the first half, call it first, 8 months of the year, and they come in with a bit. I mean, I always came in with a bit of a conviction. I mean, it's just it's going to be interesting. You got to watch the price action in the first few weeks of September to really get a sense for how market's going to trade.
Can you tell me EM
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
The Indian currency going out to new weaknesses at an 88 level, folks. Inside baseball, that's like, are you kidding me? It's that weak? What does a weak Indian currency do to the different classes of Mumbai?
Well, I think really it's about yields and the correlation between Indian 10-year yields and the price of oil. And oil is a big story in India. We know where they're getting it from, Tom, and the correlation is very much there.
Great to have Damien Sassauer with us on this Friday. Paul Sweeney enjoying the Friday forward into the weekend. On YouTube, in your office, at home, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts, growing each and every day.
일단 월스트리트 저널 같은 경우에는 아까 말씀드린 알리바바 이제 엔비디아의 칩을 대신할 만한 AI 칩을 개발하고 있다 하고 있는 뭐 뉴스 확인되고 있고요. 다른 것도 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 개별 기업 뉴스 이외에는 뭐 S&P 500, 최고가 갱신 등등의 뭐 기사가 확인되고 있고요. 현재 시장에 중요한 영향을 줄 만한 기사는 확인되고 있지 않습니다. 급격한 하락세 나와주고 있네요. 지금 나스닥 차트 보고 있는데 급격한 하락세가 나와주고 있지만 충분히 반등도 배제할 수 있다고 생각이 됩니다. 자, 트럼프가 인도에 관련해서 이제 관세 50% 부과한다고 하면서 인도 루피 사상 최저치 경신했다는 뉴스가 확인되고 있고요. 그리고 현재 대부분의 뉴스는 알리바바, 엔비디아의 H20 칩을 대신할 칩을 개발하고 있다 하는 기사 이외에는 따로 확인되는 게 없습니다. 마지막으로 해외수정 부통령 관련해가지고 경호 종료 한다는 뉴스가 확인되고 있네요. 그리고 이제 후기사의 트럼프의 백악관 이제 사임 사안을 낸 거에 관련해서 뭐 검토하고 있다 이 정도의 기사만 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 잠시 후 5분 뒤에는 이제 시카고에는 PMI가 발표되고요.
You're listening to Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Damian Sassar in for Paul Sweeney here. Markets open negative 80 on the Dow right now. We got a fractional negative 19 on the SPX. The VIX still well under 15, showing that bull market 14.61. In the yield space, yields are higher. Range bound, I'm going to call it. The spread market. Does anybody, Damian, on a Friday before Labor Day care about the spread market?
확인 바랍니다.
The Bunds oat spread?
10-year Germany, France, yeah.
And what's that look like? France is struggling.
France is struggling, yeah. No, it's always traded a premium to Germany, and that premium has been washed out pretty much.
Inside baseball with Damian Sassar. And this morning, 59 basis points on the vanilla 2s, 10s spread, pretty much stasis. And the 10-year real yield, 1.80%. I should quote oil. Everyone's traveling this week.
So why not?
Brent crude out there. There it is. $68 Brent, $64 West Texas Intermediate. Yeah. With us, Tracy Manzi right now, Senior Investment Strategist, Raymond James, here on the State of Bonds. Tracy, we are hearing guest after guest that the coupon is great. Can I invest in the bond market for total return to get to December 31st?
Well, I think you're going to be a little hard-pressed there, Tom. But first of all, let me start by saying thank you so much for having me back on the show. It's a pleasure to be here with you and Damian this morning. With regard, turning back to treasuries, with regard to the 10-year treasury, we're at the low end of the range that we've been in over the last couple of months. We've been trading really in that 420 to 460 range. We personally at Raymond James have penciled in a 425 year-end target for the 10-year at December 31. So we don't think that there's much room to go lower from here. So from a total return perspective, probably not going to get a lot of capital appreciation, but you're likely to clip that coupon for sure.
Tracy, we've had some excellent returns here this summer, both on the equity side. I think we're up double digits, and then again on fixed income. If you look at the Bloomberg Global Ag, I think we're up, at 3% plus, which is double the pace we've seen in recent years. Talk to us a little bit about how much juice is left in these financial markets.
Well, certainly we've had a really strong summer this year, not only on the equity side, as you mentioned, but also on the bond side. As you mentioned, we have had a really strong, if you look at that period from Memorial Day to Labor Day, bonds have returned roughly 3%, a little bit more than that, 3.2%, and that's more than double, as you say, the average that we've had over that time period. Certainly, you can have a little bit more income generation from bonds this year, but there's probably not a lot of juice in terms of bond yields going lower unless we get into another growth scare.
This is the most important insight for me this week, what you just heard between Mr. Sassauer and Ms. Manzi. Damian, I just brought up the Bloomberg Total Return Corporate Index. Folks, we have a whole series of magical indexes that Damian invented at Lehman Brothers years ago. And Tracy nails, Damian, the moonshot in bonds from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Yeah. I did not know that. It is a leg up. And bonds, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, no, it's been a huge number. And Tracy, I just have to ask you, I'm just reading your note here where you really don't see a sharp, sustained surge in treasury yields, but I agree with you. If you look at one year, I mean, we're
주문 청산이
it's going to be
완료되었습니다.
hard pressed for yields to go any lower here. What are your thoughts about, perhaps additional steepening to the curve, the 2-year kind of ratcheting up higher? Do you see that asymmetry to the upside, or can we break through the lower levels?
Well, when you look at where the 2-year Treasury yield's trading, we're at 364 this morning, so that's quite a bit below where the current Fed funds level is. And certainly, if you think and you look out where markets are projecting the Fed funds will be at the end of December 2026, with penciling in at 3%. Yeah, 3%. A 3% terminal rate. Maybe there's a little bit more you can get on the short end of the curve for steepening, but it's not going to be dramatic unless, of course, we get into a growth scare and the market starts to believe, which is not our base case, that the market starts to believe that the Fed is going to have to bring short rates back down below a neutral level.
Hugely valuable. Tracy Manzi, nice surprise. Thank you so much. Really wonderful. On a Friday before Labor Day, there on a buoyant bond market, grabbing that coupon and giving you a total return. Thanks to our team at Bloomberg LP for those Bloomberg total return indices. Where were they? Barclays and Lehman before that?
Yeah, it was Lehman Brothers and then Barclays.
There's like a bazillion of them. I mean, there's a total return index for Vanderbilt football. We'll get to that in a moment. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom. Damien, the families of the two Catholic school students fatally shot while celebrating Mass at a Minneapolis church continue to mourn their loss. The father of the 8-year-old boy killed wants his son remembered for the person he was and not the act that ended his life. Jesse Merkel talked about his son Fletcher.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
Talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man who's on the path to becoming.
10-year-old Harper Moisky was also killed. Police said that the shooter, 23-year-old Robin Westman, idolized mass killers and wanted to terrorize innocent children. A senior Ukrainian delegation is expected to meet with U.S. officials today to discuss post-war security. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his chief of staff will meet with Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, and White House envoy Witkoff. That, as German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says it's not likely Zelensky will meet with Russia's Vladimir Putin anytime soon. Greg Sullivan covers the Russian government for Bloomberg News.
On one hand, these comments are not really that surprising. We know that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called for a meeting with his Russian counterpart to try to work out a peace agreement. We also know that President Trump has backed that idea and called for it as well. But so far, Putin has largely just ignored those calls. The Kremlin has shown little interest or little intent to actually meet with Zelensky.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan reports Ukraine has also called for a meeting expected this afternoon of the UN Security Council after Russia's latest missile and drone barrage on Kyiv. It left 21 people dead and dozens more wounded. Passengers at American airports complied and resigned expiration with the rules like having to remove shoes and limit shampoo and hand baggage, part of security measures put in place after the September 11th terrorist attacks. Now, for the first time in almost 20 years, the TSA no longer requires passengers to take off their shoes and run them through X-ray machines at airport security checkpoints.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
And whenever you want it, with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Damien.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Okay, thank you, ESPN. The minimum ticket for Notre Dame Miami, Sunday night, $213. Yeah, it's you can see, you can see 3 states away with that. Charleston Southern and Vanderbilt. Yeah. The minimum ticket is $10.
Yeah, right.
And
exactly.
I think they're
that's home in Vanderbilt.
Yeah. I mean, they're the winners and the losers in college football.
All right, so you want to hear what my son's doing? He flew yesterday to Columbus, to the Horseshoe in Columbus, to watch number 1 Texas take on number 2 Ohio State, which is the game of the weekend, boys and girls, 12 p.m. tomorrow. And then he's going to get back. 3. Then he's leaving Sunday morning early to get back for Miami, Notre Dame, a rehash of the Convicts versus.
Is he in the front row?
I'm not buying any of them tickets. I'm sure I am buying the tickets. Actually, I don't know where he's going to be sitting. But no, he's doing a 2-for-1. Good luck. Travel safe, kid, and have a great time.
Young Sassower.
No, weekend of
this
football.
is like when Phil Collins did Live 8 or whatever and played in London and then took the Gulfstream to Madison Square Garden.
Oh my God, he's not taking the Gulfstream. The only flights that go direct from Miami to Columbus, I think, are like Southwest or Spirit. And he calls my wife the other day. He goes, "Mom, what are you trying to kill me?"
No, but
oh man,
young Sassower is going to.
He's like, "What am I not on Delta? What's going on?"
Young Sassower is going to see Ohio State, Archie Manning,
Texas. Yeah, 1 versus 3. Sorry, 1 versus 3.
Jet down to Notre Dame.
Back to school, where he goes to school to see number 6 Notre Dame take on number 10 Miami. That's exactly right. And by the way, both games are going to be unbelievable. I mean, Miami's got that quarterback they got from Georgia. What's his name? He's great.
Is it in the college game? Are the kids pros now? Are they just basically professional football players?
Well, they're getting paid like it now. They're getting paid. I mean, especially football players.
How much does someone like Arch Manning get? He's like, what is he?
Carson Beck is the name of the guy. Carson Beck is the quarterback now for Miami. You know, Cam Ward was the #1 pick overall. He was Miami's quarterback last year. They went to the transfer window, got the Georgia quarterback to come over, and play for Miami. I'm sure he's getting paid. I'm quite sure it's in the 6-digit, if not 7-digit range. I don't know. I don't want to throw stuff out there. But I've heard some numbers like in the 7-digit range, certainly for basketball players, and I think football's even bigger. So
wouldn't it be great if Arch Manning could play for the Saints later on in his career?
Wouldn't it be great if he could play for the Jets? He won't come to the NFL if the Jets have the #1 overall pick. He's going to do what his uncle did and sit out probably.
Yeah.
The whole thing is nuts. Holy Cross is playing Northern Illinois.
Holy Cross,
It's a
Northern
world
Illinois.
turned upside down. From New York City this Friday of Labor Day. Be safe.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
534.00입니다. 자, 534.00. 매도 534.00. 지금 사이즈입니다. 자, 진입 이후 특한 반등으로 현재 선택권의 주만 좀 길게 보고 계속 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야. 진입가 534.00 사인되었습니다. 자, 예상치 이탈 시에는 빠르게 청문 사인 드릴 예정이오니 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
You're listening to Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
We say good morning, Paul Sweeney on deep assignment. Damian Sassauer pulling the short straw in this morning. Again, Bloomberg Intelligence at 10 o'clock with really important reporting from Washington on this first court case of Trump and Cook, Dr. Cook of the Federal Reserve System, going to court. Tyler Kendall is on standby there, and it was been there since early this morning. Elena Papina joins us right now, and it's on this thing. I don't spend too much time on it because I guess it's what traders look at. Elena, in seasonality, if we assume September is slow, what do the pros do?
Pros position to take chips off the table. We've had a really strong rally since April 8th, and there are a ton of headwinds that could hit all at once in September. You know, retail buying tends to be the weakest of the year in September next month. So we've seen a lot of retail participation supporting the rally. So that pillar of support will probably be gone.
Year to date, Dow up 7%, SPX up 10%, NASDAQ Composite up a solid 11.5%.
How about the Russell since Liberation Day? It's up 35%. But Elena, you know, I know you're talking about retail flows here. Let's talk about fast money flows for a second here. You know, a lot of fund managers, I'm sure, have made money this year. But when we're talking about S&P up double digits, NASDAQ up, even bonds, you know, some of these managers are going to have a lot of trouble, you know, beating their benchmarks. For those managers that do you adhere to the, you know, ascribe to the, you know, fact that perhaps they need to push a little bit harder at the end of Q3 into Q4, right? To hit their high watermarks. I mean, are you seeing any of that?
Yeah, no, for sure. And we've seen that big tech has been driving the rally. And if you don't own enough tech, and, you know, if we talk about active funds, they under-own enough tech chronically, so they need to load up on that exposure. The problem is, how do you do that? NVIDIA's report just now showed, you know, it was a mixed report. The street didn't react to that. But there is some kind of pockets of weakness in the AI trade happening. And, you know, what do you do between now and the year end? Some people are saying it's time to load up on the laggards, you know, the Russell 2000s, the value names, the under-owned, you know, volatility companies.
It's funny, when you mention laggards, I have to think about what time period we're looking at, because the laggards for the last 3 months are different than the laggards we've seen year to date. Very different. Right? So it's, where do you pick your spots, you know, and how are you looking at, I guess, identifying value, or shall I say quality, in an environment where, you know, the markets are charging such a high premium for it?
Yeah, no, some of the biggest names that are doing well right now are some of the lagging companies in the, you know, consumer staples names, the utility companies, the materials names. You know, the further away from big tech. You know, again, tech is driving the rally, but there are pockets of opportunity elsewhere with valuations being quite attractive.
One final question. Thank you so much for coming in today. Is big tech under-owned by institutions, and particularly long-only buy-side traditional institutions?
Yeah, if we talk about long-term mutual funds, they are still under-owned tech. In fact, they're under the scope to which they under-own was among the biggest ever earlier this year. So that's, yeah, I mean, they need to load up on more. If we talk about 5 companies making up 25% of the S&P.
It's not just 5 companies. It's like 500 companies, right? Because if you look at all the acquisitions that the Mag 7 has made, I mean, it's actually a lot more.
With your sway on Wall Street, next year, can you, like the Friday before Labor Day, get the markets to close at 12 noon? Can you work on this, Elena?
Yeah. I'll do this right now.
Thank you. Elena Papina, driving our equity coverage today for Bloomberg News. We are open for trading here with a down negative 124, SPX a negative 33. Damian, every time you're on, I learn something.
You're gonna miss me.
He's the adult who walks in the room. And the number one thing I'm learning about is this global reaction. We have a solid economy, and they don't. It's just as simple as that. Is that the summary?
Well, I think what people are saying, I to some extent, I think what, you know, you were kind of hitting on before is you didn't know some of the numbers, some of the great returns we've seen in fixed income. Well, you know, what people don't think about is the global aggregate bond index is 54% non-dollar bonds, right? So when the dollar's weakening, there's this inherent sort of tailwind to owning global fixed income on a diversified basis. And I think that's really what you're kind of, you know, referencing here. And so, yeah, buy some bonds and watch the paint dry if you're trying to get defensive on this market.
Have a great weekend. Are you going to use those new irons?
You're going to miss me? Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna. Yeah, no, I'm gonna definitely give him a shot.
Okay.
Shot.
Well, thank you.
Oh wow.
Futures negative 107. It's the end of summer. Good morning, finance guys.
자, 여기서 포지션 정리하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 6개 약기준 약 200만원에서 수익 청산 사인드렸습니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in Washington, where a court hearing is scheduled this hour on President Trump's attempt to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook.
In a court filing this morning, President Trump asked that he be allowed to fire Cook immediately. He has cited allegations that Cook committed mortgage fraud when she bought a home and condo in 2021. Cook filed a lawsuit yesterday arguing Trump doesn't have the power to remove her from office. She says he must prove malfeasance. In its own court filing, the Fed took no position on Cook's lawsuit, but asked the judge to issue a prompt ruling. In the 112-year history of the Federal Reserve, a president has never fired a Fed governor. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is losing her Secret Service detail. President Trump has just revoked her protection as she gets set to travel the country promoting a book she wrote about her time in office. Federal law gives Vice President 6 months of Secret Service protection after they leave office. Before he left the White House, former President Biden extended Harris' detail for another year. 4 top officials have quit their jobs at the CDC after the director was fired this week over differences with Health Secretary Kennedy on vaccine policy. Among the resignations, Dimitri Daskalakis, who headed up the National Center for Immunization. He predicts science will soon take a backseat to politics.
With the changes that are happening at CDC, with the changes that are happening in the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, I don't think that that's going to be true for much longer.
Health Secretary Kennedy's top deputy, Jim O'Neill, has been tapped as acting director. The father of one of 2 children killed in this week's mass shooting at a Catholic school chapel in Minneapolis is speaking out. Jesse Merkel lost his 8-year-old son, Fletcher.
While the hole in our hearts and lives will never be filled, I hope that in time our family can find healing. I pray that the other victim's family can find some semblance of the same.
10-year-old Harper Moisky's parents say she was bright, joyful, and deeply loved. 19 people were wounded in the shooting, most children, as well as 3 parishioners. Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Louisiana 20 years ago today, and they're remembering in New Orleans. Another event is just getting underway in Biloxi, Mississippi. Another city still recovering from the devastation. Lots of people are heading out for the holiday, and many are venturing further from home. CBS's Vicki Barker.
With domestic airfares at a 5-year low, lots of Americans are taking to the air this Labor Day weekend, seeing Shakespeare in New York's Central Park, catching the Kitsap Blues Music Festival in Seattle, watching Boston's first ever Labor Day parade.
This is...
자, 여기서 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 이후에 진입 등 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5개 약기준 약 700만원 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 13차 진입표 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 13차 진입표 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Not Not as many tourists are taking in the sights in D.C. since President Trump ordered in the National Guard.
Destination D.C. predicts a 5% drop in international visitors this year, and there are concerns even more people will be drawn away.
Right now, things aren't great.
CEO Elliot Ferguson says they've been here before.
But never have we been in a space whereas the leader of our country is giving a false sense of what Washington has to offer as a city.
Christopher Dreer owns a local tour guide company.
Definitely a marked decrease in the number of people we have.
And he says many are asking, is it safe?
That was a very rare question. Now it's probably half to three-quarters of the people.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump putting his style and design mark on D.C. He signed an executive order titled Making Federal Architecture Beautiful Again. It declares classical and traditional the preferred government styles. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. Is the market over their skis? Are people just too exuberant out there?
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
This was a big success story for Apple.
We like bonds. We think bonds are attractive.
Private markets have become very diverse.
What we're telling people is be cautious here.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Alexis Christoforous. Paul Sweeney has the day off. You are bright and pink and ready for those watching on YouTube.
I am ready. Pre-Labor Day pink.
Yes,
I've got on today.
We do. And we've got so much on this sleepy before Labor Day weekend. A lot going on. We have Fed Governor Lisa Cook, right? She's seeking a temporary restraining order to block her from being fired by President Trump. That trial expected to be starting right now. We're going to have Bloomberg law host June Grasso. She's going to break down all the legalities behind that. We also have Christina Hooper. She's chief market strategist at the Man Group. She's going to give her outlooks for the markets as we move into September. And then Woo Jin Ho, he's with Bloomberg Intelligence, senior technology analyst. He's going to break down Dell earnings. And yes, more eco data on top of all this. After PCE came in just about in line with estimates, consumer spending rose, but now we're talking about University of Michigan and sentiment, which came in a little bit lower, 58.2. The estimate was for 58.6. So we'll break all that down too coming up. But first, we got to kick things off with the business flash. Let's go to Charlie Pellet. Good morning.
And good morning. Here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, we're all in the red as we wrap up this week ahead of a long holiday weekend for a lot of people. As you mentioned, we just got numbers out of the University of Michigan. Consumer sentiment declining on dimmer views for the outlook. We'll have a whole lot more on news coming up in a moment right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Right to the numbers on this PCE Friday. We're at the lows of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. The S&P down 49, 64.52, retreating from a record, down 0.7%, back below 6,500. The Dow down 241, down 0.5. NASDAQ Composite Index down 248, a drop there of 1.1%. The Mag 7 Index slumping now by 1.2%. NVIDIA down 3.3% after earnings. The 10-year 4.22%. The 2-year 3.62%. Gold is up 0.4%, 34.30 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%, 64.17 a barrel on WTI and Bitcoin, now with a $108,000 handle, just below $109,000. Bitcoin down 2.8%. Data this morning showed the core personal consumption expenditures price index rose 0.3% from June and 2.9% from the prior year, the most since February, driven by higher costs for services. Francis Donald is chief economist at RBC.
We continue to see above 2% inflation, and getting as high in the next 6 months as 3.4 on both the CPI and the PCI number. So you're seeing this phenomenal tension in the U.S. economy, and what worries me about it is that it's not particularly aggressive. It's not pandemic level inflation that calls for a very clear policy response. It's a very nefarious, uncomfortable, muddle through type of environment.
Francis Donald of RBC speaking with Tom Keene this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Keeping an eye on Caterpillar shares. They're down 3.2% right now. Only weeks after its last quarterly report, Caterpillar is warning investors it now expects tariffs to have an even greater impact on its business, costing it as much as $1.8 billion this year. Caterpillar shares right now, we've got CAT trading lower, down by 3.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you so much, Charlie. Right. We want to get to that economic data that we're just talking about. So this is University of Michigan. Consumer sentiment declined to a 3-month low. The expectation was for, let's see, right now we have 57.5, came in at 55.9. That was the expectation. 58.6 came in at 58.2. Those are the numbers for us. So we want to get a breakdown of it. Let's go to Joanne Shu. She is University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers Director. Joanne, can you tell us what's causing that sentiment reading to drop?
Essentially, consumers are quite worried that the turbulence in tariff policy is going to kick up inflation in the future and also weaken the labor market. They aren't necessarily expecting the worst case scenario that they were anticipating back in April and May, but the re-escalation of tariff developments this month is really weighing on their minds.
Joanne, Alexis here. Good to have you on the show. So any surprises in this report to the upside or the downside?
One of the things that some watchers might find surprising is that there's not much evidence that the recent developments happening with the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Fed are having any sort of impact on sentiment. Very few people mention it in the open-ended comments. In contrast to, we had an uptick, about 62% of consumers spontaneously mentioning tariffs. So it's very clear that when it comes to the trajectory of the economy, tariffs and inflation really are the top things weighing on people.
Joanne, how does this play into what we've already heard this morning, from PC data? Consumer spending rose in July the most in 4 months. How does this kind of play into the whole narrative?
I think that what we were seeing with PCE spending and inflation data is very consistent with what we're seeing on the survey. The stronger spending that we saw in July was consistent actually with the stronger sentiment numbers that we saw in July. But we're not talking about July sentiment anymore. Now we're talking about August. Things have deteriorated once again because consumers are already noticing higher prices in the markets, and they're expecting that to get worse in the year ahead.
Yeah, we've heard it from a number of companies already this week. JM Smuckers, warning, guess what? Your Folgers coffee is going to cost you more in the morning. Want to talk about the job market, though, and how folks are feeling about that. We saw it deteriorate, right, over the past couple of months. We've got a new report on the horizon. What did they say about that?
This is one of the things that alarms me as a watcher of the data. Not only are consumers expecting worse inflation, they're also expecting unemployment to go up. So both sides of the Fed's dual mandate are showing signs of weakness from the perspective of consumers. We have over 60% of consumers expecting unemployment to rise in the year ahead, and income expectations, while by some measures they look a little bit better than last month, they're still much lower than 6 and 12 months ago. So, essentially, after the pandemic, we saw strong consumer spending despite low sentiment because consumers had the strong incomes to support that. They're not expecting that support going forward.
And Joanne, how do you expect things to change moving forward? Like as we start to look into the next month, what do you think is going to change significantly or maybe not change?
What I expect is it really depends on how the actual consumer-facing prices are changing in the next couple of months. So, consumers in April and May were really bracing for a pretty quick impact on prices. That clearly did not materialize immediately, but they're starting to see it. And if tariff policy continues to be unfirm, continues to be unstable or uncertain, consumers are still going to expect further inflation to come. And they also expect unemployment to go up because they understand that when there's policy uncertainty, it makes it difficult for businesses to plan.
All right, Joanne Shu, University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers Director. Always appreciate your insight. We want to take a look now at some of the stocks on the move. Lisa Mateo here, joined by Alexis Christoforous, and we're joined now by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. So, Christine, we've got to start with Dell because their shares down 10%. So not some good news from Dell.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. Dell, ticker DLL, really taking a blow here in terms of share move this morning. And that is because we did get a look at their second quarter results. So the headline there is the slower AI server orders. They booked $5.6 billion for this period versus $12.1 billion in a previous period. Also, operating margin missed estimates, 8.8%, below the estimate for 10.3%. So shareholders are definitely looking at those things as negatives. The silver lining, though, is that the company did boost its annual outlook and posted quarterly sales and profit that topped estimates. But it's really those AI server orders that are getting investors down. And JP Morgan saying that the improvement in the margin trajectory that the company is flagging will be an important watch point, but the robust revenue rates to the full year and the outlook for the server revenues could be something that will help shore up their growth outlook in the medium term.
Christine, want to talk a little Caterpillar because it too is getting beaten up today. Down about 3%. Looks like those tariffs are really taking a bite out of the bottom line.
Absolutely, Alexis. The Caterpillar ticker CAT extending those opening declines that, as you mentioned, down more than 3% at the moment is all about tariffs. So the company is now warning that there will be a cost of as much as $1.8 billion for the full year to the company from the impact of tariffs, and then incremental tariff impact is expected to be around $500 million to $600 million in the third quarter. So Bloomberg Intelligence actually flagging that the update suggests tariffs will be a bigger drag on profit than previously anticipated. But the upside is they're still thinking that earnings will bottom this year and that the revised outlook will imply that operating margin will be near the bottom of its target range.
You have no good news for us. Ulta's down too.
I'm so sorry. It's a dreary Friday.
I mean, are just people not spending on the beauty as much anymore? I mean,
yeah, absolutely, Lisa. So the next stock I want to talk about is Ulta, of course, ticker ULTA. That too is down. Shares now extending declines actually more than 4% at the moment. So it's funny because they did raise their sales outlook. They're saying that fiscal 2025 sales will be $12 billion to $12.1 billion, which is up from their previous forecast of $11.7 billion. The kicker, though, is that comm sales are expected to be flat or up by a low single-digit percentage versus 6.7% in the second quarter. So we did hear from Ulta's CFO, Chris Lialio, saying that it is prudent to take a cautious approach because of uncertainty around consumer spending. And you know, that jives with what we've heard from the University of Michigan survey, for instance, right? Like there is a lot of caution around the potential for higher prices down the pipeline in the second half of this year. And of course, second half of the year also tends to be a heavier spending period because you have all the holidays that people are gearing up for. And so, yeah, maybe it is just a sense of prudence among customers in terms of what they spend money on. And maybe beauty is lower on the list.
I don't know. It's still high on my list. It's just me. Christina Aquino, thank you so much. For more conversations like this, you can subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen. And we got a little bit of time left. You know what? We were talking about the U.S. Open yesterday.
Yes.
Labubus are like front and center at the U.S. Open.
They're all blinged out.
They are. Naomi Osaka had it. Okay, she had two. She had Billie Jean Bling. You get it? Yes.
Too cute.
Very
yes,
cute.
yes, we get it.
And Arthur Flash. Okay.
Instead of Arthur Ashe.
Yeah, instead of Arthur Ashe. So named after. But it's the whole craze about these things are going strong. Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's like cult status at this point. They've gone international, and you know they came out with those mini Labubus.
Correct. Yeah.
What was it? Just about a week ago. They sold out within minutes. And guess what? You too can buy one for about I don't know, a few hundred, maybe $1,000 on eBay if you love your Labubu.
I tell you, I don't know.
It's not like they needed Naomi Osaka to talk it up.
No, because they have everyone else doing it. They have Lady Gaga and Dua Lipa talking about it.
You name it.
So,
yeah. I don't own one yet.
You don't? Okay.
Not yet.
We're going to have to work on that. You got to get it hanging on your bag. Stick around. We've got more Bloomberg Intelligence coming up.
자, 이전 수익분이 있더라도 현재 리스크 좀 크더라도 지켜보고 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 약 2천만 원의 수익권 형성되어 있기 때문에 현재 리스크가 좀 있더라도 길게 보고 진행해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
10:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at a down Friday. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, not just in the red, but we got the S&P at the worst level of the day right now, retreating from a record, trading below 6,500, 64.59 on the S&P, a drop right now of 41 points, down 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 182, down 0.4. NASDAQ Composite Index down 219, drop there of 1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares retreating by 0.5%. The Mag 7 Index down 1.1%. NVIDIA, after earnings earlier in the week, down now by 2.8%. Your 10-year, 4.22%, with a 2-year at 3.62%. Gold up $16 the ounce, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 64.10 a barrel. Cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin right now, down 2.8%, 108,750 on Bitcoin. On a down day for the rest of the market, Petco Health and Wellness shares, they're surging. Ticker, by the way, WOOF, WOOF. Right now we have got shares of Petco. They're up by 20%. It raised its earnings target for the year as the company's turnaround starts showing signs of progress. Also higher today after earnings, Gap, the retailer, up now by 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie Pella. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Alexis Christoforous. Paul Sweeney has the day off. While the pressure campaign against the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook and from the Trump administration really starting to heat up, now Cook is seeking a temporary restraining order. Let's get all the legal details behind this. Who better do that with than Bloomberg Law host June Grasso. June, thanks for joining us here in the studio. First question is, what is a restraining order going to do for Cook? And could we get, a ruling today?
So a restraining order will stop anything from happening, stop her firing from going forward in any way for a short period of time. Usually it's about 2 weeks, maybe less. But what's happening in the courtroom right now, the hearing is ongoing, and they're discussing whether or not the judge even has to issue a temporary restraining order, because the Fed has said it's not going to do anything until a court ruling comes in, and whether they can wait and go for a longer kind of preliminary injunction, which would take more briefing, et cetera. But if nothing happens, the judge would rather not issue a temporary restraining order on a Friday before Labor Day weekend. And so I think what it seems like what's going to happen is they're going to do further briefing and come back and argue for a preliminary injunction. It's not definite, but that seems to be the way it's going.
Now, the head of the FHFA, Bill Pulte, sent a new criminal referral against Cook, again alleging mortgage fraud. He's saying now on a third mortgage. Just fill us in on what it is they're accusing her of.
So they're accusing her of, at least with the first two, and I'll tell you the truth, I have not seen the third. I haven't been following Bill Pulte on social media,
June,
so I haven't
moving
seen.
fast.
You really have to. You know what's funny about the case, which I found odd, is that one of her strong allegations is you have to give me notice under the Constitution and also under the Federal Reserve Act, and you didn't give me notice, President Trump. And they came back and said, but he posted on social media. So now the court is you're supposed to be looking on social media, and that's your notice?
Yeah, and
that's not the kind of notice we're talking about.
5 days.
Right. It's supposed to be an opportunity to be heard. That, I think, is one of her strongest claims at this point, since they have no good response. But anyway, he says that she filed mortgages, and on at least 2 mortgages, she said, this is my primary residence, which usually means you get better deals from, on the mortgage. And so this is the same thing. This is a new thing that has become since Pulte's been in. He also made the same allegations against 2 of Trump's major enemies, on the enemies list, no doubt, Adam Schiff, California Democratic Senator, and Letitia James, New York Attorney General. So he basically has started this by posting these things on social media, and Trump picked up on this one.
So her lawsuit says it's a clerical error. So how significant is that?
So, her lawsuit doesn't actually, it's her motion for a temporary restraining order that says that, which is unusual because, why isn't it in the complaint?
Right.
Yeah, they don't say it was a clerical error. They said they couch it in ambiguous terms, but that's what it basically comes down to. So if this is a clerical error, and also, to have fraud, you need intent, you need, someone has to be injured there. They say that it was unintentional and that she didn't mean to do it and no one was injured. But yeah, a clerical error, that might be hard to prove, but the problem is with the whole thing is that there's no investigation. There are no charges have been filed, just like with Letitia James. How many months ago was that no charges still filed? So, you can't say it's for cause if it's just an allegation that's been made. What Lowell is saying, her attorney, is, okay, to have cause, it has to have been established. And it also has to have been during her tenure as a Fed governor.
Before she was Fed governor.
Yeah, a year before or more. So, yeah, they have a lot of reasons for saying this is not for cause. And, we'll just see what a court says. But remember, though the Supreme Court has allowed Trump to fire various board members while their cases are proceeding, the Supreme Court said in May that the Fed is different, that the Fed is sort of special. So the indications are that perhaps the Supreme Court would not allow a firing of Cook while her litigation proceeds. And the litigation could take quite a while.
Ongoing.
It is. June Grasso, always keeping us up to date. Thank you so much. She is Bloomberg Law host. So we want to switch gears from that and go to the markets because we are nearing September. It has a rocky reputation as historically the weakest month for U.S. stocks. But are things going to change this year? So we want to get some insight. And so let's bring in Christina Hooper. She's Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group. So what does the momentum look like to you as we head into this, seasonally tough period for the market, would you say?
Well, I think thus far, it's really almost been supernatural, what we've seen with markets, right? There hasn't been much that has dented positive investor sentiment, despite a lot of risks emerging over the last few months. But I do believe as stocks climb, as valuations get higher, they become more vulnerable. And so there could be a rather simple catalyst, like, for example, an increase in yields on the long end that could send stocks down. Certainly, I think that earnings in particular could be very problematic if we get some warnings from companies that are starting to feel more pressure as we move into the fourth quarter. But to me, this is an environment in which thus far, investors have had blinders on and haven't worried about those risks.
They've basically been unfazed, no matter what you throw at them. Higher tariffs, a shakeup at the Fed. Oh, it's a snoozer. We've got major indexes near or at record highs right now. So, Christina, given what you just said, are you taking a proactive approach to the portfolio right now?
Well, what I'm saying and what I'm advising is to be very well diversified, and that includes adequate exposure to alternatives, strategies that enable investors to hedge. Also, taking some profits off the table. Many investors are over allocated to the U.S. simply because the U.S. has performed well for so long. And to diversify and add exposure to European equities, to Japanese equities within that equity sleeve is also really important at this point. Valuations are much lower there. While they are not predictive in the short term, most have a long investment horizon, and so it's important to move out of high valuation names and ensure there's not an overexposure to risks.
How do you take the data into consideration? Because we had some, out today. We had consumer spending rose in July, PC data pretty much in line with estimates. What does it tell you as far as rates? I mean, what are you telling your clients?
Well, July was, in my opinion, a pull forward for consumer spending. We didn't see the impact of tariffs. Many companies hadn't yet passed them on. I think they are in the process of passing them on, and we'll see that really come to a fore in the fourth quarter. So investors were buying in advance of that, also taking advantage of some discounts and sales, because I think there were retailers that were nervous. I think the Fed is laser focused on the economy and the deteriorating health in the economy. So nothing we got in today's PCE report will change its mind. Clearly there's some price pressure, but not enough to divert its attention from what could very well be a weakening economy, a very weakening economy. We just got numbers this week from Vantage Score saying that super prime and prime borrowers are seeing an increase in delinquency rates that are pretty significant.
Yes, I just saw that. Baltimore, in particular, is one area where I think, alarm bells are now going off. So are you thinking that that's sort of the canary in the coal mine here?
I think there are a variety of canaries in the coal mine, but what I'm really seeing is this interesting disconnect between some of the data we're seeing and what we're seeing in markets. So let's just look at inflation expectations. We got Michigan today. 5-year ahead is 3.5%. Just come down a little, but still very elevated, versus the 5-year inflation break even, which is at 2.5%. So someone's wrong here.
Yeah, there's a disconnect,
exactly,
right?
And at some point that will correct. And we see that in high yield spreads. Spreads went up to 4.6% in April at the height of sort of tariff fears post Liberation Day announcements. Now we're down in the area of well below that in the 2s. And has that much changed since then to now?
Exactly.
Do we feel better about tariffs? Do we have more certainty? Do we think they're a lot lower than when they were announced? So I think there's a real disconnect there that at some point will be corrected.
Well, speaking of that, then how do we look ahead? Next week we have U.S. payrolls data. I mean, how does that play into the picture as well?
Well, I think that will be very, very important. Not everything will be showing up by the August jobs report, but I do think we're going to start to see weakness. Continuing jobless claims are elevated, and they suggest that while initial jobless claims remain relatively low, there's some kind of mismatch out there, right, in terms of available jobs versus those seeking jobs. I think that could become more pronounced, and we may see signs of that in this upcoming jobs report.
The companies holding on to their workers, more than they were not willing to let go. You know what I'm wondering, though? If we get the Fed cut, whether it's a quarter point, half point, because it's sort of already baked in, and mortgage rates have already been falling down a little bit in anticipation, what happens when the news actually hits? Is it just going to be a big nothing?
Well, I do think there's still going to be some positive sentiment created, but we'll probably see the most impact on the stock market, not on Main Street.
So not the blinders?
Well, the stock market's always looking for positive information, and will always, I think, react positively, or almost always, but really ignoring a lot of the negative signs that are out there right now.
All right. Christina Hooper, thank you so much for joining us this morning right here in the studio. She is Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group, breaking down the markets for us. Coming up just in a bit, we're going to have Woo Jin Hu. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. He's going to be breaking down Dell earnings, and Dell shares really taking a hit. They're down about 9% right now. So stay tuned for that. We have a lot more on a day where stocks are really in the red. We have the NASDAQ down more than 1%, the Dow off about 0.3%. We have the S&P S&P 500, that's down 0.6% or 41 points. And we go to the yield space. We have the 2-year 3.61%, and that's down about 1 basis point. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A bounce off the bottom for the S&P 500 index down Friday, and as of now, we are on track for a losing week on the S&P. We've got the S&P 500 index trading lower right now. The S&P is down by 40 points, pulling back from a record. Was trading above 6,500. You'll recall yesterday a record close. In fact, right now the S&P down 0.6%, 64.61 where we stand. A drop now of 40 points. Dow Industrials down 132, decline there of 0.3%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 209, a drop of 1%. So stocks are falling as bond yields rise, with signs of persistent price pressures underscoring the Fed's challenge in cutting rates to prevent further weakness in the jobs market. 10-year 4.22%, with the 2-year 3.61%. Gold is up $21 the ounce, 34.38, up 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 64 even a barrel on WTI. As for the economic backdrop, as we wrap up a very busy week, specifically inflation, Christina Hooper's with the Man Group. She was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think the Fed is laser focused on the economy and the deteriorating health in the economy. So nothing we got in today's PCE report will change its mind. Clearly there's some price pressure, but not enough to divert its attention from what could very well be a weakening economy, a very weakening economy.
Christina Hooper, who is a chief market strategist at the Man Group. Earnings news: Dell plunging 9.7% after earnings, and Marvell Technologies after earnings. Marvell down now by 16.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. Now, Charlie mentioned Dell, so let's go there. Okay, so Dell reported fewer sales of AI servers, lower profit margins than expected. That's really taken a toll on shares. They're down about 9%. So we want someone who could break it all down for us. Let's bring in Woo-Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst, joining us from Princeton. Woo-Jin, welcome back to the show. I want to start broader. So taking these results into consideration, I mean, is it showing that the AI rally has more room to run or not? I mean, what are you hearing?
In terms of the AI rally in general, I mean, we saw NVIDIA's numbers, and NVIDIA's actually doing quite well. I mean, if you X out the China outlook, right, the demand is still robust. And this actually flows through to Dell. If anything, the AI numbers for AI server numbers were better than expected in the quarter, and they also raised their guidance by another full-year guidance by another $5 billion. So instead of $15 billion for the year, they're expecting $20 billion for the year. And as more of these sovereign and neo cloud deployments are ramping up, you know, 2026 AI server revenue should be better for Dell, given how they're positioned.
So then, can you try to explain why this stock is down 9%? I mean, Dell just said it now plans to ship $20 billion of artificial intelligence servers in fiscal 2026, double what it sold last year. What is upsetting investors?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. Let's start on the AI server piece first. I've always said, and Dell will contend to it, having AI sales is a double-edged sword. What you're getting in sales, you kind of lose out on gross margin. So let me give you an example. From a gross margin standpoint, traditional servers as well as storage combined are roughly in the the 20s to 30s range, right? AI servers, they're closer to the mid-teens range, right? So from an operating margin standpoint, it actually is somewhat earnings dilutive to some degree if you sell way too much AI servers. So the 1.2 billion AI server beat, that only equated to 2 cents in an EPS. So what Dell has been saying for quite some time now, don't focus on operating margin because that's where they missed. Focus on the operating margin dollars. That's fantastic, but the incremental $5 billion for the year isn't going to be the big boost in EPS that people are hoping for.
So, Woojin, is a big concern for investors is that the profitability of AI servers? I mean, they run on processors from companies like NVIDIA and AMD, right, which are pretty pricey. I mean, should they be worried about that?
Well, the hope is that once we start moving away from these hyperscale and neo cloud type of deals, right? Because they're selling 50,000 servers plus to each of these companies. They're not going to get as much. They're heavily discounted. But if they start selling to the enterprise over time, the gross margin profile should get better and be more in line with traditional servers. Now, that's going to take a couple of years to materialize, but the more important thing is if we think about it from a longer-term perspective, as long as Dell is ahead of, from a competitive standpoint, they should continue to win this AI game, not only on the neo-cloud side, but also on the enterprise side, which should help profitability longer term. But you're going to have to wait.
And when I did a little more digging into this earnings report, I found that Dell spent $1.3 billion on share repurchases and dividends during the quarter. That's an enviable position to be in. But do you think it's the best use of Dell's money?
I think they've always been, since they came back to public and then spun up the VMware business, they've been very focused on the shareholder returns, right? Now, if you think about from a valuation standpoint, M&A is probably going to be something that's going to be tough for them to do. They've already learned a lesson from big M&A with the VMware deal, and which is one of the reasons why they spun it out. If from a shareholder standpoint, if there's nothing that Dell can buy, I'd rather have it back in dividends and buybacks.
How is it shaping
Especially
up?
like a day like today.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How is Dell shaping up against its competitors? Let's say like a HP or Supermicro computer.
Yeah, so let me take it from two standpoints, right? From Supermicro, we're thinking about it more along the lines from AI servers. Supermicro still leads the way in the AI server market. Now, one of the things that we can glean from the numbers is that Dell has been heavily discounting to win its market share, and they actually have the financial heft to do so with a strong balance sheet. Now, from an HP standpoint, this is more personal computing side, and this is another reason why the shares may be pulling back a little bit. Their PC growth, that segment only grew 1%. In contrast, HP grew 5%. So there's a lot of questions in terms of the competitive nature for Dell versus HP on the PC market. Now, that being said, what we can glean from the guidance, the second half of this calendar year, HP should get back on track from back-to-school spending as well as Windows 11 upgrade. So I think they should do about 5% growth in the second half of the year.
And in the seconds we have left, can you tell us how Dell is stacking up against the competition, namely HP?
Yeah, so from PC standpoint, from HP, HP is actually winning the game over the last couple of quarters, but it's going to be neck and neck over the next couple of years. But from an AI and a server standpoint, Dell should be fine.
And in the last minute we have, where does Dell go from here? I mean, what should their focus be?
Oh, I really do think it should be on the traditional server side as well as storage side with AI, because they're all going to be melded into one type of business going forward. And Dell's well positioned there longer term.
All right, Woojin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst, joining us to talk about Dell earnings. There was a lot to take in there.
Oh my gosh, especially for investors. Right. As he said, with the stock down about 9%, I guess you're happy your company put a lot of money in dividends and stock repurchases.
Yeah, and it's interesting when he was talking about the competition too, like HP, Supermicro Computer, and how they all stack up against each other as well. So a lot there with Dell earnings. Again, Woojin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. We've got a lot more coming up here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Of course, we're going to go back to the whole Lisa Cook and the hearings that are taking place right now. So we'll be speaking with one of our experts, Tyler Kendall. She's Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. That's coming up in the next hour. And right now, this is on a day where stocks are lower. We have the NASDAQ down more than 1%. I mean, it's down 261 points. The S&P 500, it's off about 0.8%, 52 points. We have the Dow, that's down 0.5%, 231 points. Even in the yield space, we have the 2-year, 3.62%. That's down about a basis point. The yield on the 10-year is 4.22%. That's up about 2 basis points. And we have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index right now. That is little changed.
조금 더 지켜보고 수익권에서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 안정화된 수익권에서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 수익권에서 실시간 대응이 이루어지고 있습니다. 충분히 반등 나올 수 있다고 판단되기 때문에 여기서 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 후에 트레이딩 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 및 상승 둘 다 배제할 수 없는 상황이기 때문에 여기서 수익 청산 후에 트레이딩 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
금주도 수고하셨습니다. 자, 8월 교두차 마지막 일정 5개 아끼는 약 2,100만원 수익권이 형성하였습니다. 트레이딩은 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 김대현단 수고 많으셨습니다. 자, 목요일 날은 트레이딩이 진행되지 않았고요. 월요일, 화요일, 수요일, 금요일 라이브 실시간 트레이딩 진행되었습니다. 자, 1차 트레이딩 마무리 이후 이제 2차.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
분석 후에
Welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Liz Mateo alongside Alexis Christophers. Paul Sweeney has the day off.
Starting his Labor Day
early. I know, he's already on the beach with a cocktail. I'm sure of it.
Good man.
He is. All right, so this week, Bloomberg Intelligence, ESG, it takes this deep dive into how an EU clarification could boost ESG funds' exposure to nuclear arms. That said, it is a lot to unpack here. I had to go through it a couple times, but luckily we have Shaheen Contractor with us. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior ESG Strategist. First off, I had to go through a couple times, so you're going to school us on this, okay? So can you explain how ESG funds are tied to nuclear arms?
Sure. So these are traditionally, I mean, ESG funds defense, this whole thing has been quite controversial. So historically, ESG funds tend to exclude such sectors, such weapons, I guess. Now, the companies I analyze are part of Norges Bank's exclusion list. So, one of the biggest asset owners, things that are excluded. So what's happened now is that the EU in a new rule, it's defined controversial weapons, but it's left nuclear weapons out. So it now defines it as cluster ammunition, landmines, things like that. So it's now explicitly not, for the lack of better words, controversial, according to the EU.
I mean, but doesn't that sit in direct conflict with what these ESG funds are supposed to be about, like ethically and morally? Or is this really about following the money at the end of the day?
So it's I guess traditionally ESG has been about socially responsible investing, values investing. Actually, those are two separate things. So if you want to go based on your values, your ethics, then yes.
자, 소비자 심리지수가 58.1을
now,
기록하면서
or the way we analyze it, it's following the money. It's financially material metrics that lead to outperformance.
It's funny how it all leads there, because I mean initially it was do no harm, right? Do no significant harm.
커지면서
So it's hard to make the argument that nuclear weapons may not do significant harm.
So I would say a lot of these values things, they're so subjective. I'm not saying that they do significant harm, but I'm just saying it's so subjective and ever changing. That's the point.
That's true. But it could boost returns if defense continues to outperform.
Correct. So there are two things. It could boost returns, but at the same time, some values-based investors might, it might go against their mandates. So I guess the point is we cannot assume that these funds now no longer have such exposures. It would lead to greater fund scrutiny. That's the point of this. You have to examine the fund.
자, 실시간 속보 나온 대로 말씀드릴 거고요. 트레이딩은 종료가 아닌 이후에.
So driving the push, it's always been Europe. If you're talking about who's investing into this, it's always been Europe. North America, I would say, is seeing a bit of a pause when it comes to these kinds of investment. It has been for a while.
And when you look into that, I was looking at some of the numbers that you put. You said 5 ESG funds have 7% or more of their portfolio invested in companies excluded. How significant is that figure?
So 7% of your portfolio in such companies, it's quite substantial. It's concentrated now. The number behind that 5 ESG funds, it's not that much. I think, contrary to what people might think, historically, exposure to such companies that are involved in nuclear weapons, like Safran, Jacob Solutions, it hasn't increased. So before the war, the Russia-Ukraine war, people might have thought it increased, but actually it didn't. But it could going forward.
So Russia's invasion of Ukraine, did it push money into these ESG funds with inclusion of nuclear weapons?
So it did not push ESG funds to increase allocation into these companies. That's the point. And it's interesting because you would expect that it did, but I think Norges Bank, being on Norges Bank's exclusion list has such a stigma to it historically that it didn't. That being said, that could change now.
So I'm still confused. So why does the EU want to change things?
Don't know. Why does the EU want to change things?
Returns, right?
I guess so. So historically, the EU defined controversial weapons as according to international treaties and UN principles. So it was always up in the air as to what was included. So some asset managers excluded nuclear weapons, some didn't. So it was always a gray area. It was never defined. Now it's explicitly defined as not being included. If that makes sense.
It does. Okay. But what do they risk pushing away value-based investors?
Yeah, so that's the point. It could boost returns, but then you have this conflict for people where this does not align with their values. So it's that dual conflict. So again, the point is funds might need additional scrutiny. I can't, if that doesn't align with my values, I can't assume that those companies are not in the fund.
And sort of the next generation of investors are doing that, because you're talking about younger investors where those things sort of matter in a way they maybe didn't for the prior generation.
Yes, I mean, surveys show that, a lot of research shows that. How this pans out, we'll have to see as the younger generation takes on this challenge.
Where does this go from here?
I think, where does this go from here? So I think if we continue to focus on ESG as sort of risk and returns, I think that's where we go from here. These values-based things are very subjective. I think they're going to be ever changing.
Subjective is the word of the day.
My mind is blown right now. Chinese contractor, you have done it for me. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior ESG Strategist with us this morning. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM. That's channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network. Coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121. It's presented by Oracle. So stay tuned. We have at the latest market news, industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence is starting on a day where the stocks are really taking a hit. The Nasdaq down more than 1%, 282 points. We have the Dow down 0.4%, 203 points. The S&P 500 is off about 0.8%, 52 points. In the yield space, the 2-year, 3.62%. That's little change. And the yield on the 10-year, 4.22%. That's up about 2 basis points. Stick around. We have more Bloomberg Intelligence coming your way.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. Is the market over their skis? Are people just too exuberant out there?
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
This was a big success story for Apple.
We like bonds. We think bonds are attractive.
Private markets have become very diverse.
What we're telling people is be cautious here.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. We've got a packed hour for you here. I'm Alexis Christophers along with Lisa Mateo. And coming up, we're going to have more on the drama surrounding the Federal Reserve and the White House. Now, Fed Governor Lisa Cook looking for an injunction to stop the firing that President Trump is trying to push forward. We're going to see if we get a court ruling today on that. I'm also really excited, Lisa, about our conversation on residential real estate. We're going to talk to Bess Friedman, CEO over at Brown Harris Stevens. For that, get a sort of a reality check for home buyers and sellers as well. But first, we want to get a check of the markets, which, you know, this is the last trading day of August. Things looking down at the moment, Charlie Pellet.
Indeed. A lot of red on the screen. We're on track for a losing week, Alexis, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Right to the numbers here, we've got the S&P 500 index down 48 right now. That is a drop of 0.7%. Dow Industrials also lower right now, down 183, a decline of 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 265 for NASDAQ, a drop right now of just about 1.2%. Your 10-year yield is 4.22% with a 2-year 3.62%. Gold up 0.7%, 34.40 the ounce on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 64.05 a barrel. And Bitcoin now lower by 3.2% at 108,413 on Bitcoin. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all declining right now. Stocks are falling as bond yields rose. Signs of persistent price pressures underscoring the Fed's challenge in cutting rates to prevent further weakness in the jobs market. Another piece of economic data out this morning, consumer sentiment as measured by the University of Michigan declined to a 3-month low due to tariff-related concerns about the economic outlook and inflation. Lisa Hsu is Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan. She was a guest right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
Essentially, consumers are quite worried that the turbulence in tariff policy is going to kick up inflation in the future and also weaken the labor market.
Joanne Hsu, Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan, and Joanne Hsu was a guest right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Again, recapping here, equities lower, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. S&P down 48, drop there of 0.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie. And while stocks may be down today, they're actually higher for the month of August, with each of the major indexes up better than 1%. Let's stick with stocks and find out who some of the big movers are on this final trading day of the month with Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. Isabel, I know there's some news out about Alibaba today. Fill us in.
Alibaba is exciting. The ticker here is BABA or BABA. So the company reported a surge in revenue from China's AI boom. So this is really helping calm investors who are nervous about the fallout from really a worsening battle between its rivals, namely Meituan and JD, especially in the internet commerce universe. So Alibaba reported a triple-digit percentage gain in AI-related product revenue. They also reported better better than anticipated 26% jump in sales from the cloud division. So that is the business most closely tied to the post-DeepSeek AI boom. You see shares now up by around 11.5%. They did jump 8% at the open, the most since March 5, and you see the stock continuing its skyrocket.
And what about Caterpillar? Because their shares are lower. They're down about 4% right now.
This is also a different story. Shares are down by 4.08%. The ticker is CAT. So Caterpillar is warning investors that it now expects tariffs to have a greater effect on its businesses, costing it around $1.8 billion this year. So this is important because the company is one of the world's biggest makers of machinery for mining and construction, so they're often really seen as the bellwether when it comes to global economic growth. And the thing is, tariffs already took a bite out of Caterpillar's second quarter results, with costs coming in at the top end of its estimated range disclosed in April. So really, it's a lot of kind of negative news. Now, we've been hearing a lot of tariffs during the whole earnings this week, from Victoria's Secret to Best Buy and all that. So Caterpillar is the latest victim.
And Dell taking it on the chin here, right? I mean, despite the fact that they beat on both the top and bottom line.
Definitely. Dell shares are now down by nearly 9%. Ticker is Dell, D-E-L-L. And in the open, actually, it fell as much as 11%, the most since April, but we've seen the stock pare back some of those losses. So the company booked fewer sales of AI servers than in the previous 3 months. The company also reported profit margins on the powerful machines, but it did fall short of estimates. So again, here we go again with the expectation versus what is actual. So the need for computing to run AI tools had led to a sales boom for makers of these high-powered servers. Think Dell, Supermicro, HP. But in general, investors have been concerned about the profitability of these AI servers.
All right, Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee, thanks so much for shining a light on some of the big market movers today. We appreciate it. All right, folks, the court battle over the future of the Fed, it kicked off today. There's a federal judge in D.C. Trying to figure out whether or not to grant Fed Governor Lisa Cook a temporary restraining order to block President Trump's attempt to fire her over allegations of mortgage fraud. I want to bring in Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television's Washington correspondent, for more. He is at that D.C. courthouse. I guess, Tyler, my first question is, has any news come out of this yet?
Yeah, hey, Alexis. So there's a lot of different things that we could be following here. The arguments here at the courthouse in Washington are about to enter into the 1 hour mark. And keep in mind, this hearing is just about Cook seeking this temporary restraining order, which would reinstate her on a temporary basis into her seat while the broader legal case plays out in the court system. But it was interesting to hear from one of her top lawyers, Abby Lowell, tell the judge here in Washington that they do not expect the Fed to act until the court rules. That is then raising the question here on if a TRO is even necessary, if the Fed's not going to seek to remove Cook today until they get a more definitive legal answer from the courts when it comes to President Trump's firing of Cook. That could then lead us a few different paths. You had mentioned at the top of the show the idea of an injunction, a preliminary injunction would be the next step here that would grant Cook basically the protection to be reinstated until the final court case is done and dusted, works its way through the legal system. Now, Cook's lawyers are still arguing that a TRO is necessary today because they essentially want that extra cushion. We heard Lowell talk about this idea of maintaining the status quo, making sure that there is nothing preventing Cook from being here in her job until there is a final ruling on these allegations that the Trump administration has brought forward when it comes to mortgage fraud.
Tyler, can you dig more into the lawsuit itself from Cook? They were saying something about it possibly being a clerical error, that there's no evidence that she's benefiting from the double mortgage. How significant is that?
Right, so we got sort of a preview of the defense that we could hear from Cook's team in this court filing yesterday for the formal lawsuit, and how this is maybe going to play out. So Cook is suing on a few different grounds. One, she's saying that President Trump violated a federal law known as the Federal Reserve Act, which gives him the power to remove a Federal Reserve official, but only if there is sufficient cause. Cook's team is arguing that there is not sufficient cause. You are going to hear this idea of cause come up a lot because it's a little murky. It's not explicitly defined, though historically has been meant as malfeasance or a neglect of duties while in office. That has actually already come up today in the hearing, with Cook's lawyers pointing to the fact that these mortgage allegations have to do with nothing to do with what she does in her capacity as a Federal Reserve governor. In fact, they happened before she was ever sworn into her position. So that's one of the threads to follow here. Now, in those court filings, we did hear from her lawyers sort of previewing the defense, and they said that these allegations are not true, but if there were errors on her mortgage applications, then perhaps it was a clerical error, and that Cook did not intend to deceive anyone when it came to this, and that also nobody was harmed. That's a legal standard known as materiality. And I bring that up because this idea of intent, this idea of harm, those are going to be sort of some of the pillars that we hear these arguments be built around as the judge decides how to move this forward.
And Tyler, we know this may be a long, protracted court battle, but whoever wins in the end, will they ever be able to undo the damage that's been done here, especially to the Fed's credibility, do you think?
Well, it depends who you ask, I guess, because at this point, of course, we've heard Federal Reserve officials say time and time again that they are independent and that they are data dependent. But this pressure campaign from the White House really has reached this tipping point. As you well know, it started earlier this year as President Trump started to criticize Fed Chair Jerome Powell, often calling him too late, referring to the interest rate decisions. It then morphed into the criticism that we saw when it came to cost overruns at the Federal Reserve's headquarters here in Washington. And now we have this full-blown legal case over his move to oust Lisa Cook. There are various reporting here about what the Trump administration is ultimately aiming to do. For example, we had reporting earlier this week from my colleague Saleha Mohsen, who was reporting on this idea that if President Trump is able to secure a majority on the Fed Board of Governors, 4 out of the 7 seats being Trump appointees, then that could also have impacts on the Federal Reserve Bank regional bank presidents. So there's a lot of different factors that you could follow here, and a lot of wide-ranging impacts depending on how this goes.
All right, Tyler Kendall there for us live in Washington, D.C., outside that courthouse, Bloomberg TV's Washington correspondent. Thanks so much for your perspective, Tyler. Want to switch gears for a minute and talk about the sleepy summer for the housing market. Would-be home buyers, we know they've been staying on the sidelines. They're waiting for mortgage rates to come down. They're waiting for housing prices to come down. So will they? And when? Bess Friedman, she's been looking into her crystal ball. We called her in for some help. She's CEO at Brown Harris Stevens. Bess, always good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. So let's just start with a reality check. Are things improving? I mean, I heard that inventory was starting to beef up a little bit. So are you seeing some pockets of improvement?
You know, it's interesting. Good morning. So nice to see you as well. Thanks for having me. I think we see a step forward and then a step back. And I would describe our housing market, at least through the summer, as very frustrating. Buyers and sellers couldn't get on the same page. For buyers, things have become unaffordable. Rates are too high. Sellers aren't budging on their prices. They're taking their homes off the market. So there's been a little bit of that, and it's gradual. You know, we definitely performed better this year than we did last year. It's a better housing market. But having said that, it's going to take a little bit of time. And I know that everybody's expecting or thinking that the Fed is going to cut the Fed fund rate in September. Maybe we'll have to see how the jobs report comes out. But, even that, I don't know that's going to have a dramatic impact. It's going to take time for us to come to a better place where we see supply and demand intersecting. That's a healthy market. And we don't really have that.
Bess, I have to tell you, I've been kind of caught in the middle of all this. I mean, I was trying to find a home. I've been outbid by like $170,000 in New Jersey. I mean, it was rough. So can you break it down as far as areas of the U.S., right? What areas are homes selling at a faster pace, or maybe what areas have more inventory?
I mean, every real estate market is so local. I'm sorry that you had that experience.
Thank you. I'm still getting over it.
But there are areas... I'll give you an example. A market that is completely on fire, there's no inventory and there's bidding wars, is upstate New York, Rhinebeck. You can't find anything, and whatever comes on, there's a bidding war, similar to what happened to you in New Jersey. Places like Montclair, New Jersey, very popular, a really strong market. And, you know, people get discouraged when they walk in, they see 20 people there waiting, and then they know there's going to be multiple bids and rates are higher, price is now going to be higher. And so, you know, that's very tough, but that's more the exception to the rule. Palm Beach is similar, but other places like New York is a pretty steady market in New York City right now. The market has been decent, not great. The rental market, really strong. That's all I hear about is people cannot afford to rent in New York. There's no vacancies. So it really depends on what's going on with supply and demand in the market. Like in Connecticut, for example, also really strong demand and lack of supply. And so we're starting to see more inventory come on. And so that's a good thing. And so hopefully if we get a little bit of if rates come down a little bit, they have come down a little bit, that might inspire more buyers to get into the market. But it's tough. I'm sorry that you had that experience. You know, in due time, something will come on that you love and you will find it and you will bid on it.
Bess, I want your thoughts on a trend we're continuing to see grow, and that is corporations backed by private equity groups now buying up single-family homes. So folks are not only competing against other would-be home buyers, they're competing against the big guns, these institutional investors. I saw this one report from MetLife Investment Management. Get this, they say investors, institutional investors, may control 40% of the single-family rental home market by 2030. How's a little guy supposed to compete with that?
That's really hard. I don't know. And we have a housing shortage in the United States. You know, we need to build, we need 4 million homes here. So I don't know. That's not a good sign because people find that they can't afford rent, they can't afford to buy. And so we need to figure out ways to work together with our state and local officials to make rules and legislation that makes sense so that people can afford to buy and can afford to rent. And so, yeah, the little guy matters. We have to make sure that everyday people can afford to pursue their dream, which is to buy a home or to rent their home, whatever it is. It's really important. And we've lost a little bit of that in the last 5 years. And I would love to see that switch direction. I'm happy to be part of those discussions.
And Bess, in the last minute we have here, how are the builders doing? I mean, how is the sentiment among the builders who are building these homes?
You know, it's a great question, and it depends. You know, I'll give you a real example. A few months ago, I was working, friend of mine, builder, developer, New York City, was looking at a site, very excited. He wanted to buy the site to develop it, and then the primary came out, and it looks like, and what your politics are, I don't care, but it looks like potentially Mamdani might win in New York. It's a possibility. And so he got squeamish and backed away from it. And so, but another developer came in and ended up buying the site. It just really depends. People are very emotional when it comes to these things, and it depends how they feel. If they think the market's going to be good or strong, they'll invest. And builders are the same. It's pencils down. If they think legislation is sloppy and not helpful and not giving them incentives, they're not going to continue to build. So it's such a nuanced story. So we're seeing some builders do things, some stay on the sidelines right now.
All right, continuing to change day by day, this housing market. And again, it is a very local story. Bess Friedman, CEO over at Brown Harris Stevens. Always good to get your perspective on this. Happy Labor Day weekend. We've got lots more to come here on the other side of the break, including a look at the municipal bond market. I mean, who doesn't love a good muni bond, right? I mean, triple tax exemption a lot of the time. But what does the market look like, especially with Trump, right, cutting a lot of federal funding? We're going to talk to one of our in-house experts about that. We're also going to talk to Charlie Pellet, who's going to give us a news flash and bring us up to date on what's happening on the markets last day of August. Markets, a lot of red on the screen. We're back with more Bloomberg Intelligence.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, it's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, we're looking at a lot of red on the screen here with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. S&P retreating from yesterday's record. Also falling back below 6,500, 64.55 where we stand right now. On track for a losing week heading into a long holiday weekend for a lot of people. S&P down 45, down 0.7%. The Dow down 194, drop there of 0.4%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.1%, down 240 points. Our Mag 7 Index down 1.1%. NVIDIA shares down now by 3%. Right now, the 10-year 4.23% with the 2-year 3.62%. Spot gold up $29 the ounce, 34.45, up 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil trading lower, WTI down 0.8%, 64.10 a barrel, and Bitcoin 108,638. The so-called core personal consumption expenditures price index, which excludes food and energy and is favored by the Fed, was up 0.3% in June. From the prior year, the gauge picked up 2.9%, the most since February. PepsiCo is increasing its stake in Celsius Holdings in a $585 million deal to boost distribution of some of Celsius's popular beverages. PepsiCo today up by 0.8%, Celsius up 4.5%, rival Coca-Cola down 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
And this focus on munis brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength, build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. And we know that municipal bonds have been having a pretty good run. Lots of strong demand, record issuance out there. But where do we go from here? We want to bring in our resident expert, Elizabeth Rembert, for more. She covers municipal finance here at Bloomberg. Elizabeth, good to see you. So you say that despite all that strong demand and record issuance, the muni bond market could be in for a challenging September. Why do you think that?
Yeah, that's right. So August was a relatively good month for munis. We had a lot of coupon payments that were bringing in some reinvestment flows, which allowed investors to really put that back into the municipal bond market and meet that really high supply that we've been seeing all year. But those coupon payments and reinvestment is going to slow down in September. Meanwhile, supply is supposed to be just as high, those high levels that we've been seeing all year. So there might be a little bit of a supply-demand mismatch in September that will drag on returns.
So you mentioned the coupons will slow down. Why is that?
That's just a very cyclical thing in the muni market. It's just when the bond calendar has those coupon payments coming back to investors, sending that money back.
Is the demand there, though, to match the record issuance at this time, or is that starting to wane, or are folks looking elsewhere within the bond market?
I think that that's kind of been the question all year long. As we've seen last year, we had really high supply, and this year it's even outpaced those record levels in 2024. And what I've been hearing from folks is that there does tend to be a lot of demand in the shorter end of the curve. But when we get out to the 20-year, the 30-year, that's kind of where demand falls off for those bonds. And that's why we're seeing those bonds look very cheap relative to treasuries and underperform the U.S. government debt market.
Elizabeth, I want to get into some examples because I know this is where I always find those little nuggets. So there was this article that you pointed to, University of California, Los Angeles, working to restore federal funding. How does that play into the muni bond market?
Yeah, that is an interesting one. So the Trump administration, in their efforts to reform higher education, this was the first time that those efforts came to a public university, and they took away almost $600 million from UCLA, one of the campuses of the University of California system. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has really come and said, bring it on to the Trump administration. And has indicated that he wants to fight back against this move from the White House. And the University of California is one of the biggest issuers in the municipal bond market. They had a $1.5 billion bond sale slated for this month that ended up being pulled. And our sources pointed toward just the really challenging disclosure requirements of municipal bond issuers, and how those disclosure requirements would have been really hard to meet in the face of an impending legal fight. So that's one example of how we're seeing headlines out of Washington impact the municipal bond market.
And another headline out of Washington, Elizabeth, there are these federal cuts to Medicaid, right, that could actually really wind up hurting rural hospitals, because those systems depend on the money raised by these muni bonds to do things like build new facilities, right, get new equipment for the hospital. Tell us the impact this might have on rural hospitals.
Exactly. That money is very important to the rural hospital health system. The cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act are estimated to take about $137 billion out of rural health systems over 10 years. And investors I talked to say that rural hospitals were already a tough sell when it came to their bonds. You know, their patient bases tend to be very poor. They don't have those lucrative elective surgeries. There's not as much of a chance that a bigger, stronger hospital system is going to acquire them. And now we're taking away another big part of their revenue in these Medicaid reimbursables. And so some investors that I've talked to have said that this has just blown up any chances that these health systems had, and that could really hurt their access to the municipal bond market.
Okay, in the last 30 seconds, do you see how has markets been flowing so far?
Well, today I was actually just looking, when I heard about all the red on the screen, I was just taking a second to look over the muni curve. While we're seeing those stocks sell off, there's been no changes that I'm seeing in the curve. So that's what I'm seeing today.
All right. We're going to leave it there. Elizabeth Rembert from the municipal finance. She covers municipal finance here at Bloomberg. Thanks so much for giving us the skinny on the muni bond market. Taking a look at the markets right now, a lot of red on the screen. The Dow off 180, NASDAQ taking it on the chin, down 226 points. We're going to join Bloomberg TV now, though, for a Bloomberg Tech interview. SEC Commissioner Mark Uyeda is going to be speaking with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde. So we're looking forward to that. Back with more Bloomberg Intelligence in a bit.
Welcome our TV and radio audiences worldwide. The US government has begun distributing economic data on public blockchains, marking the latest Trump administration endorsement of the crypto industry. Look, the move creates another avenue for publishing the GDP data, according to the Commerce Department officials. We're here to discuss really the regulatory changes affecting the crypto industry after the crackdown of the Biden years is SEC Commissioner Mark Uyeda. We welcome you to radio and TV. And just recently, Project Crypto was launched, and this really sort of endorses the initiative to modernize regulation to make it fit for purpose for current innovations within decentralized finance. Are we getting enough clarity? How quickly might we know what tokens are securities, for example?
We have a lot of ground to catch up. The last 4 years in the Biden administration, we saw a lot of efforts to suppress crypto, at least in the United States. That was one of the things that the president did, I think it was the third day of his administration, January 23rd, when he issued that executive order with a clear goal. We need to make the United States one of the global leaders in innovation in crypto and digital assets. That was why, one of the things I did immediately upon becoming the acting chairman was to name one of my fellow commissioners, Hester Peirce, who spent an awful lot of time talking to the crypto community. You're going to be in charge of our efforts, leader of our crypto task force, and that now under our new chairman, Paul Atkins, has now pivoted into what we call Project Crypto. We are working side by side with our colleagues at the CFTC. They announced what they call Crypto Sprint. So we're really anxious to get some things done.
In terms of getting things done, there is a sort of fever pitch of innovation going on, and a lot of that is to do with the perhaps adoption of new ETFs around things. I'm interested in, for companies, so-called treasury companies, companies that are building up crypto as their assets, or indeed new ETFs springing up, are you comfortable with the pace of innovation as it is? Are we going at as fast or too fast from your perspective?
Well, they are part of the innovation equation, so to speak, but they're just only a part of it. We've got a lot more to do. You know, with these companies, the SEC, in its 90 years of existence, has always been a disclosure-oriented regulator. That means we're not supposed to put our thumb on the scale of whether an investment is good or bad. What our concern is whether or not you're telling the truth when you market and provide the disclosures with respect to these products. So they can put crypto in their treasury. They need to disclose that. They need to disclose the risks about that. They need to disclose what their intentions are as in accordance with our rules and regulations. But there's so much more that we need to do.
Well, important for those companies that are looking to be treasury companies, or those that want to put Solana, for example, or XRP, or even Dogecoin in an ETF. How soon will they know whether those tokens are indeed deemed securities or not?
Well, we've already put out a number of statements from our staff in the Division of Corporation Finance, which says some things are not securities. Now, we are working on, as Chairman Atkins said, as part of his Project Crypto kickoff, to provide some commission-level guidance, what is and is not a security when it comes to crypto. It is tied up in a decades-old Supreme Court decision called Howey, SEC versus Howey, as to whether or not somebody's an investment contract. The good news is that it is what I view as a principles-based test. Is it an investment in money in a common enterprise with the expectation of profits from the efforts of others? How do you apply that in the crypto space? That's what we're looking to do.
In the next month?
Can't talk about timing, but what I can say is this has been part of the Crypto Task Force's efforts from day one of this year. Is, you know, we took a position which I objected to. I put out many dissents objecting to it with this idea that every crypto, with the exception of Bitcoin, which is what our former chairman Gary Gensler testified before Congress, was a security. No, we have this whole framework. We weren't applying it properly. We said, we're going to do this. That was what the Crypto Task Force started doing. That's why they held this series of roundtables. In fact, that was the very first roundtable, was talking about what ought to be in and outside the scope of this.
We're speaking with Mark Ueda, Commissioner for the United States Securities and Exchange Commission. I'm interested in, previously, it was sort of regulation by enforcement, and you said you don't want to put your thumb on the scale in this way. But how many crypto enforcements are ongoing at the moment? Can you tell us in terms of the amount of investigation still going? I know that, for example, Unicoin is being sued, for example, and that happened in May.
We have a number of ongoing investigations and actions related, that I would say are crypto related. We have an awful lot of what one might call fake crypto, which is somebody who purports to be involved in crypto, but it is nothing more than the types of Ponzi schemes and other scams that we have seen since probably the creation of currency.
How many staffers are looking at enforcement now compared to the prior 4 years?
Well, what we've done is we still have a unit, although we've changed it from the cyber and crypto unit to be more broadly focused on technology. We have an enormous number of tips, complaints, and referrals that come into the agency every year. In fact, I think we're on track for nearly 45,000. A number of them relate to crypto, so we deploy staff appropriately.
And you said you're working in lockstep almost with the CFTC. How is that relationship going at the moment?
We've got a great relationship, and it's one of the things that was very important on the financial regulatory front, not only between us and the CFTC, but us with Treasury and the banking regulators about how to address crypto. You saw this with the President's working group on digital assets. They issued the report last month. This has been something that has been, I think, really all of the relevant regulators in the executive branch are all communicating with each other and all coordinating with each other to make sure that we can make this effort successful.
Now, the SEC does more than just look at crypto. And I'm interested in, at the moment, you're currently suing Elon Musk, and that's to do with alleged violation of securities law about when he was taking a significant chunk in Twitter. He had owned about 5% in excess of, and he was meant to make that declaration. Many would say he didn't do it quickly enough. He wants that suit dropped. Should it be dropped?
Well, I'm not going to comment on any particular investigation or enforcement action that we currently have. But what I will say is, we have these Schedule 13D and 13G requirements out there. One of the key parts about whether or not you can file on a 13G is whether or not you are a passive investor. And one of the things that we did take action is there were a large number of very influential asset managers that hold significant chunks, well above 5% of a company's stock. The question is, what sort of relationship should they be having that requires additional disclosure? If they're asking or directing the company that says, you need to do the following things, for instance, on climate change, you need to hit net zero goals, you need to have a plan of how you get to net zero, you're no longer a passive investor. That requires additional disclosures of some form, because we have concerns whenever they're, or at least I should say Congress passed laws telling that when you have really large shareholders, more than 5%, which perhaps doesn't sound a lot, but in the real world, that is quite a bit for a company, that they need to provide the appropriate levels of transparencies of their discussions with company management.
Well, plenty more on your agenda other than just the Elon case and indeed just crypto. It's been wonderful having some time with you. We'll let you get back to the day job. Mark Ueda, of course, Commissioner for the United States Securities and Exchange Commission.
And welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Alexis Christoforous, along with Lisa Mateo, on this final day, trading day of the month of August, where we've got some red arrows. The Dow is down about 170, the NASDAQ off about 240. We've got the S&P down about 45 points. One of the big movers today is Caterpillar, a mover to the downside, that is, off nearly 4% right now. It's warning investors that tariffs are expected to have an even greater impact, take an even bigger bite out of its bottom line, expected to cost CAT as much as $1.8 billion this year. Let's dig into it a little more with Christopher Ciolino. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Machinery Analyst. So what is it about this report that's got investors in a tizzy?
Well, you're right. I mean, tariffs will be a bigger cost headwind this year, more than CAT previously expected. And the revision really seems to be driven by additional clarifications around the Section 232 steel and aluminum tariffs and some of the reciprocal rates on India. As you alluded to, CAT thinks these tariffs could be, up to a $1.8 billion impact in 2025. That's up, 200 to 300 million versus their prior view, so a little bit higher. Even though that we're looking at these incremental costs this year, we think it's pretty easily digestible for CAT, and probably represents, the peak headwind that we'll likely see. They really haven't implemented significant cost mitigation or pricing actions yet. I suspect you'll see more of those measures in 2026, which could ultimately offset these impacts.
So, Chris, is it steel and aluminum? Is that the main focus?
Yeah, we think so. So we did get an update on the Section 232 tariffs for steel and aluminum that expanded the coverage to, I think an additional 400 different products. So, we had CAT report earlier this month, and we had that subsequent update. So I think that's probably the big driver behind it. Obviously, heavy machinery companies use a lot of steel and aluminum. It's their largest input cost. So that certainly does move the needle.
We're talking about headwinds, but what about tailwinds? Any of those for Caterpillar?
Yeah, despite some of these near-term cost headwinds, I don't think it really ultimately changes the narrative here. We're still quite optimistic that earnings are going to bottom this year. There's a number of cyclical and secular tailwinds that we think are going to drive higher earnings in 26 and 27. The backlog is sitting at a record high. We've seen very solid order trends these past, 4 quarters, and dealer inventories remain at, pretty healthy levels considering the softness in the broader economy. So all of these are really positive leading indicators for Caterpillar.
And Chris, you follow this company very closely. So when we have an economic slowdown, what segments of Caterpillar's business tend to hold up the best?
So right now, the segment holding up the best would be their E&T or energy and transportation business. And really, I think the big driver behind that is power generation, particularly on the data center side. Those are much longer cycle products, have a very extended backlogs for many years. Caterpillar's adding capacity there. So we've seen that business hold up very well. On the flip side, the more cyclical construction industries business is probably the one more harder hit. and also their resource industries business, which is a lot of mining equipment. That's been a little softer as well. But I think if we're looking at a lower rate environment moving forward, we're certainly a little bit more optimistic on some of the growth prospects in those two businesses moving forward.
All right, Chris Ciolino, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Machinery Analyst. Thanks for coming on and talking a little cat. Let's get a Bloomberg Flash now with Charlie Pellet.
Much indeed. Caterpillar shares down 4.1%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red. We are on track for a losing week ahead of a long holiday weekend with the S&P now down 45, retreating from Friday's record back below 6,500, 64.56 where we stand right now. That is a drop of 0.7%. We've got the Dow Industrials down 171, down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 246 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop of 1.1%. Our Mag 7 Index down 1.3%. NVIDIA, of course, a part of that. NVIDIA right now down 3.3%. 10 years yielding 4.23% with the 2-year 3.62%. Cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin today, down 3.1%, 108,490 on Bitcoin. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks so much, Charlie. I want to talk about another big mover this week, this year, this past couple of years, NVIDIA and AI. It was out with earnings this week, and it impressed with more proof that AI spending continues to be strong. I want to talk more about AI in the real world with Bin Ren. He is founder and CEO at the software company SigTech. He joins us from London. Bin, thanks so much for being with us. Before we get into SigTech and what you do with AI agents, we'll get into what all of that is. I just want your take, your thoughts on NVIDIA's earnings report this week.
I think we are seeing unprecedented demand for AI services, AI inference. If you look at the, not only the hyperscalers purchasing GPUs and building data centers, it's keep going up. And if you look at the consumptions of tokens by large language model providers such as OpenAI and Google and Anthropic, it's growing at 100% every 6 months. So the adoption, the usage, the consumption is all going up. The trend, there's no reason why it's going to slow down or certainly not stopping.
Ben, we've heard a lot about different types of AI. Gen AI is a huge one. I mean, I know everyone's on the ChatGPT or whatever else you have. But do generic AI tools, they can help out in a lot of fields, but what about financial institutions? I mean, you focus more on custom AI, is that correct?
Yeah, we focus on building entirely bespoke and custom AI agents for customers in capital markets. I think people now, hundreds of millions of people have used ChatGPT, so we all have a good idea of, what a chatbot can do for us, which is extremely useful. But when it comes to businesses, there's an increasing gap between what the large language models are capable of and what actually value users in businesses are getting out of the applications using the same models. The large language model capability has been improving dramatically, and frankly, probably the most improved applications, unfortunately, have been restricted to only a few areas, mainly about writing code. That has been the killer app outside chatbot. In finance, the difficulty is actually there are many different reasons why the application is not delivering the kind of potential we are expecting. One of the reasons is in finance, we use a lot of private data. The large language models are mainly trained on public data. Then there's the question of how to converting the vast corpus of financial documents in PDFs, in Word document, in Excels, into the right formats that actually can be effectively used by large language models. Any error in this data conversion, document processing pipeline will immediately result in very poor qualities downstream. And in other areas in finance, we crunch numbers, and the large language models are very bad at crunching numbers. right? And it's probably the most expensive calculator we can think of. So to make large language models work in finance, we have to provide a very wide range of financial tools. These tools can be softwares, can be APIs, can be desktop applications. Then we have to train models to use them. And there are other challenges too. Yeah, that's why everything has to be bespoke.
Ben, we keep hearing that AI is going to be a job killer. And we're already seeing it, frankly. A lot of, entry-level positions being taken over by AI. That means a lot of recent graduates from college are finding it even harder to find a job. And unemployment amidst that demographics about 6% right now versus a little more than 4% for the rest of us. So how do you see the future of work looking, and how does AI play a part?
I think wherever there's unprecedented new technology coming along, so transformative and so disruptive, like AI, but previously there was internet, there was industrial revolution, there was the invention of airplanes and cars. I mean, inevitably some jobs will be killed, I guess you can say that, but there will be new jobs created. I think the key here is to understand fundamentally what AI can do and what AI cannot do, and what makes us, by us I mean humans, special. AI is very good at doing repetitive, non-creative work, non-creative knowledge work. Humans, we are uniquely equipped to be creative and imaginative. And also, by the way, you probably know that AI is really bad at telling a joke, a good joke. And there's a reason for it. Because AI is trained to predict the next most likely word, word by word. And to deliver a good joke, the punchline has to be surprising and witty. So large language models are literally not trained to be able to tell a good joke. So all the comedians, their
they have
jobs
to
are
write
safe.
their own stuff.
And they have to write their own stuff. And they have to have inspiration. They have to have new experiences, imagination, and creativity. I think that's probably a good role model for the future work look like. We can spend more time on being imaginative and creative, and frankly, more intellectually satisfying, and less time on things, frankly, we don't wake up and be excited about.
All right, Bin Ren, founder and CEO at the software company SigTech, talking all things AI. It's fascinating and continuing to change. Thanks so much, Bin, for being with us. We appreciate it. And coming up here, we're going to talk more Lisa Cook, right, Lisa?
Of course.
Mateo, different Lisa.
Different Lisa.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if a judge in D.C. is going to grant her injunction against President Trump. She's saying, look, you can't fire me. It's illegal. We're going to see if we're going to get any kind of a ruling today, and what that battle, that court battle, might look like. We're going to talk it over with Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, who just walked into the studio. So hi, Mike. We're going to talk to you on the other side of the break. And also, let's not forget, we're going to be wrapping up the month of August here on Wall Street. Do I even have to say that volume has been quite low? I mean, it's the day before the 3-day holiday, Lisa.
I know.
What do we expect, right? Okay, but
Exactly.
so I don't, we're lower on the day. I don't know how much you want to read into it because again, volume is so light. But we're gonna take a look at the Fed, the markets, all that and more when Bloomberg Intelligence comes back right after this.
자, 금일 시장을 보게 되면은 이제 기술주, 대형 기술주들 많은 약세를 보이고 있고요. 이제 방어주인, 헬스케어 주가 좀 강세를 보이고 있습니다. 대부분의 기업들이 약세를 보여주고 있네요. 소프트웨어 관련도 약세를 보이고 있고요. 애플 또한 약세를 보여주고 있고, 아마존, 테슬라, 엔비디아, 마소, 마이크로소프트, 오라클, 팔란티어, 팔로알토, 사운 등등 금일 기술주들이 큰 약세를 보여주고 있습니다. 근데 빠지실 부분은 오히려 강세를 보여주고 있는 모습이 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 지속적으로 시장 분석을 해드릴 거고요. 추가적으로 좋은 타점 나왔을 때 진입 시행해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1차 트레이딩 마무리되었습니다. 일단 부분 참고 부탁드리겠습니다.
Welcome back to...
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
And welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Alexis Christophorous with Lisa Mateo, and we want to dig into what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now, because we know it's been fisticuffs between President Trump and the Federal Reserve. And today, a judge in Washington, D.C., a judge who was appointed by Joe Biden, is going to decide whether or not to grant an injunction to Fed Governor Cook, Lisa Cook, who says that she should be staying in her position, that President Trump has no legal right to remove her. We want to get the latest now on what might be happening in that courtroom with Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. So any news coming out of the court yet?
No news out of the court yet. The hearing is just about wrapped up. The lawyer for Lisa Cook, Abby Lowell, was first questioned by the court, and then the lawyer for the government. Now Lowell gets last word, making last remarks, and then the judge will take it under advisement. It does not seem we're going to get a decision today. When the hearing began, this was a request by Cook for a temporary restraining order that would give her about a 14-day period, 2-week period, to stay in office until the next legal steps were taking place. And the next legal step, if the judge had granted a temporary restraining order, would be a temporary injunction, which would last longer, basically through the length of the case as it goes through the courts. And the two sides basically agreed they could just skip to that step. And that made for a sort of a collapse of two hearings into one. And the judge was very thorough in probing both sides. We've, on the legal team and on the Fed team, we've been talking about whether or not we could read the judge here. And there's kind of agreement that not yet. She had some probing questions for each side's position.
It seems like this can drag out for a long time. Needless to say, but could this affect the Fed's next decision if Cook continues to deal with these legal issues?
I doubt it. Well, let me put it this way. It could, in a way, if the judge turns down her request and she is essentially fired, even if the court system is going to go on and consider the merits of her case and at some point could decide to reinstate her. But then she would be out of a job. And that would be sending a message to the Fed that might influence some of them that you could be next. And so that, in that way, I suppose it could have an impact. But she had expressed concerns about the jobs report we got in July and seemed to be willing to consider the idea of a rate cut. So if the chairman, as he said in Jackson Hole, thinks it's time for a rate cut, then she would have gone along, and her vote wouldn't make a difference.
You know, regardless of how this all plays out, it could be a lengthy process in the courts. What does this do to the long-term credibility of the Fed? It's not only here in the U.S., really almost more importantly to world financial markets.
Well, to the extent that you can read today's market's reactions into this case versus NVIDIA's earnings, it hurts the Fed's credibility. And I think most people on Wall Street would agree that the real question is, does this suggest that then the president can do whatever he wants and force the central bank to make policy based on what's good for the president rather than what's good for the economy? The government's argument has been that having somebody who may or may not have committed some sort of mortgage fraud on the Fed is more damaging to credibility, but that doesn't seem to be an argument that flies with people outside of the court.
I can't have Michael McKee in my studio and not ask about eco data. Okay, so PCE out today, kind of in line with the expectation. Did you see any tariff pass-throughs?
No, but well, yes and no.
It's one of those again.
One of those again. Well, you know, economists, we have two hands. The pass-throughs were already in the CPI and PPI, and those data get incorporated into the PCE. So yes, there was some tariff pass-through, but it wasn't something new that we hadn't known about before. And that's why the numbers come in on the forecasts, because by the time we get to this, and these are July numbers, and this is the 29th of August. By the time we get to this, they've managed to put together pretty much all of the data that goes into the PCE report, so you know what it's going to be. So there's no surprise here. The bottom line is that inflation is still rising, and it is still rising at a somewhat elevated pace. And but not so much that you couldn't argue both ways in September. So we look forward to further data, basically.
Mike, we got about 30 seconds, and I've got to look ahead to next week's jobs data, especially after the huge revision downward. We've got somebody new at the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Will this market believe the numbers that are put before them next Friday?
Yes, because there really wouldn't be any change. We've got a temporary person at the Bureau of Labor Statistics who's done that job before and is well known, and so there's no credibility question. And really, there's not a lot of credibility question for the entire jobs report. Chris Waller made that clear last night in his speech. This part was overlooked, but he gave a strong defense of the BLS data and suggested why we saw big revisions, and he didn't see anything nefarious in that.
And he's calling for a quarter-point cut come September 17th. Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Always great to have you, and great to have you here live in the studio.
Mike's everywhere.
That's a treat.
He's
in Wyoming, he's in D.C. Where in the world is Mike? Thank you so much for being with us. Quick check of the markets shows lots of red. The S&P down 46, Dow now down 200 points, so near a session low. NASDAQ down about 280. But for the month, we are up. The Dow up nearly 2%, S&P up 1 1/3, and the NASDAQ up about 1.5%. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Alexis Christoforous along with Lisa Mateo. Stay tuned because we've got Balance of Power coming up here next on Bloomberg. Yay! Rock on!
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. Court action today in the Trump effort to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. The president wants an order to remove her right away. CBS's Scott McFarland says she wants to block it.
In court right now, her attorney, Abby Lowell, a famous name, he defended Hunter Biden, Jared Kushner, and other political figures, is saying that the judge here should order Cook remain a Federal Reserve Board governor and keep that position, return things to the status quo, and let Ms. Cook defend herself against any allegations as she serves as Federal Reserve Board chair.
A White House official says President Trump has revoked Secret Service protection for former Vice President Kamala Harris effective Monday. CBS's Christopher Cruz tells us Secretary of State Rubio has revoked the visas of Palestinian leaders who are looking to attend the UN General Assembly.
In a statement, the State Department said Rubio has also ordered the denial of some new applications from Palestinian officials. It's not clear how many visas have been revoked or how many applications will be denied. The statement said before the groups can be considered partners for peace, quote, they must consistently repudiate terrorism, including the October 7th massacre.
Well, CBS's Anna Schechter has has the latest on the investigation into this week's deadly mass shooting in Minneapolis.
Investigators are continuing to interview the shooter's parents and other relatives to try to find out if others might have had an inclination or any information that this attack was coming.
Now to New Orleans, WWL radio reporter Dave Cohen has more on ceremonies to mark 20 years since Hurricane Katrina.
20 years after Katrina, there were wreath-laying ceremonies in coastal waters, at the levee breach sites, and at the Katrina Memorial, where some of the 1,400 killed in the storm are laid to rest.
On this summer anniversary, we must remember and honor those who lost their lives. We offer praise and gratitude for all those who served our community during that time and for the rebirth and growth of our city.
Dr. Steve Nelson. This solemn ceremony was followed with a celebration of the city's survival and recovery.
A new study finds 40% of children between the ages of 3 and 5 who've been diagnosed with ADHD are prescribed drugs before behavioral treatment is tried. Yair Bennett is the study's lead author.
In this young age group, it seems that there is more effectiveness in trying these behavioral approaches than starting with medications.
CBS News has learned Republican Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa is expected to announce next week she will not run for re-election. The Dow is down 180. This is CBS News. A famed film franchise is headed back to theaters.
The LA Times says Lionsgate will celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Twilight novels by bringing the entire movie saga back to theaters just in time for Halloween.
Are you afraid?
No. Story of the vampire love triangle starring Kristen Stewart as Bella Swan, Robert Pattinson as a vampire, and Taylor Lautner as Bella's friend will run from October 29th through November 2nd. The 5-part series brought in more than $3.3 billion worldwide during its first go-round. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The CDC now says at least 95 people in 14 states have been sickened by a salmonella outbreak linked to a California egg producer that dates back to January. 18 have been hospitalized. Eggs have been recalled and production's been suspended. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The emergency session is underway right now. Welcome to the Friday edition as Fed Governor Lisa Cook's legal team argues against President Trump's move to fire her. In a high-stakes court hearing that is soon to wrap up in Washington, we're going to bring you straight to the courthouse for the on-the-ground view. Live report from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. She's been there since the sun came up this morning with insights ahead from Bloomberg's Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr. Discord at the Fed, uncertainty over tariffs, all adding up to push gold prices higher. We're going to get into that with Mike McGlone at Bloomberg Intelligence, and we'll talk markets as well. And as former President Barack Obama jumps back into the political fray, we'll have analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. On the Friday edition, let's get to the trade right now. Charlie Pellet starts us off with Wall Street live from New York. Charlie, the last trading session of August.
Indeed, final trading session of the week, and we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining, on track for a losing week right now on the S&P. Right to the numbers, S&P down 47, 64.54 where we stand. That is a drop right now of 0.7%. A lot of red there with the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 168, down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 271, drop there of just about 1.3%. The Mag 7 index lower today by 1.4%. NVIDIA getting a lot of attention this week. It is lower today by 3.5%, certainly weighing on our index. We've got the 10-year 4.22% with the 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold up $30 the ounce. Miami Mike McGlone's going to have a whole lot more on gold coming up on Balance of Power. 34.47 right now on the precious metal, up by about 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 64.08 a barrel on WTI. The next Fed decision comes this September 17th as Wall Street keeps an eye on incoming data. Michael Purvis is the CEO and founder of Tallback & Capital, and he said Fed Chair Jay Powell certainly is in a tough position.
This job is hard without having the President of the United States, be pushing on you every day, right? So there's a lot of strange currents in the data, and I think Powell's just kind of reading them as they come.
Michael Purvis of Tallback interviewed this morning on surveillance. Key economic data this morning, the so-called Core Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, PCE, which excludes food and energy items and is favored by the Fed, was up 0.3% in June. Earnings news, Dell now slumping by 8.2%. Also after earnings, Marvell, it is down 15.9%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, the Friday edition. He made it. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
Yeah, nice to meet you here on Friday. Charlie Pellet, thank you. We'll get back to Charlie in about 15 minutes here for the latest on the Friday trade. Welcome to the threshold of the weekend and the Friday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. You can watch the radio on TV by going to YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. An hour from now, we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation, because we're just getting started here on a Friday, and we have a lot to cover. Breaking news from Washington right now. You picked the right time to join us. As always, it happens at high noon. The hearing has just wrapped up while Charlie was talking, finishing with no ruling from the judge. This, of course, has to do with Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her pursuit now, her legal pursuit to stop Donald Trump in his tracks as he tries to fire her and become, in fact, the first president to fire a Federal Reserve governor. We saw lawyers talking to the judge for some time. It was about a 2-hour-long session, and we want to get right to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who started her morning out in front of the courthouse before the lawyers and the attorneys even arrived. Tyler's with us right now. No ruling, Tyler. What else can you tell us?
No ruling. And Joe, you really hit the nail on the head. You and I could not have timed this better, because at this point it was just about 2 hours of arguments from both sides, Lisa Cook's lawyers as well as the Trump administration. And keep in mind, today's hearing really had to do with Lisa Cook looking for this temporary restraining order, this TRO, which would essentially allow her to retain her seat, at least on a temporary basis, while the rest of the case works its way through the legal system. Now, there's a few different dynamics we could look into here, that she's expected to file for a preliminary injunction, which would be a little bit more long-lasting. But something that we picked up from Cook's attorney earlier, Abby Lowell, telling the judge that they are not expecting the Fed to act until the court rules. And that opens up the question here on whether or not you actually need to have this TRO in order to keep Cook on for the time being. However, we did hear from her lawyers at the end of this hearing just now, saying essentially that they want to see a little bit more of a cushion. They want to make sure that there cannot be any attempts to remove Cook from this position, to maintain the status quo, was the quote, while the broader legal fight ends up playing out.
So Judge Cobb is apparently going to give the lawyers here on both sides a chance to supplement their filings. But we don't have apparently a schedule, Tyler, and there are still questions about what exactly Lisa Cook is able to do. There was reporting today that she has access to her email, her electronic files. Apparently she has not shown up in the building, at least. since the president has threatened to have her fired. How long could we have to wait on this?
Oh, Joe, that's one of the big questions here, though we are expecting the judge to take some sort of action in at least the coming days. But keep in mind, this is just the first step. We are on a pretty long legal battle here, though perhaps because President Trump is involved, we could expect to see this a little bit more expedited, as we are expecting the case to go up to the Supreme Court. And really what's at issue here is this idea of cause. And we talk a lot about cause, and we're going to keep talking about cause because that is the question. Under Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, it says the president can remove a Fed governor if there is sufficient cause. Lisa Cook is now arguing that there is not sufficient cause, and she is suing President Trump, saying that he violated this law. Joe, it's worth pointing out that we did hear from the Trump administration earlier today in a court filing. President Trump reaffirmed this idea that they believe it is basically up to the president to determine what qualifies as cause. Then I will also quickly add one other nugget that we really should be looking at here, which is this idea of due process. And President Trump, in this court filing, the administration is essentially saying that they gave Lisa Cook a chance to respond to these allegations, that there were 5 days between him posting on Truth Social calling for her to step down and then him ultimately posting that notice with her firing. Now, of course, Cook's lawyers say that that does not give her an adequate chance to defend herself, but it's something that we're watching closely here because that is one of the statutes under which Cook sued Trump under.
Wow, fascinating readout here, Tyler. Thank you so much. She's spending the day in front of the courthouse. I guess that's a day that's soon to wrap up at the courthouse, indeed, with no ruling. Tyler, thank you so much. That's all the information that we have right now. That is literally the latest. Tyler just brought it to you. She said it faster than you can type it, as this hearing just wrapped as we were coming to air. Spent a lot of time talking about it. I'm glad Tyler got to this. Talking about due process. We went through this yesterday. Having spent time with Peter Navarro this week, he made clear exactly what Tyler was saying. The angle, the view from the White House and the administration is, you got your due process. We gave you 5 days to respond, and the paperwork speaks for itself. Here's Navarro. Here's what he said.
On the face of it, that's malfeasance. Now, the statute doesn't say the malfeasance has to happen while you're in office in the Fed. It just says malfeasance. This is due process. The president has the power to do exactly what she's doing. Fire her for cause, in this case, malfeasance.
Of course, in the complaint, Cook asked the district court here in Washington to issue the injunction to block the firing, which her lawsuit characterized as unprecedented and illegal. We're lucky to have Greg Storr with us today, and I say lucky because not only is Greg the best Supreme Court reporter in the nation, and that's where this could end, but has a good sense more broadly of what the administration is up to right now. In the few moments that we have, Greg, thank you for joining us. Having spent time today trying to define cause, tells you what about this case?
Well, it certainly tells you that there's not a whole lot of a track record to figure out exactly what cause is and what the standards are that either the district judge or ultimately perhaps the Supreme Court should apply in this sort of case. And so a big question may end up being just how deferential the courts are going to be to the president in making that determination.
Will they be compelled to move this along quickly? It's unclear exactly how much time lawyers will have to come back with more information.
Well, you could certainly imagine that one side or the other is going to want to move it along quickly. As long as Lisa Cook is in the job, you would imagine the Trump administration is going to want to keep pushing this along. If she is either temporarily put out of the job, then she's going to want to move it more quickly to get reinstated.
So, Greg, do you believe the conventional wisdom that this will end up in the Supreme Court? This is your wheelhouse. Is it coming?
Yeah, like pretty much everything right now, almost certainly. I mean, of course, one side could back down. No indication of that now. But yes, all these matters seem to be, at least the most important ones, seem to be going up to the Supreme Court, especially a case like this where it is a novel question and the correct answer is not going to be obvious to a lower court.
Well, that's interesting because we thought we kind of had a sense of what the court thought with Trump versus Wilcox. To what extent will that inform their decision on this?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So that's the case involving whether the president can fire a head of an independent agency for no reason at all, just because they're a Democrat, for example. The Supreme Court in that case let Trump fire members of the NLRB and MSPB, two other agencies, but went out of its way to say, hey, the Fed is different. We're not saying the president can fire a Fed governor for any reason. Now, of course, the legal issues here are different. This is not for any reason. This is because of the alleged mortgage fraud. And so kind of a big question in this case for the Supreme Court is whether that instinct we saw in that Wilcox case to shield the Fed, to protect its independence, is going to apply in this other context.
Mm-hmm. Just lastly, Greg, the idea of a third mortgage application explained away as a clerical error. If there are, in fact, 3 mortgage applications that the White House now has flagged that we're talking about potentially equaling fraud, how much more difficult will it be for Abby Lowell to make the case that this was just a simple screw-up?
Well, as a factual matter, sure, it's harder to make that case. Lisa Cook has not factually rebutted the allegations. We don't know what she's going to say. There was a little, suggestion that it was a clerical error, but she didn't say, and Abby Lowell didn't say that directly. But keep in mind, there's also the court of public opinion. To the extent she's able to say the president is wrong, I didn't do anything wrong, here's why, that certainly helps her case in terms of this very public standoff. And ultimately, that may be something that is in the back of the Supreme Court's mind if and when the case gets up there.
Really something. This is why he's the best. Greg Storer, we thank you so much. Greg's going to be doing a lot of reporting on this, it seems, sooner than later. Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter with us live here on the Friday edition. Glad you're with us. Stay right where you are. We're going to turn to the markets in gold next with tariffs hanging over Wall Street. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red. Yes, retreating from a record with the S&P just above 6,500 yesterday. Right now at 64.58, down 43, drop there of 0.7%. S&P right now on track for a losing a week, down by 0.1% on the week. The Dow today down 148. That is a drop of 0.3%. NASDAQ down 237. A decline there of 1.1%. Traders driving stocks lower amid a sell-off in tech shares that have powered the surge from April's meltdown. Case in point, NVIDIA down 3.1%. 10-year at 4.22% with the 2-year 3.61%. Gold at $34.44 the ounce. We'll have more from our Mike McGlone coming up in just a moment. Right now, spot gold up 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 64.11 a barrel. And cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin today. Lower again, down 2.8%, 108,750 on a Bitcoin. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all retreating. Briefly, Spirit Aviation Holdings has engaged in high-level talks with Frontier Group about Spirit's efforts to chart a path forward after emerging from bankruptcy. S&P down 42, drop there of 0.6%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Big Friday in front of a long weekend with Charlie Pellet. What else do you want as we watch Wall Street here on Balance of Power? Thank you, Charlie. As always, we'll hear from Charlie again 15 or 20 minutes as we round out the Friday trade. I guess it won't be a winning week necessarily, even though we did see an all-time high in the S&P 500 just a couple of days ago. North of 6,500. Everybody's adjusting their year-end targets. And we're going to get into the markets in a bit with Eric Weiner at Bloomberg. Mike McGlone, as Charlie mentioned, Miami Mike is going to join us to not only talk about gold, which appears to be set for a breakout, at least that's what I keep reading. We'll let Mike walk us through the chart, but also this pullback in Bitcoin is kind of interesting today. A lot of this keying off of what's happening in Washington with regard to the Fed and, of course, tariffs. If you are following what's happening with the Fed, and you're just joining us, we have breaking news. The emergency hearing this morning has ended. Abby Lowell has left the building. Lisa Cook, of course, Fed governor, with the emergency hearing today and no ruling after more than 2 hours of questions and arguments, the judge parsing for cause arguments from both sides. Now, as we go into the weekend without really knowing what the heck is going on here, there are a lot of questions about the timeline. And it's interesting. There will not be a ruling, writes Tony Ahrens. This is on our Top Live blog on the terminal. There will not be a ruling before Tuesday, right? We're going into a long weekend when Judge Cobb asked for a filing from Cook's lawyer, the aforementioned Abby Lowell. The judge is also giving both sides a chance to file some additional arguments. So we could come out the long weekend, and I'll be talking to you at this time on Tuesday, and they're back in court. We're just going to have to wait to find out because everybody left with a lot of questions this morning. If I haven't said Happy Alston Christmas yet, let me be the first to say so. This is the last trading session of August, and it's move-in weekend ahead. Yeah, we see you on 92.9 FM in Boston, my old hometown, where you'll be able to get a new mattress, maybe a broken couch. I saw somebody post a picture of a 3D printer sitting on the side of the street. Move-in day is actually the 31st, so we'll call this Alston Christmas Eve. It's a big deal up there in the city of Boston. If you know what you're doing, you'll stay as far away from it as possible. I mean, serious, guys. Watch out for the bed bugs. It's going to be a big day in the city. The Silhouette Lounge in Alston. They've got a big inflatable Santa on the roof. Producer James is going up there this weekend. The bar's signature Sill Dogs are selling for $1 each on move-in day. Alston Christmas move-in weekend is a dumpster diver's dream, the headline, if you're with us here on YouTube. Thank you, Cece, for indulging me with that. So we get back to the markets here and exactly what is going to come from the developments in Washington, because there are worries about independence, credibility of the Fed, right? We talked about that plenty recently. There are also huge questions about tariffs. We could say the program today is brought to you by the term de minimis, because the de minimis loophole, as some call it, exemption, others might say, ended at 12:01 a.m. So Shein, or wherever you're ordering your Chinese clothing from, or anywhere in the world for that matter, they're coming from Vietnam or India. If they cost a little bit of money, they're still going to be facing a tariff. And it's causing a lot of concerns here about supply chains. Take a look at what Caterpillar's talking about, and this tariff story is very real. Caterpillar warning once again last evening that its results are going to be dented by tariffs. That's the second warning we've received from them in just a couple of weeks. So the stock is heading lower right now. Watching Cat shares lose ground on the warning, down almost 5% or $19. This is what Eric Weiner is obsessed with as Bloomberg senior editor for America's Equities, and wanted to talk to Eric about where we were in the markets with so much noise in the air. He joins us live from World Headquarters in New York. Eric, I guess we're going to have a down week, but the fact of the matter is S&P 6500 has already been seen, despite all of the ways that I just listed, the number of things to worry about at the moment. You're going to tell me we're climbing a wall of worry, right? How do we justify this position in the market?
A great example of drawing a conclusion for things, because volume is very light. We're heading into a long vacation weekend, and there is a reason, as you pointed out, the S&P is coming off a high. So there's a reason for people to take profits right now. The bigger question is what's ahead of us. There has been a lot of warning about tariffs and the impact of that. There's a lot of uncertainty, as you said, surrounding the Fed and independence and all of that, which concerns traders. But we've been in a very strange market this summer. It's not like we haven't known that these risks were out there, but it feels like traders are waiting to be shown the examples of the problems. So it's one thing for Caterpillar to predict it. It's another thing for it to show up in its results. And we're waiting on that. So there's kind of this show me moment where over the next 14 sessions leading up to the Fed's decision, there's jobs data, there's inflation data, there's a whole bunch of things that will be pointing toward where the market should be heading over the next week or the next year. And really, today is about kind of pulling your chips off the table and waiting to see where things stand.
Wow, fascinating. So we've got a show me market, and apparently the analysts are watching. I always get a kick out of this. You come in with your lofty price targets at the beginning of the year, then the markets blow you away and you spend the rest of the year chasing them. Producer James just put this in front of me, Eric. S&P 6500 was above 18 of the 28 year-event price targets that we track here on the terminal. So how are the analysts doing so far?
Well, they've kept upping nobody expected this. I mean, and really, actually, what happened was when Trump put in the tariffs back at the beginning of April, people started pulling their expectations down. So they've been elevating them ever since, but it's really, what does it mean for jobs? What does it mean for the average American? So there's so much that is at play right now that it's almost impossible to put it all together on a macro level. Analysts or strategists who predict where the S&P is going to go have really been kind of hamstrung by the idea of things just constantly being in flux. And that's just not a great way for, predictions and long-term bets. So what we're seeing is just like, for an example, what we're seeing is small cap shares way outperforming the big cap stocks. The Russell 2000 had a much better month than the S&P 500, and it's just because the Russell 2000 stocks have been beaten up. They were down, they were cheap, so people bought. And that seems to be where things are, where you see kind of an opportunity, you enter, but in terms of making big macro sweepy position points, it really isn't happening.
Great to have you back, Eric. We should do this more often. Eric Weiner with us from World Headquarters in New York. As we turn to Miami, Mike McGlone is with us. Talked to James early in the morning. We said, we've got to get McGlone on to talk about gold. I think it was the chart of the day on Daybreak on the terminal. I'm not sure if that's what got me thinking. I'm usually half awake when I do the Daybreak thing. Are you doing that, by the way? DAYB on your terminal is how I start my day every day. Because I keep hearing, Mike, it's great to see you, that gold is set for another breakout. What are you seeing?
Yes, exactly. One thing about gold, Joe, is that I think every time President Trump speaks, gold market smiles. It just absolutely loves President Trump. And all the discombobulation, those of us who have to deal with every day and write about it and report it, it's a wonderful thing for gold. So right now, the technical situation for gold is it's been stuck just about 3,300 for 5 months. I mean, it reached their first in April. It's just waiting for the next reason to go higher. ETF flows are strongly heading higher. Strong inflows in ETFs. That's after 4 years of outflows. Central banks are still buying. And there's one simple little catalyst I think will make gold pop up to the next key round resistance level, around $4,000 an ounce. And that's just a little pickup in stock market volatility. Remember, like you pointed out earlier, the end of the summer doldrums is today. And the VIX Volatility Index just this month reached a new low around 14%. But one thing that's happened since Mr. Trump has been elected is that VIX 200-day moving average is heading higher. Gold likes higher volatility in the stock market, particularly when it bottoms from a multi-year low.
We just hit 34.85 to the penny. That is an all-time high, up just over $39 today. Mike, you say gold loves Trump, but the more Trump creates uncertainty around the Fed and issues tariffs, that sends the price higher as well, doesn't it? The fear.
Yes, exactly. It's the discombobulation of Mr. Trump, whether his policies work out or not, but it's also the fact that can we get through this second Trump administration without a normal 20% correction in the stock market that stays down? And I think gold's saying, no, I'd rather buy gold. So that's what's been happening. We've seen significant inflows into gold ETFs, despite this fact that volatility was just down and bottoming a little bit. Now it's starting to head higher. So I think gold is becoming the significant alternative, particularly with bond yields heading higher. And it's also, since Bitcoin reached 100,000, gold is on a tear. So I think that level is the threshold for the digital version of gold, which is a risk-on asset, and gold, the risk-off asset. Unfortunately, I think it's going to continue, and I just don't want to see what it stops from heading to $4,000 an ounce.
That's really interesting because, yes, Bitcoin is lower again today. We're down almost 3% right now, below $109,000. Everybody's piling into Ether. Is it coming out of Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not just Bitcoin and Ether. There's 20 million cryptocurrencies. That's the problem. It's unlimited supply. So people are realizing there's only 4 precious metals: gold, silver, platinum, palladium. And then there's Bitcoin and then 20 million companions. People are raising these highly speculative digital assets. Some of them have actually nothing. I have unlimited supply. The rules of economics do not apply well for prices appreciate. It's massive speculation, and I think that's where the gold market's figuring out. I think gold's going to continue to beat Bitcoin, particularly if the stock market goes down, and the stock market's still up a lot this year.
Yeah, old-fashioned gold. Mike, I'll be picturing you in Miami. Have fun on Miami Beach weekend. We always appreciate spending time with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist Mike Malone. We'll assemble our panel next. They're back together for the Friday edition. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, only here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index down 1.2%. NVIDIA, key part of that index, it is down 3.1%. We are seeing a broader technology sell-off. S&P down 40, retreating from yesterday's record back below 6,500, 64.61, a drop now of 0.6%. The Dow down 121, lower by 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 233, a drop there of 1.1%. 10-year yield at 4.22% with a 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold is trading higher by $29 the ounce, $34.46. That is a gain of just about 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $63.93 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 2.8%, 108,846 on Bitcoin. Among the day's economic reports, the most closely watched, the so-called Core Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, PCE, which excludes food and energy and is favored by the Fed, rose 0.3% from June. From the prior year, the gauge picked up to 2.9%, the most since February. Reaction from Ryan Wang, U.S. economist at HSBC Securities. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Intelligence.
The numbers are broadly in line with expectations. I still do think it's important that we're seeing that step up in the core PC inflation rate up to 2.9%. The Fed has been projecting that it will reach at least a little bit above 3% at the end of this year. And that's very key. I mean, if we know that inflation is going to go up, and then we're hoping that inflation eventually begins to cool off after the full effect of tariffs comes through, it's still important to track these numbers every month.
Ryan Wang of HSBC. Speaking of tariffs, only weeks after its last quarterly report, Caterpillar is now warning investors it expects tariffs to have an even greater impact on its business, costing it as much as $1.8 billion this year. Cat shares down by 4.2%. Recapping, S&P lower by 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues now. The Friday edition. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet will have more on the markets coming up around 1 o'clock here, top of the hour on the East Coast. We can almost hear the music from inside the bureau here. You can hear it in the briefing room, apparently. There's music currently blaring out of the Rose Garden, which now looks a lot like the patio at Mar-a-Lago. All the pavers are out there. Even the Mar-a-Lago yellow and white striped umbrellas are at the tables. And you know, the president likes to hang out Mar-a-Lago. We've talked about this. And DJ, he gets the iPad out and starts playing his favorites from Les Mis and so on. Well, that's happening right now, apparently, at the White House. You can't just walk into the Rose Garden. So we're only hearing what's going on there. And the press pool is keeping us up to date with the music selection. A little bit of color here. Correspondents so far have heard David Bowie. He's a Bowie fan? The Beatles, Michael Jackson. I know Andrea Bocelli is not news. We hear a lot of that. And yes, Les Mis, I Dreamed a Dream. The music is still playing. The White House did not share information about who the president is with playing the music out there. But he has policy meetings and a media interview on his schedule today. We've got breaking news here from Texas. And boy, there's been a big wind-up to this one, complete with Democrats fleeing the state to deprive Republicans of the quorum needed to redraw the congressional map. They had to come home eventually. We talked to some of them right here on Balance of Power. And I can tell you that Governor Greg Abbott has signed a new congressional map into law. It just happened, securing an additional, just like they planned, 5 Republican-leaning U.S. House districts ahead of the midterms in 2026. Now, this is probably not new to you if you listen to this program, because what just happened in Texas may well tip off a chain of events in other states, beginning with California, where Governor Gavin Newsom, of course, is moving to redraw their congressional map to blunt the impact of what's happening in Texas. They're looking at Indiana, Missouri, Florida. This could keep going all year, talking about redistricting. And it's gotten the attention of former President Barack Obama, who is somehow jumping back into the political fray here, at least on social media. He's been in touch with Democrats from Texas, as we've told you, and he's up on social media today with a warning, including an appearance with his former Attorney General Eric Holder. Let's watch and listen.
We're facing an existential threat to our democracy, and we need your help.
Right now, in states across the country, like Texas and Florida, these extreme conservative politicians are announcing and acting on plans to slice and dice House districts with the goal of preserving their own power while diluting the voting power of communities of color.
They're doing the same thing in Ohio, trying to give one-party control over almost 90% of congressional seats.
Diluting the voting power of communities of color. That's going to be the message that we hear from Democrats in what will likely be a raging debate lasting straight through the midterms. We assembled our political panel for their take on this. They've been talking about this each stage of the process. Now that the governor has signed this into law, it is on. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School Ash Center, and Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, a Republican strategist. Great to see you both here. Jeannie, it's on. What will be the answer from California?
You know, I think they will likely pass this, but I am just sitting back, Joe, and thinking that, you know, Barack Obama coming back to the forefront is really important for the Democrats, because the Democrats have been floundering. And we haven't talked about this, Joe, but I'm going to give you one example. At their meeting the other day in Minneapolis, they spent some time adopting a fight song for the Democrats. And I'm not making this up. And the lyrics, Joe, you've got to read them to believe them. But that is a party without a leader. And the problem, though, is that Barack Obama is, as attractive as he is to so many Democrats, a backward-looking leader. They do need somebody forward-looking. And that's where places like California and Illinois with Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Whitmer in Michigan, elsewhere, Andy Beshear in Kentucky and elsewhere, we do need a Democrat to take the helm of this party so that they can respond to these threats. Barack Obama coming, I think, to me is a sign that leadership is needed at this moment, and the party is rudderless at this point, without a leader, and that's a problem for any party.
Rick, you know what it's like to run up against messaging from Barack Obama. Does it matter in 2025 that he's involved?
You know, I think the jury's out on that one right now, Joe. Look, I mean, he didn't just join the political debate. He got kicked out of his rocking chair, wherever he was rocking, by Donald Trump, claiming treasonous activity on the part of his oversight of the Justice Department and the Russia investigation. He's been savaged on policy grounds by Donald Trump, you know, and obviously this attack through the gerrymandering strategy to, frankly, soften up the ground pre-midterms. I think finally had Democrats, as Jeannie said, you know, screaming, we need help. And, you know, it wasn't like he was particularly engaged for the last 9 months when a lot of these things were happening. So it is interesting that he's chosen this time, this issue to mobilize, you know, into his political activity. And look, we saw him jump into the fray in support of Kamala Harris, and it had zero impact. So I'm excited because it's like a new participant in the political dialogue. We love that, more the merrier. But I'm really questioning whether or not this will have any impact on the debate.
What are your students, Jeannie, you're a political science professor as well. We have to remind everybody at Iona University, and that means you spend a lot of time around young people. You're, of course, walking around the campus at Harvard. Does everyone know, for Barack Obama, does everyone know who Eric Holder even is when it comes to the young voters they're trying to talk to?
Yeah, that's a tough one because it does go back a while. There are certainly active students do know, but again, you need somebody who they can see as forward looking and who is speaking to what they care about. And without question, there is an enormous divide in the Democratic Party. We always talk about it in the Republican Party, but there's an enormous divide in the Democratic Party. That divide is ideological as it concerns issues, including key issues like what's going on in Gaza right now. We see with the choice of Mamdani in New York City, it is generational. So there's a divide in the party. We're not going to be able to fix that before the midterm election. And so this does create a challenge for the party. That is why it's important that Barack Obama and Eric Holder and others are out and they're talking about important things like gerrymandering. But the reality is that we are going to need other voices to come along. And there's a great bench in the Democratic Party, but they've got to be young and they don't have to be young, but they have to be forward thinking, I should say, and they've got to be able to speak to this party and somehow deal with the division that is very much bubbling up in this party.
Well, I have to ask you both about the return of lawmakers. This is Labor Day weekend coming up. I hope you both have a long weekend and some fun with friends and family, because lawmakers are going to be marching in parades and then they're getting on planes to come back to Washington. I guess Tuesday's fly-in day, so it'll be a kind of a partial week, but they're going to be coming back to a different Washington than the one they left. As you both know, we've got National Guard troops walking around. They're putting up checkpoints. I go by them half the time on my way home from New York, where you see ICE agents, DHS, DEA, and the president, of course, federalizing law enforcement to an extent, at least here in Washington, D.C. He's got a limit on this. It's supposed to be 30 days unless Congress gives him more money and more time. And the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, talked about that earlier today on Fox. Let's listen.
I'm all for it. I told the president yesterday morning, we talked about this, and I said, we will give you the resources and the authority necessary to complete this job, because it is wildly popular. You've seen the Democrat mayor of D.C. came out and said, thank you for the reinforcements. We have to bring law and order back. We're the party. He's the president to do it, and we're going to show that to the people. The statistics are overwhelming, and it's ridiculous for him to deny that he needs assistance with that. So I hope the National Guard does go to Chicago.
Well, okay, we'll see about Chicago. What are Republican lawmakers going to do with this when they come back to town, Rick? Are you hearing anything about an extension? Would they go that far?
Yeah, look, if the president asks for one, he will get one, I'm sure, on a party line vote. And yet, the only thing I really have concerns about is this idea that somehow it's overwhelmingly popular. New polling out just this week has indicated it's actually wildly unpopular. The deployment of National Guard for peacekeeping has not been seen as a welcome thing by the public writ large. I'm sure when you slice and dice it and you say, do you want to feel safe in your own home? And the only way to do it is the National Guard, yes or no? I mean, sure, you're going to get a good reaction from that. But everything I'm seeing is this has actually got the potential to turn against the president. He has been immune to the political realities of some of his decisions, and a good example of that is the Big Beautiful Bill. Too many B's in the political lexicon these days. And so they just sort of regardless of how popular it is, they just plow ahead and keep talking about it. And so I don't know if they're going to get this extension if they want it, but I don't know if it's a very good thing for the party.
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be interesting, Jeannie, and I'm not sure Democrats will be able to influence this a lot. But what do you make of Rick's point here? Because there was a thought that this is being well received in some quarters. Will Republican lawmakers back Donald Trump to keep doing more, including going to Chicago?
Yeah, not if, to Rick's point, they actually look at the polls. There was a poll by a conservative group in Chicago. It is, as Rick described it, wildly unpopular. There was a poll from Quinnipiac, wildly unpopular. And the problem here is that you have a president doing what presidents tend to do sometimes, which is to overread their mandate. People want to deal with crime, absolutely, every single one of us. But that does not equate to putting troops that are armed on the ground or sending in the National Guard, because for a variety of reasons, including the fact that they are not trained. The other part of this, which ties into everything we've been talking about, whether it's Lisa Cook or the CDC, is the reality, which is that crime is at an all-time low across the country and in DC. And if this really is about crime, you have to deal with those numbers. And of course, we have a president who wants to throw out data and facts and anybody who collects them and to make his own reality. And so the fact is crime is down. Can we do better? Get it to zero, hopefully. But this is not about crime. This is about Donald Trump being able to put troops on the ground to do what he wants. And by the way, if it was about crime, most violent day in Washington, D.C. was January 6th. He was president. He didn't send in troops.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our panel for hour one. We'll be back in hour two. I can hear the Rose Garden from here, guys. This is what we're talking about. Donald Trump, crank it. We'll welcome our global television audience and bring the panel back with much more to follow on Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Lisa Cook's hearing ends with no ruling. Welcome to the Friday edition as a judge in Washington gives legal teams on both sides more time to make their case over President Trump's efforts to fire the Federal Reserve governor. We'll bring you to the courthouse here in Washington for a live report from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, where things just wrapped up, with insights this hour from Bloomberg's Michael McKee and from Natasha Sarin from the Yale Budget Lab. Our panel's in place. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, they're with us for the hour. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the Friday trade from World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Not just a Friday trade, but a PCE Friday trade with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all in the red right now. Tech being hit especially hard. Right to the numbers. S&P down 41 right now. 64.60, retreating from yesterday's record and falling back below 6,500. S&P down by 0.6%. The Dow down 130 now, down 0.3. We've got NASDAQ down 238 points, down 1.1%. NVIDIA, which reported this week, down another 3.3%. 10-year at 4.22%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.62%. Spot gold up $32 the ounce, $34.49, up by almost 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude 64 even a barrel, down 0.9%. And Bitcoin down 2.9%, 108,668 right now on Bitcoin. Tech names after earnings, we've got Dell plunging by 8.3%. Marvell Technologies after earnings down by 17%. Again, recapping, S&P down 0.7%. Balance of power continues right now. The Friday edition. Heck, we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet will have more on Wall Street about 20 minutes from right now as we keep tabs on the trading on this Friday. Welcome to the threshold of the weekend and the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where all eyes have been on the courthouse, just a couple of blocks from where I'm sitting, right where Constitution meets Pennsylvania Avenue. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has been there since before the sun came up. This is, of course, the emergency hearing for Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook and the president's efforts to have her fired. There was a big argument about cause and whether, in fact, the president has the authority here, whether due process will be invoked. Both sides left wanting. It's unclear exactly when they will be back, as the legal teams on each side have been given more time to provide more filings. Tyler brings us up to date and picks up the story from there at the courthouse. What else should we know, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, this hearing lasted just under 2 hours, and we saw really both sides get some tough questioning from the judge during this hearing, because as you're outlining here, there's a few different issues at play. One is that today's case was really about Cook seeking this temporary restraining order, which would reinstate her into the role as the court process around the larger legal questions surrounding her firing ultimately play out. But that concluded with no ruling. We're not expecting anything earlier than Tuesday, as both sides now have time to file some additional arguments related to the case. And while today's ruling didn't really have to do with the broader case, we got a whole lot of insight into how both sides are going to approach that legal battle. And as you mentioned, really hitting the nail on the head there, the crux of this has to do with defining the idea of cause. And we heard from Lisa Cook's lawyers today that these allegations of mortgage fraud do not rise to that level of cause, pointing out a few different reasons why they feel that way, including that these allegations happened in 2021, and Lisa Cook wasn't appointed as a governor until 2022, so they are outside of her realm as a Federal Reserve official. In the court filing yesterday, it's worth mentioning, we did get a little bit more of an insight into what they're thinking here when it comes to a defense suggesting that if there were any discrepancies on these mortgage applications, perhaps it's a clerical error and that Lisa Cook did not have any intent to deceive anyone. Joe, I'll mention on the administration side, they have said that it is up to the courts to allow the president to define the stature of what qualifies as sufficient cause. They also pushed back on this notion that Lisa Cook was not given due process, pointing to President Trump's own social media post, saying that that should qualify as the necessary time that she could have had to respond.
All right, Tyler, we've got a lot to cover here. It's unclear exactly when they're going to come back, though, correct? Could it be as soon as Tuesday after this long weekend?
That seems to be our understanding. The judge had indicated that it's going to take her perhaps a little bit additional time here to weed through exactly what's happening, particularly when it does come to this TRO. We did hear from Lisa Cook's lawyer, Abby Lowell, earlier today saying that they're not expecting the Federal Reserve to act today, he said. He said that they're expecting the Fed to act once this is resolved in the courts, which then also raises questions about whether or not there needs to be this TRO in place, if this could move directly to an injunction for perhaps the longer duration of this legal battle. So it's still a lot of questions that we have to parse through. But as of today, the update is that there is no ruling, but we did get more insight into how both of these sides are approaching the broader legal case of her firing.
Tyler, many thanks, as always. It's been a long one for Tyler Kendall at the courthouse here in Washington. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has been watching this from his perch at World Headquarters. Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, the man who brings you the news from the Federal Reserve meetings, from the lockups, when the minutes are released. And he's with us right now again. Michael, do we know if Lisa Cook will be going to work in the meantime? What does this mean for her status?
Well, as Tyler just mentioned, the Fed basically said that they are not taking any action until the case is resolved. Now, what resolved means, we don't know. Whether that means the judge issuing some sort of restraining order or injunction to keep her in the job, or whether it means they're going to wait until we see what the legal case, how that's resolved. So we don't know, but it appears that she's been working from home, and she can still continue to work from home as far as the Fed is concerned for the time being. Now, before they left, the judge asked the lawyers to discuss the idea of skipping from the TRO to the injunction, as Tyler was talking about. And Abby Lowell, Cook's lawyer, said the one thing he would not do would be to agree to anything that disrupted the status quo. In other words, anything that pushed her out of the job in the meantime and allowed the president to put someone else in.
Got it. Interesting. Well, I don't know if we really learned very much today. We're still chewing on exactly how to define cause. Once this is resolved on a legal level, and I realize that could need some time because this will likely go all the way to the Supreme Court, does Jay Powell weigh in as the chair? When do we hear from him?
We probably won't, except for the fact that he's got to face the press after the September 17th meeting. The Fed is in the uncomfortable position of not being able to defend Lisa Cook because this is a private issue of hers. It's not part of the Fed's job, so they can't get involved in that. They have obviously a rooting interest in the president not being able to replace people on the Fed at will, but they can't say that either. So they're kind of sidelined for the time being. They will probably continue to make the case, though, that an independent central bank produces better economic outcomes for the countries that have them.
Well, whether we get a ruling here on Tuesday or not, we do know that we have an important date on Thursday when Stephen Myron sits for his confirmation hearing before the Senate Finance Committee. What are you expecting at this point, Michael? Because I'm thinking we could have a lot more fireworks than we would have before.
Yeah, it'll be fairly easy for Myron to parry any questions on Lisa Cook because he could say, I'm the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. I don't have anything to do with whether she's employed or not, and I don't know what caused means either. But the Democrats certainly will push him hard on some of the things he's written about. Of course, he is the one who came up with the Mar-a-Lago Accord idea. And he also wrote a paper last year calling for significant reforms to the Federal Reserve Act, including allowing state governors to appoint the boards of directors of regional Fed banks, which would then probably enable them to control who's appointed as a regional Fed president. And obviously that would make the Fed even more political. So you can imagine some of the questions they're going to have. They'll also, I'm sure, say, are you just going in to be a toady for the president and vote for huge rate cuts because he told you to?
How will he answer that?
I'm sure he will say, no, I have lots of valid economic reasons for wanting huge rate cuts.
Understood. Michael McKee, it's always great to see you. On the Friday before a long weekend, this is a story that we saw coming here a couple of days ago. And to think that we're going into a long weekend with so little certainty on how this is going to end is really something. Natasha Surin has been watching this as president and co-founder of the Yale Budget Lab, having spent time as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Policy and former counselor to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen in the United States Treasury Department. Natasha, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. How should we be looking at this today? This is going to be precedent setting one way or the other.
You know, it's such a bigger issue than anything about Lisa Cook or anything about mortgages, in that you're in a situation where one of the fundamental institutions and sort of causes of American economic strength is the fact that we have an independent central bank that makes monetary policy decisions absent from political influence, based only on how it thinks about inflation and how it thinks about the labor market. And what you're seeing here play out is really a sort of potentially quite damaging conversation around whether that type of institution should actually be free from political influence. And the reason why I know it's pretty damaging is because we've actually done it before in the United States. We've had a politicized Federal Reserve in the Nixon administration that made rate decisions sort of according to how they would best be suited to help President Nixon win a presidential campaign. The result of that was that we saw the worst stagflation in this country in recent history, and inflation rise from 3 to 13%. So we're running some pretty real risks here, and they're quite substantial, and they're much bigger than any one particular individual or any one particular case.
So what's the Fed going to look like 6 months from now?
I hope that the answer to that is not that different than it looks like today. And part of what gives me a little bit of hope is that you're watching this all play out in legal proceedings throughout the judiciary that ultimately will get to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court went out of its way in a removal case that had nothing to do with the Federal Reserve to signal the importance of the Federal Reserve as an institution and its unique quasi-private, it called it, role in this economy, such that in that particular case, there were real limits on the president's ability to remove at will members of the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors, and particularly the chair of the Federal Reserve. And so I think in some sense they're laying, I hope, maybe I'm sort of hoping that they're laying the groundwork for being very explicit here that this is not a case in which you're going to allow the executive to have unfettered capacity to remove and install political operatives in these roles, but instead this is a case where the unique exigencies of the Federal Reserve demand that we remain an independent monetary policy institution.
Well, I don't know if, Natasha, you think that Stephen Myron's going to make the next meeting. There are questions about that. He's got his confirmation hearing next week. Looks like that, in fact, could happen. But Christopher Waller today is again calling for lower rates. He sees a 1/4 point in September and then more additional cuts over the next 3 to 6 months. The pace driven, of course, by incoming data. You can weigh in on the rate cut if you want, but there are worries that if President Trump goes through with this and Lisa Cook is in fact fired for cause, that you're going to see a big drop in short-term interest rates because of a Trump-friendly Fed, but that longer-term rates are going to keep rising for fear of a greater inflationary trend. Yeah. How do you see it?
And you know, it's really interesting. I actually think there is substantial room for debate, and you're seeing it among the members of the Federal Reserve Board right now with respect to how to navigate this particular economic moment. Because on the one hand, you have the most inflationary policies that we've seen in our lifetimes with respect to tariffs that are at a 18+% effective rate in the economy. And on the other hand, you have a labor market that's starting to cool. And so what you've seen Governor Waller say is he's in the direction of being concerned about the labor market. I will note that even the sort of dissent on the Federal Reserve Board at the moment is about whether you hold rates steady or you cut rates by 25 basis points. That's nowhere near the rate cuts that the president and the administration have called for. And so I think there is room for debate about whether the Fed waits or whether the Fed continues or starts to lower rates. But I actually don't think you're anywhere close or should be anywhere close to some of what the administration has been pushing. But the thing that's really important that you said there, Joe, is sort of the flip side of this, which is what happens? Let's assume that you're in a world in which the Federal Reserve Board decides tomorrow that we're going to lower interest rates to the 1%, the Fed funds rate to the 1% that President Trump has called for. Well, that's actually not going to do, it's like pretty counterproductive. It's not going to do to mortgage rates what the president might like to see, precisely because you might be changing the short-term rate at which banks borrow from one another, which is the Fed funds rate that the Fed controls, but you're not actually able to effectuate what mortgage rates or other rates we care about, small business loan rates are in this economy, because that matters a lot with respect to what the market perceives as longer term trends in interest rates. And what the market's going to perceive is that, yeah, we did this politicized thing, but the result of that is we're going to be, like we were in the Nixon administration, facing a very substantial inflationary outlook and forced to raise rates in the future, and long-term rates are going to be high as a result of that understanding. So in some sense, this is all incredibly damaging to the Fed as an institution and incredibly counterproductive to the goal of lowering interest rates in the economy. And if the administration would like to see that happen, I have a very easy solution for them, something over which they have direct control, which is roll back these excessively high tariffs.
We spent a lot of time talking about what could go wrong here, and I realize that there's now apparently a third mortgage application that may not help Lisa Cook's case, at least according to what we're hearing from the administration. But when we think about things that could go right as well, if this is going to be a precedent-setting ruling one way or the other, and Lisa Cook keeps her job based on, say, a Supreme Court ruling, what would that mean for Fed independence going forward?
I hope what it means is that we entrench in this country the sort of legal respect for the incredible importance institutionally of the Federal Reserve and the incredible importance to our country's not just economic security, but sort of place in the global world order with respect to the independence of this institution. And why it's like so critical is that it's taken, generations, decades to be able to be the type of country that enjoys the safe harbor premium, that is allowed to borrow at lower rates precisely because we're like a stable ship in kind of turbulent waters at times. And what happens if you are no longer that? And in some sense, that sort of credibility that took decades and generations to build, it can evaporate very, very quickly. And when you are no longer that, that translates into real economic costs. It translates into an environment that's not friendly for business investment. It translates to higher mortgage rates for households and for borrowers in this country. So I am hopeful that what we're going to see is we're going to see entrenched a respect for something that is so pivotal to our economic strength.
With all of this said, Natasha, and I'm out of time. I only have a couple seconds. Did the Fed do the right thing by not weighing in today in court?
I think that the Federal Reserve is doing exactly what it needs to and should do in this case. And as you know, they're named as a party in this suit. So it's a complicated sort of judicial dance for it to be doing, but they're doing exactly what they should be. And they have great lawyers there, as does the legal case mandate.
Thank you, Natasha, for joining, as always. Natasha Surin, president, co-founder of the Yale Budget Lab, former deputy assistant secretary for economic policy, and former counselor to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis and Gidi Shanzano on Lisa Cook on Blue.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Developing story, Kraft Heinz nearing a breakup announcement as soon as next week. This according to the Wall Street Journal. Kraft Heinz shares, they're up now by 1.7%. Stocks lower across the board. S&P 500 index very close to session lows, down 49, drop there of 0.8%, 64.52. We've got the Dow down 141, down 0.3. NASDAQ right now lower by 1.3%. Stocks are declining. We've got the 10-year at 4.21%. Right now we've got the 2-year yielding 3.61%. Spot gold at $34.49 the ounce. Spot gold up 1% right now, higher by $32. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%. WTI 64.02 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down 3.1%, 108,458 on Bitcoin. Petco Health and Wellness shares are surging after raising its earnings targets for the year. As the company's turnaround starts showing signs of progress, Petco, which uses the ticker WOOF, WOOF, up now by 20.4%. Other earnings news, Gap up 2.5% after earnings as investors weigh tariffs and sales trends heading in the other direction after earnings. Ulta Beauty down now by 6.2%. Recapping, S&P down 0.8%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Many thanks, Charlie. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet in about 15, 20 minutes for more on the Friday trade. Watching Wall Street from his perch at World Headquarters in New York. We couldn't do the program without him. As we bring you news every day here, live from Washington, in many cases, market-moving news. It's a little bit more abstract in the case of Lisa Cook, but Wall Street is watching. The bond market certainly is. The judge did not indicate which way she was leaning in this emergency hearing today that started at 10 a.m. It concluded with no ruling, as the judge peppered lawyers for both sides, Lisa Cook and the administration, about 2 hours today without ruling on the Fed governor's request for a temporary order blocking her ouster. We're going to talk about this with the panel, along with the greater view on what the administration is trying to accomplish here, beyond Lisa Cook herself. The firings that we've seen at the head of the CDC, BLS, and other agencies that the president is clearly shaping in his own vision. Something we talked about with Donald Ayer, the former Deputy Solicitor General, former Deputy Attorney General, joined us in studio today to express his concerns about the changes that he fears in some cases could be irreversible. Listen to what Ayer said.
What's far more important than any one of these situations is the pattern that's clearly emerged since the inauguration, which is a pattern of Donald Trump, in one instance after another, working to essentially overthrow the norms, procedures, checks of our process. And that's the real concern that we should all have.
We play it to the panel on our Friday edition. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick is Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, of course, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School. Ash Center, our Democratic analyst. Always wonderful to have both of you with us here. Rick, do you see it as Donald Ayer does, a test of the system? We certainly see Donald Trump trying to exercise the limits of his power as an executive. But is it a cause for concern?
Well, I think that anybody who is used to the sort of standard checks and balances that have existed, throughout the modern presidency would be concerned about the emergence of Donald Trump and sort of his unitary executive theory that is clearly being implemented in virtually every one of these instances. And certainly, his test to see if he can fire Lisa Cook, is a exercise of the concept that the Article 2 in the Constitution says the president has sole power to govern the executive branch, and he is testing every aspect of that in the first 9 months of office. And so in the extreme, a unitary theory like this could diminish the roles of the checks and balances in both the legal and the congressional side. So, yeah, it's something to keep an eye on because it's definitely a different approach to governance than we've seen really in our lifetimes.
He had 4 years to think about this, Jeannie, and a lot of people around him to help him succeed in these goals of pushing the lines of authority from the Oval Office. If you're a Trump supporter, this is all up. You're making America great again, but you've thrown down a number of flags and issued a number of warnings about the checks and balances that Rick Davis refers to. If they go away, can you ever get them back?
Well, we would hope so, but I think, challenging, legally challenging in court is not the problem. It's a lot. Mm-hmm. It's a lot for you to cover every day. It's a lot for all of us to watch. What is most concerning to me, though, is the fact that not just the president challenging his power if he does so and he listens to the rulings by judges, the fact that he is trying to upend any sense of agreement on what is truth. There's an old saying which says that when you don't adhere to or listen to facts, you abandon your freedom, because there's no way to fight back if we don't have an agreed upon fact, language, evidence-based understanding. And that to me is the most troubling aspect of what we've seen, whether it's the Bureau of Labor Statistics, whether it is, the issue involving the Fed. It's startling to me that J.D. Vance went out yesterday in an exclusive interview with another outlet and said that it doesn't really matter if what Lisa Cook did is illegal or not. What matters is she is not serving the president. And of course, that's not what matters here. You've got to follow due process, and we have to have an agreed upon understanding of facts in order to make policy in this country going forward. So that to me is the most troubling component. And the president has been pushing those boundaries in a way we've never seen before in the US, but we have certainly seen elsewhere.
You wonder if the checks and balances will be restored in Congress, Rick. So far, it really just has been the courts pushing back on this administration. But Bill Cassidy has been doing some hard thinking here when it comes to the CDC and the changes that have taken place there just in the last 24 hours. The CDC director was fired. 4 leaders in the agency resigned in protest. And yesterday we saw the rank and file walk out and hold a protest on the streets in front of the agency here. Senator Bill Cassidy got a promise from RFK Jr. that this type of thing would not happen and that vaccine policy would not be impacted by his personal beliefs. Now Cassidy says it's time to cancel the vaccine advisory meeting that's set for September, and that the Health Committee must provide oversight when it comes to these positions, either being fired or vacated through resignation. Is the Senate about to stand up here, Rick?
It's hard to tell. They have not to date. Speaking of exercising their powers of the Constitution, advise and consent on these presidential appointments is one of the most powerful aspects of their legislative authority. And, in almost every instance of the most controversial members of the Trump cabinet, they were able to become appointed by a tie-breaking vote by the vice president. And so there were not enough senators to stand up and say to Tulsi Gabbard, to JFK Jr., this is a no. And so they've kind of abdicated that most important role to hold the executive branch's feet to the fire, when appointing individuals to high office. So it makes sense that Cassidy's going to want to understand what direction this administration is going on vaccine policy before they implement it. That is the proper role of oversight. I would not be surprised if they stiff him and say, we're going forward with this committee and we're going to implement the rules to make America healthy again.
Wow. Well, RFK Jr. in a memo to staff, Jeannie writes, reform does not diminish your work. It strengthens it. Is he right?
There's nothing wrong with reform. The problem is that he apparently, if we are to believe the reports that are coming out, is not listening to, taking the advice of, even meeting with those experts in the CDC who have the knowledge to advise him properly. So I am really curious to see what this report comes out on autism and the connection between autism and vaccinations, which has been widely discredited, obviously. And we heard just the other day in the cabinet meeting, the secretary promising President Trump, who has also expressed belief in that connection, unfounded as it is, that that report was coming, and a lot of speculation that the director of the CDC was removed because she was pushing back on that. And again, we don't know. But, the secretary is talking about reform. We welcome reform. The CDC needs reform, but you simply cannot lose all the knowledge in an institution and then reform it properly, bringing in people who have no expertise, in this case, in science or medicine.
We heard from Dimitri Daskalakis. He's been doing some interviews, Rick. This is the director of National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases who quit. He resigned yesterday, and his resignation letter made the rounds. We were talking about that. He did an interview with The Atlantic and said no one from his center had ever been allowed to brief the secretary, RFK Jr. Quote, "I'm not sure where he's getting his information other than Substacks that are erroneous," unquote. What's going on inside of the HHS?
Well, this was the motivation behind Senator Cassidy and his questions of Secretary Kennedy before he was willing to give him a vote on his nomination is, put a rein on this issue of attacking the vaccine policy that exists today. And he got a commitment, and that commitment didn't last 9 months. So I think that there's a lot of realization in the Republican caucus of the United States Senate that they are a party to this kind of dismantling of government. Jeannie's right. You can reform an agency without losing its expertise. Virtually every administration puts its stamp on it like that. But then to drive very talented people out and replace them with folks who have no basic experience in the subject matter of the agency is not going to build confidence with the American public. And again, we started this segment, earlier this hour talking about whether or not Donald Trump has the potential of overreach and losing the confidence of the American people. And I would say issues like this tend to drive you in that direction.
This is quite a moment we're in. Next Thursday, by the way, will be the hearing, Senate Finance Committee hearing for RFK Jr.'s testimony, and there are going to be some tough questions, I'm sure. Many thanks to our great panel on the Friday edition, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. I hope you both have a long weekend, and we'll see you back here on the Tuesday edition, not to mention the late edition later on this evening. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Stay with us. We have more to cover here on the fastest show in politics. This is Balance of Power.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now. Traders driving stocks lower amid a sell-off in tech shares that have indeed been powering the surge since April's meltdown. Right now we have got S&P moving lower by 46 points. Yesterday we closed above 6,500. Right now 64.56 on the S&P, down 0.7%. The Dow is down 115 points, down 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 270, a drop there of 1.2%. This morning we got inflation data that did little to alter bets on Fed rate cuts. The 10-year 4.21%, the 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold now advancing 0.8%, 34.44 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude below $64 a barrel, down now by 1%, and Bitcoin is down 3.1%, 108,400 on Bitcoin. Company news: PepsiCo increasing its stake in Celsius Holdings in a $585 million deal to boost distribution of some of Celsius's popular beverages. Shares of PepsiCo up by 1%, Celsius up 3.3%, rival Coca-Cola up 0.8%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading lower. S&P right now down 45, a decline there of 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Thank you so much, Charlie. You should come down. We've got a big weekend down here in Washington, a long weekend, Labor Day. The markets are closed on Monday. We'll do the Smithsonian or something. You know, they're keeping it safe. This has been the big story here most recently, and there are questions about whether other cities will follow. I'm talking about the federalization, or I don't know if I can use that term, the introduction of federal law enforcement working alongside D.C. police here in Washington. They added, of course, armed National Guard troops. We've been talking about this for a couple of weeks. Questions now about what happens when lawmakers come back to town and whether they'd like to see more of this for longer, because it would take an act of Congress to maintain this beyond 30 days. Not to mention other cities. The president floated Chicago, New York, and others. Speaker of the House was on Fox this morning talking about it. Listen to what Mike Johnson had to say.
I'm all for it. I told the president yesterday morning, we talked about this, and I said, we will give you the resources and the authority necessary to complete this job because it is wildly popular. You've seen the Democrat mayor of D.C. came out and said, thank you for the reinforcements. We have to bring law and order back. We're the party. He's the president to do it, and we're going to show that to the people. The statistics are overwhelming, and it's ridiculous for him to deny that he needs assistance with that. So I hope the National Guard does go to Chicago.
Well, we'll see if that happens. But we thought first we'd spend some time with the resident of Washington, D.C. you may have heard of. His name is Patrick McHenry, Bloomberg Politics contributor, former Republican congressman, of course, former chair of the House Financial Services Committee, and yes, former House Speaker Pro Tem. It's great to see you, sir. Welcome back. You live on Capitol Hill, which has been known to see a little bit of crime. Lawmakers come from all different parts of the country, including a lot of rural areas who may not be used to the game here in D.C., where we've seen carjackings and a lot of other stuff, even if, albeit, crime rates are at what they say is a 30-year low. So what's the mindset going to be among the Republican conference when they come back and Donald Trump asks them for more time?
Well, first, lawmakers, both parties, traverse a very narrow range of Washington, D.C. They're not here for tourist attractions. They're on Capitol Hill and a few blocks from Capitol Hill for meetings and dinners and breakfast, and that's about it.
Yeah, okay.
And so for their vantage point, they have Capitol Police, you have Metro Police, D.C. Metro Police. They're well covered for basic security measures. Having said that, you've had some high-profile cases of Democratic lawmakers, Republican lawmakers experiencing carjackings, physical assaults just a couple blocks from the Capitol. So that's speaking to something that's very real in urban America today. Coming off of COVID, the stats were incredible. For how bad D.C. and a lot of places like Chicago have been. And so there's a perception across America, for the rest of America, that there is an urban crime problem. And that's why you see the president speaking to this. And so is there something to it in urban America? Yes. Is it as dramatic as I think it's made out to be by the White House? Not really. But these aren't great stats, And the mayor, the Democratic mayor of Washington, D.C. is saying, look, these things do have a positive impact on reducing crime rates, the attention to the matter. But if we take the attention off, then the crime will reappear unless we change.
Okay. So what happens when you start adding other cities? It's one thing, the federal city gives the president a lot more leeway. If you're going to roll into Chicago like this, particularly with National Guard troops the way we saw in L.A., it's a different construct, and the pushback from Democratic governors has been very loud, of course. Is there a line for Republicans, for lawmakers on this when it comes to other cities, or when it comes to the difference between federal police and the National Guard?
Well, frankly, it's for the voters of those jurisdictions to vote in people that are going to keep them safe. We saw this in San Francisco, a dramatic reversal in San Francisco from a very soft on crime regime in an all-Democratic city to a now tough on crime regime with encampments and assaults, vehicles disappearing, CVS is being raided, every store, like every retail store possible being raided, and they voted in a new government. Chicago's got to do the same thing. If they want something better, they've got to vote for something better and to get different results.
But you're also saying that it's not up to Donald Trump, it sounds
like. It is not up to the president to keep mismanaged, badly run cities and save their politicians or give their politicians a foil to keep inept government in. That's my view.
Yeah.
There's enough for us to preside over with national security measures, international challenges, tariff issue, economic issues. We've got big things that we should be focused on. The political class in Washington should be focused on, and especially the president.
Like funding the government, say?
Yeah, some of that basic
Everyone
stuff.
turned away from all this shutdown talk and the rescissions and how much Democrats and Republicans can't trust each other because we got into the whole Epstein thing and we got into the throes of summer news. We're not done with that. So what's top of mind as lawmakers come back? And are we going to be hearing about Epstein next week?
Sure.
Will we have a shutdown?
Sure. You have the FBI director and the testifying before the Hill in the month of September, in 3 weeks from now. There'll be discussions of that, discussions about keeping the government open, discussions about the president's nominee for the Fed seat that was previously open. Yeah. And so there is so much going on. It's hard to
hearing next week, an RFK Jr. hearing. When it comes to appropriations, though, is the conventional wisdom correct here? We're shutting down. It's just a question for how long?
Well, it's really open to the Democratic minority in the Senate. In the House, Speaker Johnson showed that they can pass a continuing resolution like they did in March, which was its own political miracle because House Republicans have not previously been able to do that. So kudos to Speaker Johnson.
Chuck Schumer's got some tough decisions to make.
This time around, just like in March, it's Schumer's decision. You have enough Republican votes to pass something, but not to get to the 60-vote cloture vote that they need to have for funding the government. So it is in Schumer's hands. And so the focus should be on him, on what he wants, his expectations, because he's going to be the decider on whether or not we have a government shutdown.
Boy, okay. If we do, every Democrat we've asked has said, yeah, but we can't do it unless there's a plan to reopen it. Because if Donald Trump gets this thing closed, he has no interest in reopening it, right?
Let me just tell you, Russ Vought, the budget director for President Trump, has so desperately wants Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats to shut the government down.
This is really important because what will happen?
We will find out. But he has a plan. He has an intricate, detailed plan, and the goal is to win the shutdown. Republicans have previously not won shutdowns in the 90s all the way through just a few years ago. So not winning shutdown, he intends to change that. And he's thought deeply about it for a very long time, and Schumer may give him that opportunity either October 1st or sometime late in the fall or into January.
If it happens, it's a record, right?
It would be a record. It will be bad. And it will be bad, particularly for Democratic politicians who did not fund the government. And a government that they helped fund and build and that they are in defense of as a party, it would be a very bad thing for Democratic politicians. So what I would tell my Democratic friends is get out of the way of your own folly here, and fund the government, get out of the way, and move on to some other more serious fight for the ballot box at the midterms. Okay. And if they don't do that, then it's going to be a tasty, great fight for the White House against congressional Democrats.
October is going to be a riot.
It's going to be wild.
Yeah.
But for us to sit behind the microphones, much more interesting, right?
A shortage of things to talk about. Democrats would say, though, hey, you guys did that rescission package, so we can't trust you in a budget deal anyway. That's why we're not willing to vote for this. And Republicans say, yeah, and we're going to do another one.
Yep.
Is that coming?
Yeah, absolutely.
What will it look like?
Well, they've got to determine that and determine the type of fight they want to have about that rescissions package. But the point is, right now we have currently the largest federal government we've had outside of wartime. In the history of the United States, we have the largest federal government outside of wartime. That is too big. As a percentage of our economy and raw dollar numbers, we have a government that's too big that we cannot afford as a great society. We have a government, if you match state, local, and federal, that tells Europeans that they're not running a socialist state. We are. So we've got to get our financial house in order, and to prioritize that fight, I think the president is doing a very good job of bringing that to the fore.
We haven't even mentioned the word tariff since we've been talking this time, which is usually something that we get around to. Is Congress kind of hands off the reins on this? Will there be a congressional answer to tariffs now that they appear to all be in place? India just got sacked with 50% this week. We're waiting for news on China, but everyone else has a number right now, Congressman.
Well, I will tell you that President Trump has complete mastery of the Republican Party. There are folks on the Hill that hate tariffs. They will remain quiet. And the president is there to go get a big deal on trading arrangements. Now, all of this is noise, right? Landing, where do we end up with India? Where do we end up with Mexico? Yeah. Some very key decisions are still out. But it all brings to focus the main thing here. The main thing is our trading relationship with China and the globe's trading relationship with China. That cannot be missed in all of this. There's a lot of stuff in Washington, a lot of noise, but that is the signal you got to go follow. And the White House is very focused on, and Treasury and Commerce are very focused on landing a deal with China that is durable for the long term.
How well do you know Lisa Cook?
A little bit. I interacted significantly with the Fed.
Sure you did. That's why I asked. Yeah. This is someone who's been vetted already, who's being questioned now on apparently 3 mortgage applications. There was a big emergency hearing down the street arguing about cause. They left without a ruling. How concerned are you about the Federal Reserve being impacted, its credibility being impacted by this?
Well, it is concerning. It is concerning, the reputational damage to the Fed, number one. Number two, the question of one person getting bounced from the Fed, which is what we're talking about. One appointee getting removed for cause. The courts have to decide on this. It's a 110-year-old statute, untested. No previous governor has been removed by the president. Although the act says this, it's not been tested in the courts. It'll be tested in the courts. We will find out. And that will be a determinative, that's determinative on the act. That does not mean the Federal Reserve is no longer independent.
Yeah.
It's what comes next that could unravel Fed independence. So those are the things.
Who is named?
Well, in terms of what other precipitating acts can impair the Fed's independence.
Like reaching into the 12 regional banks?
Correct.
Okay.
And so you have, that is an open question. You have these independent boards. The nature of the Federal Reserve is built on the nature of our constitutional checks and balances. And that means separation of powers and representative banks. So we have a diverse group of banks across the country that are supposed to be the voices for that region and know what's happening in the economy, bring those lessons to Washington, and be that region's voice. Yeah. It is a very complicated structure. The Federal Reserve is different and distinct than other pieces of congressional creation. The Supreme Court has ruled that and has opined on that, that it is special and distinct in the nature of central banking back to the first and second bank of the United States and the founding fathers that were still alive and writing those statutes around the central bank at the time. So those things are tested. The Supreme Court has already opined on this. Now it's a question of lower courts making a determination on whether or not they follow the statute and in the clear letter of the law.
Stephen Myron going to have a hard session next week?
Oh my gosh, it's going to be the craziest.
So that's fireworks.
It's going to be the craziest fireworks on any Fed governor nominee.
Wow, all right. This is going to be
wild to watch.
Something else.
Yep.
Senate Finance Committee will be, of course, interpreting this with the help of the great Patrick McHenry. It's always a pleasure to have you. Bloomberg Politics contributor, former congressman. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll meet you back here for the late edition, 5 p.m., Balance of Power on.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And good afternoon, everyone. Happy Friday to you all, live on Bloomberg TV, radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Katie Greifeld alongside Bailey Lipschultz. We are in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek. It's Friday. It's the final trading day of the month. And 24 hours ago, Bailey, you and I were sitting here. We were looking at all-time highs on the S&P 500. A different picture today.
No more. NASDAQ 100 down more than 1%, but volumes are still light.
Yeah, still light, of course. Things get back to normal on Tuesday of this week, but we have a great show coming up for you on this Friday, August 29th. We start with a mixed consumer picture as the Fed's preferred inflation measure remains sticky. Consumer spending hits a new high. We'll break it all down with Claudia Sam of New Century Advisors and Jayati Bardwaj of TD joining to discuss that dollar weakness.
Plus, Katie, we will have the latest out of D.C. as Fed Governor Lisa Cook sues President Trump. Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian has all the details after this morning's emergency court hearing.
And later today, it's day 2 of Bloomberg Business Week at the U.S. Open. We'll check in with Tim Stenovic and Molly Smith. All of that and more coming up. But first, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Let's say hello to Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Katie Greifeld. Here's what's going on. Keeping an eye on shares of Kraft Heinz right now. The stock is advancing by 2.3%. Kraft turning positive as the Wall Street Journal says that the company is nearing a breakup announcement. We're monitoring the story. We'll have more details as they become available. But right now, we got Kraft Heinz up by just about 2.3%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now. Traders driving stocks lower amid a sell-off in tech shares. As Bailey mentioned, the NASDAQ 100 index down 1.3%. S&P is lower by 44, down 0.6%, trading at 64.57. Keep in mind, yesterday we had that record close above 6,500. The Dow down 113, down 0.2%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 1.2%. 10-year at 4.21% with a 2-year 3.62%. Gold up $27 the ounce, up 0.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude just above $64 a barrel, down 0.9%. A major move to the downside for Bitcoin, 108,362 on Bitcoin. That is a drop right now of just about 3.2%. Dell, after earnings lower, the company booked fewer sales of AI servers than in the previous 3 months. Dell tumbling by 9.6%. Also after earnings, Marvell Technologies results featured a disappointing read on its data center business. Marvell plunging now by 18.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you for that update, Charlie Pellet. Let's get back to one of today's top story, and that is the U.S. consumer still spending even in the face of higher prices. We're joined now by Claudia Sam. She is chief economist over at New Century Advisors. And Claudia, I mean, the word that I keep hearing to describe the PCE report that we got at 8:30 this morning is sticky. You think about core PCE on an annualized basis coming in at 2.9%. You think about core PCE on a monthly basis at 0.3%. It feels like that 2% target that the Fed wants to get to, it just remains elusive.
Absolutely. You know, we are no longer making progress towards the Fed's 2% target. I mean, earlier in this year, you could still point to some progress. Right now, I say it's more that we've stalled out. And there has been a really robust conversation about tariffs and how this could be a temporary factor. I think you do see that in the goods inflation. I think it's going to take a long time for that to work its way out. That'll be a lift to inflation. To me, the part of the PC inflation in July that was really disconcerting was on the services side, and particularly the non-housing core services, what the Fed refers to as super core. We really looked like we were making some progress earlier this year, and it is just not. We're back up at a pace of inflation in those categories. It's just not comfortable, and you know, is not pointed in the right direction, and it's a lot harder there to point to tariffs.
Claudia, not going in the right direction. Is the environment ripe for a rate cut at next month's meeting then?
So I thought Chair Powell did a really good job last Friday at Jackson Hole outlining the risks to the economy. And this is a challenging economic environment. The dual mandate is in tension. There are reasons to expect inflation to go even higher from where it is right now. It's already elevated. And there are reasons to be worried about employment really going lower and having some deterioration in the labor market. And so it is a matter of sifting through every bit of data and trying to get a sense of what that balance of risks is, because there's no path for the Fed that will check both boxes. Like, they are in tension. So I agree with the assessment that, doing maybe an insurance cut in September, kind of trying to stay ahead of the labor market weakness makes sense given where the Fed funds rate is. But I don't see the case to be signaling, like Fed Governor Waller did last night, that we're like lining up a whole sequence of cuts. I have a feeling we're going to be like in this back and forth push and pull of the inflation employment data probably through the end of this year.
Well, you make a great point. I mean, you consider the fact that you have the dual mandate, the two sides in conflict. We haven't been in a dynamic like this in a while, Claudia, and that was going to be my question to you. If we do enter a situation where, okay, you have the labor market weakening, but you have core inflation stuck maybe closer to 3% than it is to 2%. I mean, realistically, how much room does the Federal Reserve have to cut rates? And if they're stuck in a stop and go situation when it comes to rate cuts, I mean, how much are these kind of one-off 25 basis point cuts actually going to matter in this economy?
Right. Well, as Powell mentioned last week, with the unemployment rate as low as it is, and in particular as stable as it's been over the last year, they can proceed carefully, right? So, and a 25 basis point cut at one meeting, maybe we cut again soon, maybe we don't. Like that's what carefully looks like in Fed world, right? Now they absolutely have the space if things in the labor market were to really start to gain downward momentum. The federal funds rate's above 4%. There's a lot of room to cut. There's a lot of room to respond if they need to, and they'll switch gears. But the data they're not there yet. We're talking about risk. We're not talking about it's happening. And so I think they're in a good place, but my goodness, it is so hard to catch the economy when it's turning. And it could be, we talk a lot about the labor market as a potential turn, but you could have inflation take off. And, like these kind of moments where you're trying to get that right, that's very tough. And, they may get it wrong, but I think that's where like being careful and deliberate is going to be the strategy that works for them.
And Claudia, we have a kind of pretty strong set of data that we're going to get before that September Fed meeting. What are you keeping an eye on? What can kind of vindicate the push to do a quarter point basis or quarter point cut in September, or what could actually kind of throw those plans astray?
Right. Well, the logic of the setup for the September cut is more in an insurance space. Right, it's about risks. So we've got one inflation print, one employment print. Is that going to like totally change the picture of risk? Probably not. Like what? The employment report last month was a game changer, but that is a very rare occurrence, and we shouldn't expect getting that kind of like news in one release. So I think, they're on a path to be able to do a cut in September. I fully expect we're going to see dissents. Like this is a tough one. Like I can see reasons to be concerned about on the inflation side. We're going to get stuck at 3%. So I think we'll see some differences of opinion and differences in votes, and that's a healthy thing. And it just underscores like this is a tough environment for them to decide. I think of the two reports, probably the employment report is going to give more kind of signal to what's the right thing to do. In all likelihood, we're going to get another inflation report that's firming up, and they're going to have to be able to make the case we are cutting as inflation is rising. And I think they can, but that is not a typical moment for the Fed to cut.
And of course, all eyes on the Fed at that FOMC meeting next month, not just for the rate decision, but also for the politicized nature of what's going on at the Federal Reserve right now, Claudia. And you think about what's unfolding right now in D.C. We know that Fed Governor Lisa Cook has sued President Trump over his attempt to oust her from her position right now. And Claudia, I mean, we've been discussing with each other what's going on when it comes to this administration, the pressure that it's trying to exert on the central bank. What sticks out to me is the apparent non-reaction that we're seeing in markets right now. I keep hearing that the worst case scenario is we end up in a situation that pressures the long end higher. But Claudia, we're just not seeing that kind of stress come through.
Right. We are in uncharted territory. It is hard for investors, particularly kind of a mass of investors, to kind of really see where this could go, right? Like there's just a level of creativity that maybe financial markets don't typically, and foresight that they don't typically have. I think this is a real risk. What has happened this week with Fed Governor Lisa Cook, to me, that's just the latest in a series of efforts by the White House to gain more control over monetary policy. And they've been very clear what they want if they get more control, and that is ultra low Fed funds rate. And I think at this point, this is something that the Fed itself, when it talks about what are the inflation risks, a Fed that is no longer independent, like that is in the mix now, which is just really shocking. But, if control is lost, well, and interest rates go very low, then we are talking about an inflationary episode. And so, if we get there, I fully expect markets to react strongly, but it's just, it's a risk that's out there, and it just still feels maybe to investors like just not possible. But unfortunately, I think it's a real risk. The risk is rising.
Yeah, Claudia, just quickly here, if that does happen, where do you think investors are going to shift their assets to?
Yeah, I think this will be a very messy adjustment if we get there. And it also, the expectations of inflation taking off, should build in very quickly. But it's as with the tariffs, it's not like it shows up the next day, right? It's a process. Like it would, we could have in the macroeconomic effects of it could be pretty subtle in the beginning. It's more that, in the US and around the world, when politicians take control of monetary policy, on average, usually it goes to a bad place in terms of higher inflation and more financial and economic instability. So exactly what that would look like, I don't know, but I really don't want to see it happen. But, like I said, it's a risk, but I think it's actually, we're at a point now where it's a real risk.
Yeah, a lot of risks to digest. Thank you so much to Claudia Sahm. She is the chief economist for New Century Advisors. I want to pivot to a guest here in studio with us. That is Jayati Bhardwaj, Director of FX Strategy at TD Securities. Jayati, just to start on that, how does the ongoing Lisa Cook saga impact the haven status of the US dollar and expectations around what that could mean if we lose a truly independent Fed?
I think that's definitely a very important question because there have been a lot of indications of the increased political interference into the workings of the Fed. And I think the question you asked to the guest before me was also very relevant, like why haven't markets reacted intermittently to this? I think it's because a lot of the implications of that would be on the path for the 2026 Fed cuts. A lot of the new appointees, which Trump and his advisors can potentially get in, will impact a lot the 2026 path. For now, we are solely focused on the September Fed meeting. Will the Fed cut? How much will that be? Will that be a series of cuts? And that's why market reaction has been relatively contained. But on our end, we are preparing for the worst case. Let's say if this increased interference does proceed, we have actually recently been backtesting what that scenario would mean for the dollar, and it does not look as optimistic.
Well, talk to us a little bit more about that, because that's what I've been asking investors. How do you start to blueprint where this could go? And in the currency market, Bailey asks a good question. Is the dollar still a haven in that worst case scenario?
So when we are actually now laying out the blueprint for what that could be, we're analyzing two scenarios. First of all, it would be definitely linked to more Fed cuts, so front-end rates come down. But what would be more interesting would be also the reaction of long-end rates, because it would either be a bull steepening or a twist steepening kind of a regime. But irrespective of that, thankfully, both of those regimes are very bearish for the dollar. Because in the twist steepening regime, you will have risk premia, accumulated in the long end because of inflation expectations. People thinking that the Fed will have to cut a lot more than what is actually needed for the economy, especially when there are concerns around inflation pass-through. Or even if it's not that, both of them are very bearish for the dollar. And as you correctly mentioned, a lot of people are asking, is that really a safe haven? That's something that we've been flagging since the start of the year, that the dollar safe haven status is at risk. A lot of people have questioned that, maybe it's just one-off. But that has been true for a good, 8 months of the year, where the dollar's safe haven status has deteriorated and it's not been behaving like one for quite some time.
Well, I was in Japan when we had the tariff tantrum, if you will, and we saw a lot of questions about selling America. And that was a big conversation in Asia. Where do you reallocate assets to if the dollar is not a safe haven, if U.S. Treasuries are not as sturdy as we would like to think?
Yeah.
Where do investors position in the currency market?
So since the start of the year, there's definitely been repatriation and a reallocation towards the euro area, which started when in February you had the announcement on the local fiscal platform. That has plateaued a little bit, but what you have seen increasing signs of is definitely investors looking for opportunities outside. That's something which has not been true for the last 5 years, where the gap between the US and the rest of the world was so wide that everyone was only investing in the US. I'm not saying that the gap between both of those ends has completely shrunk. The US still has a relative advantage to the rest of the world, you could say, but it's definitely slowed down, whereas the rest of the world is still holding up. So that gap has sharply converged, and that's encouraging people to look elsewhere. Europe has been the first one, but eventually, there are still a lot of countries in other developed markets, Japan, Australia, all of them still look primed for seeing inflows. Japan saw a bit of uncertainty with the elections and everything, but that's now past us. Similarly, we're all waiting for the trade deal with China to be announced, which will start bringing in capital allocation back to Asia, even Australia, and that should also uplift that region. But that's definitely something which we see playing out, in the next few quarters.
It's interesting because it's a similar story in the equity market as well. Investors have been looking outside just the US option. We know that European equity markets have been on a tear as well. It's slightly different in FX because it truly is a zero-sum game when you're talking about the different currency pairs. I want to talk about what could possibly replace the US dollar as a reserve currency, though, because I started here as a currency reporter back in 2016, and this was an article you wrote, I don't know, once a year. Are we seeing truly the end of the US dollar being the reserve currency? The answer was always no, but the reason why was because what is the alternative? What truly could be the alternative to the US dollar when it comes to reserve currency status? Because you look at some of the options and there's just a lot of reasons that point back to the greenback.
I think that's definitely the question of the year, I would say, and very topical. And absolutely, whenever people have tried to answer that question, what they have done is looked at the dollar's holdings at the central banks around the world. That actually has been shrinking and falling lower for the last decade, or in fact, more than a decade. But that to me was never the sign of the dollar's overvaluation or strength. It was always the strength and resilience of US assets and the massive investment of the global investors and money managers of the world purely in US equities. The dollar's overvaluation and safe haven status has, I think, gone one-on-one with US equity dominance a lot more than just, central banks holding dollar reserves, especially in the last few years. And that all is definitely starting to see, meaningful cracks. You're absolutely right in saying that, you cannot definitely point to one candidate currency. Euro comes close, right? But it's not a resounding yes that you can go out and declare that euro will be the next safe haven. It's definitely the next prime candidate, but at least you will bring everyone to a level playing field. It will be a much more level playing field than it has been.
All right, JT, great to get some time with you. That is JT Bardwaj she is director of FX over at TD Securities. We're just getting started. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a down Friday, but despite today's losses, S&P 500 is set for its fourth straight month of gains. Also, expectations do remain that the Fed will cut rates twice this year, beginning as soon as next month, September. Traditionally a rocky month for the U.S. equity market right around the corner. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index lower, tech leading the way down. S&P down 46 at 64.55. Now, keep in mind, this time yesterday we had the S&P trading above 6,500 at a record, but a pullback today down 0.7%. Dow Industrials at 45,502, down 0.3%, and NASDAQ down 1.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1.3%, and the Mag 7 index down 1.3%. I mention that because Nvidia is down now by 3.7%. 10-year at 4.22% with a 2-year 3.61%. Gold is up 0.8%, 34.43 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 63.97 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now at 108,225. Bitcoin now down by 3.3%. Caterpillar shares, they are trading lower today by 4.2%, only weeks after its last quarterly report. Caterpillar is warning investors it now expects tariffs to have an even greater impact on its business. Caterpillar down by 4.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm Bailey Lipschultz alongside Katie Greifeld, filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Katie, a slow summer trading Friday. We've got markets lower, but volumes much depressed relative to where they have been in the last, call it, 100 days. But there is a lot going on in D.C. So right now we are joined by Bloomberg News White House editor Jordan Fabian, joining us from the D.C. Bureau. Jordan, we had an emergency court hearing around the kind of back and forth between Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook and President Donald Trump trying to fire her. What did we learn from that? It lasted more than 90 minutes, but we didn't have a ruling. What happened? What's going on? What's next?
That's right. No decision made in that hearing. The judge in that case wants filings again by Tuesday, so after Labor Day, and presumably they would want a decision on her job status after that, given we're in this period of limbo. Both sides, both the government and Lisa Cook's attorneys, argued vociferously about the case. What's interesting was that they didn't really say that the veracity of the allegations mattered. You had Lisa Cook's attorneys saying that whatever the allegations might be, they occurred before she was nominated to be on the Federal Reserve Board and thus should not be seen as the cause to remove her from office. And then you had the government arguing, well, Donald Trump can decide whatever the cause is, and that's not up for judicial review. And so in his view, a simple allegation could be grounds to fire her, and that should not be for the court to decide. And so we'll see what the judge has to say about all of that.
Jordan, what I really want to know is what is going to happen on September 17th. That's when we get the next FOMC decision. We know that as a member of the Board of Governors, that Lisa Cook is a voting member, of course, of the Federal Open Markets Committee. Will she be able to do her job at next month's meeting?
That's the big question. And today they talked about whether there would be a temporary restraining order on this move by President Trump, or would there sort of be consideration of a longer injunction. And I think they tended toward the latter, given that longer injunction would provide more certainty over the course of months while this case plays out, Katie. And I think that they would want some sort of decision by the 17th, given that timing for the FOMC meeting.
Yeah, so that's a lot of uncertainty, Jordan. One thing that adds to the uncertainty and ongoing conversations happening in D.C. and their impact kind of around the world, we have a report that Samsung and SK Hynix now have 120 days until a waiver expires as the administration pushes to revoke their ability to ship equipment to China. What's the latest on that? Is this just another headline that kind of causes a bit of confusion and uncertainty, but still has quite a bit of ways to play out?
Yeah, I think that's right, Bailey. This is not going to have the biggest material impact on those companies, given they don't have huge manufacturing presences in China, but it is another lever for the Trump administration to use in this longer trade battle they've been in with Beijing. If you'll remember, ahead of that trade truce, they were ratcheting up tariffs on each other. They were imposing export controls, and some of those controls that were imposed were lifted in exchange for tariff reductions. So this could be, the next point of leverage for President Trump ahead of another meeting between the U.S. and Chinese delegations. Now, we don't know when that will be, but the 90-day truce comes up in November. So we're not, the administration says this is about leveling the playing field for American companies compared to foreign competitors. But of course, there's geopolitics at play as well.
Well, Jordan, this story caught my eye because it's just another example of the fact that it seems like the semiconductor industry is the arena where you see a lot of these U.S.-China trade tensions are actually being played out. You have this story today. You think about what's going on with NVIDIA, the question marks over whether or not it can sell its chips in China, and then the U.S. stake in Intel. It just seems like a lot of this is being funneled through these chip companies.
Absolutely. A lot of uncertainty there. And, for good reason, the administration, views the semiconductor industry as perhaps the crucial, national security relevant industry, given the U.S. ambition on AI and their desire to outcompete China in that area. So they want to do everything they can to wall that off from Chinese competition, but it is creating all this uncertainty. And I will also mention, in addition to all those things you mentioned, Katie, there is the upcoming semiconductor Section 232 tariff that is yet to be announced. Trump has said there would be some kind of exemptions for companies that are manufacturing in the United States, but we don't know yet what that's going to look like. So that's more uncertainty on top of all those other things that these executives have to contend with.
All right, Jordan, really appreciate that update. That, of course, is Jordan Fabian. He is a Bloomberg News White House editor, bringing us the latest from D.C. Let's talk about these markets a little bit more, because you take a look at the S&P 500. As we mentioned 24 hours ago, we were feeling pretty great at all-time highs. Even with NVIDIA lower, it's a different story today, Bailey. Of course, selling off into the month-end close. It's interesting to see this drawdown, given that we didn't get bad news on inflation this morning, bang in line across most measures.
No, and it wasn't terrible, but we still, Katie, are in a market that we hit an all-time high yesterday. So the question comes to traders on the desk who are actually kind of operating in skeleton crews. No reason to be long through the holiday weekend, so why not take some chips off the table? But as you mentioned, looking at those factors to watch, momentum and growth underperforming quite a bit, while dividend yield and low vol stocks outperforming.
Yeah, certainly a risk-off picture then. Those are your outperformers today. But as Bailey notes, you take a look at trading volume right now. We are 21%, the 30-day average for trading volume when it comes to the S&P 500. But one area that we're paying attention to is what's going on with shares of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So let's bring in Nora Melinda right now. She is a Bloomberg News equity reporter. And it was interesting, Nora, to see Senate Democrats, including Elizabeth Warren, Chuck Schumer, and Cory Booker, trying to pause the Trump administration's plan to IPO these companies. But how much weight do they actually have in this process?
Absolutely, Katie. I mean, of course, we know this has been a very closely watched story for Fannie and Freddie, who we know were taken into government conservatorship back in about 2008 after they were taking on way too much debt, riskier assets there in particular. But what's really interesting today is, as you pointed out, the letter that we did see from Senate Democrats, Elizabeth Warren, Chuck Schumer, Cory Booker. They're all sending a letter to Bill Pulte, who we know is the head of the FHFA. They're the ones that control and oversee Fannie and Freddie. They sent a letter to Bill Pulte essentially saying that we need to hit a pause. We need to halt this idea of pushing these companies toward an IPO and returning to public markets instead of trading particularly as over-the-counter stocks here. They're saying that Pulte and the Trump administration more broadly should actually be focusing on other different initiatives to bringing down the cost of houses in the United States. They're saying that the administration is really distracted with attacks on the Federal Reserve and all these other things, where they should really be thinking about what we could be doing with what we have access to do right now, instead of spending too much time on the idea of an initial public offering for these companies.
And Nora, you keep a close eye on these stocks. They started out in the red at the open, but right now they're a little bit higher. What does that mean in your view for kind of the projection that this could be an IPO that really does move pretty quickly this fall?
Right. And as you well know, Bailey, I know you cover IPOs very closely on our team as well. I mean, these are super volatile stocks. So as you mentioned, we did see them earlier in the red right off of the news about the letter being sent to Pulte. But now we're seeing them popping into the green. And if you look on a larger scale here, looking year to date, Fannie Mae shares are up about 244% year to date. Freddie Mac up about 192% so far this year. So, I mean, we really have seen a rally off of the idea that after Trump was elected, you know, maybe under a Republican administration, we could see some progress here as it relates to taking Fannie and Freddie through an IPO here. But I mean, it tends to be a very volatile trade here, especially with some heavy hitters, particularly Bill Ackman here on the trade.
Yeah, Nora, when you talk to your sources, what's their view on the legitimacy of an IPO of Fannie and Freddie potentially combined, and how does that impact the entire real estate sector that you cover closely?
I think that's part of what is also getting a lot of the attention. I mean, as I've been speaking to sources, this is a really complicated process here, especially because we know that these were companies that used to trade on a major exchange, you know, and of course now they're trading under pink sheets here. But as we bring them back into this idea of potentially bringing them in as an IPO, it's really a complicated process. I mean, there's a lot of intricacies that are needed. It sounds that, you know, Trump's approval is actually going to be something that's super essential in getting this done. But we did see PIMCO even warning that a potential Fannie and Freddie IPO here could essentially roil the MBS market, also just lifting mortgage rates. That's really been a concern that I've been hearing from my sources more broadly.
All right, Nora, really appreciate your reporting here as we continue to follow this story. That is Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda. And Bailey, I have to put on my Matt Miller hat because I can hear him in my head saying, why are we calling this an IPO? These are already listed companies. This is a secondary offering, isn't it?
Well, these are already listed companies, but they trade over the counter. They trade kind of more as a call option, if you will, to oversimplify the matter. So if there were to be a real listing of these companies potentially combined, that would be a first-time share sale. That's why we'd call it an IPO.
All right. Well, I'm not actually Matt Miller, so I'm going to accept that explanation and say, fine, that makes perfect sense. I will continue to call it an IPO. And I'm glad you asked about the effect this would have on the housing market, because there are concerns that if we did see this IPO, that we could see some pressure on mortgage rates, actually, which would have the opposite effect of what I believe the Trump administration is trying to do, and that is lower the cost of home ownership in this country.
Well, they want to do a lot to kind of juice the wheels, if you will, of getting people to buy and sell homes. As a new homeowner myself, I can say that the interest rates are pretty eye-popping and hurt the wallet. The big thing, though, Katie, is what does this actually mean? If you do take these companies public, will the kind of benefit of publicly operated companies actually care about profit over people?
Yeah.
And that's a big question. And obviously, the Trump administration's been pushing this, but the uncertainty around how this comes to be is top of mind.
Yeah, how you actually execute this. There's a lot of urgent questions there. So we'll continue to follow that on Bloomberg Business Week. And coming up, we're going to head down to Florida. The National Bank of Florida Vice Chairman and CEO George Gonzalez joins us. And then we're also going to check in at Arthur Ashe Stadium with Tim Stenovic and Molly Smith. All of that and more coming up. Don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 1 hour, 20 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading month of August. It is on to the often rocky month of September. We have got stocks lower across the board right now. Tech shares selling off. Let's begin with NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index right now. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.2%, down 265. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1.3%. Keeping it all in context, we got the S&P down 45. Yesterday, you recall, we were trading above. Indeed, we closed above 6,500. 64.57 right now on the S&P. That is a drop of 0.7%. The Dow down 117, down 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is down 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index down 1.4%. NVIDIA, big part of that index, down 3.5%. 10-year, 4.22%, with a 2-year, 3.61%. Gold is up $27 the ounce at $34.44, up now by 0.8%. A retreat for crude just above $64 a barrel, down 0.9%. And a sell-off for Bitcoin down 3.4%, now at 108,152 on Bitcoin. Earnings news: Petco Health and Wellness surging after raising its earnings target for the year as the company's turnaround starts showing signs of progress. Shares of Petco, which uses the ticker WOOF, up 22% right now. Gap after earnings higher by 1.1%. After earnings, Ulta Beauty down by 6.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you very much, Charlie Pellet. I'm Bailey Lipschultz alongside Katie Greifeld, filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. We had some economic data this morning, which painted a mixed picture for the consumer. Inflation remaining sticky, but consumers just keep on spending. To discuss that from a state level, we're now joined from Miami by George Gonzalez. He is the City National Bank of Florida Vice Chairman and CEO. George, I always find that banks have some of the best reads into the state of the consumer. What are you seeing from your customers in Florida? Is spending still continuing to go strong? Are people dipping into their savings accounts? What's going on?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me today, and happy Friday. Listen, what we're seeing from our clients is just a complete commitment to investment in the state of Florida for long term. We're continuing to see a lot of migration into the state of Florida. New business starts continue to trend upward. So spending is something that the consumer continues to be positive and optimistic about, and we're not seeing any pullbacks.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And you could say the same about the economic data as well. So interesting to hear the read from where you're sitting as well. It's interesting when you think about the financial sector, particularly the regional banks. There's a lot of talk about consolidation there, and we have seen some pickup in M&A, but certainly not to the degree that maybe some were calling for. Is that something that you would expect potentially in your future as well?
There's been a lot of consolidation in the state of Florida from a banking standpoint. Over the last 20 years or so, we've gone from over 300 banks to under 100 banks and probably under 80 banks today. I think as the new administration takes a new look at regulation and overall the economy continues to settle down, you'll probably see a lot more M&A activity. And for now, though, we haven't seen a lot. I mean, there's been a lot of conversations, there's been a lot of discussion. We've done 2 transactions in the last 5 or 6 years. We're always opportunistically looking for something that makes strategic sense. But for right now, I think everybody's just kind of waiting to see how the economy, how the soft landing plays out, how asset quality continues to perform, and how rates go before anybody makes any real significant decisions on the M&A front.
Well, to follow up on a point you made, I mean, you think about Florida, you think about Miami in particular. I mean, it is hot. You've seen a lot of, I mean, literally when it comes to temperature, but also in terms of people moving to Florida, a lot of folks relocating there, as well as companies. I know that you've spoken in past earnings calls about the increased competition that you're seeing when it comes to deposits. Give us an update on that.
So, Florida continues to be one of the best performing economies in the entire state of Florida. Our GDP is up about 26% since 2019. I think there's been over 3.6 million new businesses have been launched over the last 4 or 5 years. I think the really main driver to what's happening that's really different than what's happened in the past is that in addition to a lot of international capital coming into the state of Florida, we've seen a significant amount of domestic flow of investment. that's not coming here from a transient standpoint. It's coming here from a long-term perspective. And that's really changed the economic foundation of the state of Florida for the long run. So from that standpoint, what you would expect to see, since there's been so much capital and investment flowing into the state, you're also seeing increased competition from other banks following those clients into the state of Florida. So I think the pie is bigger for everybody, but certainly the economy has seen a very nice ramp up and really created a new foundation for the future that we're very optimistic about.
And George, we talked a lot about Wall Street South over the last few years. How is that continuing to play out? Are we still seeing commercial real estate performing strong, or is that slowing down?
Listen, commercial real estate has been a peak and valley business in the state of Florida for a long time. And I think because of the changing foundation of the economic landscape, I think what you're going to see, the peaks and valleys are going to be much more subdued. We're seeing a lot less leverage into a lot of the commercial real estate asset classes. So across every asset class, whether it's office, multifamily, retail, industrial, you name it, what you're seeing is really long-term capital that's been deployed. And therefore, there's a lot of stability in the marketplace. So when you couple the migration, the very pro-business government that we have in the state of Florida, the immigration of capital from the deployment of capital from international and domestic sources, and immigration of many hundreds of thousands of people, really it's helped stabilize the real estate market across the board, and prices are holding, rents are holding. Even the office sector, which has been weak across the country, has performed relatively well in the state of Florida, and certainly in South Florida.
I'm also curious, George, to get your perspective on what a weakened dollar would mean for you. We were having a great conversation earlier with J.D. Bardwaj of TD Securities. Their expectation, their house view is that we're going to see continued weakness when it comes to the U.S. dollar. I know that you see a lot of cross-border activity from where you're sitting. What would that mean for you?
Listen, a weaker dollar, I think, also tends to spur more investment into the state of Florida as assets become a little bit more, prices become a little bit more attainable for outside investment. So from that standpoint, I think the weak dollar is not going to have a significant impact to the Florida economy. I think the other thing to talk about too is, what's happening relative to the overall global visibility of this market. And the reason we're seeing so much global visibility, in all honesty, is what's happening in the world of sports in the state of Florida. I was thinking about this before the conversation, before this interview. When I was growing up, South Florida, state of Florida, basically had it was a one sport state really around football. When you think about what's going on in Miami today, we got 5 professional franchises. We have Formula One Grand Prix. We have a Miami Open tennis tournament. We have FIFA World Cup, which is generating probably about $1 billion worth of investment into the state of Florida. We have the Orange Bowl game. We have the national championship game. And then we have a Super Bowl in 2027. Sports is big business, and sports is a big economic driver to our economy. I think it's going to represent about 10% of our GDP for 25 and 26. So not only is it a big economic driver, but it's a big driver to branding and visibility for the state and for the economy. So when you couple that with what's happened in the last 5 years and what's happening in the world of sports, I think the combination of that really bodes very well for continued growth, continued immigration. People want to be here because they like what's happening, not just from an economic standpoint, from a government standpoint, but also from a sports standpoint.
Yeah, George, you go straight to sports. You've got the University of Miami logo behind you. Mario Cristobal talking about spending big in NIL. Miami goes out and gets Carson Beck from the University of Georgia. We've got a big game tomorrow. Notre Dame comes to town.
This is a big football weekend. I love college football. This is we got 3 big games this weekend with basically you got Texas, Ohio State, you got Florida, you got Clemson and LSU. And you got Miami, Notre Dame kind of tapping off the weekend on Sunday night. 2 top 10 teams, a lot of history there between these 2 franchises. And, we are the official bank of the University of Miami. We're obviously rooting for the Canes. But it's good for sports all the way around. This is a high visibility game with a high level of impact. And we think it's just a kickoff to a great season relative to what is in store for us relative to all of our professional franchises. And we decided to partner up with the University of Miami because this is an institution that has been around for over 100 years. It's really the civic pillar of our community. It's one of the economic drivers of this community. We've been around for 80 years. They've been around for 100 years. We have the same core values of giving back to the community, supporting the next generation of leaders and innovators, and making sure that this community continues to be robust relative to all of the important pillars that are needed to have a healthy community. So we decided to become the official bank of the university and support not just the athletics, but support the health system, the law school, the faculty, the students, the alumni. And it's really been it started off to be a great partnership. And we're doing the same thing in Orlando, one of our key markets. We're also the official bank of the Orlando Magic. And that's an organization that really is one of the marquee brands in the city of Orlando. And great front office, great ownership, great players, great fan base. And we've realized that when we partner up with organizations like the U and like the Orlando Magic, it really does great things for our brand, our visibility, and it allows us to activate those partnerships in a way that we provide our clients access to things that they can't buy with just money. And it's really proven to be very successful partnerships on both ends.
All right, George. Well, we really appreciate you taking some time for us. Enjoy the game this weekend. That is George Gonzalez. He is City National Bank of Florida Vice Chairman and CEO. I'm Katie Greifeld, along with Bailey Lipschultz, of course, keeping the studio warm because Business Week's Tim Stenovic and Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith are on the ground in the shadow of Arthur Ashe Stadium. They join us now for a preview of what's ahead for the Bloomberg audience this afternoon at the U.S. Open. Guys, what do you have coming up?
We got a great program, day 2 for us here at the U.S. Open. It's the third round for the men and women. And actually today, Molly and I got a little bit of a chance to go see some tennis. You know, we got to do the prep work in order to be ready for this program. I went and saw a great match, 4-setter between Benjamin Bonzi and Arthur Rinderknecht, both French guys. They battled it out in 4 sets on court 17. A really strong baseline game from both of them. Some incredible rallies. What'd you watch?
Yeah, that was a good one to watch. You picked a good court there, Tim. I was really into the doubles today, so I went out to watch the top-seeded doubles team on the men's side. That draw started today. They actually lost. This was a pretty big upset with the team featuring an American guy, so the crowd was really loud. It was super fun. Just great to see doubles. That's what I play year-round, and it was a good learning lesson for me. A lot of lessons.
Maybe next year you'll be on the court. Maybe next year.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, it's us. We're back here today with 70,000 of our closest friends at the U.S. Open, and we got a great program coming up over the next couple of hours, too. Kirsten Corio is going to be joining us. She's Chief Commercial Officer at the U.S. Tennis Association, the USTA. It's the owner and operator of the U.S. Open, so we're talking everything with her, from just how the whole tournament is doing to increasing visibility, taking it on the road perhaps, extending the tournament. All that and more coming up. Also, a little later, we're going to make sure we stick with everything happening over in Manhattan and also down in Washington, D.C. Mike McKee is going to be joining us for the latest on everything eco and, of course, everything happening with Fed Governor Lisa Cook with that hearing today, wrapping up with no decision at this point. So we're doing tennis, we're doing economic data, we're doing it all from the U.S. Open, guys.
All right, you're also watching tennis, so I hope you have a wonderful Friday. Yeah. Looking forward to the program. That, of course, is Tim Stenovic and Molly Smith. You can catch them in just a couple of minutes. But, Bailey, you actually have to skedaddle off because coming up on Bloomberg TV at 3 p.m., you're going to be live with Scarlet Fu.
Someone's letting me hang out with Scarlet, and it's going to be fun. We're going to talk about the markets underperforming. Obviously, a lot going on in D.C., as Tim Stenovic mentioned, and have an interview with the Celsius CEO. So a lot of exciting times.
All right. Make sure you drink a Celsius beforehand. But, you know, there's a lot more to cover here on Bloomberg Business Week. Let's take a look now at some stocks on the move today. I'm Katie Greifeld, and we're joined by managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live blog, Christine Aquino. Christine, what do you have an eye on?
Well, Katie, I'm taking a look at Kraft Heinz this afternoon. We did have some breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. So Kraft Heinz, ticker KHC, we're seeing those shares actually picking up some momentum, up 1.2% at the moment. And that is because Wall Street Journal reported that it is closing in on a plan to break itself up, according to sources. So remember, we did get reports earlier in July. Bloomberg News reported that there was a plan being put into place to break up the company, and they were weighing whether to spin off a large part of its grocery business into a new entity. So the latest from the Journal is that that transaction could be finalized and announced as early as next week. But of course, with any M&A deal, we know that is could still be subject to change, and timing could still be different at the last minute, but that is the reporting at the moment. And investors seeming to like this because year to date, that share is down 9%, nearly 9%. So it's really been having a hard time.
Yeah, and it's an interesting space right now. So you have Kraft Heinz trying to break themselves up. Then you think about some of the other deals that we learned about this week. Keurig Dr. Pepper going to buy JDE Peet's. So companies breaking themselves apart and also combining. So a little update there on what's going on with Kraft Heinz. What's going on with shares of Dell, though?
Dell is not doing well today, guys. It's down more than 9%. So ticker DELL, really extending those declines heading into the close here before Labor Day weekend. And that's because we did get its earnings report. The latest there is that the AI server orders slowed down in the second quarter. Did see a 5.6 billion figure there versus 12.1 billion in the previous period. So that's quite the slowdown. Operating margin also undershooting estimates. Analysts were expecting 10.3%. They only reported 8.8%. The silver lining, though, is that it did boost its annual outlook and quarterly sales and profits topped estimates. So JP Morgan taking a look at those AI server revenues, they're thinking that, there's a more robust outlook for the fiscal 2026, and that could raise expectations for growth medium term. But in the short term, shares are down and investors are not happy.
Yeah, down 9%. Really brutal reaction there from Wall Street, especially considering that this is a company that raised its annual sales projections. But of course, that is not where the focus is today, just judging by the shares. So that's the story with Dell. Bring us home. Talk to us about Caterpillar.
Caterpillar, ticker CAT, also not doing well. Shares down more than 4% and looks like it's going to close down for the first time in 3 sessions today. Now, Caterpillar warning, of course, all about tariffs, and they're saying that tariffs are going to cost them as much as $1.8 billion for the full year. And then the incremental impact for the third quarter, they're estimating at around $500 to $600 million. And so that does not sound like a good thing, especially for a company that was once considered a bellwether for the American economy, right?
Yeah.
And, Bloomberg Intelligence saying, though, that they are still optimistic that earnings will bottom this year and that obviously the drag from tariffs is bigger than anticipated previously, but they did revise this revised outlook will impact operating margin, and they're now expecting that to be near the bottom of its target range.
All right, so an ugly finish to the week, to the month for Caterpillar. And for more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Meanwhile, outside of just the individual stock level, Christine, before I let you leave the studio, let's just talk about what's going on today. I'm sure you've been all over it on the Markets Live blog, the fact that you are seeing quite a risk-off day in markets, even though, the inflation figures we got this morning would suggest that we're on track for a rate cut next month.
Yeah, absolutely, Katie. But it seems like the data is kind of playing second fiddle to other factors in the markets, right? This week was the week where we did get those big NVIDIA results. That was also one main event for markets, and some disappointment there just over the pace of growth that they're seeing over the next few years. It seems like the reality check really that it gave a lot of investors that, the AI boom is starting to slow. It's entering its more mature stages here. And that's really hit NVIDIA. It's also hit a big chunk of the tech stock complex here and really taking us into quite a dour finish into the Labor Day weekend here.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to close out August with gains, but certainly quite an ugly finish, though a lot can happen in the next hour with those month-end window dressings. That is Christine Aquino. She is managing editor for our Markets Live blog. If you're watching us on YouTube or listening to us on radio, Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues live from the U.S. Open with Tim Stenovic and Molly Smith. If you're with us on Bloomberg Television, the close is up next with Scarlett Fu and Bailey Lipschultz. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Goodbye summer, hello Labor Day weekend. It's busy at Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey. CBS's Chris Van Cleve says airlines are prepared for the rush.
American and United Airlines expect to fly about 7 million passengers this weekend. The FAA is forecasting the busiest Labor Day in 15 years. The Kittle family is hoping to beat the crowd leaving Washington, D.C.
Yeah, definitely nervous. We didn't know what to expect with the holiday. We thought it might be really busy, so we got here a little bit early.
Most Americans will drive, finding gas prices on average about 15 cents a gallon cheaper.
It's also a big weekend in Detroit, which is throwing a sandwich party. Here's WWJ radio reporter Kyle Beery.
This year, 35 restaurants and food trucks are serving up everything from Cubanos and muffalettas to sandwiches with pickles for buns.
We have sandwiches for every single person. Because who doesn't like sandwiches?
Police are looking at evidence left behind by the person who shot and killed 2 children at a Catholic church in Minneapolis Wednesday. CBS's Nicole Skanga has that.
Investigators now poring over videos produced by the gunman, showing an arsenal of weapons, magazine clips, and writing. They're also going through those writings, those weapons. Those videos we know were published at roughly the same time that the shooter opened fire on Annunciation Church.
No decision today on a request by Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook for a temporary restraining order. She is fighting President Trump's attempt to fire her. Chicago is preparing for the arrival of National Guard troops as soon as next week as part of President Trump's anti-crime initiative. Other cities are preparing for more aggressive action by ICE agents. More on that from KCBS radio reporter Mike DeWald.
The approach is, by and large, hands-off. Interim Police Chief Paul Yep says San Francisco police officers shouldn't help nor hinder federal law enforcement. San Francisco Supervisor Matt Dorsey welcomes the move. He says officers walk a fine line in upholding the city's sanctuary protections.
We don't have to cooperate, but we don't have the constitutional right to interfere or obstruct federal officers either.
San Francisco police can only get involved if life or property is at risk. Mike DeWald for CBS News, San Francisco.
The terrifying Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Mississippi and Louisiana 20 years ago today, breaching levees in New Orleans and forever changing the city. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves spoke at a commemoration in Biloxi.
Hurricane Katrina may have reshaped our coastline and our state for years, but it did not change who we are as people.
The Dow is down about 0.25% at this hour. This is CBS News. A whole new generation will soon get to choose between Team Edward and Team Jacob.
The LA Times says Lionsgate will celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Twilight novels by bringing the entire movie saga back to theaters just in time for Halloween.
Are you afraid?
No. Story of the vampire love triangle starring Kristen Stewart as Bella Swan, Robert Pattinson as a vampire, and Taylor Lautner as Bella's friend will run from October 29th through November 2nd. The 5-part series brought in more than $3.3 billion worldwide during its first go-round. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A national group of Latino public health leaders has announced the launch of a new research institute. It's in response to the cancellation of hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding. The research will focus on maternal mortality, chronic diseases, and youth health. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenovec. That is Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. She is our in-house tennis expert. She's in for Carol Masser. Once again today, we are live from the U.S. Open just outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium in Flushing, Queens for day 2 of our coverage of the U.S. Open.
Yeah, it's been so much fun out here, Tim. I mean, I know we're working.
We're working.
But we're also reporting.
We're reporting.
In the field.
Yep.
On the grounds.
You got to watch the tennis in order to be informed.
Yeah.
Your questions about
exactly.
You know,
we're not just here to have our 70,000 friends in the background. We got to go do the news.
We got to do the news.
So
well, speaking of the news,
yes,
there's a lot happening.
We've done a lot of news today.
We're seeing a little bit of a sell-off in tech ahead of a seasonally slow month, a seasonally challenging month. We're going to have more from the markets with Charlie Pellet in just a minute. Also, on the tennis side, we're going to speak to Kirsten Corio in just a few minutes. She's Chief Commercial Officer of the U.S. Open. She does exactly what it sounds like she does. She's responsible for all of the revenue-generating stuff, whether that's TV rights and ticket sales here at the U.S. Open. So we're going to be speaking to her about the business side of things. And then, of course, there's the economic data. Molly Smith was up early because there was that inflation report out, Molly.
Oh, yeah. This is just, another day in the life. If we're not doing tennis, we're doing the U.S. economy. So we're going to go over all of that in just a minute with Bloomberg's Mike McKee. Going to have a lot to talk about the Fed's Lisa Cook, too, as there was a court hearing this morning about the allegations against her regarding alleged mortgage fraud. So we're going to have a lot to talk about with Mike McKee coming up on the program.
All that and more over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily Live from the U.S. Open. Let's send things back, though, to the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It's where we find our own Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. We got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. 53 minutes to go until we close the books on the trading month of August, on then to the rocky month of September. Here's where we stand right now. We got the S&P on track for a losing week, down 41, retreating from yesterday's record. The S&P falling back below 6,500, 64.60 right now, down 0.6%. Dow down 96, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 249, a decline of 1.1%. Our Mag 7 Index down 1.4%. NVIDIA, part of that index, down 3.4%. The 10-year 4.22%, with a 2-year right now 3.62%. Gold up 0.8%, 34.43 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude below $64 a barrel now, 63.99, down 0.9%. Bitcoin at 108,284. Bitcoin down by 3.2%. Dell Technologies shares are lower after the company booked fewer sales of artificial intelligence servers than in the previous 3 months and reported profit margins that fell short of analyst estimates. Dell right now down by 8.8%. Also out with earnings, Marvell Technologies results. They featured a disappointing read on its data center business. Marvell plunging 18.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. That's Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. She's in for Carol Masser. We're live from the U.S. Open. I'm Tim Stenovec. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We start with the latest from our nation's capital and the emergency hearing about Lisa Cook. This is Friday's hearing on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook's motion for a temporary restraining order blocking her firing by President Trump. I want to bring in Michael McKee. He's Bloomberg News economics and policy correspondent. He joins us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Mike, Judge Cobb grilled both sides but ended the hearing without a ruling on Cook's request for an emergency ruling. What's the latest?
Well, we're probably not going to hear anything until Tuesday at the earliest. What happened was the Cook people, basically applied for a temporary restraining order to keep her in her job until the matter could be heard as far as whether she should keep her job or not. The next step would be an injunction to keep her in her job if that were the case, and the judge sort of collapsed those two ideas with the assent of both sides. So there was a longer hearing than we expected as she questioned both sides on what's going to happen, but then gave the lawyers until Tuesday to file their next motions. So it was a signal we're not going to get anything over the weekend.
Okay, so maybe we can enjoy the holiday weekend, or perhaps try to. At least maybe
Yes,
Lisa Cook can try to.
especially people who are at the US
In the meantime,
Open.
though, oh, well, I mean, it's nice here, but we're also very focused on what's going on back in Manhattan. And so tell us, Mike, this was with a district court judge. Everyone's talking about how this is going to be a Supreme Court matter. What are the steps between now and getting to the Supreme Court?
Well, this judge is going to have to rule on whether or not to put a temporary hold on the president's firing of Lisa Cook at some point, whether it's Tuesday or later next week. And then if she says that the president can fire her, that changes the narration, because then the president would probably move to replace her fairly quickly, and you create a whole new set of legal problems there because the ultimate case has not been decided. But if she does allow Cook to stay on the job, then what we would see is the administration go to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals, this is what's happened in previous attempts by Trump to fire people, has basically let the president proceed. Now, we know that this is a little bit of a different situation because the Supreme Court carved out an exception for the Fed, saying that somebody has to be fired for cause. And so that decision would turn on what is the definition of for cause, which is what they spend an awful lot of time on today. And then if both sides, whichever side loses at the appeals court, takes it to the Supreme Court, I think that would be the basic question. What does it mean to say the president can fire someone for cause? According to the Cook side, the president is using just allegations, nothing proven, and that doesn't rise to the level of a cause to fire somebody. And the Trump side says, well, Trump is the president, and basically he can do whatever he wants. It's up to him to decide what for cause means. So it's a fundamental question that is probably going to end up at the Supreme Court.
Is that the Justice Department Attorney Yakov Roth's argument essentially here? It's whether or not to include something that happened or could have happened before she became a governor on the Federal Reserve. Does the timing of this matter? Does the intent of this matter?
None of that matters, according to Mr. Roth. The president has the absolute right, according to the administration, to determine what for cause means. Now, that opens up a can of worms that the Cook people are trying to spread around on this fishing expedition by the president, because if that's the case, then the law is somewhat moot. There's no point in saying for cause, because the president could fire somebody whenever he wants, because he can make up whatever he wants to be for cause. And so that's going to be kind of the decision the judge has to make, that does this rise to the level of for cause? Does the president have that right? Now, it's a tough situation for Judge Cobb, except that she's not going to be the last word on this by any means.
Well, this is what I wanted to actually come back to you on, Mike, because I can see a situation in which a ruling comes out, it's not to Trump's liking, and Gia Cobb was appointed by Biden. And I wonder how much more this gets politicized potentially than if the ruling does not go his way. Is that something that's coming up in your reporting at all?
Well, the question, kind of, Molly, is could it be any more politicized? They spent quite a bit of time today talking about how many tweets that Bill Pulte, the Federal Housing Agency administrator, has put out on this, something over 30 tweets accusing Cook of doing something illegal without offering any proof. So it has become quite politicized already. I think that the biggest question is going to be whether the president is able to get rid of her, and that would raise questions on Wall Street of politicization that haven't quite hit the markets yet, because I think the traders are basically thinking that the president will lose. If he wins, that's going to raise an awful lot of questions about how policy is going to be made going forward.
I do want to talk a little bit about the economic data that we got earlier today. Before we do that, I just want to bring everybody some flavor and color about where we are at the U.S. Open right now. You might hear a little bit of a ruckus and see behind us a lot of fans. It's because Carlos Alcaraz, who just won in straight sets, is sitting just a couple of feet from us doing interviews with the media here. So you have a ton of people right behind us trying to get Carlos' attention, and you know, we just want to talk about economic data. That's what we're trying to do.
Do you think Carlos wants to come on to talk about the PCE report this morning?
I don't think he was paying any attention to the PCE report before his match, Molly.
You don't think so?
No, you were though. So let's get.
That's what I would want to know. I want to know exactly what happened to inflation in the month of July before I take to Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Okay, well, let's bring in Mike McKee on that in the last 2 minutes that we have, Mike. The data that we got, bang in line with expectations today. Any surprises in there?
The surprises came on the income and spending side. On the price side, it's not really any kind of surprise anymore for the PCE, because the data come in other releases, and economists can pull them out and put them together before we even get the numbers. Bit of an increase in the core number on a year-over-year basis to 2.9%. But whether that leads the Fed to do one thing or another kind of depends on whether you already think the Fed should be cutting rates or on hold. It's certainly not near 2%. But the month-over-month number went down 1/10, and so if you're thinking you can cut, you're saying, well, maybe we're seeing a little bit of restraint in inflation. The income numbers came in strong, though. In terms of wages and salaries, they were up 0.6% after a 1/10 rise in June. So Americans had more money, and they did spend. You can also parse that by saying a lot of that was on automobiles, as people tried to buy cars ahead of the price increases the automakers have promised for the new models coming out soon. So it doesn't really lead us anywhere. I haven't looked deep enough into the PCE inflation numbers, though, to see what the price of haircuts did. Maybe you can ask Carlos that.
Yes,
I was going to say that was the tie-in.
He always brings it home. Mike McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He is on top of it all, whether it's everything from the Fed or what they are talking about here at the U.S. Open, which, yes, does include Carlos Alcaraz's new haircut, which, by the way, we learned earlier this week, it was sort of a mistake.
Yeah, I need to still, read up fully on this. It was something that, did his brother end up doing?
I don't know who did it, but, you know, he said sometimes you just have to start fresh, and that's what he did here. And Tiafoe gave him a pretty hard time about it.
Yeah, all good friends there. I mean, the hilarious part, if you've seen anything in Carlos's matches, he kind of puts his hand through his head. It's like, oh, wait, I don't have hair. It's kind of funny.
Hey, we're going to try to grab Carlos when he's done with this interview. Also next, Kirsten Corio of the United States Tennis Association. That's next from the U.S. Open, Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. We've got just about 38 minutes to go until we close the books on the trading month of August, on to the often rocky month of September. S&P right now down 39, drop there of 0.6%. Traders driving stocks lower amid a sell-off in tech shares. NASDAQ down 1.1%. NASDAQ 100 index also down 1.1%. The Dow down 87 now, drop there of 0.2%. The S&P, by the way, at 64.62, falling from yesterday's record close, just above 6,500. 10-year at 4.22% with a 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold is up $27 the ounce, 34.44 the ounce, up 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 64.03 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now down 2.9%, 108,724 on Bitcoin. As for the Federal Reserve and the economic backdrop, specifically inflation, Christina Hooper is Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group. She was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think the Fed is laser focused on the economy and the deteriorating health in the economy. So nothing we got in today's PCE report will change its mind. Clearly there's some price pressure, but not enough to divert its attention from what could very well be a weakening economy, a very weakening economy.
Christina Hooper of the Man Group. Spirit Aviation Holdings has engaged in high-level talks with Frontier Group Holdings about Spirit's efforts to chart a path forward after emerging from bankruptcy. Spirit down 1.6%, Frontier up 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Charlie Pellet from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. We are at the U.S. Open just outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium in Flushing, New York. We're surrounded by about 70,000 of our closest friends and also by somebody who joins us on site every year during our U.S. Open broadcast. Kirsten Corio is back with us. She's Chief Commercial Officer of the USTA, the owner and operator of the U.S. Open. What does she do? Well, if it has to do with money and bringing it in, that's what she does. Think, of course, ticket sales, hospitality, global media rights, sponsorships, digital strategy, business intelligence, and more. Kirsten, how are you? Good to see you. It's
Thanks.
like once a year we get to see you.
It's great to see you.
It's the busiest time of the year for you.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Well, it's the time truly where you guys all live in a hotel right near here because you are here 24/7, actually not watching any tennis because you're working the whole time.
That's right.
So let's talk a little bit about how the revenue generation is looking for the year. I mean, 3 years in a row of record-breaking attendance. What can you tell us about just the business this year going into the U.S. Open?
Well, I can tell you said 3 years in a row of record-breaking attendance. This should be a fourth year in a row of record-breaking, not just attendance, but over lots of different areas that we measure. So attendance, yes. Viewership across through the first round, we're up 36% on our domestic ESPN, ABC, ESPN2 coverage, which is amazing. We actually had the second highest viewership in Italy's history of tennis through the first round. Amazing. A lot of great Italian players. Merchandise is up double-digit percentages. Ticket sales up double-digit percentages. And with the opening Sunday start to the men's and women's main draw singles play and men's and women's doubles main draw play, we're up double-digit percentages and going to break records in ticket sales and all the per caps related to that as well.
So it sounds like things are obviously moving in the right direction. On the attendance side of things, I'm curious about the balance between the criticisms last year about there were too many people here because everybody wanted to be here. How did you balance that this year with a different strategy when it came to ticket sales in terms of like capping certain ticket sales at different times to make it so people could actually get around here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we never want to restrict people that want to come from being able to come, but at the same time, we want to ensure that the people who are here on site and have, bought their tickets and paid good money and look forward to planning to being here on site have a phenomenal fan experience. So we did make the hard decision to reduce the amount of tickets that we would sell over this very busy Labor Day weekend. So yesterday was the first day of that implementation.
Oh, okay.
We did start to implement some changes to better manage crowds through the thoroughfares, better manage how we're spreading out competition and content across the different courts, practice courts and competition courts, so that people have more options around the site to experience the different content and enjoy it in a more free-flowing way and not in a crushed way alongside 70,000 of their friends.
Well, just to recognize what you had said before, Kirsten, about spreading out the tennis and also to make sure that people are getting good value for their money because it is expensive to come here. Something I think that a lot of people who I've talked to have said is about having that Sunday start, having the first round played now over 3 days instead of 2. It is technically diluting the value of the ticket, no?
No, I don't know how much tennis you can watch simultaneously, but it's not usually more than one match. Actually spreading out the first round over 3 days has really helped spread the content out in a way that's actually offered more content to more people so that they can see more. It's been easier on the athletes in many ways. It's hard to spread out the main draw of singles and first round in 2 days. 3 days is what you find at other Grand Slams as well. It's quite common. So in our case, it gave more content across the courts in a way that didn't crush the courts across 2 days. Now you can spread it across 3 days and 70,000 more people can experience it.
How should we think about the revenue breakdown of the U.S. Open? Ticket sales versus concessions versus sponsorships. I mean, on the sponsorship side, everybody's here, and it's also all the familiar names that have been with the U.S. Open for decades at this point. What's the revenue breakdown?
So it's traditional in the way that every other live event property, whether it's sports or entertainment, is. Ticket sales, hospitality, sponsorship, media rights is a huge portion of how this event is fueled. So not every event gets to sell their media rights and is responsible for that. We are, like the other Grand Slams.
And you do the negotiations for it, we should note.
We do, and we work with our partners at IMG to help us worldwide.
So what about? I'm sorry, I just want to push on this a little bit with in terms of revenue. Like if we think about it from the perspective of ticket sales bring in this much revenue. Is that the most in terms of overall revenue for the U.S. Open, or does sponsorships bring in?
It is ticket sales and premium leads.
Okay, so that's still the majority of where the revenue comes from. Okay,
right. And keeping with it on the ticket sales, I mean, this is something that as we've said, it is an expensive experience. It is a premium experience. You are getting certainly, I would say, a lot for what you pay for to come here, but it is something that people do talk about, that they get frustrated with how quickly the sales go over to the resale market. Is that something that is in your control whatsoever? I mean, to be able to sell more tickets at face value before the resale market takes over and jacks them up to however many multiples of the face value price.
Yeah, well, there's two key factors at work here. One is the overwhelming demand that we experience for the event. 2 is the fact that we are in New York State and resale cannot be restricted legally. So we are unable to restrict how many tickets are resold, at what price points they're resold, and how people choose to resell tickets that they purchased. So on the demand side, we renew the equivalent of full season tickets at about 98-99% every year. And we did work hard to make more volume of tickets available, both through the Sunday start as well as for just ensuring that we had as much inventory as possible for the American Express individual ticket presale. Again, sold out of that inventory within a couple of hours. And again, in the public on sale, same thing, sold out of the inventory within a couple of hours. And at which point in time, people can choose to resell tickets if that's their desire. I think it's important to note that our individual ticket price, average sales price point across all the events, all of the sessions, all of the venues is $190. The average resale ticket price is over $500 that it's sold for.
Yeah.
So when people may say, oh, it's an expensive ticket, unfortunately for us, we have to bear the brunt of that perception, but it's not the ticket price that we set.
Yeah, we're just, if you guys are just joining us here, we've got Kirsten Corio with us. She's Chief Commercial Officer at the USTA, talking all things about revenue, ticket generation, all of that's going on here at the U.S. Open. So, Kirsten, you brought up something interesting. I actually didn't know about this, that this has to do with maybe state rules about the resale market and what can and can't be restricted. Is that something then that you guys, obviously as a huge event sponsor here in the state of New York, is that something that you try to work with the state on, to say like, hey, we want to, maybe change the rules in the state? Is there any way that we can work on this?
Listen, we're happy to talk to any state body, legislative body, or representative at any point in time. Our intention is to ensure that fans have an opportunity to come here and experience the U.S. Open and tennis, are inspired to play tennis, and have an opportunity to come many days if they wish to. To the extent that the state wants to work with us to offer more accessibility beyond the 6 days of the free open to the public fan week, we're always happy to have a conversation.
But does it also tell you that you could be charging more for tickets? I know that's like not a popular thing for me to say, but if you think about it, the delta between the average ticket price of a resale and the average ticket price where you're selling, there's a lot of money left on the table there. So it seems like the willingness to pay is a lot higher than you guys are marketing it for right now.
It is, but it's a balance. You know, it's a balance between wanting to retain accessibility for all types of fans, and at the same time being an event that has an obligation to deliver net proceeds back to growing the game. So it is a balance. I don't think you'll ever see us go to the highest end of the market demand on a regular grounds pass, but in some cases, we will sell that high-end experience to the person who's willing to invest that much.
Well, the high-end experience, I mean, isn't a lot of that what's going to be part of this new renovation in Ash, right? That's going to be bringing more luxury suites, also just thousands of more tickets in general to the stadium. Can you tell us a little bit more about this renovation that's in progress in 2027, right? That's when it's going to be ready.
Yeah. So Arthur Ashe Stadium, amazing stadium, largest tennis stadium in the world. Purpose-built for 1997. We've come a long way since 97. And fan expectations have evolved and changed, and we need to evolve and change to meet where they are and what they expect for the next generation. So the transformation will see the addition of 2,000 net new incremental courtside seats. We have the smallest lower bowl in all of North America by proportion, perhaps. And we have way more demand for those than we can satisfy. So we're looking to be able to offer more accessibility, both for fans that want that courtside seat, as well as fans that have been longtime subscribers in the next level, in the Loge level, that number one on their wish list is the ability to upgrade, as I mentioned, with a 98 or 99% renewal rate. They don't have a lot of options. But we will have suites moving up by about 12 feet, same number of suites, but they will be larger with more square footage, more fixed seats for people to enjoy and entertain guests, and that's been long on the feedback list from our suite clients.
How do you guys at the USDA talk about influencers and the way that they're a part of the U.S. Open now? I feel like the last few years it's just exploded in terms of social media.
Yes. Influencers, content creators.
Are they part of, like, officially part of media here now?
So there is something called a non-media credential that we've trialed this year for a select group of individuals that may positively be able to report on and influence audiences to be interested in tennis. Our mission is all about growing the game and inspiring people to play more often. So to the extent that there are influencers, content creators that can help us leverage the U.S. Open to do that, we're really interested in exploring it. That said, you know, it's the Wild West out there. It's really challenging to try to harness that passion, I will say, in a way that's productive for the entire ecosystem and protects our partners who have been with us for so long here.
Well, I do feel like I even see them outside of the gates at this point. I mean, the popularity is just so huge. Kirsten Corio, always good when you join us. It means we're at the U.S. Open. We love being here, and we love chatting with you. Kirsten Corio, she's Chief Commercial Officer of the USTA, and she might get to watch a little tennis. Look for her in the box next to the celebrities later in the tournament. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting some comments from San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly. She says the Fed's inflation and labor market goals are in tension. Daly says she still thinks that tariff-related price hikes will be a one-off. Daly says you can't wait for perfect certainty without risking the job market. Her remarks coming on LinkedIn. By the way, she also said it will soon be time to recalibrate policy. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, a lot of red. We got 20 minutes to go until we ring the closing bell and wrap up the trading month of August on to the treacherous month of September. But right now, let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are under pressure today with the Dow currently down 114 points. S&Ps are down 45, while the NASDAQ is off by 1.2%. The U.S. 10-year is at 4.22. Gold is in the green. Oil is in the red. And Bitcoin, that's lower by 3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer staples and healthcare. Tech and consumer discretionary were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH and Procter & Gamble, while Caterpillar fell 4% and led to the downside. Note that Caterpillar warned that the tariffs are now expected to have an even greater impact on its business. In the chip space, NVIDIA fell 3%. And wrapping things up, the Wall Street Journal reported that Kraft Heinz is nearing a breakup announcement as soon as next week. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, Bill, have a great weekend. Long holiday weekend for a lot of people. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, look at that. We're just about 18 minutes to go until the close of equity trading on this last trading day of September. Can you believe it? August, excuse me.
Right. Yeah, it's not September yet.
It feels like September with the decline that we're seeing today.
Oh my God, yeah, rough. I mean, we just hit a record yesterday. Vibes today, not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tech really getting hit.
I mean, you think it was the PCE data?
No, I don't think it was.
I mean, because it wasn't. Yeah, it was in line with expectations. Just, I don't know, maybe had to give up some gains after yesterday's rally. But, I mean, our next guest is going to tell us all about it, so we're going to bring her in right now. We have Jillian Wolfe coming in to join us. She's Global Equity Strategist with Bloomberg Intelligence in the Interactive Broker Studio. Hey, Jillian, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. I hope you guys are enjoying the time at the U.S. Open today. I'm a bit jealous.
We are having a lot of fun, but we had to come back to talk to you because we have the close coming up. Tell us about how the trade evolved today and what we're looking into going into 4 o'clock.
Sure. I mean, we're officially at the end of the 2Q earnings season right now with NVIDIA having reported. I think what was providing a lot of fuel for this rally was that earnings expectations going into the second quarter were actually quite low, and it provided a really easy environment for companies to beat because the brunt of the tariff impact was expected to start hitting now. But in reality, what we saw was that tariffs were not actually that influential on these 2Q earnings reports. So what we saw were massive beats, which really helped drive the equity rally. But I think now investors are starting to look forward to how tariffs might start to hurt those 3Q and 4Q earnings. And we might not get as much fuel from those easy beats that we've been getting over the past few weeks. So a little bit of lowering momentum on that side. We've also just seen a lot of profit taking in the mega cap stocks. Like you said, NVIDIA down still quite a bit today. Tech broadly still looks strong for us. We posted a note last week that on median tech was holding up, but because the indices are so heavily concentrated in these large names, it distorts the picture a little bit. If you have a few names going down, particularly NVIDIA being one of them, you're going to start to think, oh, tech must be collapsing everywhere because it's driving all of these indices so heavily.
Jillian, on the tariff side of things, why is it taking, in your view, relatively in what I would consider a long time to hit earnings or to at least hit the stock prices of these companies? I thought the market looked forward and, you know, there's nothing clearer ahead of us than having to pay tariffs.
It's a great question, and I have a twofold answer. The first is that a lot of companies did stock up on inventories bracing for these tariffs. So there is a little bit of a stockpile now where they're not necessarily going to have to pay tariffs on imports that are going to hit. We did have this 90-day pause on what the worst of the tariffs were going to be. I think what we're seeing in the market is a little bit of relief that what was supposed to play out on Liberation Day doesn't appear to be happening. Even though the tariff situation, we're worse off right now than we were, let's say, in September, because we aren't as bad as analysts had originally expected in April. They're ultimately seeing this as good news and positive upside. The fact that company margins didn't just collapse in 2Q, which was what some of the concerns going into this quarter were. But we definitely have to keep an eye out on 3Q and 4Q. There's definitely notes coming out on earnings calls, and companies are still not entirely sure. I just think we avoided the worst case scenario, so markets are breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, but definitely on trepidatious terms right now.
So, Julian, you're saying here that tariffs haven't been that impactful to earnings so far. 99% of the year I write about the U.S. economy, 1% I write about tennis. But when we're talking about the economy, it hasn't really impacted inflation that much either. We got the PCE data for July this morning. Goods prices were actually down in the month, and services kind of mirroring what we saw in the CPI earlier in August. That's where it seems like inflation is really picking back up again. And if I were a stock investor, I feel like that has got to be a much scarier omen for me. You know, this isn't the tariff-driven goods inflation that we had the luxury of thinking the Fed might look through. This is something that is perhaps more persistent.
It's persistent in its supply side. We published a note, and I had mentioned it last week, that we're already seeing producer prices accelerate faster than consumer prices, and that's really a red flag for us because it means that companies are struggling to push these costs onto the consumer. And it also begs the question of how much rate cuts could actually help at this point. If the inflation is coming from the supply side of things, rate cuts can't really do as much. They can help release the burden on consumers, but if things just become more expensive for companies themselves to purchase, they're going to have to pass that on to the consumer ultimately, and they may get some relief from those cuts. They may pay less interest on their car payments or their credit card payments, which could allow them to pay more for goods. But the idea that we're not going to see inflation flow through eventually, I think, is a little bit misguided. We're just starting to see companies start to pay more for these inputs, and it is going to take some time to gradually flow through. Remember, we were on a 90-day tariff pause that technically did restart just this month, so we're only going to start to see this data really hit the economy in the coming weeks and months now.
Hey, Jillian, before we let you go, you and the team out with a note overnight about value having a banner year in Europe. What's the outlook in your view on value stocks over in Europe?
It's interesting because we haven't seen that same thesis play out in the U.S. Value stocks in Europe are really beat up. They've been beat up for a long time, and a lot of this is now just people buying what they think could be a solid deal because it's just so cheap. In the U.S., even the cheapest stocks aren't that cheap by comparison. They may be cheaper compared to some of the highest Mag 7 stocks, but cheap in the U.S. doesn't actually mean cheap relative to the globe. So we're definitely seeing investors maybe moving a little bit more towards safety, trying to pick up on some of these beat up stocks in Europe, and we're seeing value do quite well as a result.
Jillian Wolf on the Bloomberg Intelligence
Thank
team,
you.
equity strategist over there. Have a great weekend. Have a great long weekend. Appreciate you joining us from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. That's Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News Economics editor. I'm Tim Stanovic. It's our Day 2 coverage of the U.S. Open here at Flushing Meadows in New York, just outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium, where the sun goes behind the clouds, then it comes out, it gets a little hotter. When I was watching that match, Rinder Kanech and Bonzi, a little earlier, Rinder Kanech winning in 4 sets, there was a slight, did you get the rain at all?
Oh my gosh.
There was this cloud that came over.
I was nervous. It was a big cloud here in Flushing. If you guys were with us yesterday, we were battling the wind. Today was questionable about the rain. Thankfully, it was just a couple drops, and then they were dodged. But I scooted.
They stopped play.
Did they on your court?
Play on our court. They put their
wow.
Yeah, Rinder Kanech put his racket under his shirt so it wouldn't get wet. He was concerned about getting wet.
Always got to protect the strings.
The chair official came down and did a little test of the court.
Like with his hand?
With his shoes.
Oh, to see if they would skid.
And decided play would continue. Play continued, and then he won the match.
The real warriors out there. We're just bringing you the news.
We are. Hey, speaking of that, we got more on the close and equities that are moving up next. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily from the U.S. Open.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's, oh my gosh, Molly.
Yeah, me.
I was going to say you're like tennis correspondent, but
sure.
Bloomberg News economics correspondent. Today she's tennis correspondent. She's
Either one
Carol
works.
Nasser. It is Molly Smith. I'm Tim Stenovec. We're here at Arthur Ashe Stadium just outside. What's going on in there? Right now?
Inside of Ashe right now?
Is it Pagula still?
Let's pull up our live score sheet. You know, we got it. There's so many courts here to keep track of. There's a lot going on around these grounds.
Pagula's going on.
Yeah,
there,
Pagula.
Right?
Oh, she looks like Pagula won. She beat Azarenka in straight sets. It looks like, the one that I've got my eyes on right now more so is on Armstrong. Ben Shelton just won the third set, so they were locked in a bit of a battle there. He's playing the Frenchman.
Oh, is he done then?
No, he's up 2-1 on Adrian Manarino. This guy is known for kind of just really absorbing all your power and putting it right back to you. Has like one of the lowest string tensions on the tour. Just kind of like think of a trampoline, that like the looser it is, the higher you bounce. That's exactly like his string. So he just flies right off the racket, but he can control it and just bunts it right back at your feet. Anyway, that might be fun one to watch if you guys are here. A battle of two lefties. Don't get to see that too often. We saw Carlos. He was a winner earlier in Ashe.
And Francis Tiafoe's playing.
Tiafoe is out on grandstand because he followed a bit of an upset on the women's side. Jasmine Paolini, our favorite Italian player, she went out in straight sets to Marketa Vondrousova. If you guys remember, she won Wimbledon last year?
You're looking at me like I would know the answer to this.
I know.
You're the one who...
It was either last year or 2 years ago. Pardon me for not having that one up.
She's a champ of
but yes,
Wimbledon.
She has won Wimbledon. We have not. But Marketa did. And she beat Jasmine Paolini, who was actually a finalist at Wimbledon last year. So that's a bit of an upset there on the ladies' side. So Tiafoe now getting out on grandstand following that one.
So the 2023 Wimbledon champion, I'm being told.
Oh, yes, because now I realize that Paolini was a runner-up to Krejcikova last year. That's the answer.
So if we think about where these, one of the things that you have to understand about the U.S. Open is it's not just what happens on Armstrong Stadium and then on Arthur Ashe Stadium. There is, of course, the grandstand, and yes, there's court 17 as well, but it's also what happens on just the numbered courts all around.
Yeah.
You spent a lot of time there earlier watching doubles. What'd you see?
That's my favorite place to be. I mean, if you guys are going to come watch live tennis, I think the beauty of it is to be able to go sit at some of these smaller side courts and be able to really see just how impressive these athletes are, how hard they hit the ball, how fast they move, and that's the experience of the outer courts. So I would recommend to anybody, try to see that when you're here. Of course, the big stars and the big stadiums are very exciting, but to really appreciate the skill and the athleticism that's involved, that's what you see on the outer courts.
The U.S. Open app now has this real-time availability metric that shows you where there are seats and where there aren't seats at the different courts.
Such a great feature.
It's really cool. I'm looking at it right now. Armstrong is at 92% capacity. It's hard to get in there if you actually don't have a seat. So if you have a Crowns Pass or maybe you have a seat in Ashe and you want to go watch what's happening in Armstrong right now, it's tough to do that. The grandstand, though, because Tiafoe's playing in there, it's at 89% capacity right now. So there's got to be a way to get in there.
I mean, but then you look at all these side courts that are, like courts like 10 through 12 here that are, 10, 20% capacity. This is where the doubles action is going on, and this is where you can see so many great matches happening. I saw this morning, actually, the top-ranked men's doubles team, they lost. It was actually a pretty big upset. The British team lost to a pairing that had an American in it, and the atmosphere was so great out there on court 10. Just me and maybe a couple hundred of my closest friends rather than tens of thousands of them. But it was a great environment to see.
Just in the last 30 seconds we have, Molly, Djokovic tonight, Arthur Ashe Stadium, supposed to start at about 7 o'clock. What can we expect?
I think Djokovic is going to have probably a pretty straightforward night against Cam Norrie, but he's not nobody. He was a top 10 opponent. He was a top 10 player at one time in his life, so hopefully he can make it a bit of a competition. Taylor Townsend will be following that one on Ashe tonight, so a lot of great action coming up from the U.S. Open.
It is the last trading day of August. The NASDAQ down 1.2%, the S&P 500 in the red to the tune of 0.7%. The Dow down 0.2%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, it is the close. That's next on Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:58 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 2 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading month of August and on to the treacherous month of September. We are looking at a down week as of right now, with the S&P on the week lower by 0.1%. Traders drove stocks lower amid a sell-off in tech shares that have powered the surge from April's meltdown. So here's where we stand heading into the closing bell. We got the S&P down 43 points, now at 64.58. That is a drop of 0.7%. Yesterday, you recall, the S&P 500 index was setting a record, closing above 6,500. Today, though, a retreat. S&P right now 64.60. Dow Industrials down 82, drop there of 0.2%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 253. Tech hit hard today. Nasdaq lower by 1.2%. The Nasdaq 100 Index down almost 1.3%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares declining 0.5%. And our Mag 7 Index was down 1.4%. Among the notable standouts there, NVIDIA, that stock today lower by 3.5%. The 10-year, 4.22%, with the 2-year, 3.61%. Gold up 1%, 34.52 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%. WTI at 63.97. Bitcoin today, a sell-off there, down 3.3%, 108,241 on Bitcoin. So there it is, sound of the closing bell at the big board as we wrap up trading on this Friday. It is on to the weekend, a long holiday weekend for a lot of people. Folks from the New York Parks Department ringing that closing bell. Again, S&P at the close, finishing the week at 64.60, wrapping up the month with a loss today. Today's session down 0.6%. Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco President Mary Daly is suggesting policymakers will be ready to lower interest rates soon, adding that inflation stemming from tariffs will likely prove temporary. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P end August at 64.60, a drop today of 0.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News Economics Editor. She's also the Bloomberg tennis expert. She's in for Carol Masser this afternoon. I'm Tim Stenivek. We are live from the U.S. Open, right outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium in Flushing Meadows, New York, where it's a pretty gorgeous day. Clouds in the sky kind of makes it nice and cool if you're out here watching, better than being in the sun. And we're talking tennis, and we're talking the economy over the next hour.
It's really the only two things I can talk about. You know, I feel like I really am a two-trick pony in that regard. Tennis and economy. That's why we love you,
and that's why you're here, Molly.
It's a good day for me. I feel in my wheelhouse. And, of course, you and I know you love to talk tennis and economy, too. So, yeah, we're in our rhythm.
We'll also sprinkle some markets in there. Eric Weiner is going to be joining us in just a minute.
Totally.
He's Bloomberg Senior Editor for Equities Americas. Also on the U.S. Open, Randall Williams is here. You know him because he is the Business of Sports reporter at Bloomberg News. He doesn't just get to go to the U.S. Open. He goes to everything. So he's got a pretty cool job. Also joining us with a cool job a little later, Eric Buderek. He's Director of U.S. Open Player Relations for the USTA. He's also a former pro himself, specialized in doubles. And I'm told his nickname is Booty. That's what they called him back in the day, Booty.
I mean, he's got it would make sense. I mean, I don't think we're going to call him that.
No.
I think we're going to call him Eric. And, I'm really excited to ask him about his experience. He was fairly recently, he was the tournament director at the Cincinnati tournament, which is the lead up to the U.S. Open. And I can actually see him coming up to our set now. So we're getting him warm. Chairs ready. But yeah, if you guys knew, if you were, following the calendar as close as I was, Cincinnati came up very close onto the U.S. Open this year. I'm sure he'll have a lot to talk to us about with the scheduling and his role now in being the head of player relations here at the U.S. Open and how all the players manage this really, really tight schedule coming into Flushing.
Well, before we get to Eric Buderak, let's bring in Eric Weiner. He is senior editor for Equities Americas for Bloomberg News. He joins us from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio just a few minutes from here in Midtown Manhattan. Eric, not a great day if you're long this market going into a seasonally challenging month of September. What's your read on today's trade and what it means for next week?
Well, it's kind of difficult to draw a conclusion from a day like today. You are coming off of a record in the S&P 500. There was basically no volume. I think the S&P ended up down 25% on average volume. So it was basically just people who were coming in and taking profits out. You had, the sell-off in chip stocks, which is related to NVIDIA. But really, the risk is going ahead. And as you pointed out, September isn't a great month. And there are a bunch of key moments coming up over the next 17 days or so. And that's really going to formulate where things go for the rest of the year. So if you've made profits during August, it was probably time to take some money off the table.
I can think of maybe 3 of those key moments off the top of my head. We've got the September jobs report. We have the payrolls revisions a couple days later, and then we have the Fed meeting the next week. Does that sound about right on your calendar, Eric?
That's about right. And then we also have CPI. And just after the Fed meeting is triple witching, which is your big volatility event and a huge volume and trading day. So it's a day where, people sort of clear out. So right after Powell speaks, right after we get the Fed decision, we're going to get this big trading swoop. And after that, you get a sense of kind of where the Fed thinks things stand and where the markets stand. And that revision that Molly brought up is really kind of a big one. And it'll sort of give a clearer idea of where employment is. And that's one of the bigger fears right now.
Hey, Eric, before we let you go, I just want to get your take because you've worn a lot of different hats in your career. Just give us 30 seconds on where you think things stand with Lisa Cook and what it means for the Fed and the credibility of the central bank.
Well, in terms of the credibility of the central bank, I think the bigger risk is that the president is interfering with it. The whole thing is predicated on it being independent and that these decisions are made specifically for economic purposes, not because of the desire of somebody politically. As far as the case against Lisa Cook is concerned, I mean, Trump could actually end up inadvertently codifying the independence of the Fed because they haven't really brought anything here. There's no case against her, there's no finding against her, there's no investigation. So it's basically just an allegation, and I have a hard time seeing something like the Supreme Court agreeing that just an allegation, just because the president says it, which is what the president said today, just because the president accuses it means that that's cause. And if that does not go through, it could end up actually sort of codifying that the Fed is independent.
Eric Weiner, he's a Bloomberg News Senior Equity America, is joining us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eric, have a great long weekend. Thanks so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
And from one Eric to the next, we're going to bring in now Eric Buderak. He is Director of U.S. Open Player Relations at the USTA. Also a former professional player, known for your doubles prowess. Thanks so much for joining us, Eric.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Right here outside of Arthur Ashe. How's the tournament been for you so far? It's only probably the craziest 3 weeks of your life, right?
It is. It's been busy. And with the fan week and all the events we have going on the front end, it feels like a full month. But again, what better place to be if you love tennis? This is the center of it all. So it's couldn't be better.
Well, explain to everybody what it means to be the Director of Player Relations here.
Yes, I joined this role about 9 years ago, straight off the court. Literally ended my career on court 10 right behind us, and it was in the office, a month later. Originally, the direction was, to improve the kind of relationship with players, understand all their needs, and how can they have a better experience at the U.S. Open. I think that has evolved over the last 9 years to, building new events, things like we're seeing in Fan Week with Stars of the Open, the mixed doubles tournament, but really just everything that the players touch, which is so many things, right? From the transportation and the hotels to, you know, prize money and everything that goes on with the biggest events that they participate in.
So you want to make sure everything goes well so they can perform their best out there on the court and have a good experience. Can you give us the perspective from somebody who was on tour and kind of like what goes into it? I think a lot of people romanticize the idea of being a pro athlete, but then you really think about it, especially in tennis, and you think to yourself, wait a second, this means you're on the road all the time.
Yeah.
You're never sleeping in your own bed. You're spending a lot of time on airplanes.
Yep.
And
spending a lot of money on all the staff that travels with you.
Yes.
It's very expensive, and if you're not one of those household names, it's not easy to make ends meet.
Yeah, it is. So there's a lot to that equation. I mean, first, the financial side, yes, right? You're traveling the world, and how you need to travel depends very much on kind of what level of sport you're at, right? And I equate a lot of it to baseball, sort of single A, double A, triple A. The single A level, you know, everyone's just trying to survive, right? There's not a lot of money coming in, not a lot of things are being covered. As you get to the double A level or the Challenger Tour, you start to get where there's free hotels, you start to get meals covered, and the checks start to improve a little bit. Once you get to the ATP Tour here, you know, life is good, right? And, you know, you see first round prize money, $110,000. Okay, now we can start to really bank on some real income. Yes, there's huge fluctuation within your checks week to week, but you know that, look, if I'm going to perform a certain level over the course of the year, I'm going to have, you know, a good enough income to kind of cover my needs. Now, if you want to expand to a large team, then that can be substantially more. But, you know, component one is the financials. You really have to manage that because you're an independent contractor. You know, I was with a spreadsheet, you know, trying to figure out how much I was spending each week or each month and trying to survive. But you also don't know your earnings, right? You could make $100,000 one week, or you could be in the red if you had a small check and a team traveling with you. So those swings are real. But the lifestyle is probably as much the real part, which is, I tell people all the time, it's the most unbelievable life. You know, my spring for 10 years was, you know, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Rome, Madrid, Paris, London. I'm naming the best 6 cities in the world, and we did them, you know, over the course of 2 months in the spring. It's amazing. But you got to be comfortable 250 days a year in a hotel. You're living out of 2 to 3 suitcases. So it's a huge adjustment for a lot of people. If you like the comforts of your own home, you know, this may not be the best career for you, but it is a fascinating experience to see the world. You get backstage passes to see all the best stuff that these cities have to offer. So it's a pretty wonderful experience at all the same time.
I can only imagine. I mean, I'm thinking back to when you just said Monte Carlo there. This might have been my peak tennis viewing experience when I study abroad semester. I met up with my mixed doubles partner in Monte Carlo, and we went to see the semifinals of the 2015 tournament. Djokovic and Nadal playing each other right there. I mean, this was just...
That was just after you retired, right? That was like 1 year after you retired.
Yeah, I retired in 16, so right around the same
right.
tour, yeah.
So you're talking about so much of this, though, from like the doubles perspective. I think that's what a lot of people don't get to hear about, because you see, you know, of course, how a lot of the top singles players, I mean, these are people who have, you know, tens of millions of dollars in endorsements and money. How much of that equation is happening on the doubles side? You know, are Nike and all these other sponsors, are they paying doubles players that much to wear their kits?
No, I would say on the doubles side, you know, roughly 75% of your earnings are coming from on-court, right? You might
That's got to be the total opposite of the single side of the equation.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but sure, right? I think in the vicinity, absolutely. So I think prize money is the main driver for the majority of the tour. Yes, as you get to the very top, you know, the sponsorships and the off-court earnings will trump that, but yeah, absolutely.
So coming back to that, because I heard somebody told me that you were the genius behind the mixed doubles tournament this year. I would think a lot of you then would want to have this, you know, big prize pool, you know, fivefold what it was in the previous year, have the real doubles players get access to that.
Yeah. No, this was a tough one, right? And I obviously received a lot of phone calls from close friends on tour that, again, this was an event that, given the way that we built it up, the majority of them weren't going to be able to play in it. And we had those discussions. I think the first step we wanted to do was make sure they were financially whole. So what we did with our increases this year, we took our regular scheduled increases in doubles, which were substantial. Then we took all of the money from mixed doubles from last year that was won by doubles players and put that in on top of the other increases. So I think a lot of the doubles rounds this year were up 30% from last year. So there was huge earnings for the doubles side. I think the other thing we wanted to do, which was hard for some of the doubles players to hear, but we wanted to shine a light on doubles like never before. And as the mixed doubles was being played with doubles players, there wasn't a lot of people tuning in. ESPN wasn't really airing it. Fans weren't turning up for the matches in droves, right? What we were able to do was to take mixed doubles, something that no one talked about, no one was really watching, put it in Arthur Ashe Stadium with 24,000 people. So I think that step has been incredible. We're super happy with it. You know, where we go forward now is to have a lot of conversations and say, okay, what's next, right? You know, how do we grow this to make this something bigger? Do we want to adjust the dates? Do we want to adjust the format? Do we adjust the entry policies? And that'll be, you know, the next couple months of analysis. But for step one, I think it was a big success.
We're speaking right now with Eric Buderak. He's heads up player relations here at the USTA, where he is director. We're at the U.S. Open. It is Tim Stenovic and Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. Eric, I want to talk a little bit about what the youth program looks like right now in the U.S. You grew up playing in the U.S. You played college in the U.S. What do you hear from the folks about the differences now in terms of interest among young American kids and access that they have to tennis? Because that is the whole purpose of the USTA here. Can you quantify for that compared to when you were growing up?
You know, I don't work on that side of the business. I'm not going to rattle off the numbers off the edge of my tongue. I know we are in, I think, at least 5 years now of consecutive growth with participation,
it's looking good.
Which is looking good, which is great. You know, there was sort of a COVID bump that we had because it was one of the first sports you could really come back and play. I think we were maybe concerned that that was only a COVID bump, but the growth has sustained, which is really encouraging. I think we're seeing lots of growth in, you know, different economic diverse environments, which is great. Youth participation is up, which is good. I think the U.S. Open, I mean, we look at this, not only is the revenue from this event going into the USTA, which has the mission to grow the game, but we look at this as a 3-week festival to showcase the sport to our country, you know, motivate more people to go out and play the sport. And so everything we do is from a lens of, yeah, we want to earn money so we can put the money into the sport, but let's also excite people about playing. Back to the mixed doubles, people...
Sorry. A little windy here today.
Sorry.
That's the Bloomberg News sign falling on Eric, for those listening. You're okay, though.
You're good.
I'm good.
You signed the waiver before you got here, so we're all set.
I'm all right. But we knew that people love playing mixed doubles. We wanted everyone to see that, so they go to their clubs and play mixed doubles. You know, so that was one of the reasons. So we're looking at it through that lens as well.
Totally. I mean, that's what I played in college. I played for the club team at Syracuse, but you played actually real college tennis, and I want to hear about what that transition is like to go from college to the pro circuit, because tennis is a bit unique in that way. It's not the way a traditional feeder, the way other sports are, you know, the NBA and playing in professional football as well, that like college is such a huge driver of where your career is. It's not really the same in tennis. So can you talk about that transition and if more people are seeing college as maybe a gateway to the pro tour?
So I played Division III college tennis, which is really not the route to pro tennis. I don't think anyone really did it before me, and no one did it afterwards. So I wouldn't recommend that route. I somehow found a loophole.
I played D3, and I never turned pro.
See, again,
what's going on?
Yeah, I did. A lot of people call me and ask me, and it's a kind of a crazy story how it worked out. So anyway, but if we focus on the Division I level, which is really the reality of a pipeline into the pros, I think through a couple of things. One, the college life has become more and more appealing to players who need those years to train and get better. So those, you can train from 18 to 22, have all your expenses covered at a really high level, and especially in the men's side, where you develop a little bit later in life, right? Yeah. It's more likely to kind of give you that time to really go off on the tour. Number two, with the NIL, you know, now these players can actually not only get a free education, but they can earn some money, build up a little bit of a net worth to go out on tour and have some savings to take that money on tour. I mean, Cam Norrie playing Djokovic tonight. He's straight out of TCU. I mean, not just on the men's side, but we're seeing women. Emma Navarro play college tennis. Peyton Stearns play college tennis. So there's a lot of players coming off college tennis to play professionally these days.
And like it was even 20, 30 years ago, a lot of players coming from outside of the U.S. to the U.S. to play D1. Do you think the NIL thing is going to make it even more so that, you know, the next Carlos Alcaraz skips going right pro and comes to the U.S. and plays college maybe?
I don't think the Alcaraz will skip, but the Cam Norries of the world will continue to skip. If you're 17 years old and you're winning, you know, Grand Slam junior championships, and you know
you're still going.
The IMGs of the world are signing you, and Nike wants you. You're going pro. There's too much opportunity for that group. The ones just below that who don't have huge contracts being offered to them, those are the ones who are going to go to college. They're going to take those NIL deals, and then they're going to hopefully go to the tour, use it as a kind of a training ground to get ready for the tour.
Yeah, there's just so much to be played for, especially on the junior circuit there. So Eric Buderak, thanks so much for joining us here. This is Eric Buderak. He's the director of U.S. Open Player Relations at the USTA. Thanks again for coming with us here
Thank you guys for
on the
having me.
set.
Appreciate it.
So we're still sitting here outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium, Tim. You going to stay for the night session tonight?
You know, I'll stay for a little bit of it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stay until like 1 a.m. like you and I did a couple of years ago. That was Djokovic.
That was pet till 2.
That was till 2 a.m. That was
yes,
crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. We'll see what happens this year. Coming up next, Randall Williams stops by. Bloomberg News Business and Sports reporter. That's next. Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A key development involving Spirit Airlines. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Developing story headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Spirit says it filed voluntary petitions for Chapter 11 in New York. Spirit says flights will continue continue to operate normally. But again, moments ago, Spirit filing a voluntary petition for Chapter 11, adding that flights will continue to operate normally. We have wrapped up the trading month of August. It is on to the often treacherous month of September. With today's drop, the S&P 500 index, though, did see its fourth straight month of gains. NVIDIA led losses in mega caps, though Alphabet did gain. Your closing numbers as we move on to September. S&P finishes the month of August at 6460, a drop today of 41 points, down 0.6%. The Dow down 92, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 249, a decline of 1.1%. The Mag 7 Index down 1.4%. As I mentioned, NVIDIA lower, down 3.3%. The 10-year, 4.22%, with the 2-year, 3.61%. Gold up 0.9%, 34.48 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, 64.01 a barrel, down 0.9%. And Bitcoin down 3.6%, below 108,000 right now. Bitcoin 107,930. One of today's outperformers, Petco Health and Wellness. Shares surged 23.5% after raising its earnings targets for the year. Recapping, stocks lower, and repeating a headline right now, Spirit filing voluntary petitions for Chapter 11 in New York. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Tim Stenovic and Molly Smith live from the U.S. Open. We're just outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium here in Flushing, Queens. Who just walked by?
Your new favorite player, Tim.
I know.
Arthur Rinderknech.
It's amazing being here in the media area where the players are doing interviews. And you can see people who just got off the court. They don't talk to the press before they play because they need to be in the right mental space. And everyone knows talking to a reporter doesn't get you there.
I mean, we actually did see somebody come by to talk to the press after losing, which not all of them like to do. But Jasmine Paolini, she had a tough upset today, and I saw her walking by before. She's probably one of the only players on tour who's about my height, which is 5'3". So the rest of them are like at least the ladies 5'9" and above. For the men, if you're 6 feet, that's a bit short these days, too. So I could tell that she was coming by over here because we were roughly at eye level. Tough loss for her today, but she's still in on the doubles, I think. So good luck to her.
I want to continue our coverage from the U.S. Open. We've got Randall Williams with us right now. He's U.S. sports business reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us here at the U.S. Open. Randall, you've been to all of the major sporting events. I mean, think about like the World Series, NBA Finals, Super Bowl. You've gone to F1 here in the U.S. U.S. Open quite a few times. In your world, in the world of sports business, where is the U.S. Open?
In terms of fan favorite or just business-wise?
Everything. Let's start with fan favorite, and then we'll get to the business side of things.
I'll say fan favorite. This is probably my second favorite sporting event, just because it feels like a playground around here. I mean, I'm sure on camera you can see all these people walking around. At a Super Bowl, you're not going to find too many people that are walking around the stadium. Same thing at an NBA game and even the World Series. So it's just fun. You don't have to watch the entire match. You can go out and have a good time and then pop in and pop out of matches. So on the business side of things, the U.S. Open has done extremely well. It's growing. I think if you're a huge tennis fan, you might not like that because it was such an exclusive event for so many years. But now they're saying the Honeydews make so much money every single year. It's probably going to break an attendance record, so this event is massive.
Yeah, this was something that Randall, you talked to me or helped me to go through when I had a story that came out on the Bloomberg today. The title of that one is "The U.S. Open has become about everything but the tennis," and I know we talked about it beforehand because I wanted to hear about, is this just something that's going on in broader sports? And you brought up F1. That's a big one with so much more entertainment options. I mean, where is it in, the people who are running these events? Are fans really telling them, hey, we want a concert on top of the tennis match? Like, where does it come from?
It's a mix of both. I think that if you're an artist and an entertainer and someone's going to throw you some money to go perform for 15 to 20 minutes, like it's not even going to be a full set, then absolutely you want the cash. And if you are not a tennis fan, but let's just say, who's your favorite artist right now? Let's just say Sabrina Carpenter because she dropped the album today. So let's say Sabrina Carpenter was here today. There's going to be a whole lot of people that are going to be coming to this event, and then they're going to be like, okay, well, I might as well stay for the tennis. So it's a mix of both, and it's not just the U.S. Open that does this. All sports are thinking about what can we sell that isn't just our sport itself, because the reality is a good portion of these events are 90 minutes to 3 hours.
So they want to extend the duration. But the thing about tennis is it's not 90 minutes to 3 hours. The thing about the U.S. Open is you can be here from 11 in the morning to 7, even 8, 9 o'clock at night on one single ticket.
Oh, yeah.
And especially in the early part of the tournament, and go from court to court to court. Well, you can also, well, go ahead, Randall.
No, I was going to say, that's true. However, the U.S. Open is once a year and for 3.5 weeks or so. And when you're thinking about this real estate, what are the competition for it? It's Madison Square Garden, it's Barclays, it's so many other venues around New York City. And so when this is over, I can imagine that in the wintertime and maybe even into the springtime, it might have a little bit trouble booking. I'm not saying that they are, but in a sense, this is a highly competitive time. So you want to make as much money as you can. And there are tennis fans who are like, let's keep this tennis. But the reality is money outweighs all these problems.
I mean, I play on these courts year-round. I can tell you that no one's performing here in December. I see more stray cats around here than I do honeydeuces in those months. So that's true. Truly, we had to chase them off the course over the winter season. You know, something that we also talked about, Randall, is that the U.S. Open is going through this investment right now to build onto Arthur Ashe Stadium. Yep. Going to be putting in another couple thousand seats in here, expanding the hospitality suites. Talk about how much for these global sporting events, the actual facilities investment and like what that means to them and like in terms of drawing in crowds and making sure everybody's entertained from start to finish.
It means everything because people just don't want to go to the event. They want to go to a venue that looks like a spaceship. When you look at this, it does look like a spaceship, but if you walk inside of it and it's trashed, then people are going to be like, you know, it looks good, but on the inside, and we live in a TikTok era of things. So if someone goes viral and it's like, oh, look at the U.S. Open, that's very, very bad. And so you're going to see continued investment. It isn't just the U.S. Open. It's all stadiums. It's all NBA, NFL, MLB. All of these owners are trying to figure out what can we do to pull in people and alternative entertainment so that they can say, hey, when we're in town, let's go to this venue.
We're speaking with Randall Williams. He's U.S. sports business reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us on site here at the U.S. Open. We're going to discuss Bloomberg's Power Players Summit that's happening next week, Randall, and sort of the backdrop of the U.S. Open. Yep. I want to do that in just a minute. Before we get there, in terms of the money behind tennis, you spend a lot of time writing about money. I mean, you write a lot about NFL ownership and sports team ownership in general, and the huge names behind that, the billionaire families behind that, the private equity behind that. That doesn't exist here I was going to say it doesn't exist here unless you're Jessica Pegula, who, you know, comes from a family of sports team owners. But in reality, there doesn't have that. There's not that same dynamic because it's an individual sport. How do you think about that?
I think that there's opportunities should the governing bodies want to explore them, and they do, whether it be private equity or sovereign wealth. Those things often make not just governing bodies, but sports team owners and executives very, very nervous. It's just something that they're
for example.
Exactly. And so would Live Golf, something similar Live Golf, happen to the U.S. Open or another tennis tournament? I don't know. It's not on the table yet, but if you're talking about how to transform a sport, that's exactly how. But do you want to handshake with someone or a party like that? I don't know that they're there yet, but if you're talking about, hey, we want to increase the prize pool for the athletes, we want to renovate this entire stadium so that it is otherworldly, that's a way you can do it instead of trying to find a billionaire who's going to want a return or a private equity firm who might want to exit in 15 years. There are other bodies out there. You just got to be okay with it, and I don't think that any of the tennis bodies yet are quite there yet. So.
Well, speaking of Live, you know, there is actually some Saudi money that's in tennis with the Public Investment Fund and the women's tour.
Yep.
Do you know a lot about like their partnership and like the work that they're doing together?
It is, but it isn't. It's like I've heard the some of the testing that they've done and some of the endorsement side of things. It's like they're putting money into it, but it's not the same way that it's happened in golf. Like in golf, when this happened years ago, it was like, you know, such and such golfer has signed for X, Y, and Z dollars, $300 million, $100 million, $50 million. We haven't quite seen that yet in tennis. Otherwise, I'm sure the tennis players would be celebrating.
Well, I want to talk Power Players because next week, September 4th, Thursday, Bloomberg Live is bringing together the expertise of the largest newsroom in the world with the immense data and analytical power of Bloomberg Intelligence and Bloomberg Global Data to enable our moderators and speakers to produce compelling news-making conversations. It's set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open. It's the Bloomberg Power Players New York. Who we have coming up?
We got some of everybody. We have some athletic directors from Duke, Ohio State, and UCLA. We have the Miami Dolphins president. We have trying to think. You put me on the spot. Aries CEO. We have the WNBPA Executive Director. We have Sylvia Fowl, excuse me. We have Carl Anthony Towns, and so many more. So,
what's the timing of this against the U.S. Open? Is the idea that it brings together folks who might have been part of the U.S. Open, or not players, obviously, because they're too busy. But,
Sure.
Maria Sharapova is going to be there this year,
I think ideally we'd like that people come to New York for the U.S. Open. So hopefully on days, I mean, our event starts at 11 a.m. There are tennis matches going on at that time, but I'd like to think you could spare one day to come out to Power Players for a little bit. So it's like from basically if you want to walk in, it's 10 to 4, come in, stop by, have some conversations, and then get your Honeydew and Arthur Ashe and have a good time.
So easy. We can fit it all in,
of
obviously.
Course.
So tell us, I mean, Randall, you are doing a little bit of work for Power Players while you're here on the grounds, right?
Sure.
Can you tell us a little more about what you've been doing around the grounds here in preparation for
next week?
It's all
networking and source meetings from top to bottom. I mean, there are a lot of different activations that are around. We don't particularly cover those, but sometimes there are people within those suites and things that I might want to meet and have a conversation with. And I think, again, another one of the reasons why I enjoy this is because it's so free-flowing. And if you're sitting in an owner's suite or something like that, you might be a little bit uptight. Here, I can meet someone right over there and have a great conversation. So a lot of meetings.
No?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Not during work hours.
No, but still, you know what? You are working, so I'm going to say you can expense it. It's fine.
Okay? You said it, not me.
I'm giving you permission. Hey, Randall, thanks so much for joining us. We're looking forward to Power Players next week. Randall Williams joins us here on site. He is U.S. sports business reporter for Bloomberg News. Check out Power Players Summit next week. It's bringing together influential voices from the business of sports to identify the next wave of disruption that could hit this multi-trillion-dollar global industry. We're going to be providing live coverage, too, throughout the day on Bloomberg TV, radio, and YouTube, so you can watch all the panels as they happen on the Bloomberg terminal. Just head on over to Live Go on the Bloomberg.
Yeah, I think the one that I'm definitely going to tune in for is going to be this live taping of a conversation with Maria Sharapova and David Rubenstein, one of the peer-to-peer conversations in that series that, Maria Sharapova was just inducted into the Tennis Hall of Fame last week. So that's awesome that that's a guest that we're going to have there. Obviously, she's not going to be out here playing. She's stepped away from court life. So it'd be nice to tie the two events together. And who knows, maybe we'll see her in the office.
That would be pretty cool. Hey, for the month of August, the S&P 500 ended up 1.4%. NASDAQ to the upside of 1.7%, though today down 1.2%, and the S&P 500 down today by 0.6%. More tennis next. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, a Friday bankruptcy in the airline industry. Again, Spirit Aviation Holdings filing for bankruptcy for the second time in less than a year after the cash-strapped airline failed to turn around its business. The parent of Spirit filed petitions for Chapter 11 in U.S. bankruptcy court for the Southern District of New York. Right now, Spirit, after hours, plunging 45.9%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all lower today. A sell-off in tech shares that have powered the surge from April's meltdown did retreat today. The S&P down nearly 1%. NASDAQ 100 down 1.3% as the market braces for the trading month of September and what is known as the weakest month for U.S. shares. S&P today down 41, wrapping up the month of August at 64.60, lower today by 0.6%. The Dow down 92, down 0.2. NASDAQ lower by 249, down 1.1%. 10-year 4.22% with a 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold up $31 the ounce, 34.48, up 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 63.99 a barrel. Bitcoin today down 3.7%. Bitcoin at 107,763. Data out this morning showed the core personal consumption expenditures price index rose 0.3% from June and 2.9% from the prior year, the most since February, driven by higher costs for services. Frances Donald is chief economist at RBC.
We continue to see above 2% inflation, and getting it as high in the next 6 months is 3.4 on both the CPI and the PCI number. So you're seeing this phenomenal tension in the U.S. economy, and what worries me about it is that it's not particularly aggressive. It's not pandemic level inflation that calls for a very clear policy response. It's a very nefarious, uncomfortable, muddle through type of environment.
Frances Donald of RBC interviewed this morning with Tom Keene on surveillance. After earnings, Dell Technologies plunged 8.9%. After earnings, Marvell plunged 18.6%. Recapping, Spirit flies into bankruptcy again, says all flights are on. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Charlie back in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I'm Tim Stadevik along with Molly Smith. She's in for Carol Massar. She's a Bloomberg News economics editor. She is our in-house tennis expert. She is somebody who next year will mark 30 years of going to the U.S. Open. You've been, by your count, close to 20 of these. You went to your first one when, well, I don't want to.
I was two and a half.
A little.
So you can do the math.
Yes.
Yes. And so, yeah, that was in 1996. Next year will be 30 years since the first one. I know it's, and I think, so I had a story out today, kind of just thinking back over, well, of course I don't remember all 30 of these years, but, you know, for the ones that I do remember of just how much this tournament has changed. I grew up in northern New Jersey. This has always been my home tournament. And it really has, it used to be so much more about the tennis itself. It really was a much more low-key event. You know, you could so easily throughout the 2 weeks really just go up to a lot of these outer courts, watch the players pretty easily, not have to, you know, throw some elbows to get in to watch players competing. But it has just become such a bigger event. And I think, you know, what we were just speaking about with Randall Williams before, our Business of Sports reporter, was that this is just a bigger trend now in sporting events, way up, well beyond tennis, right, Tim? That this is just something that all sporting events are trying to do to bring more entertainment into their grounds, and that they got to make the most of the money. I understand it's not just about the sport; it is a business.
It is a business, even though the USTA is a nonprofit. As you wrote about in your piece, business is good at the USTA. They do make a lot of money, and that money, as the USTA has told us, goes back to player development and enrichment here in the United States. One thing that I found fascinating in your story has to do with ticket prices. And you know, you talk to anybody about the U.S. Open, and they mention ticket prices. And the thing is Kirsten Corio, who's the chief commercial officer, reminded us, it's not the face value of the ticket price that people are talking about. It's that resale value. You reached out to the folks at SeatGeek to get some information about just how much prices have gone up, more than 70% just since 2019.
Yeah, it's
again,
really
secondary market.
Right. No, this is, again, it's such a huge distinction because Kirsten was telling us that the average price of tickets on the face value, this is what U.S. Open, the USTA will sell these prices at originally. She said those average ticket prices $190. But then we talked to SeatGeek over at the secondary market, and as of a couple days ago, that average ticket price was $450. So it really is just so astonishing, you know, whoever is getting a hands on these tickets and then turning them over, whether it's on SeatGeek, on Ticketmaster, on StubHub, that it's a wild, wild west out there. I mean, you could really chart. I mean, what did you say your wife paid today to get into Ash, right?
Yeah, $425 is what we ended up paying. And, you know, interestingly enough, I don't think she's gone into Ash once yet.
Really?
But the grounds passes were expensive also.
There really just is no winning formula. I think also it's not just about the prices; it was also about the process for me. Like I think back to when Amex is a title sponsor here, and they do a pre-sale that's back in May for the tournament. So if you're an Amex cardholder, you can get tickets a little bit earlier before the general public. So I got into the queue. It was supposed to open Tuesday at 9 a.m. I'm hitting refresh. I'm in the queue.
This was back in the spring.
This was back in the spring. I get in at 9:05. Everything's already on resale. Everything's more than double the price.
So if there weren't a market for it, there wouldn't be the price increases.
Right.
As we talked to John Wortham about yesterday, simple supply and demand, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of that in terms of this event becoming one that has become so popular to see and be seen at?
It's such a tough question because I don't want to sound like a hater because, of course, like, you know, tennis is just a huge part of my life in so many ways. And it's always just, you know, it's something that's always been with me, and I get such great joy from it, and it's so amazing to see that other people are taking part in that too, even if it is just for these 3 weeks of the year, and the rest of the year they don't really engage that much. But it does, I think, compromise the experience for a lot of other people of what the tournament has ballooned into, that there didn't used to be 70,000 people walking through here on a given day. You didn't have to, you know, count on basically spending at least $25 per person for lunch. To make this a real family event, you know, that I was able to come here as a kid. We haven't seen a lot of children walking around here. It's a lot expensive wise, and also just that this isn't really a rowdy sport. Your kids have to, you know, stay quiet, and it's a long day out here. It's hard.
It is a challenge, and I will say the U.S. Open and the USTA has extended the U.S. Open. They have Fan Week. They've had Fan Week for years. It's something they talk about all the time. And Children's Day, too, I believe is on
Kids
the 23rd
Day, that's right.
this year. Kids Day. And the idea there is to create access to the event for a group of people that might not be able to come during the official 2 weeks of the tournament. It was a really successful day this year.
Yeah, no, and I went to Arthur Ashe Kids Day as a kid, too. I mean, the kids actually get out onto the court on Ashe and get to play. They have these, you know, different kinds of balls and rackets that are more accessible for kids to play with, and on a shortened court. I don't want to say it's like pickleball, but it's a little bit closer to that size and accessibility, just for reference. But, I mean, look, I think everyone should come out here. It's definitely a bucket list item if you've never been to the U.S. Open. It's such a huge part of my life, as I've said. But something I'm trying to do, and I know a lot of other my friends in the hardcore tennis community, and someone who I spoke to in this article that I alluded to today, trying to go to smaller tennis events. So the Grand Slams, the U.S. Open is one of them. That's at the top of the list. But there's so many that are below that are for fewer ranking points and usually less prize money as well. But a lot of the top players will still go to them. Cincinnati was one coming into this. I went to the one in Washington, D.C. this summer. Still saw some top 20
when I was
players.
growing up, I went to Indian Wells.
Exactly.
Southern California.
Yeah, so I think that there's so many ways to enjoy tennis throughout the year, and hopefully that those events are maybe a little more accessible to get to.
Then, you know, we'll have to look into it and see if a rising tide lifts all ships when it comes to tennis in the U.S. and see if there is more interest from those smaller, more satellite-like tournaments ahead of the U.S. Open. Okay, we have 30 seconds left, Molly, on the tennis that's actually happening today, and that's happening so far this tournament. What has surprised you? What has excited you?
Well, I know that you are looking onto this closely, so I'll tell everyone who's maybe listening that Francis Tiafoe right now is down 2-0 against Jan-Lennard Struff. Big serving German guy. They're out on the grandstand right now. We'll see if Francis can battle back in 5. And it looks like Ben Shelton now is actually also going 5 sets, and Louis Armstrong, he just dropped the 4th set. So this is going to be a hot day out there for the Americans. I'm feeling the sun. I'm getting warm.
Does that mean there's another Armstrong match in the afternoon session after this one?
I don't have the schedule in front of me to know that, but we will have 2 evening session matches there tonight. So that's also a wonderful ticket if you can get that one. I mean, if anyone's still out there buying tickets, Sabalenka, actually, she's an Armstrong tonight. That'll be a good one.
More tennis after this. Molly Smith, economics editor at Bloomberg News. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News Economics Editor. She's the Bloomberg tennis expert. We're live from the U.S. Open just outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium, where the sun has come out again.
I know. I'm warm. It's coming over onto this side right now, so I think my left arm is getting some great sun. So is the left side of my laptop. But a huge difference from yesterday. If you guys were with us then, the wind was crazy.
It was brutal.
We were really battling different conditions.
And so were the players.
Yeah. I mean, they were really battling the conditions. We were sitting here.
Well, yeah, we were fine. You know, you did hear a little bit of wind on the broadcast, too. But you know what? I think that this week has been really great for they always say you can't control the weather. That is certainly the truth. As far as the U.S. Open goes, this week has been really good for the tournament when it comes to weather.
Oh, my gosh, such a treat. I mean, usually you think late August in New York, it is hot, it is humid. And we have been so lucky. You know, it's been like mid to high 70s for the most part. Doesn't feel that way right now in the sun. Right now, I'm feeling my left arm's maybe. This is more like 86 right now. But, like, this is prime tennis conditions.
Yeah, sometimes you have those night matches, too, even where the humidity is so high that you have some of the players, like, changing shirts every changeover.
I mean, Francis, we were just talking about him, Tiafoe, who's out there battling right now on grandstand, trying to probably come back in 5 sets. Known for going through just a couple of kits out there. He's a heavy sweater. Can't blame him, though. I mean, especially on a day like today, I'd probably be going through a few myself.
Well, we're not just here to talk about tennis. We also want to talk about what is moving and the markets. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. I'm Tim Stenovec with Molly Smith. We're joined by Bloomberg News equities reporter Natalia Kunijevic. Natalia, what are you watching this afternoon?
Hi, guys. Let's start with Wynn Resorts. The ticker is WYNN. The stock is up by 10.8% this week. We saw that UBS raised the recommendation to buy from neutral and cited some growing appreciation from its Al Marjan project. It's in UAE. And on top of that, we saw some upside in Macau exposed casino stocks this week. Analysts saw some strong gaming revenue data for the gambling hub, of course, and of course, Morgan Stanley, based on that, also raised recommendation on Wynn Resorts to overweight from equal weight. It is important because Macau, if we look at FA function on Bloomberg Terminal, shows that Macau operations account for 51.6% of revenue in 2024 versus Las Vegas, which accounts for 26%. So analysts really see some upside momentum.
That's Wynn Resorts, ticker WYNN.
And now moving on to one that's not doing so hot today, eBay, which is conveniently ticker EBAY. Natalia, tell us what was going on there. A down day for that stock.
Down day and down week. The stock finished the week down 8.7%. Today, of course, we know that the so-called de minimis exemption has ended, and it means that now all packages that are coming to the U.S. will be subject to standard tariffs and fees. And also, we know that it created a lot of uncertainty, not just for eBay, but for other stocks like Etsy. So earlier this month, also Bloomberg reported that more than a dozen of national postal agencies have stopped taking U.S.-bound packages for delivery. Of course, they cited uncertainty, and we will see how this plays out. And of course, Congressional Budget Office in 2024 estimated that ending this de minimis exemption just for goods from China would result in about $23.5 billion in customs revenue over a decade. So yes, it's good for the budget, but it's a big question how it's going to play out for customers and U.S. consumers as well.
Yeah, we've been watching this closely because in some cases, as one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg Terminal showed us this week, consumers can get that little surprise that they owe the Customs and Border Protection Agency some money as a result of buying something that came from outside of the U.S. So I know everybody's still trying to work out the effects of that. Speaking of tariffs, Williams-Sonoma, what's going on?
Right, so Williams-Sonoma, the ticker is WSM. The stock is down by 7.5% this week. Of course, we saw that some furnishing retailer stocks we're under pressure after this tariff costs announced by the White House, and we see that some companies, specifically Williams-Sonoma, said that expect outlook to be pressured by incremental tariff costs, and it will overshadow its full-year revenue forecast. However, some analysts, including Bloomberg Intelligence, say that inventory is still in place for the fiscal second half of this year, and that would allow at least Williams-Sonoma to kind of shift this sourcing, and so it has some, time maybe to adjust supply chains later this year and in 2026. So they say that Williams-Sonoma is slightly better positioned than some other retailers, and it has about 80% of its cost of goods for 2026 sold made in the U.S. Sorry for confusion. So basically, it has some cushion time, and also supply chains have already been favorable for the stock.
And just in the last 20 seconds, give us something on NVIDIA for the week that was.
Of course, the stock is down by 2% this week. It was a big story. Of course, NVIDIA reported earnings, and they were disappointing for some analysts. However, other people are saying on the street that with or without China, they see upside to data center sales. So we'll see how this plays out during the next earnings season for NVIDIA.
Bloomberg News equities reporter Natalia Kenijevic. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Molly Smith, what a great couple of days at the U.S. Open. Thank you so much for joining us.
There's no way it's over.
Hey, the programming is over, but the tournament continues for another week. That is the good news.
Well, I'll be back on Tuesday. If anyone's going to the quarterfinals, let me know. Would love to see you guys. But for me and Tim, I've just had a blast, Tim. Thanks for having me with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. This was awesome. That's going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew. Tonight, an emergency hearing with tough questions, but no ruling. After more than 2 hours of questions and statements, the federal court hearing on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook's expulsion ends without decision. The major takeaways today after Cook sought to block the president's firing, and what we can expect in the coming days as attorneys for both sides dig in their heels. We'll have fresh reaction to the story when former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, Jared Bernstein, joins us. Plus, after almost 90 years, the tariff-free treatment of de minimis merchandise comes to an end. What that means for U.S. consumers now facing the prospect of higher prices and a longer wait for their orders, as we dive into the details of the latest UMich consumer sentiment data out today. And developments in the war in Ukraine as the UN Security Council convenes under an emergency session following another Russian attack on Kyiv. We'll speak with Ukraine's economic minister about the conflict, a potential peace deal, and how the country is already looking to rebuild. But we begin this evening with developing news from here in Washington after attorneys for the president and Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook went head-to-head, arguing before a federal judge for 2 hours on the president's decision to terminate Cook as a member of the Fed board. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall was staked out at the federal courthouse all day, files this report with the details.
Well, Joe, the hearing lasted about 2 hours, and we saw the judge push both sides with her questioning, but it ended with no ruling. Now, today was really about Lisa Cook seeking what's known as a temporary restraining order, a TRO that would essentially reinstate her into her position as the broader issue around her firing plays out in the court system. And a broader issue it is. This is a historic legal battle that we are gearing up for as President Trump becomes the first president in U.S. history to move to fire a Federal Reserve governor. And while this hearing wasn't about that broader issue, we did get key insights into the arguments on both sides. Cook is suing President Trump, alleging he violated a federal law, the Federal Reserve Act, which protects Fed officials from being fired without cause. Now, the administration argued in court today there is sufficient cause, citing these allegations of mortgage fraud and arguing the courts should defer to the president to define the standard. no charges have been filed against Cook. In court documents, Cook's lawyers said the allegations were not true, but if there were discrepancies in her mortgage applications, it might be due to clerical errors, saying that Cook did not intend to deceive anyone. Cook's legal team also points out that these allegations have nothing to do with her time as a Federal Reserve governor. The mortgage applications in question are from 2021, and Cook wasn't appointed until 2022. Now, Joe, another big question in this case has to do with the idea of due process, which Cook's lawyers say she was not given. However, we heard the administration push back on that, saying that she did get adequate time to respond to the allegations, between President Trump posting for her to resign on Truth Social and then posting her termination.
Okay, Tyler, thank you. Our thanks to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the courthouse. For more on the impact of today's hearing, as we understand it, Bloomberg's Michael McKee, who joins us from World Headquarters in New York. Michael's been at it since before dawn, much like Tyler. I'm just curious if we even know the employment status of Governor Cook. Michael, does she need to stay away from the office until the court rules?
Well, nobody has made that absolutely clear. There are reports that she can go in, and she has kept her electronics. But in court today, neither side insisted that she wouldn't be able to walk out the door and not be a Fed governor anymore. There was much talk about the propriety of giving the TRO that Tyler was talking about, or whether they should move to an injunction, or whether they could agree, at least until next week, when the judge could rule, that the status quo will be preserved. And that was the way it seemed to be left.
Well, if we can't answer these basic questions, Michael, what does it mean for the credibility of the Fed in the meantime? How are the markets looking at this?
Well, the markets were down today. It's hard to separate that out from earnings, NVIDIA, that sort of thing. But it may be that they're starting to show some signs of concern over what might happen to the Fed. But really, the markets have this week shown no inclination to believe that Trump is going to win this case. One would think they might panic, might go down significantly if they thought that the Fed's decisions were going to be politicized. But for right now, they seem to be relatively sanguine about it, and we are a long way from a final decision. As Tyler pointed out, this was just a hearing on whether or not she could temporarily keep her job while the legal case is argued. And this is a case that's probably on the merits going to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
That is the idea. In the meantime, Stephen Myron is preparing for his confirmation hearing next week before the Senate Finance Committee. Michael, how will this whole affair inform his dialogue with lawmakers?
Well, I would imagine that it's not going to matter a whole lot to his confirmation hearing, in the sense that he would say to questioners that he is the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors right now. He has nothing to do with the Fed yet, and he didn't have anything to do with the president's decision to get rid of Lisa Cook. So he wouldn't want to answer any questions about that. However, I would expect that he would say an independent Fed is important. Now, the definition of an independent Fed might differ between he and others. And then, of course, the Democrats will ask him about some of the positions he's taken in the past, including his paper last year, which suggested that state governors should appoint the boards of directors of regional Fed banks, and then they would be able to control who those directors chose as presidents of those regional Fed banks. So that would politicize the Fed, and that would be something of a red flag for Democrats, although they don't have the votes to stop his nomination.
Wow. Michael, thank you. Bloomberg's Michael McKee, live from World Headquarters in New York. For more on the legal implications of today's hearing, the Cook matter, as well as the spate of firings that we've seen on agencies like the CDC, the Surface Transportation Board as well, we turn now to David Super, professor at Georgetown Law. Professor Super, welcome to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to see you. As Michael McKee mentioned, and many seem to assume, this Lisa Cook matter is going to end in the Supreme Court. But there was something called Trump versus Wilcox that we thought gave us a pretty good idea of where the court would land on this. What do you think?
The court is clearly very uncomfortable with a politicized Fed. The court's precedents say that Congress can insulate specialized economic agencies from presidential firings. The Supreme Court in the Wilcox case made pretty clear that they don't agree with that precedent, but they also indicated that the Fed was different. And the court now is going to have to decide whether they meant it, and they are going to prevent the president from taking full control of the Fed, or whether they're going to go all the way down the road with a unified executive.
Who will define cause in this case? That was argued for the better part of 2 hours. The president says there is cause. Peter Navarro sat in this chair the other night saying that she had 5 days to respond. We didn't hear from her, and the documents speak for themselves.
Well, I don't think due process by Truth Social is quite what the founders had in mind when they wrote the Constitution. If they think she did something wrong, the standard approach is to bring charges against her.
Yes.
Make specific charges, say what the documents you think in them is inappropriate, and let her respond to that. That she's not engaging in a social media battle, I think, speaks well of her and her trying to stay out of politics.
So what the president is actually asking for is the ability to fire without cause.
That's what he's asking for. And he has that, according to the Supreme Court, with most other agencies. But the evidence that politicized central banks hurt countries' economies around the world is pretty compelling, and I don't think the Supreme Court wants to take responsibility for that.
Let's look at a slightly bigger picture here, because it's more than the Fed we're talking about.
Sure.
Of course, David, on the early edition of Balance of Power today, I spoke with Natasha Sarin, president and co-founder of the Yale Budget Lab, and had some things to say about the bigger risks surrounding this focus specifically on Governor Lisa Cook. Listen.
It's such a bigger issue than anything about Lisa Cook or anything about mortgages, in that you're in a situation where one of the fundamental institutions and sort of causes of American economic strength is the fact that we have an independent central bank. What you're seeing here play out is really a sort of potentially quite damaging conversation around whether that type of institution should actually be free from political influence.
Cook's lawsuit, David, characterizes this move as unprecedented and illegal. The first one is true, apparently. A president has never fired a Federal Reserve governor. What about the second?
I think it is illegal. The Supreme Court has made pretty clear the president doesn't have this power with respect to the Federal Reserve. Their precedents say that, and I don't think that this is going to be allowed.
So this goes to the Supreme Court? Is that conventional wisdom something that you accept?
Absolutely. The administration would not accept an answer from any lower court, and I think the administration here is hoping that the Supreme Court will back down. They've warned the administration not to fire Fed governors. The administration is ignoring them, and they're hoping the Supreme Court will buckle.
When you look at the big picture here, add the CDC, add BLS, the Transportation Board, what is President Trump doing to government and these independent agencies as he tries to reshape Washington in his image?
Well, he doesn't believe in independent agencies. He believes that all power and all responsibility should go to the president. He and Vice President Vance are the only ones that were elected, and he wants complete control. That's not the way we've done things in this country for a very long time, but he thinks we need to make a change.
Got it. Many thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
As we figure this out, it's going to take some time, and I'll ask you lastly what you think for timeline, because this is a Supreme Court that could be motivated to move pretty quickly here.
I think the Supreme Court's going to move very quickly on this because of the danger of economic uncertainty.
Weeks or months?
Several weeks, but no more.
Got it. There you have it from David Super, professor at Georgetown Law. We thank you for coming over, David. It's good to see you on Balance of Power. Coming up, German Chancellor Merz and French President Macron pushing for secondary sanctions on Russian backers. We'll discuss the impact on the war in Ukraine with Ukraine's economy minister coming up. But first, consumer sentiment declining to a 3-month low due to worries about tariffs, among other things. We'll discuss the larger implications of the economy with Jared Bernstein, the former chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. He'll be with us next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
There's still considerable uncertainty about how much more and how quickly tariffs will pass through to consumer prices. I have seen estimates that vary wildly in the share of tariffs borne by exporters, importers, and consumers. And that tells me that one must be very careful not to presume that some will bear a lot more than others. Most forecasts are for 12-month inflation to continue to increase for a couple more months, with monthly tariff effects dissipating by early 2026.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. That was Fed Governor Christopher Waller last night speaking at an event hosted by the Economic Club of Miami, talking about what he expects to see with inflation and tariffs. This as today's consumer spending data showed resilience, even as many economists do anticipate higher prices in the coming months. Joining us to walk through some of the data to talk about this a little more is Stuart Paul from Bloomberg Economics. It's great to see you, Stuart. We've talked so much about anecdotal data versus hard data. Yesterday, Caterpillar brought us the latest anecdote, warning for a second time about the impact of tariffs on its business. Is it starting to show up? What did you think of the PCE today, and will it emerge in the hard data?
We're seeing exceptional price sensitivity. That's really what today's PCE personal spending data showed. Consumers did spend more, yes, on goods, things like autos, recreational vehicles, furniture, a lot of the things that are heavily tariffed. But this was also the month where there was considerably slower pass-through of tariffs to consumers. So consumers are really biding their time. They're hunting online for bargains. And when they sniff out an opportunity to get something on the cheap because tariff pass-through slowed just slightly, they're chomping at the bit to do it. Now, when we look at the consumer sentiment data, we could see consumers are still very tentative about spending. Buying plans for household durables weakened considerably. The same thing for vehicles. So we do see consumers tightening their belts. They're being very cautious in their spending. They're pulling back in discretionary categories where they can, and they're going to search out those bargains when they can find them because they are feeling the pinch of tariffs. That's evident in the data at this point.
The de minimis exemption ended this morning, 12:01 a.m. Stuart, this impacts anything that you're buying from abroad worth less than $800. This used to be a loophole or an exemption. It is no longer. Other than fewer packages landing on my front step, what does it mean for consumers?
Relatively little. I think the thing that's most front of mind for me is what it means for broader economic activity. And we're already seeing firms and consumers throttling their behavior according to quickly evolving tariff policy. As we saw in the advanced trade data just today also, again, for the month of July, when firms feel like they can strike quickly and they feel like they can get industrial supplies, for example, or business equipment during a window where tariff policy is just slightly less restrictive, they're doing it. Fiddling around the edges for minor exemptions and eliminating exemptions for who knows how long is going to, I think, do actually relatively little for the broader macroeconomic landscape or for the consumer's larger and longer trajectory.
Stuart, thank you, as always. Stuart Paul from Bloomberg Economics. I hope you have a long weekend. Joining us right now with his insights on today's consumer data, tariffs, and what's happening at the Federal Reserve is Jared Bernstein, the former chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors in the Biden administration. He's now senior fellow at the Center for American Progress. It's always a pleasure to see you, and happy Friday, Jared. Thanks for coming over.
My pleasure.
We've got a lot I want to ask you about, and I want to get to Lisa Cook pretty quickly because that was the big news of the day. This de minimis exemption is something that you looked at and actually got rolling in the Biden administration. Are you worried about what it means for consumer prices?
At this juncture in time, I'm a little bit worried because it will raise prices. And one thing we found is that the incidence of the de minimis rule falls largely on middle and lower income households. And they're the very ones who disproportionately have imports in their market basket. If you look at who buys more imports as a share of their income, it's folks in the bottom half. And that's why the incidence of this tax we call tariffs is really a very regressive one. It hits middle and lower income people. That said, I considered it a loophole, and I think loopholes should generally be closed.
Fascinating. Well, I guess it's over now, and I wonder what your thoughts were today when you saw this emergency hearing scheduled and conducted. It finished with no decision, You've got a Federal Reserve governor going into this long weekend of Labor Day wondering what's going to happen to her job status and a president who believes that she should already be fired. How is this going to end?
It's just a remarkable set of events, and the threat to the Federal Reserve is higher than I've ever seen it in terms of their independence. Putting aside the pretext around the documents that are in question here, there is no one should at all question that this is anything more than a power grab by the president to take over the interest rate, in particular machinations of the Federal Reserve, and that just couldn't be more dangerous. It's going to be terrible for households and consumers who are going to face higher inflation and higher interest rates, but internationally, when creditors to the United States start to recognize that there's been political interference in this really heretofore protected institution, that's going to end badly for us as well. So very serious problem.
When you were at the White House, which was not that long ago, you wouldn't even answer questions when we would ask you your thoughts on anything
hard as you tried.
Surrounding the Fed. We tried every time we talked to you. We're in a different world now, and I'm wondering, to the extent that you know these individuals and have worked with the Fed over the years, what this means internally, the culture of the Fed. It's not just Lisa Cook, it's the visit to the Eccles building, it's the demands that Jay Powell step down, the nickname Too Late Powell. There's been a denigration, at least in terms of the rhetoric coming from this administration. What are they talking about in the building?
It's a really important question. I'm not in the building, but I can tell you that when I was back in the White House and interacting with the Federal Reserve, that firewall between politics and monetary policy was something that we both deeply, deeply respected, both sides. And the reason is because we know the history of what occurs when central bank independence is compromised. I mean, I could point you to 80% inflation at Turkey when Erdogan got up to his fun and games there, but it's been repeated throughout history, including our own with Arthur Burns and Nixon. So it was always very clear that that political firewall was not a cultural thing, it was an economic thing. And the history of Federal Reserve independence, central bank independence, is very, very clear, particularly through the inflation channel. You compromise federal independence, and higher inflation walks in very quickly.
There's independence, of course, and the market's concerned about that. Then there's the matter of public trust. And to come at this from the other way, if we find out, and I know you're not a lawyer, I'm not going to try to make you a legal analyst, but there's apparently a third mortgage application, according to the administration. It's not going to make her case any easier. At what point does this become damaging to a public wondering what these Federal Reserve governors are doing?
I think we have to leave that to play out in the courts. It's a totally fair question. And look, we may have to have two thoughts that we hold in our heads simultaneously. One is that there were problems there, and if that's what the records show, then they should be worked out in court accordingly, and they should be treated very much in keeping with the culture of the Fed to be very pristine in this area of financial oversight. The much bigger issue is Trump trying to compromise central bank independence, trying to put his own people on the board, trying to get a majority there in time to perhaps act against regional Fed presidents to take over the Fed in ways that will be massively damaging to not just the U.S. economy, but the global economy. And that is a much bigger deal than Lisa Cook's paperwork.
Well, you know, we've got a confirmation hearing set for next week for Stephen Myron. And apparently he's going to be at this next meeting in September, which is light speed around here. Will she?
I really can't answer that. That's a question for the lawyers, and it's what they were tangling with today. Look, one thing I will say, listening to the legal discussion as a non-lawyer, is that none of this sounds like it was for cause in the type of for cause that I believe the drafters of the Federal Reserve Act were thinking of. The idea of malfeasance, of doing your job on monetary policy badly. Making mistakes on your mortgage paperwork, intentional or otherwise, I'm not going to trivialize that. I'm not going to speak to it. I don't know the extent of the problem there. That all happened before she was on the Fed. And the for cause, to me, sounds a lot like the for cause criterion sounds a lot like what you were doing when you were a Federal Reserve governor, and there she's been exemplary.
Interesting. Wow. So the expectation is that we get a quarter-point cut in September. You think it's justified?
At this point, I do, and that's because of the job market. So I actually looked at the data, the price data this morning, and thought it militated a bit against that in the sense that we just have some really sticky inflationary problems that just remain in this economy, and some of that's the tariffs, but we also saw inflationary pressures in services in a way that's pretty hard to connect to the tariffs. So I understand I don't think a rate cut in September is a slam dunk. However, if it's true that the underlying pace of job growth in payrolls is 35K a month, that's way too low to keep the unemployment rate from rising. And so I would give that more weight if I were thinking about September at this point.
Okay. We've only got about a minute left. The president thinks we should cut by 150 to, I believe, 175 basis points. He may have actually suggested 300 basis points at one point. If that actually happened, what would be the impact, not on the market, but on the economy?
I think you'd really see an unleashing of inflation, and I also think you'd see just an absolute conclusion that the president has taken over the Federal Reserve.
Well, okay.
Because the Fed would never...
I mean, that would be an alternate universe.
It'd be an alternate... The Fed would never endorse a cut of that magnitude given the conditions that we have now. So it would be, in the near term, it'd be pretty destructive. And again, there's lots of historical examples of inflation going through the roof when politicians take over. But the bigger problem, the longer-term problem would be that would be just a sign, surrender, white flag, it's over, the president took over.
Not that we're expecting this or predicting it, Jared. Really glad you could come see us today. Jared Bernstein, former chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors in the Biden administration. He's now at the Center for American Progress, where he is senior fellow. Coming up, my conversation with the Ukrainian Minister of the Economy, following another round of deadly Russian airstrikes in Kyiv. We'll bring you that conversation up ahead. But first, Iowa Senator Joni Ernst is expected to announce she will not seek re-election. We'll discuss with our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us. Much more on the developments from Lisa Cook's emergency hearing in federal court here in Washington this morning, coming up with our political panel. But first, the stories we're watching in today's Power Brief. The TSA is on the verge of changing some airport rules that have been in place since 9/11, with regulations around the removal of shoes, even the size of your shampoo, all potentially changing soon. After officials signaled their intention to ease regulations, it's unclear whether these rule changes would apply to all passengers and airports, or if the TSA would select a few to start. But the news does not, it does rather come on the precipice of one of the busiest travel weekends of the year as summer winds down. Yes, it's Labor Day. Starting Monday, former Vice President Kamala Harris will be without Secret Service protection after President Trump signed a memo ordering the termination of Harris's detail. Typically, protection for a former VP lasts 6 months after leaving office, but when former President Joe Biden left office, he extended Harris's protection until June of 2026. Trump's memo reverses that extension. Harris's Secret Service protection was taken away just a few weeks before she's set to begin a 15-city tour to promote her new memoir that details her campaign against Trump. And reports circulating now that Iowa Senator Joni Ernst will not seek re-election in next year's midterms. Republican has been floated as a potential Trump cabinet member in the past, so this may not be the end of her political career, but Ernst has faced a series of critical headlines the last several months as she worked to support President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, leading to one marquee moment that may have precipitated her decision. Remember this?
People are not, well, we all are going to die. So, for heaven's sake.
And just moments ago, we got word from a U.S. appeals court. This is breaking. The court found the president's global tariffs were found to be illegal. The court finding Trump exceeded his authority in imposing the tariffs, upholding an earlier ruling by the Court of International Trade that ruled Trump wrongfully invoked an emergency law to issue the tariffs. This is a major development at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. With us now to discuss that and more, this evening's political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, our Republican strategist, alongside Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick, Jeannie, didn't know we'd be talking about this, but that's the way it goes around here. The tariffs are illegal. Does Donald Trump care?
I think Donald Trump will care.